Chapter 1. The Vanished Woman Returns. Morning, Su Yang abruptly awoke. Gasping for breath, he had dreamt of being ensnared by a small white snake, constricting him to the point of suffocation. After a few moments of bewilderment, his mind began to clear. Sensing something wrapped around his neck, he pulled it away only to discover it was a woman's black silk, emanating a faint fragrance. What the? Su Yang felt somewhat dazed. His gaze fell upon a stack of crisp banknotes on the bedside table, while the sheets bore a vivid crimson stain, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Raising his hand to pat his head, he attempted to recall the events of the previous night. He had been intoxicated, and upon exiting the restroom, a voluptuous long-haired beauty had pulled him into a suite. The details eluded him, but he vaguely remembered her skin, as fair as exquisite mutton-fat jade. His attention returned to the stack of red bills. What do they take me for? A male model. At that moment, the phone rang. He glanced at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. This Lin Yang. Su Yang was taken aback. Lin Yang was his former name, and he curiously inquired, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am your wife's attorney. She wishes to divorce you. Do you have some time to meet and discuss this matter?" Ah, so it was her, and an immediate surge of anger coursed through him. Discuss what? She vanished for 3 years, and now suddenly reappears just to divorce me. Does she think I'm some rag to be used and discarded at will? With a furious shout, Su Yang hung up the phone. 3 years prior, his grandfather had arranged a marriage, compelling him to obtain a certificate with a stranger. Ironically, he had never met the girl, he had only seen her photograph, and even during the certification process, her presence was absent, with others acting on her behalf. After the marriage, the girl disappeared without a trace, leaving him with nothing but a marriage certificate. Anger aside, he too wished to swiftly conclude this ill-fated tie. "Grandfather, your grandson is calling. Grandfather, your grandson is." A comically familiar ringtone sounded. Upon hearing that distinctive and unique tone, Su Yang was certain it was the security chief, Sun Tong. As expected, the moment he answered the call, Sun Tong's urgent and irate voice came through. "Su Yang, what on earth is going on? You still haven't shown up." Su Yang lazily replied, "Minister Sun, I'd already requested leave." Sun Tong was not so easily appeased. "Do you not know what date it is? The new president is coming to inspect our company, and everyone must be present, no exceptions. How dare you request leave? If you do not show up today, pack your things and leave tomorrow." Su Yang scoffed, muttering dismissively, "In merely an inconsequential security guard, the new president wouldn't even notice someone as insignificant as me." Upon hearing these words, Sun's anger intensified. "Stop spouting useless nonsense. He'll tell you this, Su Yang. Either return to work immediately or prepare to be dismissed. Think carefully about your options." With that, Sun ruthlessly ended the call. Su Yang gazed at the now darkened screen of his phone and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. What a scoundrel. He then sighed in resignation, glancing at his watch, realizing that time was indeed of the essence. With no other choice, he grumbled as he hurriedly gathered his belongings and dashed towards the company. Tianming Group. Su Yang rushed into the headquarters, noticing the red carpet laid out at the entrance. This time, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on the president, the company leaders had instructed everyone to dress uniformly, and those assigned to greet her were required to maintain an impeccable appearance, including the security personnel. "Everyone, stay alert. Anyone who dares to falter today will be dismissed immediately," the general manager, Chun Weicheng, shouted. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Time ticked away slowly. As it approached 9 o'clock, a Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived. Chun Weicheng greeted it with a beaming smile, followed closely by the heads of various departments. The car door opened. A tall, extraordinarily beautiful woman emerged, the president of Tianming Group, Shun Yuqing. "Good morning, President Shun," Chun Weicheng said, bowing with obsequiousness. "Good morning, President Shun," the others echoed immediately. Shun Yuqing cast a dispassionate glance at them before proceeding into the building, accompanied by her assistant. In that moment, all the men present were captivated by her presence. They had not anticipated that the new president would be a woman, and a stunning one at that, so striking that even the biggest stars would pale in comparison. Moreover, her figure was impeccable, aligning perfectly with modern masculine aesthetic preferences. She possessed both wealth and beauty, seemingly a favored creation of the heavens. Is that really her? Su Yang was taken aback upon seeing her exquisite face. This female president was none other than his estranged wife, whom he had never met. Despite having only seen her photograph, he recognized her immediately. Perhaps it was a sense of telepathy. Shen Yuqing glanced in his direction. What began as a casual look turned into a moment of shock as she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Watch out! Su Yang instinctively reached out to steady her. Before anyone could react, he had caught Shen Yuqing in his arms as he inhaled her faint, alluring fragrance. A sense of familiarity washed over him. The scent feels strangely familiar. Chapter 2. You are fired. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Once Shen Yuqing regained her composure, she hastily pushed Su Yang away, her heart racing with anxiety. How could it be him? Last night, she had been schemed against and inadvertently found herself entangled with a male model at the bar. Indeed, she had mistakenly believed Su Yang was merely a commodity for sale in that establishment. For years, she had preserved her purity, yearning to bestow her first night upon the one man she cherished most deeply. The mere thought ignited her fury. She incessantly reminded herself to forget that absurd night, only to confront him again, this time within her own company. For her, this was a monumental disgrace. Should word get out, not only would her reputation be tarnished, but it would also jeopardize the integrity of the corporation and her family's honor. In that instant, Shen Yuqing resolved to swiftly manage the situation with this man. How dare you lay a hand on the president? General Manager Chen Weiqing thundered, incensed. The goddess's hand had been touched by a mere insignificant man, and he himself had not even garnered such attention. Did you not see that the president nearly fell? I was merely assisting her. Su Yang furrowed his brow. Chen Weiqing was taken aback that this lowly security guard would dare confront him. Pointing at Su Yang, he barked at the head of security. Sun Tong, this is your man. Deal with it. Then, Chen Weiqing donned a sycophantic demeanor, addressing Shen Yuqing. Please, this way, Miss Shen. Did he not recognize me? The thought flitted through both Su Yang's and Shen Yuqing's minds simultaneously. Surrounded by admirers, Shen Yuqing entered the elevator, still somewhat distracted. I want the detailed information on that security guard, she instructed. Understood, replied her assistant, Lu Yun, momentarily stunned before hastily departing. A few moments later, Lu Yun returned, cautiously inquiring, Ms. Shen, I just heard that the company intends to dismiss that security guard. Are you certain you still require his information? Why should he be dismissed? Is it merely because he helped me? Who grants them the authority to dismiss someone at will? In our company, all employees are treated equally. Even a security guard or a janitor deserves the respect they are owed, Shen Yuqing replied, her tone frigid. Lu Yun promptly complied. As the president's assistant, she was well acquainted with Shen Yuqing's temperament and knew instinctively how to proceed without needing explicit instructions. In the lobby on the first floor, the head of security wore a grim expression. Before the newly appointed president, one of the subordinates had audaciously confronted the general manager and shamelessly taken advantage of the president's attention. He pointed a finger at Su Yang, furiously shouting, Pack your things and get out. Su Yang's gaze turned icy. He swiftly grasped Sun Tong's finger, applying just enough pressure to elicit a sharp crack, causing Sun Tong to yelp in pain. It hurts. I detest it when others point at me. The other security guards stood in shocked silence, unable to fathom that Su Yang would dare to strike the head of security. Sun Tong bellowed at them. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to be fired as well? Throw him out. The guards quickly moved to comply. Sun Tong, his face pale from the pain, exclaimed, Su Yang, you are fired. I mean it. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. You are mistaken. It was not I who dismissed you, but rather you who cast me aside. It is merely a trifling job, one I scarcely covet. With a swift motion, Su Yang shed his security uniform and flung it at the face of the department head. You wish to leave. You have injured me, and I shall see you imprisoned, roared Sun Tong in exasperation. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, Assistant Lu Yun, the president's aide. Minister Sun. Had Su Yang not caught the president in time, she would have fallen. As the head of security, instead of commending him, you seek to complicate matters and have him dismissed? Do you wish to relinquish your position? Assistant Lu, this wretch is arrogant and dismissive of authority. Just moments ago, he openly contradicted the general manager in front of the president. You witnessed it. Such a troublemaker cannot remain in the company and must be expelled. Yet, it was Qin who openly insulted his staff, and Su Yang merely defended himself. He did nothing wrong. With that, Lu Yun proclaimed loudly, the president has stated that within our company, all employees are treated equally, with no distinction of rank or status. Even a security guard or a janitor deserves due respect. Sun Tong, with a sardonic tone, inquired, Assistant Lu, Are you not concerned about offending Manager Chun with such comments? Lu Yun cast a cold gaze in his direction. The entire Tianming group belongs to President Chun, and I am his assistant. If Minister Sun is dissatisfied, he is welcome to report me to Manager Chun. Isn't it a tad excessive to defend a mere security guard, Assistant Lu? Sun Tong sneered. Are you a fool, or are you simply deaf? Lu Yun retorted without mercy, then turned to Su Yang, her expression softening into a smile. Our company needs exceptional employees like you. No one dares to dismiss you. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to approach me. But I genuinely wish to resign, Su Yang admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. The thought of leaving had already crossed his mind upon seeing Shin Yuqing. Is it the salary that discontent you, or are the benefits unsatisfactory? Whatever your concerns may be, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. It is a personal matter. Very well, for now, please continue your duties, and I shall provide you with a response afterward. Okay. He acknowledged her goodwill, not wishing to escalate tensions further. Turning to the now ashen-faced Sun Tong, he feigned cleaning his ears. Who was it that insisted I must be dismissed? Not even the King of Heaven could intervene. What has caused you to wilt? At that moment, Sun Tong appeared as though he had ingested a fly, his face flushed with rage, his eyes burning with animosity towards Su Yang. Assistant Lu, even if you do not dismiss him, he has indeed broken my hand, which is a fact. I intend to report him to the authorities. That cannot be wrong. Lu Yun frowned, stepping aside to make a phone call. Sun Tong smirked. Su Yang, even if you are not dismissed, what difference does it make? You have injured me, and I shall see you imprisoned. Su Yang disdainfully curled his lip. While he may be impoverished, the prospect of imprisonment seemed rather distant. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun completed her call and addressed Sun Tong. The president has declared that your injury can be classified as a workplace injury, and this matter is hereby concluded. Should you remain dissatisfied, you are free to report it to the authorities, but you need not return to work thereafter. What? Sun Tong's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in protest. This is utterly unreasonable. Did you not just claim equality for all? Why this blatant favoritism? The nearby staff were stifling their laughter, some even displaying expressions of schadenfreude. This Sun, relying on the support of General Qin, had always carried himself with an air of superiority, believing himself to be the foremost authority. It is truly gratifying to witness that he too has faced a moment of downfall. Chapter 3. Shin Yuqing. He must not be underestimated. Lu Yun spread her hands and cast a patronizing glance at Sun Tong. Su Yang chuckled. Sun Tong, weren't you keen on apprehending me? Come on, hurry up and call the police. I can easily spend a few days in jail. But some individuals might find themselves out of a job. After all, the head of security at Tianming Group has toiled for a decade to climb the ranks. And let us be honest, it's not entirely on merit, is it? You. Sun Tong gritted his teeth in frustration. We'll see about that. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Lu Yun regarded Su Yang with curiosity, pondering that this man possesses a certain charm. What sort of handsome executives has the president not encountered? Why is she so invested in him? Did that embrace spark something deeper? Truly, it seems like the sun has risen from the west. In the president's office, Lu Yun placed a document before Shin Yuqing. President Shin, here is Su Yang's employment information. Shin Yuqing opened it and began to read. Married. Instantly, her complexion soured, inwardly cursing the scoundrel for lacking integrity. How could he betray his wife while being married? The work history was blank, the family information absent. Only basic personal details were provided. Is our company's employment paperwork truly this rudimentary? Frustrated, she tossed the document aside and reprimanded. Assistant Lu, is this your first day with me? Do you think you can fool me with this? I need to see his detailed information in 1 hour. Inform the HR department. If this kind of nonsense continues, I will hand in my resignation. Understood, Lu Yun responded promptly. Hurriedly exiting the office, exhaling deeply, her curiosity piqued even further. Even when confronted with orders worth billions, the president maintained her composure. Why, then? Was she so agitated over a security guard's file? Particularly upon discovering his marital status, she was incensed. Could it be that the president had fallen for this guard at first sight? In the president's office, Shin Yuqing, slightly irked, lit a cigarette. How infuriating it was that her first night was taken from her by a man who sells himself. And to add insult to injury, he is a married man. I foolishly left him 10,000 yuan. How am I the one at a loss here? He must not be underestimated. The more she contemplated, the more vexed she became. Feeling utterly stifled, an hour later, Lu Yun returned with a comprehensive dossier on Su Yang, spanning several pages. Clearly, she had put in the effort this time. President Shun, Here is Su Yang's complete dossier. This is all we have gathered so far. Place it here. As for the Jinhua Group project, you shall oversee it. Urging all departments to expedite the contract preparations and compile a detailed report for me. Certainly, Lu Yun replied and departed. Shen Yuqing opened the dossier, her attention riveted. Su Yang, with a high school diploma, had served in the military, though the duration of his service remained unclear. No wonder he possesses such physical prowess. Recalling that wild night, her cheeks flushed. Shen Yuqing, what are you thinking? It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. Why dwell on it? She slapped her own face and resumed her reading. He had retired from the military 3 years ago and married shortly thereafter, before the wedding had even taken place. My wife had run off with another man and has yet to return, rendering this incident the subject of ridicule among our neighbors. It's no wonder I feel disheartened. My wife has truly behaved in a despicable manner. If she had no affection for me, why agree to marry in the first place? Once wed, one ought to honor that commitment. Does this not deceive others? Shen Yuqing, filled with indignation, continued to peruse the documents. After the passing of his mother, his father remarried, and their relationship soured, leading to his expulsion from home 3 years ago. He currently resides in a rented accommodation, juggling 2 jobs. By day, he works as a security guard at Tianming Group, and by night, he holds a part-time position at a bar named Moonlight, with specifics of his duties remaining unclear. Approximately half an hour later, he finally finished reading and cast the documents onto the table, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the surface as he murmured to himself, "A true man, regardless of hardship, should never sell his body for money. What a shame to waste such a handsome visage." At that moment, Lu Yun delivered a report. "President Shen, here's the project report from Jinhua Group." Shen Yuqing glanced at the report and frowned. "Schedule a meeting with General Manager Liang from Jinhua Group for tonight. I will speak with her personally." "Understood. By the way, take Su Yang to buy a few decent outfits for tonight's engagement." "Huh, why the days? Hurry up." "Oh, right." Lu Yun took a few steps but then turned back cautiously, saying, "President Shen, I heard that General Manager Liang has a bit of a reputation. Are you sure you want to bring Su Yang?" "Mind your own business," Shen Yuqing reprimanded. Lu Yun dared not speak further and hurried away to carry out her tasks. She finally understood why the president was so attentive to Su Yang. He was clearly harboring ulterior motives, and she had foolishly thought it was love at first sight. In the president's office, Shen Yuqing lifted a glass of red wine and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing absently outside. How ironic. It seems I too was married 3 years ago. This absurd union must come to an end. A melodious ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Shen Yuqing glanced at the incoming call and answered. "How are things progressing? I managed to contact your husband and informed him about the divorce, but he refused to listen. Hurling insults at me over the phone. His language was vulgar and utterly disgraceful. It is no wonder you wish to divorce him. Get to the point." Shen Yuqing had little interest in that so-called husband, only wishing to expedite the dissolution of this marriage. "Not long ago, I could reach him by phone, but he has since rejected my calls. Just now, I attempted to dial him again, but it appears he has changed his number. I plan to visit his residence to see if I can locate him. If you haven't resolved it, why are you calling me?" Shen Yuqing, in a foul mood, abruptly hung up, exclaiming, "How dare he hide away? Does he not wish to divorce? Humph, this is not up to him." Chapter 4. What should I do if my wife asks me to be unfaithful? In the lobby of the first floor, Su Yang was on duty when Lu Yun approached with a smile, gesturing for him to come over. "Su Yang, could you come here for a moment?" Under the inquisitive gazes of others, Su Yang followed Lu Yun to a secluded spot. "Is it about my resignation?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. There's no rush on that. In a little while, I'll take you out to buy some clothes. The president has a client meeting tonight and would like you to accompany her." "What? You must be mistaken. I'm just a mere security guard. What purpose would I serve in a business meeting?" Su Yang was bewildered, inwardly questioning Lu Yun's motives. "I'm not quite sure of the specifics," Lu Yun replied. But he could sense Su Yang's skepticism. "Lu, are you uncertain or simply unwilling to disclose the details? If you're feeling uncomfortable, I can just ask her directly." Su Yang scoffed. "Flattery without purpose is either deceitful or malicious. There must be something amiss here." "Please, wait. Don't be rash." Lu Yun quickly grasped his arm, hesitating for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. Lowering her voice, she said, "The client is a woman, rumored to have a rather lascivious nature. You have an appealing image, and the president might be considering using your charm." "Ah, so you wish for me to sacrifice my dignity. Tell Shen Yuqing that I shall not go. If I am to be compelled, then so be it. If not, then let it be." Fuming, Su Yang turned to leave. What should I do if you refuse to go? Lu Yun lamented, reluctantly preparing to report back to the president. Moments later, in the president's office, Shin Yuqing appeared displeased. I offered him a chance to earn money, yet he rejected it. How ungrateful. Bring him to me. President Shun, shall we consider another individual? A male public relations representative with a good image and demeanor is not difficult to find. Besides, he is merely a security guard, lacking any experience in corporate affairs. What if he were to make a blunder? Lu Yun tentatively suggested. Enough with the excuses. If I say he should go, then he shall go. Understood, Lu Yun replied. Her mind racing. She could not fathom why, in this day and age, finding a few attractive men to hire was such a challenge. Yet the president seemed adamant about involving a security guard. A short while later, Su Yang reluctantly followed Lu Yun into the president's office. Shin Yuqing sat behind her desk, perusing documents. Lu Yun discreetly excused herself. Su Yang cast an impatient glance at Shin Yuqing before sinking into the leather sofa, lounging as if he were at home. What do you want from me? Everyone else who comes here is incredibly tense, yet you seem so at ease. Shin Yuqing smiled through her irritation. Speak quickly. I have no time for idle chatter. You seem to harbor some disdain for me. Have we had a falling out? Su Yang retorted, turning his head away. From her words, Su Yang deduced that Shin Yuqing did not recognize him as her husband of 3 years. I heard you've been kicked out of your home and are living in a rented place, struggling to get by. I'm offering you a chance to earn some money. Help me secure a client, and I will reward you handsomely. Su Yang abruptly stood up, eyes wide with shock. You've been investigating me. Naturally, if I am to employ you, I must understand your background, she replied calmly. What else have you uncovered? Su Yang's heart raced with unease. Shin Yuqing's lips curled into a faint smile. There is much to discuss, such as your time in the military. Your marriage 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I do feel a certain sympathy for you. Just after tying the knot, your wife ran off with someone else. That woman is truly unworthy. Su Yang's expression grew peculiar. He approached the desk, pressing his hands down firmly. His gaze piercing into Shin Yuqing's beautiful eyes as he said with a fierce tone, You are absolutely right. That woman is indeed despicable. If I ever come across her, I shall certainly teach her a lesson. Under Su Yang's intense stare, Shin Yuqing felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety. Why does it feel as though his words are directed at me? Shin Yuqing, what is the matter with you? Why do I feel nervous in his presence? He should be the one feeling anxious. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she continued, This client is quite generous. If you can charm her, she might reward you handsomely. Perhaps even enough to purchase a home. If the task is accomplished, I shall ensure you are well compensated. Su Yang circled the desk, positioning himself before Shin Yuqing. What are you doing? Do not act recklessly, she warned, her heart racing. He leaned closer. One hand resting on the desk, while the other gripped the armrest of her chair, gradually reducing the distance between them. Shin Yuqing's heart raced as she instinctively leaned back, tilting her chair to its maximum extent. What is he planning? How dare this mere security guard approach me, the president? Fine, I shall leave. You should go now. Assistant Liu is waiting, she stammered, her mind blank, rooted to the spot. Do not regret this, Su Yang scoffed. If she wishes to be unfaithful, so be it. She has brought this upon herself. Shin Yuqing was bewildered. What do you mean by not regretting? Regret what? The two were so close that they could hear each other's breaths clearly. Gazing at Shin Yuqing's exquisite face and enchanting eyes, Su Yang instinctively clenched his fists. One must admit, this wife of his is truly beautiful, even more captivating than the photographs he had seen in the past. Chapter 5. I shall no longer attend to you. At that moment, the doors swung open abruptly. President Shin, that document. Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene within the room. Her voice faltered, and her mouth fell agape, brimming with incredulity and shock. I am sorry. Lu Yun, regaining her composure, hurriedly retreated. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Shin Yuqing swung her hand towards Su Yang's face, only for him to seize her wrist instantly, rendering her motionless. You scoundrel! Shin Yuqing's neck flushed crimson, her heart racing in alarm. How dare he? Had he recognized her? Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? You were prepared to have me sacrifice my dignity. Am I not entitled to be a scoundrel just once? She scoffed. What do you mean? Su Yang inquired, bewildered. Some things need not be articulated. You know it in your heart. Otherwise, it will be quite embarrassing for you. Decide for yourself whether to leave, she replied, her tone laced with finality. Instinctively, Su Yang released her grip and turned to exit. He emerged from the office, still somewhat dazed, unable to decipher the meaning behind Shin Yuqing's words. Upon seeing him, Lu Yun regarded him with an odd look. Initially, she believed she had discerned the president's intentions, but it now appeared she was gravely mistaken. No wonder the president's emotions fluctuated so dramatically whenever Su Yang was involved. Their relationship was evidently quite intimate. This was the first time she had witnessed the president being affectionate with someone of the opposite sex since joining her as an assistant. That said, as the president's close aide, she had failed to notice any hint of a romantic involvement, indicating that the secrecy had been impeccably maintained. Mr. Su, you. Lu Yun felt a bit awkward, uncertain of how to proceed. Lu assistant, just call me by my name. Regarding tonight's social engagement, I have already made a promise to her. Oh, Lu Yun was taken aback. Given the unusual closeness between the two, why would the president still insist he accompany another woman? Sigh. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond the comprehension of someone like me, Lu Yun mused to herself. Several hours later, Su Yang returned to his apartment, laden with an abundance of designer clothing and footwear. When Shen Yuqing glimpsed the receipt for his purchases, her brows furrowed in anger. This scoundrel has spent over $1 million. Her frustration was not rooted in the expenditure itself, but rather in her astonishment. In her view, given Su Yang's status, even with lofty aspirations, he would typically consider clothing costing only a few thousand yuan. She had anticipated he might spend tens of thousands, which would suffice to delight him for a day. However, the reality far exceeded her expectations. He had patronized renowned high-end boutiques, deliberately selecting the most expensive items, and she felt powerless to intervene. Lu Yun wiped the sweat from her brow. Shen Yuqing chuckled in exasperation. This fellow is intentionally trying to vex me. You may go about your business now. As Lu Yun exited the office, she patted her chest, exclaiming, Goodness, this day has been as thrilling as a roller coaster. If it continues like this, I might just lose my life. At 7 in the evening at the Oriental Hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before the entrance. Shen Yuqing and Lu Yun alighted from the vehicle. Where is Su Yang? He should be arriving shortly. Lu Yun glanced at her watch, took out her phone, and was about to call Su Yang when a sleek black business car approached. Once it halted, a figure emerged from within. He stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, clad in a tailored black suit, his polished shoes gleaming, exuding a handsome visage and an exceptional aura. Wow, I didn't expect him to look so dashing in a suit, Lu Yun exclaimed, her admiration evident. Shen Yuqi was momentarily taken aback. This man, with a little grooming, possessed a fair bit of charm. Su Yang approached them, appraising Shen Yuqi from head to toe. She wore a well-fitted casual blazer that elegantly accentuated her alluring curves, embodying both the essence of a powerful woman and a touch of grace. Shen Yuqi noticed his gaze, feeling a slight flutter of nervousness. Perhaps to mask her inner turmoil, she scoffed. Indeed, one is defined by their attire, just as a horse is by its saddle. Even a dog can frolic with a bell. Do you know how to speak? Su Yang retorted darkly. Shen Yuqi strode past him, a perfect smile gracing her lips. For reasons unknown, witnessing Su Yang's irritation brought her joy. It seemed to delight her that she could provoke him. Lu Yun found herself grasped by Su Yang's arm. Assistant Lu, does she usually speak so irritatingly? Lu Yun shrugged, chuckling softly as she followed along. A few minutes later, the trio entered the exclusive VIP room. Those qualified to occupy such a space were billionaires. Inside, four elegantly attired waitresses and kipeos attended to them. They were the C'Army de la C'Army of service staff, each a top-tier graduate fluent in multiple languages, dedicated to catering to the esteemed guests of the VIP realm. Su Yang, have you reviewed the dossier on President Liang? Shen Yuqi inquired. Su Yang curtly replied. I glanced at it. What do you mean by glanced? You must commit her preferences to memory to cater to her likes and earn her favor. Do not view her through your superficial lens. She is entirely different from the mundane women you have encountered before. Shen Yuqi reprimanded coldly. Superficial? If you think so little of me, then find someone else. I'm just an ordinary person. I won't serve you. Su Yang slammed the table in frustration. Lu Yun, startled, quickly pulled at Su Yang's arm. Mr. Su, please calm down. It's too late to back out now. You are the first to dare slam the table in my presence. Do you believe I wouldn't dismiss you on the spot? Shen Yuqi fired back, equally incensed. Go ahead. I do welcome it. You filthy capitalist. What are you so proud of? Just a bit of extra cash. In my presence, you are nothing. Su Yang shot back. Shen Yuqing's face turned pale with anger. President Shen, Mr. Su, please temper your tempers and be mindful of the atmosphere. Lu Yun interjected hastily. Silence. Silence. Su Yang and Shen Yuqi glared at one another, both simultaneously shouting at Lu Yun. Lu Yun recoiled, caught in the middle, silently lamenting. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer. How am I to endure this? The waitstaff were left utterly astonished. Throughout the duration of dining in this private room, the gentlemen had always exhibited exemplary gentlemanly conduct, and the ladies had consistently displayed poise and grace. Such a scene of raucous shouting was indeed a rarity. Just then, the door to the room swung open. A statuesque beauty entered, accompanied by an assistant carrying a briefcase. Oh, what is this? Why do I detect this scent of conflict? Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? The newcomer was none other than Liang Zixuan, the general manager of Jinhua Group. Shen Yuqing, fuming, took a seat and whispered to Su Yang, "You may leave. The money for the clothes must be reimbursed to the company." "You've got some nerve," Su Yang muttered, turning his head away only to lock eyes with Liang Zixuan, who offered him a charming smile. Chapter 6. I have grown weary of this. Take it away. Mr. Liang. You are late, Shen Yuqing remarked, her tone devoid of warmth, entirely unbefitting of a business discussion. Su Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated Mr. Liang to be a portly and unattractive matron, yet he was instead confronted by a strikingly beautiful woman. Assistant Liu, is she truly Mr. Liang? Indeed. Are you certain she is as licentious as rumored? There is a plethora of scandalous gossip surrounding her. The public claims she has a penchant for indulging young men. Have you genuinely not perused her profile? I discarded it in the trash. Su Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. In the face of Shen Yuqing's icy remarks, Liang Zixuan remained unfazed. Miss Shen, I arrived quite some time ago. I merely encountered a client who is also interested in collaborating with me. Oh? I am intrigued to see which company dares to vie for my orders. Shen Yuqing sipped her tea lightly. Liang Zixuan did not respond to her comment, but turned her gaze towards Su Yang, inquiring with curiosity, "And who might this be?" "My bodyguard." "The personal kind?" "As the future helmsman of Jinhua Group, could you not maintain a semblance of decorum?" "Miss Shen, we were classmates in high school, and I have never seen you so discomposed in the presence of a man. I am genuinely curious. What sort of man could possibly rattle such an impervious individual as yourself?" Liang Zixuan approached Su Yang and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Liang Zixuan. You may call me Zixuan." "Hello, I am Su Yang." Su Yang also stood, engaging in a polite handshake, feeling her delicate hand, warm and soft, almost ethereal. "Is Mr. Su truly her bodyguard?" "Yes, I am merely a commoner stationed at the entrance." Upon hearing this, Liang Zixuan not only refrained from displaying disdain but instead broke into a delighted laugh. "Mr. Su, your forthright nature is far superior to those insincere, pretentious gentlemen. I hold you in high regard." Su Yang turned to Shen Yuqing and scoffed. "Look, despite being a formidable woman, Mr. Liang possesses both talent and beauty, with discernment far exceeding yours. This illustrates the disparity. If you fail to appreciate him, others will." After speaking, Su Yang inquired of Liang Zixuan, "Mr. Liang, are you in need of a bodyguard? I would gladly work for you. I have had my fill of her, and merely looking at her feels irksome." Shen Yuqing shrugged nonchalantly. "Mr. Liang, if you desire him, take him. I am quite weary of him." Liang Zixuan returned to her seat, astonished. "I can hardly believe such words have escaped your lips. Have you truly loosened your restraints after 3 years abroad? I am not like you. Men are inconsequential to me. I discard them at will." Liang Zixuan clapped her hands in approval, her expression shifting to one of keen curiosity. "A few days ago, I stumbled upon some intriguing news. It was said that you married 3 years ago. Is that true?" "Mr. Liang, you are quite well informed." "It appears to be true. Heavens, it has been 3 years, and I only just learned of it. What a well-hidden secret. As classmates, did you not consider celebrating your marriage with us? Perhaps you should bring him along next time. I am quite curious to meet the extraordinary man who captured your heart." "There is no need for that. He is merely my puppet husband. I am not pleased and could dismiss him at any moment. In this world, there is not a man who can stir my heart." As she spoke, Shen Yuqing deliberately cast a glance at Su Yang. Liang Zixuan caught her gaze and redirected her attention to Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this woman even speaking sensibly? What does she mean by taking him away if she likes him? Does she consider him mere merchandise? And she claims to have grown tired of him. What a fade. If she possesses the ability, let her try to keep him away from me. What infuriated him the most was her continuous portrayal of him as a puppet, suggesting she could easily cast him aside whenever she was displeased. "I dare you to try. I refuse to divorce. I shall not grant you your wish." "You arrogant and contemptible woman." Su Yang seethed inwardly. "Mr. Su, if you find yourself unhappy working with President Shen, you are welcome to join me at any time. No matter the salary she offers, I shall provide you with double." Liang Zixuan extended her olive branch. Shen Yuqing was displeased. President Liang, is it appropriate for you to poach in front of me? That is not right. Just moments ago, you generously stated that if you liked someone, you could take them. I offer him to you, but you cannot poach him before my eyes. Such behavior undermines my dignity. You cannot ignite my interest only to withhold him. Although he may be a bit disobedient, his skills in certain areas are undeniably impressive, and he provides me with great comfort. I shall keep him. Considering the expense as a source of amusement, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with thoughts. Could President Shun's words be true? Is Su Yang truly her kept man? At this moment, Su Yang was on the brink of exploding with rage. A billionaire president, and yet, she lies with such ease. Not even flinching as she spins her tales, her acting skills could rival that of an award-winning actress. However, as he regained his composure, he began to understand. As former classmates, Shen Yuqing must possess a keen understanding of Liang Zixuan's character. Shen Yuqing was likely instigating a quarrel to capture Liang Zixuan's attention, deliberately feigning a close relationship with him while expressing disdain, all the while intending to gift him to Liang Zixuan. Just as she sparked intense interest in the other party, she would retract her offer. This back and forth was akin to fishing, skillfully ensnaring Liang Zixuan without her even realizing it. Truly masterful. Nevertheless, he felt certain that some of Shen Yuqing's words held truth, particularly regarding the notion of a puppet husband. She must genuinely think that way. Liang Zixuan tapped her fingers lightly on the table, hesitating for a few seconds before stating, "How about this? You relinquish him to me, and I shall assign this project to your team. This transaction is quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? A mere rag exchanged for 100 billion order. President Liang truly prefers men over power. As long as he is a man you care for, I am intrigued. It is just a project. It matters not who executes it." Liang Zixuan waved her hand dismissively, and her assistant promptly opened her briefcase to retrieve the documents. Just then, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly. A young man adorned in splendid attire entered, accompanied by 3 bodyguards. What a fortunate occurrence to encounter 2 business goddesses in one evening. The young man was Mo Zhenghao, the general manager of the Mo Group, which competed with Shen Yuqing's company. Shen Yuqing furrowed her brow and remarked, "Mr. Mo, I don't recall extending an invitation to you." "Miss Shen, we are all astute individuals. There is no need to feign ignorance. You seek orders, and so do I," replied Mo Zhenghao, casting a slight smile at General Liang. "General Liang, I mentioned before that the Mo Group also desires this order. Might I request a fair opportunity for competition?" "Of course," Liang Zixuan responded with a smile. However, Shen Yuqing's brow tightened, her displeasure evident. "General Liang, you previously promised to grant me the order. Are you now contemplating a change of heart? Isn't that something I learned from you? If you can change your mind, why can't I? If one wishes to secure the order, let the competition be fair." Liang Zixuan shrugged. Her words alluded to Shen Yuqing's earlier indecision regarding Su Yang, which had left her feeling quite dissatisfied. Chapter 7. Xiao Yangzi, maintain a low profile. Mo Zhenghao raised his hand. A subordinate presented a long wooden box with both hands. Upon opening the box, Mo Zhenghao withdrew a scroll, which revealed a piece of calligraphy. "The highest good is like water." Liang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over, slightly agitated, and exclaimed, "Is this the work of the calligraphy master, Mr. Yang?" Su Yang was taken aback, harboring doubt within. Could the Mr. Yang she mentioned be the former leader? "Ms. Liang has a discerning eye," Mo Zhenghao quickly chimed in, flashing a sycophantic smile as he praised her. "I have heard that Ms. Liang is passionate about calligraphy, so I would like to present this piece to you as a token of sincerity. Mr. Yang is a person of noble character, indifferent to wealth, making his works quite rare in the market. Mo Xiao is indeed quite skilled. His treasures are hard to come by, and I happened upon this by chance. As the saying goes, a treasured sword is gifted to a hero, and fine wine is offered to a beauty. Only Ms. Liang deserves this piece. For those of us who are less refined cannot grasp its artistic essence." Mo Zhenghao chuckled with delight, convinced that this calligraphy would secure the 100 billion order from Jinhua Group. However, Shen Yuqing sensed impending trouble. Just as she was about to speak, Liang Zixuan declared, "Since Mo Xiao is so generous, I shall not be overly modest. I will accept this gift, and in return, I shall grant your company the order." "Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Liang, for your trust. When shall we sign the contract?" Mo Zhenghao beamed, casting a triumphant glance at Shen Yuqing. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly inquired, "Ms. Liang, is the calligraphy master you mentioned named Yang Yin?" Liang Zixuan's face hardened, her tone icy. Mr. Yang is a person of great virtue and high esteem, a towering figure in the world of calligraphy. How could Mr. Su dare to address him so casually? Shen Yuqing shot Su Yang a warning glare, whispering her disapproval. Do not interrupt. She holds that old man in high regard. Su Yang smiled. With someone so protective of the former leader, how could he take offense? Now that the identity was confirmed, Su Yang no longer concealed his thoughts and boldly stated, Ms. Liang, since you admire Mr. Yang's work, you must have some understanding of calligraphy. Do you not see that this piece is a forgery? Nonsense. Mo Zhenghao's eyes widened in outrage, his anger surging. Who is this insignificant person proclaiming it to be a forgery? Do you understand calligraphy? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is an authentic piece, complete with Mr. Yang's seal. Shen Yuqing hastily tugged at Su Yang. What are you doing? Even if you wish to help me secure the order, you cannot speak recklessly. Liang Zixuan's face turned frigid as she glared at Shen Yuqing. I was curious about what kind of man would interest you. But now it seems your taste is rather lackluster. Out of respect for our old friendship, I shall not hold this against him, but make him disappear quickly. What a bunch of fools, mistaking a forgery for a treasure, Su Yang scoffed. You trash. Don't think I'll hesitate just because you're from Tianming Group. Speak another word, and I will ensure you never utter a sound again, Mo Zhenghao yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze turned icy as he abruptly seized Mo Zhenghao's fingers, producing a sharp crack that elicited a pained cry from the latter. I detest being pointed at. Shen Yuqing felt a flicker of surprise. She had not anticipated this dogged man possessed such a manly side, his volatility oddly endearing. In any case, witnessing Mo Zhenghao being punished brought her a certain satisfaction. However, pleasure aside, she wished to prevent Su Yang from attracting undue trouble. As Mo Zhenghao was the heir of the Mo family, let us keep it to words, refrain from violence, and release him quickly. Su Yang released his grip. His demeanor icy as he addressed Liang Zixuan. It is your prerogative to whom you assign the order, but I will not permit anyone to pass off a counterfeit as a genuine work of Mr. Yang. I have studied Mr. Yang's calligraphy, and this piece mirrors his style to an uncanny degree, even in the minutiae, rendering it impossible for it to be a fake. Liang Zixuan was resolute in her conviction. Mo Zhenghao retorted furiously, You little upstart, claiming it's a counterfeit as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Who do you think you are? Are you on familiar terms with Mr. Yang? You're not even worthy to hold his shoes. Apologies, but I am indeed well acquainted with him, which is precisely why I can discern that this piece is a forgery at first glance. Huh. Speaking grandly, without fear of stumbling over your own tongue. You claim to be familiar with him? I could just as easily say I'm a relative of his. In my opinion, you are simply attempting to sabotage my collaboration with Liang Zong. At this point, Mo Zhenghao turned his gaze to Liang Zixuan. Liang Zong, this little upstart is undoubtedly acting on Shen Yuqing's orders, intentionally trying to disrupt our partnership. Liang Zixuan cast a cold look at Shen Yuqing. Shen Zong, I have already chosen to collaborate with young Master Mo. Take your people and leave promptly, lest you provoke my ire. You should remain silent. This matter transcends your partnerships. Su Yang reprimanded coldly. Liang Zixuan was rendered speechless, taken aback that he dared to chastise her. Shen Yuqing's lips curled into a smile. Witnessing Liang Zixuan in a predicament was both amusing and vindicating. Sha Yangzi, be discreet, be discreet. Shen Yuqing symbolically reminded Su Yang, though her expression suggested encouragement. Su Yang cast her a perplexed glance. How had this girl suddenly changed her demeanor? Wasn't she particularly invested in this order? Mo Zhenghao, observing Liang Zixuan's anger, reveled inwardly. Shen Yuqing, you have angered Liang Zong. Let us see how you compete with me for this order. Seizing the opportunity to exacerbate the situation, he quickly interjected. You dare speak to Liang Zong in such a manner? Do you really consider yourself important? You claim to be acquainted with Mr. Yang. Do enlighten us on the nature of your relationship. I am keen to witness your fabrication. I share a bond with Mr. Yang that is both mentor and friend. Transcending age, Su Yang stated candidly. They were not merely comrades, but had forged a deep connection through their shared passion for calligraphy. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes and tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, murmuring in frustration, Can't you fabricate a more plausible story? Who would believe that? Mo Zhenghao burst into laughter, instinctively reaching out to point at Su Yang, only to retract his hand immediately, recalling the painful lesson from earlier. He mockingly exclaimed, I must have misheard. He claims to have a friendship with Mr. Yang across generations. I suspect he not only knows Mr. Yang, but also Kublai Khan's brother, Hulagu. What are you even worth? Do I need to exert effort to deceive you? Su Yang regarded him with a look of utter disdain. You. Mo Zhenghao's eyes widened. His teeth clenched in anger. Su Yang snatched the piece of calligraphy and pointed to the seal, declaring, "This seal is counterfeit." "Nonsense. This is Mr. Yang's personal seal." "It cannot possibly be false," Mo Zhenghao retorted immediately. Liang Zixuan added with a cold snort, "I have closely examined Mr. Yang's masterpieces before. Both the characters and the seal are identical. There is no way it could be fake. It must be said that this imitation was masterfully crafted, with even the most minute details meticulously executed, making it difficult to discern any flaws, including the seal." However, they overlooked one crucial point. At this juncture, Su Yang deliberately paused, questioning Mo Zhenghao. "Mo, the person who forged this calligraphy must not have seen Mr. Yang's authentic works, correct?" Chapter 8. This is a counterfeit. "I assure you." "How could? What imitation? This is genuine." Mo Zhenghao, caught in a moment of anxiety, nearly let slip a secret, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. "Whether it is genuine or not, you know in your heart," Su Yang replied, disregarding him and turning to the irate Liang Zixuan. "In light of your admiration for Mr. Yang, I shall offer you a complimentary lesson. He, being of military background, possesses a seal with a security watermark. When illuminated, one can discern our nation's emblem." At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. "You assert its authenticity, yet who can substantiate your claim?" Mo Zhenghao scoffed derisively. "Quite simple. Just call him," Su Yang retorted. "You have his number? I share a friendship with him that transcends generations. How could I not possess his contact?" As he spoke, Su Yang had already dialed the old leader's number. The call connected swiftly. He switched to speaker mode, and a slightly hoarse voice resonated through the receiver. "You rascal. What prompts you to call me so suddenly?" "Old leader, someone is parading around with a piece of calligraphy, falsely attributing it to you. I called to verify whether your seal indeed bears a security watermark. Which scoundrel dares to do such a thing? I shall send someone to deal with him immediately." "Calm down, old leader. I've got this. It's merely a minor deception." At that moment, Liang Zixuan, brimming with excitement, asked with a slight tremor in her voice, "Excuse me, are you the esteemed calligrapher, Mr. Yang? Are you Xiao Yang's girlfriend?" I. Liang Zixuan stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. Shen Yuqing interjected, linking her arm with Su Yang's and proclaiming loudly, "Old sir, she is not. I am his girlfriend. You young man must not be greedy, even in retirement. You are still a soldier. We cannot err. Ahem. As for choosing a partner, one must not rush. Come visit me sometime. My granddaughter has just returned from a trip. You two should meet." Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Old leader, we seem to have digressed." "Oh, right. Inform them that my seal possesses a security watermark. When illuminated, one can clearly see our nation's emblem." Liang Zixuan, now anxious, implored, "Old sir, I hold you in profound esteem. May I take you as my mentor? That young man's calligraphy skills are on par with mine. You may converse with him." The call ended abruptly. Liang Zixuan felt a tinge of disappointment for not having conversed more with her idol, and turned to Su Yang with a skeptical expression. "Your calligraphy skills can rival Mr. Yang's?" Shen Yuqing shared her astonishment, not anticipating that Su Yang possessed such talents. Mo Zhenghao clapped mockingly, sneering, "What a performance! It seems you have an accomplice. That so-called Mr. Yang must be a mere gatekeeper impersonating the real deal, nearly deceived by your ruse." His words prompted a flicker of doubt in Liang Zixuan. She instructed a waiter to bring a flashlight and directed its beam towards the seal on the calligraphy piece, yet saw nothing. "Chairman Liang, you cannot seriously believe him. He is nothing but a complete charlatan. To suggest that one's calligraphy skills rival those of the esteemed Mr. Yang is truly laughable. Only those within the family are privy to their own affairs." Although Mo Zhenghao appears resolute in his declarations, he is internally plagued by doubt. Whether he is a charlatan can be discerned by simply observing his writing. Despite my own modest proficiency in calligraphy, I can still distinguish the good from the bad. With a graceful motion, Liang Zixuan instructed a server, "Fetch the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. You want me to write? That would be quite embarrassing for me, especially since my mood is rather poor at the moment," Su Yang replied, shrugging. Mo Zhenghao, incensed, retorted, "Liang, did I not just say he is a fraud? He dares not write. In my opinion, he cannot even write his own name properly, yet he claims to be a master of calligraphy. Bah, if he is a master, I shall take his surname." "Enough. I have no desire for a worthless son like you," Su Yang exclaimed, waving him off disdainfully. "You are courting death," Mo Zhenghao shouted, raising his fist to strike Su Yang, only to be brought down by a swift kick from the latter. "Young master, are you all right?" Several subordinates rushed to assist him. Grimacing in pain, Mo Jinghao cursed, "You bunch of useless fools. Can't you see I am being assaulted? What are you standing around for? Attack him." His subordinates, unwilling to defy his command, swung their fists towards Su Yang. "Stop." Shen Yuqing suddenly interjected, stepping protectively in front of Su Yang, her voice icy as she warned. "Who dares lay a finger on him? I will ensure they do not see tomorrow's sun." "Shin, you dare to protect him?" Mo Jinghao seethed. "Indeed, I shall protect him." "What can you do about it?" "Very well, I shall remember this debt," he replied, his expression darkening as he glared at Su Yang. "A mere pretty boy hiding behind a woman dares to offend me. You had best hope you do not fall into my hands." At that moment, the server arrived with the ink and brush. Liang Zixuan extended her hand in an inviting gesture. "Mr. Su, if you can indeed produce excellent calligraphy, I shall believe your words, and the order will belong to Shen Yuqing." "Liang, you!" Mo Jinghao exclaimed, furious at the prospect of losing what was nearly in his grasp. "Mo, I detest being deceived. If your calligraphy proves to be a forgery, not only will you forfeit this collaboration, but you shall also lose all future dealings with my company. Conversely, I will offer an additional 2% in profit as compensation," Liang Zixuan declared, her tone now far less accommodating than before. Turning to Shen Yuqing, Su Yang asked, "If I assist you in securing this order, what reward might I expect?" Shen Yuqing raised a single finger. Su Yang's eyes brightened. 100 million? Shen Yuqing nearly choked on his words. Having anticipated he might guess a sum of perhaps 10 or even 100,000, given that he was merely an average office worker. "What are you thinking?" "The maximum I can offer is 10 million, and that must wait until the project is completed." "All right, 10 million is still a considerable sum." In light of the monetary incentive, Su Yang's spirits lifted. Approaching the desk, he dipped the brush into the ink, contemplating what characters to inscribe. Noticing his hesitation, Liang Zixuan furrowed her brow slightly. "What is the matter?" "Humph. How convincingly you pretend. Why don't you write? Are you afraid of being exposed?" Mo Jinghao mocked immediately. "You buzz around like a bothersome fly, incessantly droning on. You incessantly claim that I am a fraud. How about this? Let us wager. If my writing proves satisfactory, you shall kneel and bow to me 3 times, then roll yourself out of here. But if you fail to produce anything, do as you wish. Be it life or death. Very well, it is settled. I shall chop you into pieces and toss you into the river to feed the turtles. And the Shin family cannot intervene. If a mere gaze could kill, Mo Jinghao would have eliminated Su Yang countless times already." Shen Yuqing attempted to dissuade Su Yang from acting impulsively, but he raised his hand to stop her. "This is my wager with him. You need not concern yourself." Su Yang began to write. His strokes flowed gracefully, the characters robust and powerful, yet imbued with a certain ethereal quality, completed in a single, unbroken motion. Chapter 9. She became jealous. Liang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm almost palpable despite her efforts to conceal it. "All right." Su Yang set down his pen. The paper bore only 4 characters, national beauty and heavenly fragrance. He had not anticipated that her calligraphy skills had ascended to such a masterful level. "It was indeed my oversight not to recognize your talent, Master Su. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Liang Zixuan slightly leaned forward, inadvertently revealing a hint of her alluring neckline, causing Su Yang to awkwardly glance over. This young lady possesses quite the allure. At that moment, Shen Yuqing was utterly astonished. She had believed that Su Yang was boasting, only to discover the truth, which left her both shocked and a bit irritated. National beauty and heavenly fragrance? Is that dog of a man purposely trying to flatter Liang Zixuan? Especially after noticing Su Yang's gaze, she angrily stepped on his foot. Being stepped on by a stiletto was indeed quite painful. Even Su Yang, with his rugged constitution, couldn't help but cry out. Shen Yuqing swiftly blocked Su Yang's view and muttered through gritted teeth, "Is it really that stunning? Your eyes nearly popped out." Liang Zixuan chuckled softly. Shen Yuqing turned around, her irritation palpable as she inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "As old classmates, our previous agreement still stands. The order is yours, he belongs to me, and we can sign right now. I'm not interested in that order. Give it to whoever you wish." Shen Yuqing scoffed dismissively. "Wait, don't be rash. How can you simply refuse?" Su Yang exclaimed, suddenly anxious. If the order fell through, the 10 million yuan bonus would also vanish. He hurriedly attempted to placate her. "President Liang, she's just speaking out of anger." A smile flickered at the corner of Liang Zixuan's lips. Her gaze laced with challenge as she leaned closer to Shen Yuqing and whispered, "Old classmate, the more you act this way, the more intrigued I become by him. This man, I intend to claim him." At that moment, Su Yang noticed Mo Jinghao attempting to sneak away and immediately shouted, "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Damn it. Where I go is none of your business." Mo Jinghao's face turned pale. "We made a bet. You lost, and now owe me 3 kowtows. Are you trying to renege?" Su Yang clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. "What do you want?" Mo Jinghao took a cautious step back, though he still shouted defiantly, "Kid, be merciful. Leave a line for future encounters. I warn you, I am the heir of the Mo family. If you offend me, you won't have a good outcome." Shen Yuqing scoffed coldly. "Others may fear your Mo family, but my Shen family does not. Since you lost, you must honor the bet." Liang Zishuan's expression turned frosty. Her eyes filled with disdain. "Your Mo family holds some standing in Qiqing, yet I never expected the heir to be a man of such dishonor. From this moment forth, Jinhua Group shall sever all ties with the Mo Group." Mo Jinghao's face turned ashen, and he quickly pleaded for mercy. "President Liang, our families have collaborated for many years. How can we sever ties over such a trivial matter? I truly had no idea that painting was fake. I am but a victim. If you continue to prattle on, it will be more than just severing ties. Do you wish for the Mo family to be ostracized? Fine, I will kneel." Mo Jinghao knelt before Su Yang, reluctantly bowing 3 times, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "This debt shall not be forgotten." With that, he turned to leave. "Stop." Su Yang called out to him once more. Mo Jinghao spun around, seething with rage. "What more do you want? Our wager was to leave this place, not merely to walk away. You, depart." "Fine, I shall depart." With that, Mo Jinghao exited the private room. Laughter echoed within, and he stood up, seizing his subordinate by the collar, growling, "Find someone immediately. I want him dead." Moments later, within the room, Shen Yuqing pulled Su Yang towards the exit. Liang Zishuan interjected. "Displeased, President Shen, we haven't even eaten yet. Where are you going?" "You may eat at your leisure," Shen Yuqing coldly retorted, dragging Su Yang out of the private room. "President Liang, we shall finalize the contract tomorrow." Su Yang's voice resonated in the corridor. Liang Zishuan carefully stored away the calligraphy, instructing her assistant, "Prepare the documents. We shall sign tomorrow." In the hotel corridor, Su Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, why the rush? A whole table of dishes has just been served. And after toiling through the night, am I not allowed even a bite? All you think about is food." Shen Yuqing shot him a fierce glare as she hastened into the elevator. Without waiting for the doors to close, Su Yang stepped inside as well. "Why do I feel somewhat superfluous?" Lu Yun pondered, astonished, in the corridor. Inside the elevator, Shen Yuqing wore a dark expression, silent as the grave. "You have also observed. President Liang is affluent and influential. Not even the Mo family dares to offend her. If you can win her favor, you shall never have to worry about finances in this lifetime. Indeed, I shall accompany her right away." "You dare?" Shen Yuqing immediately raised her fist. Su Yang smirked mischievously. "Are you jealous?" "Humph. Spare me your self-importance. It is merely that I cannot abide Liang Zishuan's smug demeanor." Shen Yuqing boldly lifted Su Yang's chin, asserting, "Remember, you are my employee. Without my consent, you shall not engage in leveraging your charms for business, especially not with Liang Zishuan." Does President Shen not find this statement rather amusing? "You summoned me here precisely to curry favor with President Liang, thereby securing that billion-dollar order." Su Yang scoffed. Shen Yuqing, unwavering, declared, "What was, I have changed my mind. Upon returning, compose a piece for me. No 10 pieces. Su Yang took the initiative, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, pinning her against the wall, a smile dancing on his lips as he gazed into her eyes. "President Shun, have you developed feelings for me?" "Nonsense. How could I possibly fancy someone like you?" Shen Yuqing retorted. "Do not resort to personal attacks." "What do you mean by someone like me? What, are you afraid to own up to your actions? I am well aware of your past indiscretions." "Oh, really? I am quite curious to hear what unsavory tales you think I possess. Must I spell it out for you?" "Speak." Su Yang's temper flared. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a bespectacled man was about to step inside when Su Yang shouted him away. "How is it that you are so infuriated? You, being so young, why must you engage in such activities instead of choosing a more respectable path? Can you not possess a modicum of integrity? You insufferable capitalist. Do not presume to insult others simply because you are wealthy." The two of them were positioned closely. Even the air they breathed felt intertwined. Shen Yuqing's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her thoughts a tangle. She instinctively remarked, "You work as a security guard during the day and engage in night trades. Do not think I am unaware of this. So, this is how I am perceived in your eyes. Su Yang chuckled in response, swept up in a surge of emotion. He suddenly leaned in. Is it not true? MMM. Her mouth was silenced, rendering her speechless. Shen Yuqing's eyes widened. This insufferable man. Cannot he be a little gentler? Shen Yuqing pressed her hands against Su Yang's chest, yearning to push him away, yet feeling a twinge of reluctance. Chapter 10. You must be responsible for me. Su Yang inexplicably found himself somewhat infatuated, the images of that fateful night flooding his mind as he gradually closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he abruptly released her. Coincidentally, the elevator doors opened, arriving at the first floor. Dear President Shen, thank you for introducing me to a wealthy woman. Consider this a complimentary token of appreciation. Su Yang stated angrily, tossing out the words before hastily retreating with a laugh. Shen Yuqing clenched her fists in fury. That scoundrel, taking advantage and then fleeing. Stop right there. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she wiped her mouth and immediately pursued him. Upon exiting the hotel, the driver promptly brought the car around. Shen Yuqing chose not to enter the vehicle but instead chased after Su Yang. Hold on. Can you please stop following me? Su Yang shot her a disdainful glance. Intending to escape, yet she had already caught up. Shen Yuqing grasped his arm firmly. In the end, it all comes down to money. Name your price. I will support you. Su Yang was repulsed by her frivolous demeanor. With a stern expression, he shrugged off her hand and coldly reprimanded. I never imagined President Shun had a penchant for keeping a toy boy. May I inquire if you are married? If so, how can you bear to take on a young man while betraying your husband? Does that sit well with your conscience? Shen Yuqing was left speechless. Even if there is no affection between you as a couple, as long as you remain married, you cannot act against him. How do you know I am married? Does it truly matter? Please, show some respect for your husband. If you are unhappy, divorce him instead of contemplating infidelity. Su Yang was genuinely infuriated. Although Shen Yuqing sought to support him, she remained unaware of their true relationship, which, in a certain sense, could be deemed a betrayal. Just as Su Yang stepped onto the street, a van sped towards them, showing no signs of slowing down and, in fact, accelerating. Watch out. Shen Yuqing's face paled as she rushed towards Su Yang. The blinding glare of the headlights rendered Su Yang momentarily sightless, and he heard Shen Yuqing shout, instinctively retreating. A loud cry echoed as Su Yang collided with Shen Yuqing, reflexively embracing her, their balance faltering as they fell to the ground. The van whizzed past them, showing no intention of stopping. Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Su Yang urgently inquired. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Shen Yuqing chuckled. You still dare to laugh? Are you out of your mind? That was incredibly dangerous. Why did you run over? Even if it were a kitten or puppy, I would have rushed to save it. Goodbye. Su Yang pushed her away, getting up to leave. It hurts. Shen Yuqing cried out in pain. I must have owed you in my past life. Su Yang quickly crouched down, wanting to assess her injuries. Where does it hurt? Here, she indicated her ankle. Su Yang rolled up her pant leg, revealing her slender calf, gently removing her high heel, which had left her fair and delicate foot reddened. Gently reaching out to caress her ankle, it felt silken and tender. Does it hurt? Su Yang asked with concern. Shen Yuqing nodded pitifully, yet her heart was tumultuous. Especially when Su Yang's hand brushed against her foot, sending a jolt of electricity through her, her anxious heart nearly leaping from her chest. Where else does it ache? My head hurts too. I feel unwell all over. What were you thinking trying to show off? This isn't saving someone. It's practically delivering a death sentence. Su Yang scooped her up into his arms, his finger deftly hooking the strap of her high heel as he made his way to the car. Meanwhile, the driver had already pulled up, and Lu Yun hurried over, having witnessed the harrowing scene unfold moments ago. President Shen, are you all right? We should go to the hospital. Su Yang gently placed Shen Yuqing in the car and sat beside her, while Lu Yun wisely chose the front seat. Not long after, at the First People's Hospital of Qingqing, in the VIP ward, Shen Yuqing donned a patient gown. Careful, it's hot. Su Yang sat at her bedside, holding a bowl of seafood porridge, feeding it to Shen Yuqing, who exhibited an unexpectedly obedient demeanor, devoid of her usual strong-willed persona. At this moment, Lu Yun comprehended fully. They were indeed a couple, with the affection they displayed. You should be cautious in the future. I sense that tonight's incident was no accident. Someone may have deliberately targeted you or me. Su Yang cautioned Shen Yuqing with a hint of worry. It's likely directed at you. And I believe I know who it is. Are you referring to that Mo Xiao? It must be him. You have embarrassed him so thoroughly, losing 100 billion order and permanently severing ties with the Jinhua group. Anyone would harbor resentment, and with Mo Jinghao's temperament, he is indeed capable of hiring someone to commit murder. At this point, Shen Yuqing shot Su Yang a reproachful glance, as the saying goes. It's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you. I merely sought to prevent you from becoming a target for such a treacherous individual, and yet you took it out on me. If it is indeed him, I will ensure he pays for it. Su Yang was unafraid of retaliation, yet he worried for his younger sister in high school. You need not fret excessively. I will handle this matter. Shen Yuqing smiled gently, then turned to Lu Yun. Notify Uncle Li and inform him of tonight's events. We must thoroughly investigate this. Understood. In recent years, the family had operated discreetly, with many unaware of who truly held power in Qiqing. A mere Mo family dared to provoke her foolishness indeed. Issue a statement to blacklist the Mo family. Anyone who dares to support them will stand against the Shen family. Yes, Lu Yun promptly acknowledged. Secretly thinking, the Mo family is finished. As Shen Yuqing's special assistant, Lu Yun was well aware of the Shen family's immense power. As the future heir of the Shen family, Shen Yuqing chose to forge her own path. While studying abroad, she established a company that swiftly rose to prominence within just 3 short years. Upon her return, she acquired the Tianming Group and resolved to expand into the domestic market, achieving this without relying on her family's influence. She is the pride of the business world, a true commercial genius, with the added prestige of her family. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the Queen of Commerce. At this moment, a young female doctor entered, holding several examination reports. Xiao Qing, after the examination. Your health appears to be stable. Hospitalization is unnecessary. You have merely twisted your ankle. Upon returning home, apply the ointment regularly, minimize walking, and refrain from wearing high heels for the time being. The doctor, named Li Zhaoer, is a close friend of Shen Yuqing. No need for hospitalization? I feel unwell all over. I'm dizzy. Shen Yuqing raised her hand to cover her forehead and discreetly winked at her friend. Huh? Li Zhaoer quickly caught on and nodded. You may be experiencing a mild concussion. Someone must be there to care for you. A concussion? Su Yang expressed a desire to see the examination report. Li Zhaoer deliberately feigned busyness. Turning to leave, Xiao Qing, there are several other patients I must attend to. You may choose to be hospitalized or recuperate at home, but it is imperative that someone is there to look after you. The decision is yours. All right. A smile graced Shen Yuqing's lips as she said to Su Yang, I was injured while saving you, so you must take responsibility for me. Chapter 11. I want to be the CEO. Is that acceptable? Su Yang quickly waved his hand, saying, I am but a mere man, ill-suited to care for others. That duty falls to Assistant Lu. Lu Ying, engrossed in her snacks, immediately interjected, I am far too occupied. The company has an overwhelming number of matters to attend to. Shen Yuqing smiled with satisfaction, replying, Thank you, Assistant Lu, for your hard work. Your bonus will be doubled at the end of the month. Lu Ying beamed with delight. Su Yang, feeling slighted, protested, Hey, I've been toiling away for half a day. Surely I deserve some form of reward. What was your previous salary? Around 7 or 8,000. He replied, From now on, your monthly salary will be 20,000. You will be promoted to the CEO's office as my personal assistant. I cannot do that. Perhaps you should stick to being a security guard. You won't be tasked with anything overly complicated, merely some menial chores. But you must be available 24 hours a day. 20,000 to buy all my time. You must be dreaming. I refuse. 50,000. What if you exploit your position and take advantage of my charms? No way. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. Still, it feels akin to selling myself. 100,000. Deal. Su Yang promptly shook her hand. A month's salary equated to an entire year's worth. Only a fool would turn it down. Especially when in dire need of funds. Shen Yuqing chuckled. Boss, would you like some porridge? Su Yang filled another bowl. I crave apples. Certainly. As long as the payment is secured, I am willing to undertake any task. Even if it meant serving as CEO, I would do so without hesitation. Shen Yuqing scoffed. What fanciful thoughts are you entertaining? Time passed quietly. Morning arrived. Shen Yuqing returned to the company after receiving a call from Liang Zixuan, who agreed to sign the contract. This multi-billion deal was insignificant for the Shen family, yet for her, it held substantial importance, affecting her future development and status. To avoid gossip, Su Yang alighted from the car a distance from the company. As he stepped into the headquarters, a derisive voice rang out. Oh, I thought a prominent CEO had arrived. Instead, it's you, a mere pest, now donning a suit. The head of security, Sun Tong, approached Su Yang with a condescending gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe, even tugging at his clothing. a lowly worker dressed so finely. What a fade. Are you feeling particularly bold today? Suyang replied coolly, not even sparing him a glance. Sun Tong, feeling ignored, gritted his teeth and admonished. Do you see what time it is? Why are you so late? Suyang lazily raised his wrist to check his $20 electronic watch. It's not even 8 yet. What's the issue? Sun Tong's eyes widened in indignation. Security personnel must arrive by 7. You think you're in an office? Latecomers face a $200 fine. It has always been 8 o'clock for work. When was it mandated to arrive by 7? Suyang frowned. In the security department, I make the rules. If I say 7, it is 7. Do you have an objection? Sun Tong retorted, full of disdain. Suyang stepped closer, seizing Sun Tong by the collar and sneering. Do you wish to flaunt your authority here? Apologies, but you've mistaken your opponent. Should you provoke me further, I'll leave you searching for your teeth. Even if Assistant Liu supports you, what does it matter? Liu Yun is merely a lowly assistant. Whereas I have General Manager Chen backing me, I possess ample means to deal with you. Sister, you take pride in being the other woman, shamelessly boasting about it. How admirable, truly. Suyang clapped his hands, deliberately loud. Nearby, a few individuals whispered among themselves. Sun Tong felt their scrutinizing gazes. As if a multitude of daggers pierced his heart, causing his face to flush with anger. Suyang, you will pay for this, he exclaimed furiously. Bah, what a farce. Suyang strode towards the changing room. Today, he was to report to the president's office, where Liu Yun was processing the transfer. A directive specifically given by Shen Yuqing to safeguard Su Yang's dignity. If Shen Yuqing were to privately pay him, it would appear as if he were being kept. In the changing room, Suyang neatly folded the security uniform, preparing to return it. Sun Tong mandated that departing employees must return their issued uniforms. Failure to do so would result in a deduction from their pay. Although he hadn't officially resigned, he would no longer wear it. And for the sake of a few coins, it was better to hand it over. At last, he could rid himself of that wretched superior. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Liu Yun calling, he answered. Suyang, the signing representative from Jinhua Group has arrived. President Shin specifically instructed that you must attend. But I know nothing about it. I would rather not go. Sugu, I beg you to come. Otherwise, President Shin will be furious. Reluctantly, Suyang acquiesced. At that moment, a young security guard entered. Sugu, can I borrow your charger? My phone is dead. It's in the locker. Help yourself. Suyang hurriedly left. Once he was gone, the young guard swiftly retrieved an item from his pocket and placed it in Su Yang's locker, then locked the door, nervously wiping the surfaces he had touched with a cloth. A moment later, Suyang entered the VIP conference room. Shen Yuqing was engaged in conversation, and upon noticing Suyang, gestured for him to sit beside her. Mr. Su, good to see you again. The speaker was none other than Sun Li, the representative from Jinhua Group, the same enchanting assistant who had accompanied Liang Zixuan the previous night. Sun Li smiled gently, rising to shake his hand. After all, this was a man of great importance to their general manager Liang, and she dared not treat him lightly. Hello, Suyang responded politely. Noticing now that the assistant was quite attractive with a commendable figure, Shen Yuqing discreetly pinched Su Yang's soft flesh. Ouch. Suyang flinched. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a mosquito bite. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Li. Mr. Su, please remember me. We may have frequent dealings in the future. Very well. Please have a seat. Suyang offered a slight smile. As everyone settled down, Suyang shot an irritated glare at Shen Yuqing. Why did you pinch me? Humph. Shen Yuqing ignored him. Meanwhile, Liu Yun appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing around. Are there mosquitoes? I didn't feel anything. Mr. Su, General Manager Liang has specifically instructed that you must be the leader of this project. Please do not disappoint him. Suyang felt overwhelmed. He was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. However, when it came to confronting challenges head-on, he excelled. Rest assured, Assistant Sun, our company will exert its utmost effort to ensure your satisfaction. I shall appoint Suyang as the head of this project shortly. I object. A voice suddenly interjected as the door swung open. A middle-aged man, visibly irate, strode in. It was General Manager Chen Weiqing. He was incensed. A project worth hundreds of billions was underway, yet he was not consulted during the signing process, and instead, a mere security guard was brought into the fray. To make matters worse, they had appointed Suyang as the leader. Was this not absurd? Mr. Chen, do you have any objections? Shen Yuqing inquired, her brow furrowed. Ms. Shen, while I may comply with your decision to exclude me from this project, how can you justify appointing a security guard as the leader? This decision is difficult to accept. Very well. I shall provide you with a reason. He was instrumental in securing this project. Impossible. He is merely a gatekeeper. How could he possibly have negotiated this? Your favoritism towards him raises suspicions about your relationship. It is no wonder that some employees are murmuring, suggesting he is your kept man. Upon hearing such words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 12. Framing and Entrapment. Lu Yun furiously rebuked, Mr. Chun, please mind your words. If you dare to spread rumors about the president, do you wish to be dismissed? This is not something I stated. I merely overheard some employees discussing it. I will address their remarks. Chun Weiqing replied, unperturbed, deftly shifting the blame onto others while maintaining his innocence. Shen Yuqing, her expression impassive, inquired coolly, Mr. Chen, how long have you been overseeing the Science Park project? About 3 months. Have you reached an agreement? No, not yet. The project is exceedingly vast, and considerable time is required for preparation on all fronts. Do not bore me with superfluous details. I am solely interested in results. The fact remains that you have failed to secure a deal while Su Yang has succeeded. What face do you have to raise your voice here? Shen Yuqing reprimanded sharply. Chun Weiqing's face flushed with heat as he retorted defiantly. How could a mere security guard possibly negotiate such a significant project? Su Yang scoffed. You could not achieve it. Yet I have. Does the esteemed general manager fall short of my status as a humble guard? Shen Weiqing barked. Do you even have the right to speak here? Sun Li abruptly stood, her demeanor grave as she reprimanded Shen Weiqing. Do you have the right to speak here? This cooperation indeed hinges on Mr. Su's reputation. Jinhua Group acknowledges only Mr. Su. What are you to question their decision? TSK, what does being a general manager signify if he is not recognized? Su Yang chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. At a critical moment, the young lady proved to be quite formidable, a friend worth keeping. Shen Weiqing, his face burning with humiliation, still felt reluctant to concede. Assistant Sun, do not be deceived by him. He is merely a gatekeeper. Can you trust him with such a major project? We trust Mr. Su, came the light response that nearly rendered Shen Weiqing speechless, causing him to storm out, his countenance dark with displeasure. Just then, a staff member hurriedly approached, presenting a delicate handbag to Lu Yun. The bag has been found. Sun Li's eyes brightened, her expression one of joy. Not long ago, her bag had suddenly gone missing. Losing a client's belongings was indeed a grave matter, prompting Lu Yun to dispatch individuals in search of it. Lu Yun handed the bag to Sun Li, apologizing profusely. I sincerely hope nothing is missing. I trust in the character of your company's employees. Despite her words, Sun Li instinctively opened the bag for a quick check, her expression shifting dramatically. What is it? Lu Yun's heart sank. All the contents of my bag are gone, Sun Li revealed, opening the bag for them to see. It was indeed empty, her tone now colder and far less courteous than before. Assistant Sun, rest assured, regardless of the value of the missing items, our company will take full responsibility, Lu Yun hastily assured. However, the incident of theft occurring while a client was present to sign a contract would severely tarnish the company's reputation if it were to leak. This is not merely about the money, Sun Li expressed her anger. Were it not for President Liang's insistence on collaborating with Tianming Group, she would have walked away without a second thought. Shen Yuqing's gaze turned icy as she remarked, Assistant Sun is correct. This matter transcends monetary concerns. If our clients must navigate our headquarters with the caution reserved for thieves, how can they trust in our capabilities? Notify the security department to seal off the office building and conduct a thorough investigation immediately. Lu Yun responded promptly and departed. A moment later, Security Chief Sun Tong hastened into the VIP negotiation room. Miss Shin, have we uncovered any leads? He inquired. Indeed, Sun Tong replied, casting a sinister glance at Su Yang. A tip-off suggests that Su Yang has been lurking in the changing room. I suspect he has stolen the client's bag. What? Impossible. Shen Yuqing instantly retorted. Though her acquaintance with Su Yang was limited, her instincts assured her he was not that sort of individual. Sun Li furrowed her brow, stating, given Mr. Su's capabilities, he would have no need to jeopardize himself for mere money. She had witnessed Su Yang's calligraphic prowess firsthand the previous night. As President Liang had once remarked, with Su Yang's skill, a single character could be worth a fortune. It was inconceivable that he would resort to theft for financial gain. As the saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not their heart. General Manager Chen Weiqing arrived, pointing at Su Yang's attire with derision. Just look at him, adorned in designer labels. If I'm not mistaken, that outfit must be worth at least $1 million. He.S. merely a lowly security guard, earning a few thousand a month. Even a lifetime's wages would not suffice for such expensive clothing. What? Worth $1 million? Sun Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, he had assumed it was merely cheap merchandise, but now he insisted, Miss Shun, that outfit must have been stolen. Which of your dog's eyes saw me stealing? Su Yang retorted, swiftly kicking out. Sun Tong yelped as he stumbled, crashing between Chun Weiqing's legs. Several colleagues nearby gasped at the spectacle. Chun Weiqing took a couple of steps back, casting a contemptuous glare at Sun Tong, chastising him in a hushed tone, utterly useless. Sun Tong, his face pale with fury, scrambled to his feet and bellowed, Su Yang, I'll make you pay. Enough. Shen Yuqing admonished, suppressing a laugh. Lu Yun cleared her throat, stating, Su Yang's clothing was purchased by the company. What? Shen Weiqing exclaimed, eyes wide with incredulity, before snorting derisively. The company spent $1 million on his wardrobe? Assistant Lu. Do you expect me to believe that? Whether you believe it or not, it is the truth, Shen Yuqing asserted. Is that so? Shen Weiqing asked, his expression darkening. President Liang has a passion for calligraphy, and Su Yang possesses considerable skill. Thus, I brought him along for discussions with President Liang and naturally had to prepare him with appropriate attire. It was precisely due to his involvement that we secured this project successfully. Shen Yuqing elaborated to dispel any unfounded rumors, especially considering President Liang's less-than-stellar reputation. Chun Weiqing's expression soured as he exchanged glances with Sun Tong. Sun Tong, his face contorted with rage, shouted, Miss Shun. Assistant Sun S bag was found right at the changing room entrance. Whether he stole it can be determined with a simple search. Su Yang chuckled, prompting Sun Tong to glare. What are you laughing at? Seeing your unshakable confidence, it appears you have deliberately orchestrated this situation against me. Your meticulous efforts to undermine me are quite evident. Su Yang has already surmised the outcome. The items in Sun Li's bag are undoubtedly concealed within his cabinet. Do refrain from hurling baseless accusations. Sun retorted immediately, yet the glimmer of triumph in his eyes betrayed him. With unwavering conviction, he asserted, Mr. Shen, Assistant Sun, I propose we all proceed together. It is prudent to have witnesses present. Chun Weiqing was the first to express his agreement. Indeed, let us go together. If we catch him red-handed, we shall promptly alert the authorities. Our company cannot harbor such unscrupulous individuals. Shen Yuqing nodded in affirmation. Although she held faith in Su Yang, she had no choice but to concur. Furthermore, she hoped to seize this opportunity to observe how Su Yang would navigate this precarious situation. If he could not resolve such a trivial matter, how could she entrust him with a project worth billions? Chapter 13. Breaking the impasse with ease. Do you think you can frame me? You are far too naive. Not long after, a group of individuals entered the changing room. Sun Tong pointed to one of the lockers and, in a commanding tone, instructed Su Yang to open it. Upon seeing the locker, Su Yang comprehended everything, for it had not been locked when he departed. At the same time, he found it somewhat amusing that such a rudimentary framing tactic was being employed. If I were to claim that the locker was open when I left, with the key still in the lock, and now it is locked with no key in sight, would you believe me? It is evident that you are too guilty to dare to open it. Sun Tong immediately shouted to the security guard outside the door, demanding a screwdriver to pry open the lock. There is no need for such trouble, Su Yang retorted as he grasped the handle and forcefully yanked it open, then gestured. Minister Sun, do hurry and retrieve your planted items. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Sun Tong promptly began rummaging through Su Yang's clothes. Unsurprisingly, he quickly unearthed several items, including an expensive lipstick, jewelry, and a wallet. Su Yang, what is this? Sun Tong feigned outrage, rebuking, President Shun has placed her trust in you. And this is how you repay her? As a security personnel, not only do you fail in your duty to protect our clients, but you also resort to stealing from them. With colleagues like you, our entire security department feels ashamed. Chun Weiqing could no longer contain himself, sternly demanding, call the police. We must eliminate such a disgraceful element. He was astonished to learn that Su Yang was this kind of person. I heard he works part-time at a nightclub after hours, and most of those who work there are likely to be delinquents. My newly purchased Bluetooth headphones vanished after just a few days. He must have stolen them. Outside, colleagues gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. Shen Yuqing remained silent, quietly observing Su Yang, curious to see how he would respond. Lu Yun, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and furrowed her brow, analyzing. Although the items are in Su Yang's locker, we cannot dismiss the possibility of someone deliberately framing him. I will retrieve the surveillance footage to see who has entered the changing room during this period. Thank you. Su Yang expressed his gratitude, not for her willingness to assist, but for her trust in him. Chun Weiqing exchanged glances with Sun Tong, who lowered his voice, stating, "This time, he will not escape." Before long, Luyan returned. President Shin, the staff in the surveillance room reported that the monitoring system has malfunctioned, and the engineering department is currently making repairs. Chun Weiqing, impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "The fact remains that Su Yang has stolen Assistant Sun S bag. Our company will not tolerate such morally bankrupt employees. Notify the HR department to terminate Su Yang and hand him over to the judicial authorities to pursue criminal charges." Two buffoons, each reinforcing the other. As if I do not exist. Su Yang smirked disdainfully. "Your bluster is futile. The items are in your locker. And that is a fact unless you possess evidence to prove your innocence. Such a base tactic dares to flaunt itself before me. I possess 100 methods to unveil the truth. Do you believe me? The truth? What we perceive is indeed the truth. Is there any merit in quibbling? In the absence of evidence, one ought to confess, and with a more contrite demeanor, perhaps we might, in light of our camaraderie, refrain from pursuing your criminal liability. Very well, you seek evidence, and I shall provide it." Su Yang turned his gaze toward the door and bellowed, "Sen Air." Outside, a young security guard trembled at the call and, mustering his courage, entered the changing room. "Brother, what do you need me for?" Sen Air inquired. "Sen Air, how long have we known each other?" "Almost half a year, I suppose. We've shared drinks on several occasions. You call me brother with every sip. Have I ever bullied you?" "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Sen Air's eyes betrayed a hint of panic as he struggled to meet Su Yang's gaze. "Sen Air, do you believe your actions were shrouded in secrecy?" Su Yang's voice suddenly escalated, startling Sen Air. "After I departed, you clandestinely placed items in my locker, believing I was oblivious. I don't comprehend what you're saying," Sen Air stammered, growing increasingly agitated. Sun Tong hastily shouted, "Sen Air, don't listen to his nonsense. He is merely trying to intimidate you. You truly are unyielding until confronted with the evidence," Su Yang scoffed as he opened the locker, deliberately scratching at a corner, then turning to face Sen Air, locking eyes with him. "Are you not curious how I discerned that it was you who deposited those items?" Sen Air remained silent, beads of sweat forming in the palms of his hands. Su Yang held up a small object for Sen Air to see. "Do you recognize this?" "A pinhole camera. Your every movement has been recorded. I intended to offer you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. So do not blame my lack of compassion." Upon hearing this, Sun Tong's expression shifted dramatically. Sen Air's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, pleading with a quavering voice, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I had no choice. Sun Tong coerced me. If I hadn't complied, he would have dismissed me. I worked so hard to enter Tianming Group. I cannot bear to lose this job." "You lie. When have I ever instructed you?" Sun Tong erupted in fury. Moments ago, he too had been startled, but upon reflection, he pondered whether Su Yang was merely attempting to deceive Sen Air. Before he could intervene, Sen Air had already confessed, unraveling their efforts. "It was you who directed me to steal the client's bag, then instructed me to place the items in Su Yang's locker, even going so far as to discard the empty bag at the changing room entrance. You promised me that if the task was completed, I would be rewarded with a promotion to security captain after removing Su Yang from the company. You're spouting nonsense." Sun Tong bellowed, raising his fist in a fit of rage as he charged towards Sen Air. The two engaged in a furious struggle. Truly, it is a case of incompetence leading to further misfortune. Chun Weiqing, with a grim expression, uttered a curse and swiftly departed. Shin Yuqing revealed a satisfied smile. The security minister, Sun, in collusion with Chen San, engaged in the theft of client possessions and attempted to frame a colleague, displaying a complete lack of integrity. The Human Resources Department was notified to terminate the employment of both individuals, issuing a public announcement that would result in their industry-wide ostracism and referral to the judicial authorities. Luyan proclaimed loudly, then gestured, "Take them away." Several security personnel, visibly enraged, stormed into the changing room and dragged them out as if they were lifeless dogs. "Brother, I was wrong. I don't want to go to prison. Save me, please." Chen San's cries for help echoed from outside. Su Yang remained unmoved. When one chooses to harm others, one must be mentally prepared for the consequences. The opportunity had been extended to him, but he failed to appreciate it. Chapter 14. Opportunities for Wealth. Shin Yuqing cast a gaze of admiration. "I never anticipated that you, of all people, could be so cautious. Even equipping your wardrobe with a pinhole camera. Is this a camera?" Su Yang inquired, presenting an object to Shin Yuqing. Upon inspection, she discovered it to be merely an ordinary button. "So you were deceiving him." The young man, harboring a guilty conscience and possessing a rather fragile psychological fortitude, was easily unmasked. It was no remarkable feat, merely a matter of employing some interrogation techniques. What led you to conclude that he was the culprit? Shin Yuqing asked with curiosity. Su Yang chuckled. My phone charger differs from San Air's, and he sought to borrow mine today. Such irregularities often conceal ulterior motives. A novice like him wears his emotions on his sleeve. So, is Director Shin satisfied with my performance? Moderately, Shin Yuqing replied, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Lu Yun. I hereby appoint Su Yang as the head of security, concurrently serving as my assistant, responsible for the Technology Park project. Hold on, can I just serve as the head of security? Su Yang interjected eagerly. In the past, he had envied Sun Tong, who seemingly enjoyed a leisurely life, wandering about, sipping tea, and flirting. Shin Yuqing appeared to ignore his comment. The salary I previously set for you was 100,000 per month. I shall increase it by 20,000, with benefits equivalent to that of a vice president. Deal, Su Yang responded without hesitation. A hint of pride flickered at the corners of Shin Yuqing's mouth. Such a little money enthusiast. The mere mention of compensation invigorates you. It is no wonder that President Liang holds you in high regard. We feel assured in trusting this project to Mr. Su. Sun Li smiled radiantly. Initially, her courtesy towards Su Yang stemmed from President Liang, but now it was genuine admiration. Shall we continue with the contract signing then? Of course. Please. Su Yang extended his hand politely. The group returned to the VIP conference room to resume discussions regarding the contract. At this moment, the Tianming Group's entertainment chat exploded with excitement. Wow, major news. Sun Tong from the security department framed Su Yang and was fired. Su Yang has now become the head of security. Which one is Su Yang? He's the most handsome and manly guy in the security department. Wow, it's him. I see him every day at work. I heard he is a veteran. Does he have a girlfriend? Stop swooning. I heard he is already married. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. We should all learn from him, daring to uphold the truth, unafraid of power, confronting workplace bullying head-on. Ding. In the Tianming work group, the administrative department sent a message. Everyone, to celebrate the company securing a 100 billion order, we have decided to organize a company outing to Tianhu next Friday. Specific itinerary arrangements. In the Tianming Entertainment Group, we can travel on the company's expense. How delightful. We owe our gratitude to Su Yang. I heard he was the one who negotiated that order. Is that true? Can a mere security guard really close such a deal? Is he truly just a security guard? It cannot be that a prominent figure is here to experience life, can it? Perhaps you have indulged in too many novels. You may be unaware. But I have personally heard Assistant Lu mention that General Liang of Jinhua Group has a profound admiration for calligraphy and greatly reveres the esteemed calligrapher, Master Yang. Even Master Yang has praised Su Yang's calligraphic skill. I am aware that Su Yang composed a piece for General Liang, which he greatly appreciated, thereby facilitating the success of the project. How could such an exceptional man be married? Unbeknownst to Su Yang, he had become a celebrity within the company. Having assumed the role of security minister, he naturally acquired a private office. Additionally, the presidential office provided him with a desk, as he also served as the president's assistant. In his office, Su Yang lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. Master, the scoundrel is calling. The scoundrel is calling. Upon hearing this ringtone, Su Yang knitted his brows in displeasure. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer the call. What do you want? I am your father. What tone is this? Lin Hongwei, spare me your theatrics. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I am not in the mood for idle chatter. How dare you? How did I end up with such an ungrateful wretch? Return immediately. Someone wishes to see you. Who? How can you even ask? It is the lawyer sent by the Shin family. They wish to divorce you. How could I have a son as lacking in ambition as you? Who abandons all prospects to become a security guard? You have brought shame upon the Lin family. Lin Hongwei, seething with rage, continued to berate him. You cannot even keep your wife. Had I known it would come to this, I would have had your younger brother marry the Shin family's heiress, thus squandering a golden opportunity. Be silent. My affairs are none of your concern. Furiously, Su Yang ended the call. In the eyes of his biological father, he was a complete failure, and no amount of effort could compare to that of his half-brother. He then dialed another number. Jiangzi, have there been any developments? Not yet. We only possess a blurred photograph of the girl's silhouette. Finding her is exceedingly difficult. Regardless of the difficulty, we must locate her. She is our sole lead. Increase the reward to 1 million. Anyone providing information will receive 5,000. Ah, brother, do you have such funds? I currently earn 12,000 a month. I can manage. I truly cannot fathom why, with your calligraphic talent, you are not making money effortlessly. Why endure such hardship? I made a promise to the old chief. No matter how challenging it becomes, I shall not rely on selling my calligraphy for a living. Very well, you are noble. By the way, I should inform you in advance that your bank account is running low. Thankfully, the government deposits funds into your account monthly. Otherwise, your meager salary would be insufficient. Oh, so soon? Last month, over 100 people provided leads, yet none were useful, and I still had to pay them gratitude fees, nearly 100,000, brother. This was only for a reward of 1,000. Now, you have raised it to 5,000. Cough, cough. It is indeed a bit excessive. Let us revert the reward to 1,000. The bounty remains at 1 million, agreed? Very well. Thank you, brother. Su Yang hung up the phone, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although his salary had seen a significant increase, he still found himself tightening his belt. The memories of his failed marriage flooded back, bringing another wave of headache. Deep down, he yearned to put an end to this farce, but he knew the time was not yet ripe. Moreover, given his educational background, securing even a modest job with a monthly salary of 12,000 was a daunting challenge. Finding one that paid merely 10,000 seemed nearly impossible. The harsh truth was that without financial resources, progress was unattainable. Yet, avoiding the issue was not a viable solution. The lawyer was relentlessly pursuing him, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, a young man clad in fashionable attire and sporting a head of blonde hair hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the house. Upon noticing the grim expression on Lin Hongwei's face, he inquired curiously, "Father, what troubles you?" This young man was none other than Su Yang's half-brother, Lin Jinglong. "Oh, it's nothing but your useless brother's fault," Lin Hongwei replied. "Has he arrived?" Lin Jinglong asked. "No, but someone from the Shin family has come." Lin Hongwei recounted the unfolding events. A glint of mischief sparkled in Lin Jinglong's eyes as a wicked idea took root, and he smirked, "Father, this presents a splendid opportunity for fortune. We must seize it." Chapter 15. The foolish wife compels me to impersonate her husband. Lin Hongwei was utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Dad, give me that lawyer's number. From this moment on, I shall be Lin Yang. You intend to impersonate your brother? That good-for-nothing will undoubtedly end up with nothing. The Shin family is the wealthiest in Qingcheng. Miss this opportunity, and it will be lost forever. But if the truth comes to light, the Shin family is not to be trifled with. Lin Hongwei felt a twinge of concern. Lin Jinglong, however, was calm and assured. Rest easy. I am well aware of my limits and shall not overstep. At Tianming Group, in the CEO's office, Shin Yuqing was diligently working on a proposal when her phone suddenly rang. To her surprise, it was her grandfather calling, prompting a weary sigh. "Grandfather, you girl, why have you returned to the country without visiting home? Do you disdain this old man?" "Of course not. How could I ever disdain you, grandfather? It's just that the company has been exceptionally busy lately, and I've had no time to return. Stop making excuses. Come home for dinner tonight, and bring Xiaoyang along. It's unacceptable for a newlywed to run off abroad for 3 years. Now that you are back, you must make amends to Xiaoyang. Grandfather, please don't concern yourself with my affairs." "How can I not be concerned? I was the one who brought you two together. During your years abroad, I felt too ashamed to face his grandfather. Grandfather, I must be honest with you. I have already filed for divorce. I will not repay the Lin family's kindness by sacrificing myself." Shin Yuqing's tone was resolute, no longer hiding her intentions. Upon hearing this, the elder was incensed. "What? Divorce? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I do not consent." His sudden outburst left Shin Yuqing's ears ringing. Despite her grandfather's admonishments, she stubbornly stood her ground. "My marriage is my own choice, and even if you're my grandfather, you cannot interfere." "What era are we in? You still believe in arranged marriages? As long as I draw breath, you shall not divorce. Even if you sue him, without my approval, no one will dare to process your divorce." "Grandfather, you cannot do this. I am your own granddaughter. Regardless of what you say, I will not allow this divorce. Love takes time to cultivate. A man as exceptional as Xiaoyang is rare to find. You should be grateful. Were it not for my good relationship with his grandfather, do you think such a fortunate match would have fallen to you? Exceptional? Ha, that is the greatest joke." Shin Yuqing scoffed. Years ago, the two had made a betrothal. Shin Yuqing's close friend had secretly visited the Lin family to assess her fiancé. Shortly thereafter, the friend returned in a huff, claiming she had witnessed a young man surrounded by admirers, exhibiting frivolous behavior, a veritable playboy. To avoid any misunderstanding, she had approached him to confirm his identity. The young man had boasted that he was the Lin family's sole heir. To add insult to injury, this Lin heir had even flirted with her friend, finding her appearance appealing. That evening, he was invited to dine at their home, and thus, the matter was settled. Feeling immensely frustrated, Shin Yuqing tossed her phone aside. Just then, the office door swung open, and Su Yong entered, carrying a cup of coffee. An idea sparked in his mind. Setting down the coffee, he noticed the peculiar glint in Shin Yuqing's eyes, coupled with a mischievous smile, causing a sudden flutter in his heart. This woman surely had something up her sleeve. He needed to make a swift exit. "Stop right there," Shin Yuqing called out as he attempted to leave without uttering a word. With a beaming smile, she approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What are you up to? I'm not offering my talents without a price." Su Yong crossed his arms defensively. Shin Yuqing seized his collar. "As my personal assistant, when the boss is in trouble, aren't you supposed to step up?" "That depends on the situation," he replied cautiously. "I need you to accompany me to a family dinner tonight and pose as my husband." "What? Last time we went shopping, you spent over $1 million on clothes for the company. As a key member of the firm, don't you know there are reimbursement limits?" Shin Yuqing swiftly countered, leaving him no room for rebuttal. "If you perform well tonight, I'll let this matter slide. Otherwise, humph." "Fine, I'll go." Su Yong ground his teeth in frustration. "I'll send you his details shortly. Remember to commit them to memory and don't slip up." A victorious smile graced Shin Yuqing's face. With a snort of indignation, Su Yong stormed out of the office, while Shin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. She resolved to change her strategy, opting not to confront the old man directly, but rather to align with his desires. Since he was so eager for a son-in-law, she would bring one home, given that he had never met the man. Shortly thereafter, a dossier appeared on Su Yong's desk. Lin Yong, heir of the Lin family. Greedy and lecherous after reading for a while, Su Ying angrily tossed the dossier aside and slammed his hand on the table. "What a detestable woman! Does she truly see me in such a light?" Ever since he had been cast out from his home, he had angrily adopted his mother's surname, ensuring Shin Yuqing never connected him with that faceless husband. "Su Yong, calm down. Why stoop to the level of a blind woman? Losing you is her loss. With my looks, how could I ever struggle to find a partner?" He reassured himself. As time slipped away, dusk began to descend. Shin Yuqing and Su Yong walked side by side into an upscale watch boutique. "You browse for a moment. I'll be right back from the restroom," Shin Yuqing said as she headed toward the facilities. Su Yong glanced at the display cases, noting that the prices of the watches started at over 100,000. Instinctively, he tugged at his sleeves to conceal the imitation watch he had purchased for $20. "Sir, which one catches your eye?" A sales assistant surveyed him from head to toe, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing his designer suit. "Don't mind me. I'm just looking," Su Yong replied, his face flushing as he waved her off. At that moment, a snarky voice pierced through the air. "Lin Yong, is that truly you? What are you doing here? Is this even a place for someone like you?" Su Yong turned around to see a young couple approaching. They were high school classmates of Su Yong. The male was named Wang Qing, hailing from a wealthy family, while the female was Chen Wan. During their high school years, they had never seen eye to eye. To their astonishment, after so many years, they found themselves face to face once again. "They run a business. Why shouldn't I come here?" Su Yong furrowed his brow. Wang Qing approached the counter and gestured toward the watches displayed within. "Take a look at these timepieces. The lowest price starts at over 100,000. They are in the business of catering to the affluent. Can you afford such luxury?" Chen Wan wore a disdainful smile as she scoffed. "I heard from classmates not long ago that he is currently working as a doorman, earning merely a few thousand a month. How could he possibly afford this?" "What? A doorman?" Wang Qing intentionally raised his voice, exclaiming, "I remember him from high school. He was quite the sensation, with groups of girls flocking around him, and even the school belle pursuing him. How has he fallen to the position of a doorman?" Haha. Chapter 16. Insult my man. You must pay the price. Upon hearing the words, the salesgirl behind the counter instantly changed her expression. She had thought him to be a wealthy patron, only to discover he was merely a lowly security guard, clad in counterfeit attire. What audacity he had to strut about like a peacock in this establishment. She dismissed him with disdain, urging him to leave so as not to impede their business. Yet, in an instant, she donned a facade of politeness, saying, "Mr. Wang, we have just received a new collection of exquisite watches. Do take a look and see if anything catches your fancy." Su Yong clenched his fists. Truly, a lack of money can humble even the most valiant of men. His pockets were light, and thus, his spirit remained low. The harshness of her words rang true. He could not afford such luxuries. as all his earnings were handed over to his good friend, Gongzi. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his rising anger. Just as he turned to leave, a graceful figure approached. It was Shin Yuqing. My man wishes to experience life and has taken on the role of a security guard for a few days. What is your objection? Shin Yuqing strode forward, linking her arm with Su Yang's, her gaze icy as it swept over the salesgirl, her formidable aura rendering them speechless. She pointed at the salesgirl. Did you just refer to my husband as a pauper? The salesgirl, with a sharp voice, screeched, I said it. What of it? A stinky security guard is nothing but a beggar. With that, she cast a scornful glance at Shin Yuqing, curling her lip. A stinky security guard's girlfriend is hardly any better. How dare she belittle Shin Yuqing's man as a beggar? You may leave at once, Shin Yuqing retorted. For you are sorely mistaken about the identity of this establishment's owner, the Shin family. If you think you can deceive and exploit here, you have come to the wrong place. The salesgirl's eyes widened in disbelief, her demeanor fierce. Wang Qing and Chun Wan scoffed, initially believing he was merely an inept security guard. Now realizing he had entangled himself in a mess of deceit. They had heard he had recently married, only to have his wife flee with another. The woman, addressing him as husband, was likely the same lowly creature who had ensnared him. Call the police, apprehend these two shameless individuals. They jeered, pointing and chattering incessantly. Shin Yuqing turned to Su Yang, asking, Do you know them? They are my high school classmates. Understanding dawned upon Shin Yuqing, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. I care not who you are. To insult my husband, you must face the consequences. She then turned her attention back to the salesgirl. And as for you, wise up and leave immediately, or I shall grant you no mercy. The trio erupted into laughter. That's a line I should be saying. It would be wise for you to leave before you attract the Shun family's wrath, leaving you without a foothold in Qingqing. The salesgirl remained obstinate, oblivious to the formidable presence she had provoked. Very well, if you wish to court disaster, I shall oblige. Shin Yuqing took out her phone to make a call. The salesgirl, dismissively curling her lip, remarked, What a pretentious act, as if you were the only one who can summon aid. She then proceeded to make a call herself. Mr. Su, there is a disturbance in the store, and they are threatening to strike. Please come quickly. The saleswoman's voice was sweet and flirtatious. Moments later, a corpulent middle-aged man, elegantly attired, strode into the store, bellowing, who was causing a ruckus here. The saleswoman immediately approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his and pointing at Shin Yuqing and Su Yang. Mr. Su, it's these two paupers who can't afford anything yet are demanding I leave. It's utterly outrageous. You must avenge me. Mr. Su paid no heed to the saleswoman and fixated his gaze on Shin Yuqing, his eyes lingering on her as he roughly pushed the saleswoman aside, grinning as he reached out to caress Shin Yuqing's face. Heh, little beauty, you are truly striking. Seeking death. Su Yang's eyes turned cold as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Shin Yuqing, seizing Mr. Su's wrist. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Ah, Mr. Su cried out in pain, glaring fiercely at Su Yang. You little brat, do you dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Dare to touch her, and I will take your life. Su Yang retaliated with a kick to Mr. Su's calf, causing him to involuntarily kneel. Shin Yuqing stared in awe at Su Yang's tall and imposing figure, feeling an unprecedented sense of security wash over her. A warm current flowed through her heart. Is this what it feels like to be cherished? How blissful. Truly, the audacity of a fledgling to challenge a tiger. Your end is nigh. I am backed by the wealthiest family in Qingqing, the Shin family. Soon, you shall learn the consequences of offending them. Mr. Su's eyes were filled with malice, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Su Yang merely smiled. He released his grip, delivering a decisive kick that sent Mr. Su sprawling to the ground. Winking at Shin Yuqing, he said, Mr. Shin, your dog has threatened me. I leave him to you. The saleswoman hurriedly assisted Mr. Su, exclaiming, Are you all right? How dare they strike you? They must be tired of living. Call the Shin family immediately and ensure they teach these miscreants a lesson. Wang Qing and Chun Wan exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. To them, Su Yang's audacity to stir trouble on the Shin family's turf would surely lead to dire consequences. Mr. Su, in a flustered state, rose awkwardly, shaking off the saleswoman's assistance as he fumbled for his phone, threatening maliciously, When the Shin family arrives, I will ensure this brat rots in prison. And as for this wretched woman, I will have her sent to a club and ruined. Dare you? A voice laced with fury rang out. Unbeknownst to them, a group of sharply dressed bodyguards had gathered outside, and a well-groomed, bespectacled middle-aged man entered the store. Mr. Su recognized him immediately and hurriedly approached, bowing obsequiously. Mr. Yang, your arrival is fortuitous. This pair of scoundrels, knowing full well this is the Shin family's establishment, dared to create a disturbance. They must be dealt with severely. I heard you mention sending the young lady to a club. If you wish, Mr. Yang, I could have her bound to your bed tonight, Mr. Su's words faltered as he belatedly realized the implications, his complexion paling dramatically. Slap. Mr. Yang struck him with a resounding blow, causing Mr. Su to see stars, his head ringing. You scoundrel! How dare you speak so disrespectfully of the young lady? You are courting death. General Manager Yang reprimanded sternly. Then turned about a mission. Miss, how would you like to deal with them? The salesgirl's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. How can she possibly be the young lady? Mr. Su rushed in front of the salesgirl and struck her face with a fierce slap. Cursing, you vile creature, it's all your fault. I swear I'll kill you. The salesgirl screamed in agony. Shin Yoqing's gaze was icy. Uncle Yang. How could someone of such character become a store manager? Is the Shin family now so reckless in selecting personnel? General Manager Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly responded. Miss, ever since you went abroad, your uncle has been ruling the group with an iron fist. I am quite helpless. Her uncle is restless again. Shin Yoqing's eyes glinted with cold light as she cast a disdainful glance at Mr. Su and the salesgirl. Investigate their accounts. If any issues arise, send them to the police station. From now on, they are banned from stepping foot in any enterprise under the Shin Group, a complete industry-wide blacklist. Understood, General Manager Yang replied promptly, gesturing. Take them away and conduct a thorough investigation. The pleas for mercy from the two echoed from outside. Miss, we were wrong. Please spare us. We will never dare again. Chapter 17. The allure of Mr. Shin's thighs. Wang Qing and Chen Wan discreetly retreated, their hearts heavy with regret. They had anticipated a spectacle of Su Yang being humiliated. Yet they found themselves confronted with an entirely unforeseen scene. Never could they have imagined that Su Yang was wed to such an extraordinary woman. Where do you think you are going? Shin Yoqing's icy voice pierced the air, causing them to shudder and display a smile more grotesque than tears. Yes, we apologize. Our eyes were clouded. Please, show mercy and do not stoop to our level. As I mentioned earlier, anyone who dares to insult my husband must face the consequences. I do not jest with strangers. Wang Qing hastily lowered his tone, pleading with Su Yang, old classmate. I'm sorry. Had I known your wife was the eldest daughter of the Shin family, even with 1,000 times more courage, I would never have dared to confront you. For the sake of our past friendship, I beseech you to spare us. Oh, now that you see my wife is wealthy and powerful, you wish to speak of friendship? Were you not just moments ago eager to witness my disgrace? Here is a word for you. Leave. Su Yang, filled with disdain, averted his gaze, fearing that lingering upon them would tarnish his sight. To his furious rebuke, rather than feeling incensed, they appeared elated, nodding vigorously. All right, we shall leave at once. Stop right there. Shin Yoqing, however, was not inclined to let them off so easily. My husband is magnanimous and chooses not to hold a grudge. But I am protective of him. You insulted my husband and think you can depart so effortlessly. What do you want? Kneel and apologize to my husband. I demand to see genuine contrition. Wang Qing's face paled as he hesitated, ultimately pulling Chen down to their knees, repeatedly bowing and slapping their own faces. We are sorry. We were wrong, and we shall never dare again. After delivering themselves a series of 10 slaps, they finally heard Shin Yoqing utter the word leave. The shop was finally quiet. Miss, did you come here to purchase a watch? Today. We are on our way to visit grandfather, and we stopped by to buy some gifts, including a watch for my husband. Shin Yoqing nearly let slip her words. Manager Yang hastily approached the counter, rummaging through the selection, and presented a refined timepiece. This is the latest model. Your husband should appreciate it. Shin Yoqing accepted it, her expression one of satisfaction, before passing it to Su Yang. Do you like it? Upon seeing the price tag, Su Yang's hand trembled, nearly dropping the exquisite watch. 5 million. Goodness, who wouldn't desire such an expensive timepiece? No, I have one. Su Yang declined. One must not accept too much from others. Although they were married, their bond was tenuous, especially as they were embroiled in a divorce. Shin Yoqing remained unaware of their true relationship. He wished to avoid accepting her excessive generosity. Previously, he had spent over $1 million on clothing, driven by a moment of anger and a hint of vengeful intent. In hindsight, he regretted it, relieved that he had secured that project and no longer felt indebted to her. Enough chatter. Discard that counterfeit watch. How could the husband of Shin Yoqing wear a trinket worth a mere few dozen? Shin Yuqing asserted her stance firmly, her tone commanding. What is the matter with counterfeit watches? They tell the time just the same. If you disdain me as your husband, let us part ways. Su Yang huffed in displeasure and turned to leave. A touchy fellow indeed. Shin Yuqing's lips curled into a smile as she hurried after him, clutching the watch. General Yang observed with a peculiar expression, muttering to himself. It is said that the young lady despises her hastily married husband, even weeping and clamoring for a divorce. Yet, it appears these rumors are unfounded. Their affection for each other is evidently quite strong. A moment later, in the car, Shin Yuqing chuckled at the sight of the sulking young man beside her. Quite engrossed in his role, aren't we? A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. Su Yang retorted coldly. Shin Yuqing handed him the watch. Here, take it. For a grown man to be so sensitive, you should be grateful for a gift. Rest assured. I ask nothing in return. I simply wish to express my gratitude for your willingness to assist. Then thank you, Ms. Shin, Su Yang replied with a smile. Promptly accepting the watch, he removed the counterfeit and donned the new one, savoring the weight of it. As the saying goes, if one cannot be the boss, then one should find a powerful ally. Ms. Shin's support is indeed invaluable. Wearing this 5 million watch feels remarkably different, heavy with significance. Uffed. Shin Yuqing shot him a chastising glance, annoyed by his words about her support. At the Shun family villa, the servants were bustling about preparing for the banquet. As the elder Mr. Shun had specifically instructed that the highest standards be maintained to welcome his granddaughter's husband. In the living room on the first floor, Mr. Shun wore a broad smile, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. However, seated within the room was a couple, Shin Yuqing's uncle and aunt, accompanied by their children. Unlike Mr. Shun, this family did not share his enthusiasm. What is there to be joyful about? It's just a worthless son-in-law who has teased shown his face in 3 years. Shin Yuqing's cousin, Shin Xinling, grumbled discontentedly. Indeed, my husband is light years ahead of her good-for-nothing spouse when my husband arrives. I have yet to witness such delight from the elder. Her mother, Liang Jing, echoed her sentiments. Mom, I've called Jing Hao. He'll be here shortly. I intend to show Shin Yuqing the stark contrast between her useless husband and Jing Hao. Shin Xinling's face twisted with malice. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the Shun family villa. From the vehicle emerged a striking young couple. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. A match made in heaven, Su Yang and Shin Yuqing. Good evening, young mistress, the guards stationed at the entrance greeted in unison. Shin Yuqing paused momentarily, gesturing towards Su Yang, and stated coolly, "This is your son-in-law." "Good evening, son-in-law," the guards chimed in again. Su Yang accepted their salutation with poise, showing no signs of surprise or flattery. Shin Yuqing's smile widened. Quite impressive. You do resemble the Shin family's son-in-law after all. Of course, Su Yang rolled his eyes and muttered softly. What? Nothing. Let us go inside, she replied. The two walked side by side into the living room. Upon their entrance, Mr. Shin's joy was palpable. Grandfather, they greeted. Shin Yuqing trotted over to her grandfather, affectionately linking her arm through his, embodying the playful demeanor of a young girl, devoid of any semblance of a domineering CEO. You haven't visited me since returning home. Do you even remember that you have a grandfather? Shin Yuqing teased playfully, sticking out her tongue. Old Master Shin rose to his feet, scrutinizing Su Yang with a nod of approval, his eyes glistening with joy. Indeed, he is my grandson-in-law. Hello, Grandpa. Upon first laying eyes on old Master Shin, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Su Yang, akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative. Good, my child. Please take a seat. Su Yang settled into the chair opposite him. Shin Yuqing gestured towards the array of extravagant gifts. Grandpa, these are presents from Lin Yang for you. Why bother with gifts among family? The presence of Xiao Yang is the finest gift of all. Old Master Shin, having lived a life of immense wealth, paid little heed to such material trappings. Shin Yuqi was well aware of this, yet the customary gestures of respect could not be overlooked, especially since it was her husband's inaugural visit. What merit was there in parading gifts purchased with the Shin family's money? Just a mere impoverished fellow. Fortunate enough to enter the gates of the Shin family, did he truly believe he could ascend to greatness? Such a worthless individual. What right did he have to earn old Master Shin's favor? Liang Jing and Shin Xinling exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions dripping with contempt. Chapter 18. Narrow path of enemies. Old Master Shin immediately reprimanded. Silence. Lin Yang is the son-in-law I have recognized. Anyone who dares to speak disrespectfully will be thrown out at once. Father, you are being too biased. Liang Jing muttered with discontent, her voice considerably subdued. Shen Youqing's expression turned cold. Aunt, if you do not conduct yourself as an elder, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Lin Yang is my husband. To insult him is to insult me. While grandfather may be considerate of familial ties, I hold no such reservations. You dare to threaten me for an outsider? I am your aunt. Liang Jing's face turned a deep shade of anger. Shen Youqing approached Su Yang, intimately linking her arm with his. He is my husband. Do you have a hearing problem? You. Liang Jing was left speechless. Shen Xinling immediately scolded. Shen Youqing, how dare you speak to my mother like that? Slap. A sharp response followed. You dare to hit me. Shen Xinling covered her face, glaring at Shen Youqing. Truly, like mother, like daughter. He is your brother-in-law. Not someone you can belittle at will. After 3 years apart, you've grown a spine to shout at me. Shen Youqing admonished sternly. Shen Youqing, you are too arrogant. Upon seeing her sister being struck, Shen Shangyun rushed forward, swinging her hand to slap Shen Youqing. Su Yang swiftly stepped in front of Shen Youqing, grasping Shen Shangyun's wrist with a firm grip. Is it not enough to bully my family in turns? Shen Shangyun grimaced in pain, trying to free herself, but finding Su Yang's grip as unyielding as iron. Let go, let go. As Shen Youqing gazed upon the tall and sturdy figure before her, her heart swelled with happiness, momentarily envisioning her father's silhouette. Since her father's passing, she had reminded herself daily to remain strong, asserting that even as a daughter, she could shoulder the responsibilities of the Shen family. With Su Yang's arrival, her once frosty heart began to thaw. As a powerful woman, she cast aside her corporate identity, longing for a man to provide her with a sense of security. Shen Youqing tugged at Su Yang, signaling him to release his hold. Shen Xinling, filled with indignation, rushed to her father's side, lamenting, Father, look at her. She has swollen my face, and you do nothing. Shen Youqing's uncle, Shen Yuanzhang, remained silent. Since Shen Youqing and Su Yang entered the living room, he had been observing them, particularly Su Yang. He noted that since Su Yang's arrival, he had exhibited no signs of timidity. The status of the Shen family's wealth did not seem to impose any pressure upon him. In the face of Liang Jing and others' ridicule, he displayed no trace of panic. Rather, it was their side that frequently lost composure. Shen Yuanzhang instinctively clenched his fists. One Shen Youqing was already a headache. The emergence of a formidable ally would make the competition for the inheritance even more challenging. Your sister is right. What are you crying for? Are you not embarrassed enough? Apologize to Lin Yang, Shen Yuanzhang reprimanded sternly. Shen Xinling was taken aback. What? Apologize to this useless son-in-law? Slap. Shen Yuanzhang slapped his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Nonsense. He's your brother-in-law. Yang Jing immediately embraced her daughter with concern, her voice sharp as she scolded. Have you lost your mind? Why are you turning your elbow outward? Be quiet. This is all your fault. Shen Yuanjing's face darkened with anger. At that moment, Elder Shen finally spoke up. All right, enough. Do any of you think this isn't humiliating enough? He then shot a glare at Shen Youqing. You girl. After 3 years abroad, your temper has only grown fiercer. Your younger sister is clueless, so you ought to be more accommodating. A lack of discipline deserves a beating. Shen Youqing snorted coldly, pulling Su Yang to one side, ignoring her uncle's family. Just then, a handsome young man entered the living room. Shen Xinling, feeling wronged, brightened at the sight of him and rushed over. Jing Hao, you finally made it. What a surprise to see you here, Shen Youqing frowned. It turned out that this brother-in-law was Mo Jing Hao. Simultaneously, Mo Jing Hao noticed her and Su Yang, suppressing his resentment, and donned a feigned smile. Miss Shen, it's a pleasure to see you again. It seems my uncle has managed to safeguard your Mo family. Shen Youqing scoffed. Jing Hao, do you know each other? Shen Xinling was taken aback. Mo Jing Hao nodded. After Ms. Shun returned to the country, she acquired Tianming Group, which happened to conflict with my family's business, leading to several dealings between us. Shen Xinling immediately defended her boyfriend, angrily reprimanding Shen Youqing. So that's why the Shen family suddenly targeted the Mo family. This is outrageous. Business should be about fair competition. How shameless can you be? Unable to compete with Jing Hao, you resort to using family power against the Mo family. Luckily, Dad intervened in time. Fool, Shen Youqing dismissed her with indifference. You. Shen Xinling was at a loss for words. Yet, Mo Jing Hao wore a gracious smile. Xinling, it's all in the past. Cousin is merely acting in the interest of family development. I understand. Oh, please refrain from being so familiar. I have no desire to associate with a despicable person like you, Shen Youqing sneered. Cousin has a slight misunderstanding of me. Mo Jing Hao chuckled awkwardly. Before presenting a brocade box with both hands, Grandfather Shen, I acquired the six-eyed celestial bead at a high price. It has been revered by the lamas of the Tibetan region for many years, considered a sacred relic. Oh, let me see. Elder Shun's face lit up as he received the celestial bead, examining it closely. The Tibetan people regard the celestial bead as a divine object. However, some merchants, seeking profit, mass-produce them. The one-eyed bead is the most common, but if the six-eyed bead truly has been revered by the lamas for years, it is indeed a rare treasure. Elder Shun, your insight is remarkable. Mo Jinghao quickly flattered, a forced smile on his face. It is said that genuine nine-eyed celestial beads are exceedingly rare, almost impossible to encounter, and as for the higher-tier pure celestial beads, they are unheard of. Indeed, such sacred relics are not meant for us mere mortals, Elder Shun reminisced, recalling a time when he was fortunate enough to meet an extraordinary individual who possessed a celestial bead of the highest caliber. Shin Yuqing suddenly burst into laughter. Young Master Mo, last time you presented General Yang with a counterfeit, deceitfully claiming it to be a treasure of Mr. Yang. Now, are you intending to gift a celestial bead instead? I hope this isn't another fabrication. You are mistaken. Xin, this is undoubtedly authentic. I was duped by an antique dealer. I too am a victim. Mo Jinghao's face flushed crimson as he hastily defended himself, casting a furtive glance at Shin Xinling. Shin Xinling immediately linked her arm with his, disdainfully curling her lip, both being grandsons-in-law. Take a look at the gifts Jinghao presents, and then observe yours. One has been absent for 3 years, while the other, a son-in-law who has not visited his grandfather in 3 years, merely brings some trinkets. Such filial piety. Just as Shin Yuqing was about to explode, Su Yang intervened. She makes a valid point. We must present at least one decent gift. Where shall we find a suitable present at this hour? Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes in displeasure. I have something. Ah? Shin Yuqing was taken aback, then leaned in to whisper, what could you possibly possess that is of value? Do not overreach. They are intent on humiliating you. Even if we arrive empty-handed, grandfather would not hold it against us. Chapter 19. The Nine-Eyed Celestial Pearl. Upon overhearing their hushed whispers, Shin Xinling raised her voice considerably, exclaiming, Humph. I knew that useless son-in-law would be unable to present anything. It is not a matter of looking down upon him. Even if he were to produce a gift worthy of a four-eyed pearl, he would still be deserving of my grandfather's affection. What significance does a mere six-eyed pearl hold? Su Yang scoffed dismissively. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes in silence. The words had escaped her lips, and it was too late to retract them. A mere six-eyed pearl? Such arrogance. Why don't you show us one, then? Coincidentally, I happen to possess a celestial pearl, and it appears to be of the nine-eyed variety. Su Yang removed the pearl from around his neck and presented it to Elder Shin, saying, Grandfather, this is for you. Could it truly be a nine-eyed pearl? Elder Shin's hands trembled with excitement as he accepted the pearl. Mo Jinghao and Shin Xinling were momentarily stunned, soon expressing their disbelief. How could this pauper possibly possess a nine-eyed pearl? It must be a counterfeit. Shin Yuqing, uncertain, discreetly tugged at Su Yang's arm. He offered her a reassuring glance, refraining from further argument. Elder Shun examined the pearl closely, slowly articulating, indeed, it is a nine-eyed pearl. The patterns are naturally exquisite, suggesting authenticity. From its luster and speckles, it appears to be an ancient pearl. If I am not mistaken, its market value should exceed 10 million. Impossible. A nine-eyed pearl is priceless and rare. How could a mere laborer possess such a treasure? Mo Jinghao's expression darkened. Shin Xinling was equally reluctant to accept its authenticity. Grandfather, could you be mistaken? Please examine it more closely. I am certain this is genuine. Elder Shin scoffed, then turned to Su Yang, inquiring, Child, how did you come by such a treasure? It was given to me by my grandfather. He mentioned that several were gifted to him by a lama from Tibet. And this one is of the lowest grade. Su Yang spoke candidly. Elder Shin chuckled. Ah, that makes sense, given your grandfather's abilities. It is not surprising that he acquired several fine celestial pearls. It has been many years since I last saw him. Perhaps I should visit him in Kyoto soon. I have not seen him in years either, Su Yang replied with a smile. Shin Yuqing blinked in disbelief, whispering, Your fabrication is so convincing that I almost believed you. Where did you really get this pearl? I did not lie. It is truly from my grandfather. You have limited information on me, yet you managed to improvise quite well. Just be cautious. Do not exaggerate too much, lest our two elders meet and the truth be revealed. Shin Yuqing felt a surge of appreciation for him. He had even offered up a family heirloom for her sake. Rest assured, I know my limits. Su Yang gestured an okay sign. Mo Jinghao, still unwilling to concede, declared, Elder Shin, I have already summoned an expert in gem appraisal, He will arrive shortly, and we shall soon ascertain the truth of this matter. Do you doubt my judgment? Elder Shin's displeasure was palpable. Shen Xinling hastily spoke in praise. Grandfather, Zheng Hao is only concerned for your well-being. If this is a counterfeit, wearing it would serve no purpose. As her words echoed, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire entered the room. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xin Yuanzheng quickly greeted him. It's Elder Song. I am surprised to see you here. Elder Song replied, I heard that there is a nine-eyed heaven pearl here. I happened to be nearby and, out of curiosity, decided to take a look. I hope you do not mind. Xin Yuanzheng replied, You are far too courteous. Your esteemed reputation in the antique world is unparalleled, and you have handled countless auction items. Your expertise in this matter is invaluable. Please, take a look and ascertain whether it is indeed a genuine nine-eyed heaven pearl. Xin Yuanzheng took the pearl from the elder's hands and presented it to Elder Song. The elder examined it briefly before retrieving a magnifying glass for a more meticulous inspection. Mo Zhenghao, witnessing Elder Song's frown, felt elated. I knew it was fake. How could a mere laborer possess such a treasure? He thought. To deceive grandfather with a counterfeit while pretending it was a gift from him, what an utter disgrace. Shen Xinling, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the mockery. But her words were abruptly halted by Elder Song's reprimand. Silence. She dared not utter another word, her gaze conveying a silent promise of retribution against Su Yang. Moments later, Elder Song shook his head. The atmosphere shifted as Shen Xinling and the others rejoiced, ready to speak. Only to be met with Elder Song's resigned sigh. After all these years, I finally encounter a nine-eyed heaven pearl again. This is the finest specimen I have ever seen, with a market value starting at no less than 20 million. Alas, such a treasure is priceless but rarely available for sale. It is indeed genuine. Shen Xinling seized the nine-eyed heaven pearl, nearly crushing it in her grip, yearning to claim it for herself. How can this be? Mo Zhenghao was utterly flabbergasted. He had thought that by showcasing a six-eyed pearl, he might win Shen Laozu's favor while simultaneously belittling Su Yang, emphasizing that even as a son-in-law, there are distinctions of worthiness. Instead, the opposite occurred. He found himself trampled underfoot. Shen Yuqing swiftly approached Shen Xinling, snatching the nine-eyed heaven pearl for herself, triumphantly raising it in the air. Sister, you have always been inferior to me in childhood, and it seems that you still are. Your choice in men is simply abysmal. You. Shen Xinling glared in fury. Shen Yuqing returned to her grandfather's side, inquiring, Grandfather, do you like this gift? Elder Song replied, I do appreciate it, but it is far too extravagant. He wished to return the nine-eyed heaven pearl to Su Yang, yet his eyes reflected immense reluctance. Su Yang smiled, Grandfather, to me, it feels no different from an ordinary pendant. Keeping it would be a waste. Please accept it as a token of respect from your grandson-in-law. Without hesitation, Shen Yuqing adorned Elder Song with the pearl, bringing a wide smile to his face. Yuqing, though you have started your own company, you must not neglect the family business. Your uncle is not suited for this role. Tomorrow, he will officially take charge of the Shen Group. Pursue your ambitions, and know that your grandfather will support you wholeheartedly. Very well, she replied. Shen Yuqing would naturally not refuse. The heir of the family was originally her father, and after his passing, all shares had been transferred to her name. Shen Yuanjing's expression darkened as he instinctively clenched his fists. Over the past 3 years, he had diligently managed the family business, believing that old Master Shun would alter the inheritance rights. Yet after all his efforts, the outcome remained unchanged. He felt a deep sense of resentment. How could such a vast family fortune be entrusted to a woman? He found it incomprehensible. Logically, with both a son and a daughter, the family should rightfully be handed over to him. Shen Xinling, in her frustration, stomped her foot and cursed Mo Zhenghao as useless, entirely ineffectual. Mo Zhenghao's face turned ashen, silently cursing the Shen family for being unworthy, yet he dared not express his disdain outwardly. Chapter 20. Recognized as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shen family, Liang Jing expressed her discontent. Old master, your favoritism is too blatant. Shen Yuqing is your granddaughter. But what about Xinling? And Shang Yun, he's your only grandson. Not to mention my husband, Yuan Zheng, who has been diligently managing the company for years. Even if he lacks merit, he certainly deserves recognition for his hard work. Liang Jing's anger intensified as she pointed at Shen Yuqing, exclaiming, once a daughter is married off, she becomes like water poured out. If you pass on the family business to her, in no time, the Shen family's name will vanish completely. Are you attempting to ruin the foundation of the Shen family? Shen Yuanzheng did not intervene, as this echoed his own sentiments. Yuqing has inherited her father's business acumen. I trust her with the company, while you all seem only concerned with vying for power. If the company were entrusted to you, I fear it would face ruin in a matter of years, and that would truly spell disaster for the Shun family's legacy. Shin Yuanzheng immediately countered, Father, I cannot abide by your words. Even if you think little of me, my brother Shang Yun is a top student from Peking University, no less capable than Yu Qing. How can you boast? If it weren't for your donation of 20 million to Peking University, would this young man have even become a distinguished student? Shin Shang Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. Grandfather, I earned my place through merit. Whether it is true merit, you know in your heart, the old man replied. Grandfather, you are too biased. I can accomplish what Yu Qing can. I wish to work at the company as well. How will you know my capabilities if you do not give me a chance? I am well aware of your limitations. The old man scolded, letting out a resigned sigh. Yu Qing, why not allow this young man to gain some experience at the company to spare me his incessant nagging? Of course, I will heed grandfather's wishes. Shin Yu Qing readily agreed. The old man then turned to Shin Shang Yun, his expression stern. When you go to the company, work diligently and do not abuse your position. If you dare to cause trouble, even as my grandson, I will not spare you. Rest assured, I will work hard, Shin Shang Yun replied joyfully. The old man glanced at Shin Yuanzhang and his wife, admonishing, take on responsibilities commensurate with your abilities. Do not blame anyone else. Reflect on yourselves instead of sulking. It is not as if you have not been given shares. With the old man's words, the family banquet officially commenced. After such unpleasantness, the atmosphere was completely stifled, and the meal proceeded in silence. After dining, Shin Yuanzhang's family found an excuse to leave. With these bothersome individuals gone, Shin Yu Qing and Su Yang conversed freely, eliciting hearty laughter from the old man. Yu Qing, please tidy up the room. You two should stay the night. What? Both Su Yang and Shin Yu Qing were taken aback, with the latter hastily responding, Grandfather, I still have urgent matters to attend to at the company, so I cannot stay. Even if there are pressing issues, you must stay. Shin Yu Qing quickly signaled to Su Yang. Su Yang smirked mischievously and ruffled Shin Yu Qing's hair, saying, Yu Qing, grandfather wishes for your company. Is the company more important than him? Be a good girl and listen. Shin Yu Qing playfully pinched Su Yang's soft flesh, causing him to wince in pain. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter's husband. It seems she has been raised in vain. Go tidy up the room, she commanded. However, Shin Yu Qing showed no intention of complying and called out, Wang Ma. Go clean up. Her words were abruptly interrupted by old Master Shin. You should do it yourself, as a wife. There are certain tasks that one must undertake personally to truly appreciate the warmth of home. Grandfather, if you wish to dismiss me, you need only speak plainly. There's no need for such roundabout methods and lessons, Shin Yu Qing teased, making a playful face before heading upstairs. This girl has been spoiled by me, old Master Shin chuckled, a look of contentment crossing his face. Seeing you two together brings me great peace. Initially, I feared she might bring home a counterfeit, but upon meeting you, I was both surprised and delighted, even a bit curious. She truly did not deceive me. Grandfather, you recognize me? Su Yang asked, astonished. How could I not? You bear an uncanny resemblance to your grandfather in his youth. When you were a child, I held you in my arms. You soaked me completely. Later, I even saw a photograph of you in military uniform, and at that moment, I resolved that this dashing young man must be my granddaughter's husband. Old Master Shin smiled joyfully. In the past, he had persistently pleaded until Su Yang's grandfather finally consented to the marriage. He was so excited that he could not sleep for 3 days, only to discover that his foolish granddaughter was adamant against it. Nevertheless, once he had made a decision, no one could alter it. Despite Shin Yu Qing's resistance at home, the Civil Affairs Bureau had already issued their marriage certificate. Old Master Shin had declared that a lack of affection was inconsequential. They could cultivate their feelings gradually. Ultimately, the priority was to secure this precious gem before someone else snatched her away. It's no wonder I felt an immediate kinship upon seeing you. I must have encountered you as a child. Su Yang smiled wryly. This old man's machinations had finally fulfilled his own wishes. Yet it had left Su Yang in a state of 3 years of unreciprocated love. Grandfather, feelings cannot be forced. We must respect Yu Qing's choices. Old Master Shin furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying message in Su Yang's words. I heard that girl was adamant about a divorce, yet seeing you together tonight, your relationship seems quite harmonious, far from the quarrels of impending separation. She did not recognize me. Su Yang hesitated before revealing the truth, unwilling to deceive the elder. Old Master Shun was momentarily bewildered. If she didn't recognize you, how could she bring you here? He quickly grasped the situation and chuckled. It appears I was right. She truly intended to find someone to impersonate you, never expecting that you would genuinely be her husband. Indeed, that silly girl, still clamoring for a divorce. Yet her husband is right beside her without her realization. Grandfather, please do not inform her just yet. I have yet to decide how to face her. Very well. Old Master Shen nodded, though a hint of concern lingered in his expression. How long do you intend to keep this secret? If she discovers that you are Lin Yang, she may reconsider the divorce, perhaps in due time. Whether it leads to divorce or a continuation, I will have a proper discussion with her. For now, Su Yang was not inclined to dwell on such matters. His mind was consumed by that matter, having pursued it for 3 years without any progress. Along with the enigmatic woman with whom he had shared a fleeting night, her memory persistently resurfacing. Wait, something feels amiss. Even if she has never met you, she knows your name. Could she not harbor any doubts? Suddenly, Old Master Shen became aware of a significant issue. Su Yang offered an awkward smile. Well, I now go by Su Yang. Ever since I was cast out of my home, I adopted my mother's surname. Ah, that explains it. How did you come to be expelled from your home? When did this occur? The year I got married. Is it related to Xiaoqing's disappearance? To some extent. But the primary reason lies with me. It involves certain private matters that I prefer not to elaborate on with you, grandfather. Child, it is our Shun family's fault towards you. In truth, something unfortunate happened to Xiaoqing back then, Old Master Shen hesitated to continue. Chapter 21. Together tonight, what is wrong with her? Su Yang wondered with curiosity. At that moment, Shen Yuqing's voice suddenly echoed. The room is tidy now. What are you two discussing? Shen Yuqing merrily dashed downstairs and settled beside her grandfather. Elder Shen, seemingly distracted, did not continue the previous topic and said, Lin Yang, you should return to your room and rest. I need to have a few words with this girl. Su Yang's curiosity was piqued. The old man mentioned that Shen Yuqing had an accident back then. Could it be that her fleeing from marriage was not intentional, but rather shrouded in deeper mysteries? After Su Yang departed, Shen Yuqing inquired with interest, Grandpa, what were you two talking about? My dear, I must ask you. You were so adamant about wanting a divorce. Why the sudden change of heart? This Lin Yang, is he for real? Elder Shen feigned a stern expression. Shen Yuqing felt a jolt in her heart, uncertain, pondering. Could it be that Grandpa has uncovered the truth? No, if he knew he was an imposter, he would have kicked him out already. Oh, the old man is just teasing me. With this thought, she chuckled and countered, Grandpa, what do you think of him? The old man was quite pleased, declaring, I have decided that he shall be my grandson-in-law. If he were not Lin Yang, would you still accept him as your grandson-in-law? Impossible. He is Lin Yang. My grandson-in-law can only be Lin Yang. Elder Shen's words were laden with implications, desperately hinting to his granddaughter, his anxiety palpable. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. I meant, if he were not Lin Yang, would you still like him? There is no if he is. Elder Shen became increasingly agitated. Yes, as if I never said anything. Shen Yuqing quickly raised a white flag and hurried away. Elder Shen, frustrated, muttered, how can someone with such low intelligence be a Harvard elite? Shen Yuqing dashed into her room, only to hear the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Her heart instantly racing. Tonight, will I be sleeping with him? Scenes of that night flooded her mind, her cheeks flushing with heat, a sense of panic enveloping her. Damn it, what am I thinking? Why am I reminiscing about that? Shen Yuqing patted her flushed face, attempting to regain clarity. What was truly distressing was how she could not forget those embarrassing moments. Instead, the memories grew increasingly vivid. Shen Yuqing, dear Shen Yuqing, snap out of it. You are a distinguished young lady. How can you be infatuated with such a person? After several deep breaths, she finally regained a semblance of composure. What am I thinking? Suddenly, a voice startled her, causing her to gasp. Warm breath brushed against her face, and her earlobe turned crimson. Instinctively, she turned her head, finding herself mere inches away from him. Both were momentarily frozen. Shen Yuqing's eyes widened, and upon regaining her senses, she quickly averted her gaze, her delicate face aflame with embarrassment as she swung her hand towards Su Yang's face. Su Yang swiftly grasped her smooth wrist, his gaze intensely fixated on her enchanting eyes. You take advantage and still wish to strike me? How domineering. You. Shen Yuqing stammered in indignation. The events of that night left her in a daze, but now, she was fully aware. She believed she was the one who had truly lost out. Simultaneously engulfed in anger, there lingered a hint of fluster. For the collar of Su Yang's bathrobe was ajar, revealing a glimpse of his muscular physique that caught Shen Yuqing's peripheral vision. Her heart raced, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Have you seen enough? Su Yang's teasing voice broke the silence. Shen Yuqing, feeling utterly humiliated, Wished she could vanish into a crevice of the earth. Fresh from his shower and clad in casual slippers, he unexpectedly stepped on her foot, causing her discomfort despite the fact that he too wore slippers. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Yuqing managed to free herself from his grasp and chuckled in a somewhat vindictive manner. Humph, do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? She snatched a duvet and hurled it at Su Yang, declaring, You'll sleep on the floor while I claim the bed. I want to sleep on the bed too. You dare? This is all your fault. If you hadn't promised Grandpa to stay, we wouldn't be in this situation. Humph, you have no choice. It is an honor to share a room with me. Be grateful, for many would covet the chance to sleep on the floor in my room, but cannot. With a haughty toss of her hair, she marched toward the bathroom in her sleepwear, asserting, Do it yourself. Cut it out, narcissist. Sleeping on the floor is safer. I wouldn't want to find myself in a predicament, he retorted. Shin Yuqing stumbled slightly, her face flushed as she spat out, Humph. As if anyone would want to take advantage of you, shameless. 20 minutes later, Shin Yuqing emerged from the bathroom clad in a sensual, silky nightgown. Su Yang's gaze became fixated on her, unable to look away. Accustomed to her domineering demeanor, she now appeared languid, exuding a newfound softness and grace with every move. Su Yang swallowed hard as his throat tightened. Sensing his gaze, Shin Yuqing turned to confront him, meeting his unabashed stare, which was laden with intensity, causing her to falter. What are you looking at? You're not allowed to stare. Stammering, she hurried to the bed, wrapping herself in the covers like a cocoon. Let me remind you. Do not cross boundaries, or the consequences will be severe, she warned him sternly. Whatever, Su Yang scoffed dismissively, turning away and quickly drifting into slumber. However, Shin Yuqing found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hearing Su Yang's faint snores, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Eventually, she found herself gazing at his handsome face, her expression softening as she reached out to gently poke his prominent nose. Are you a pig? You fell asleep so quickly. Unbeknownst to her, she too succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The following morning, Su Yang awoke to a sensation of weight and warmth upon him. Glancing down, he discovered Shin Yuqing sprawled across him like an octopus. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Had they not agreed on boundaries? Shin Yuqing slept soundly, her body shifting slightly as she tightened her embrace, her cherubic face pouting as she murmured in her dreams. Su Yang's body tensed, paralyzed by the fear of what would happen should she wake. What on earth was going on? Shin Yuqing mumbled in her sleep, her small hands restlessly grasping at the air. Chapter 22. The Lion's Roar. Oh no. Su Yang hastily intervened, but it was too late. In the next instant, Shin Yuqing abruptly opened her eyes and emitted a piercing scream. What are you staring at? I'm the one at a disadvantage here. We agreed not to overstep boundaries. Su Yang felt quite wronged. You. Shin Yuqing was rendered speechless. Ultimately aware of her fault, she swiftly fled the room. Su Yang rose and made his way to the bathroom, splashing cool water on his face. Phew, this woman is truly a handful. Since that fateful night, he had discovered his self-control in that regard had considerably weakened. He found himself lost in reminiscence. Who on earth was she? Su Yang felt a wave of frustration. He had drunk too much that evening, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the woman's visage. Gradually, Su Yang's thoughts returned to the present. Moments later, he dressed and descended the stairs, spotting Shin Laozi and Shin Yuqing engaged in their meal. Xiaoyang, come and have breakfast. Shin Laozi greeted him with a benevolent smile. Su Yang entered the dining room and seated himself beside Shin Yuqing as a servant placed the prepared breakfast before him. Shin Yuqing, with her head bowed, was intently sipping her porridge. Su Yang deliberately cleared his throat. Shin Yuqing paused, her heart racing, her mind flooded with previous images, still feeling the warmth in her palms. Stealing a glance at Su Yang, she saw his mischievous grin, which incited her to kick him, but he swiftly restrained her. Shin Yuqing tugged in vain, unable to free herself, and immediately shot him a threatening glare. Noticing Shin Yuqing's unusual demeanor, Shin Laozi inquired with mild curiosity. What is the matter? And nothing, Shin Yuqing stammered, feeling somewhat awkward as she hastily tapped on her phone. Ding! Su Yang's phone chimed with a message. Let go of me, or I'll dock your salary. The heartless boss. Reluctantly, Su Yang released her. Ding! Shin Yuqing's phone buzzed, and upon reading the message, a triumphant smile lit up her face. I'll see about that. Let us finish our meal and leave. Staying any longer will surely reveal everything. All right, she replied. Shin Laozi observed their exchange with amusement, chuckling. I say, you too. Is there anything you cannot discuss directly? Why resort to texting when you're face to face? Shin Yoqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly retorted, "No, I was handling some company matters." In the midst of her words, she kicked Su Yang again. This time, Su Yang chose not to undermine her, responding cooperatively, "Grandfather, a friend has something to discuss with me. I'll return shortly. I need to go to the company as well. Let us go together," Shin Yuqing asserted, pulling Su Yang towards the exit. "What's the rush? Xiaoyang has tea finished eating. He is not hungry," Shin Yuqing answered on his behalf. At a Starbucks CAF, a well-mannered young man frequently glanced at his watch. This was Lu Kongning, the lawyer entrusted by Shin Yuqing. Last night, he had received a call from Lin Yang, arranging to meet here. Why has tea arrived yet? Lu Kongning dialed Lin Yang's new number. A melodious chime resonated nearby as a young man, adorned in opulent attire, approached. He was none other than Lin Jingalong, the half-brother of Lin Yang. This time, he had assumed a false identity, seeking to seize an opportunity for personal gain. To enhance his disguise, he had dyed his golden locks to a deep black and styled his hair in a manner reminiscent of Su Yang, donning a sharp suit to complete the transformation. "Are you Attorney Lu?" Lu Kongning, having just ended a call, inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "I am. Are you Lin Yang?" Lin Jingalong took a seat, cutting straight to the chase. "My estranged wife vanished shortly after our marriage, disappearing for 3 years. Now she has returned, yet offers no explanation, merely wishing to dissolve our union with a casual remark. Does she consider me merely a tattered cloth to be discarded at will? Mr. Lin, I understand your grievances. Miss Shin has expressed a willingness to compensate you. Let us discuss your terms for the divorce," Lu Kongning suggested. "I seek compensation for 3 years of lost youth and damage to my reputation." Adjusting his glasses, Lu Kongning smiled subtly, inwardly scornful. After all this, you still only desire monetary compensation. "Mr. Lin, please state your demands outright," he prompted. Lin Jingalong interlaced his fingers, shaking them slightly. 100,000? Lu Kongning ventured uncertainly. "You insult me." 10 billion, came the audacious reply. "What?" Lu Kongning sprang to his feet, taken aback by Lin Jingalong's audacity in demanding such a staggering sum. "As far as I know, my estranged wife's worth exceeds 100 billion. Moreover, she is the most prized heir of the prestigious Chicheng family. Should she inherit the Shun family fortune one day, her net worth could soar to over 1 trillion. For her, 10 billion is but a drop in the ocean." "Mr. Lin," Lu Kongning cautioned, "considering you are aware of her lineage, you must understand that the Shin family is not to be trifled with. You cannot afford to provoke their wrath. I urge you to temper your greed." "Do you take me for a coward?" Lin Jingalong retorted defiantly. "As long as I remain married, she is my wife. Mr. Lin, with such an attitude, we cannot proceed. I will relay your words to Miss Shen. If she chooses to act in anger and files a lawsuit, the decision regarding your divorce may no longer rest in your hands. You have been separated for 3 years. The court can enforce a divorce. Very well, let her file a lawsuit. If the court rules in favor of the divorce, she will have to split her assets with me, which amounts to far more than 10 billion. "Mr. Lin, I underestimated you," Lu Kongning remarked as he gathered his briefcase, ready to depart. The compensation demanded was exorbitant, and he dared not acquiesce without authorization. "Relay to my wife that there is no deep animosity between us. Should she choose to return, I will forgive her sudden departure and ensure her well-being." Lin Jingalong, driven by greed, envisioned an opportunity to unite with the Shun family heiress, believing that if he could consummate the relationship, any revelation of his true identity would be inconsequential. At that point, the Shin family would be compelled to offer a substantial sum to keep the matter concealed, ensuring that he would not suffer any losses. Not long thereafter, Lu Kongning hurriedly entered the headquarters of Tianming Group. Perhaps lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. The other party was unharmed, yet he stumbled and nearly fell. Flustered, he asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Su Yang furrowed his brow. He had an excellent memory, having previously worked at the entrance, and every employee who passed by had left an impression on him. The man before him was a stranger. Moreover, Lu Kongning walked with his head down, appearing rather furtive, which did not suggest a trustworthy character. "I am the attorney for your general manager Shin, and I urgently need to see her," Lu Kongning said, adjusting his glasses and scrutinizing the man before him, a look of confusion crossing his face as he thought, This voice sounds somewhat familiar." Chapter 23. The sole clue: our company possesses a specialized legal team. "Are you new here?" Su Yang furrowed his brow. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Lu Kongning straightened his posture and handed Su Yang a business card. "I am the external lawyer hired by your general manager Shin to handle some personal matters for her." As the words fell, he had already stepped into the elevator. It seems this individual is the lawyer who called me last time. Su Yang glanced at the business card in his hand and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. In the president's office, Shen Yuqing wore a frosty expression. General Manager Shen, your husband has quite the appetite. If he wishes to negotiate, it may require a significant financial concession. If we were to bring this to court, he claims he intends to claim half of your assets, which complicates matters. If I were to relinquish half my assets, why would I even need you? Shen Yuqing extracted a cigarette and lit it, speaking in a measured tone. Lin Yang is nothing but a thoroughgoing playboy. You should know what to do next. Do you wish for him to leave with nothing? I initially considered compensating him, but it appears unnecessary now. I bear no psychological burden towards such a greedy playboy. I shall act without restraint. Understood. Lu Kongning departed. Shen Yuqing extinguished her cigarette and pressed the intercom. Assistant Lu, where is Su Yang? He was just here. Should be in the lobby on the first floor. Shall I summon him? Yes, please. A moment later, Lu Yan entered the president's office. General Manager Shen. Su Yang has taken a half-day leave and left not long ago. It seems he has an urgent matter. What urgent matter could he possibly have? Shen Yuqing muttered in dissatisfaction, pondering. Could it be someone special seeking him? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Considering he previously worked in a nightlife venue, this train of thought only aggravated Shen Yuqing further. Why must a grown man choose such a profession and inadvertently step into her world? Transfer 20 million to his salary card. Lu Yan was taken aback. The elder has taken an interest in Su Yang's heirloom. This is compensation for him. Oh, very well. I shall handle it immediately. Lu Yan understood and hastily departed. In a fast food restaurant, Su Yang ordered several small dishes and a chilled beer. Sitting across from him was a young man with a buzz cut, known as Gongzi, who had contacted him earlier. Take a look at this photograph. Based on her attire and physique, she bears an uncanny resemblance to that girl. Gongzi produced a photograph from his briefcase and placed it before Su Yang. Su Yang picked up the photo and examined it closely. The image depicted a girl in a white dress, lying on the ground, her long hair obscuring her face, with vivid crimson blood visible. Is she dead? Su Yang's brow furrowed. At present, it cannot be confirmed. All the hospitals have been checked, yet there are no records of this girl. It is indeed strange. One would expect that even if she were deceased, there should be records of an emergency rescue. No wonder she cannot be found. Su Yang's heart plummeted to the depths. Years ago, his mother encountered an unfortunate incident. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that this girl was the sole individual present at the scene, likely a witness to the entire event, making her a crucial lead in uncovering the truth behind his mother's demise. After a prolonged search, this was the outcome. Initially, we speculated about what she might have seen, yet now I am nearly certain that she bore witness to the truth, and the perpetrator, fearing exposure, resorted to silencing her. However, it remains vital to procure concrete evidence. We cannot recklessly label someone as the culprit based solely on conjecture. Gongzi is indeed part of the city's law enforcement team. The girl may be in grave danger. Su Yang felt a surge of agitation and took a swig from a beer bottle. Brother, do not be overly pessimistic. Every action leaves a trace, and it is merely a matter of us not having discovered it yet. Upon returning, I shall gather the brothers to reassess and identify any overlooked details. Thank you, brother. Come on, we are brothers for life. There is no need for such formalities. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Ding! The sound of a notification chimed from Su Yang's phone. Upon checking, he was astonished to find a significant increase in his bank account balance. What the hell? Who deposited 20 million into my account? Let me see. It couldn't possibly be a scam, could it? Gongzi took the phone and examined it, a bewildered expression crossing his face. Brother, even in dire straits, we must not bow to money. We cannot forsake our principles. You haven't accidentally courted a wealthy woman, have you? Get out of here. Su Yang snatched back the phone, still in disbelief, considering the sophistication of contemporary scams. I'll transfer you some money to see if it's a scam. Ding. Gongzi received a notification confirming a transfer of 1 million. Goodness, it's real. You must come clean. What is the source of this money? Don't forget your identity. We cannot engage in illicit activities. I truly have no idea, Su Yang replied, utterly confounded. Upon reflection, he realized that his recent financial fortune seemed to be connected to that frugal wife of his. Only she possessed such financial capability. As for the fleeting acquaintance, Liang Zixuan, she did not even cross his mind. The phone call connected swiftly, and the cool voice of Shen Yuqing resonated through the receiver. What is it? Why has my bank account suddenly gained 20 million? Your old flame is quite generous. A single tip of 20 million clearly. You've been accommodating her quite well. Shen Yuqing contemplated revealing the truth but hesitated, wishing to tease him and ascertain whether he had rekindled a romance with an old lover. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Shen Yuqing's temper flared. That dog of a man dared to hang up on me. She promptly redialed. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently engaged. On the other end, Su Yang did not bother to argue and simply ended the call, unwilling to engage with such an arrogant woman. Ding. Shen Yuqing sent a text message, daring to hang up on me and refusing my call? Are you busy with your wealthy mistress? Sick. You truly cannot change your ways. Just a few peaceful days, and you're back to your old tricks. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Your breath is appalling. Ah, you infuriate me. I shall have you dismissed. Well, I thank you for that. Do proceed with my termination, and by the way, do prepare the N1 salary compensation. Despicable. System notification, message sent. But declined by the recipient. With a resounding clap, Shen Yuqing slammed her palm onto the table. It was the first time anyone had dared to confront her so boldly. And the first instance of an employee having the audacity to block her. An employee at that. Has the world truly changed? Employees now challenge their CEO with such temerity. Does he not realize that I am his benefactor? Shen Yuqing's chest heaved with indignation, visibly enraged. In the restaurant, Jiangzi was left utterly dumbfounded. I say, my friend, you haven't found yourself entangled in a romantic debacle, have you? What a wretched woman, utterly deranged. Su Yang, feeling quite displeased, downed 3 glasses of cold beer in quick succession. What does he mean by old profession? Does he truly consider me a mere pawn? Chapter 24. Mr. Shun's jealousy. Hey, this is ice-cold beer. Don't drink it so recklessly. Just yesterday, there was news of a young man who downed a bottle of chilled beverage in one go and nearly lost his life. Gangzi quickly intervened. By the way, have you found that woman? Which one? Feigning ignorance, are we? Gangzi chuckled before he heaved a sigh. We haven't located her yet. The bar's surveillance footage has been tampered with. I suspect she might be concerned about her reputation, hence the deletion of the recordings. When you think about it, it's quite understandable. After all, no one wishes for such incidents to occur. Is it irretrievable? We need to consult an expert. I'll see if I can find someone. Gangzi wore a peculiar smile. Brother, you are being too traditional. The girl doesn't seem to mind, so why should you take it to heart? Listen to my advice. Just let it go. The girls who frequent such places are merely looking for a bit of fun. There's no need to take it seriously. Who was taking it seriously? I just want to repay her. She left me 10,000 yuan. What does she think I am? Su Yang said, uttering insincere words. Repay? That money has long been spent. You simply wish to find her. The images from that night incessantly replayed in his mind, lingering and inescapable. The first time is always unforgettable. Perhaps, as Gangzi suggested, he was indeed a traditional man. What? She even gave you money? This has crossed into the realm of financial transactions. I can hardly resist the urge to handcuff you. Stop joking. Focus on helping me find her. The million is safe with you. My brothers have put in a lot of effort for me, so treat them when you have the chance. As for that witness, we cannot completely abandon hope. All right. Gangzi nodded. Su Yang pondered, what exactly is the story behind this 20 million? Is it truly a windfall from the heavens? Afternoon. Su Yang returned to the office, pacing back and forth. A moment of confrontation with his wife could lead to the loss of his hard-earned, high-paying job. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Yun hurriedly entered. Su Yang's heart sank. This girl must be here to announce my dismissal. Damn it, if they want to fire me. Let it be. Where there's south no place for me here, there will be elsewhere. Lu Yun wore a strange expression. Did you have a quarrel with Mr. Shen? Yes. No wonder. You should have seen it. During the meeting just now, Mr. Shen was furious, scolding the executives left and right. Not a single one of them dared to breathe. Could it be that she is on her period? That. You should ask her. Lu Yun muttered quietly. By the way, Mr. Shen asked me to. Before Lu Yun could finish, Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt her. Assistant Lu. I know why you're here. You don't need to elaborate. Go back and inform that despicable capitalist that it was I who fired her, not the other way around. As for that N1 compensation, I'm indifferent to it. Huh? Lu Yun looked bewildered, her head buzzing from his outburst. After a considerable pause, she stammered, I meant to say that today, Mr. Shun instructed me to transfer 20 million to you. It should have arrived by now. Have you received it? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was indeed her. He pondered why she would not acknowledge the matter of the money when he inquired. I don't know, Lu Yun replied with a forced laugh, thinking to herself, As an outsider, how could I possibly know about your affairs? Why would she transfer such a substantial sum to me? Had she lost her mind? She mentioned that you gifted the heirloom to the old chairman. Oh, so that's it. Soo-young relaxed his furrowed brow, thinking, my peculiar wife is truly something else. She clearly provided the funds yet insists it was from my old acquaintance. Wait, no. She is intentionally deceiving me. What a cunning capitalist. Fortunately, I have always lived with integrity. Otherwise, I might have felt guilty about her scheme. Is this why you two had a quarrel? Sort of. It shouldn't be the case. This is ostensibly a good thing. How could it lead to an argument? If you don't mind, could you share the details with me? After all, women understand each other better. As Shin Yoqing's special assistant, Lu Yun felt obliged to alleviate the concerns of her benefactor, whether in professional or personal matters. Yes, that's it. Lu Yun found a splendid excuse for her curious nature. It's not that I can't share, it's just that I called her. Soo-young briefly recounted the conversation, omitting the weightier details. Lu Yun listened with rapt attention, her expressions revealing her vivid imagination of Shin Yoqing's anger. The icy beauty of a CEO could indeed experience such moments. It was a case of one thing subduing another. Lu Yun stifled a laugh and whispered, Mr. Shin is feeling jealous. Jealous of what? I have not been entangled with any other woman. When a woman feels insecure, even the slightest matters can provoke unfounded suspicions. Lu Yun playfully tapped Soo-young's shoulder with her delicate hand, saying, Minister Soo-young, if you truly care for Mr. Shun, you ought to show her more attention and companionship. Provide her with ample security, and she will cease to doubt you. Best of luck. I'm rooting for you. Lu Yun finally tasted the delightful gossip about her boss and left with a grin. Soo-young scoffed, of me? Liking her? Preposterous. It seemed that this woman had not yet firmly decided to dismiss him. Perhaps there was still hope. Should he return the 20 million? After all, it was a gift intended for her grandfather. How could he accept her money? After much contemplation, he resolved to wait a little longer. With siblings, one must keep accounts clear. Should Shin Yoqing truly dismiss me, I wouldn't return the funds. That nine-eyed celestial pearl was a birthday gift from my grandfather, priceless yet irreplaceable. I wouldn't want to part with it. Ultimately, it all circled back to a lack of funds. Damn it. Soo-young shook his head, attempting to dispel those chaotic thoughts. Time passed swiftly, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. At 7 in the evening at the Dongfang Hotel, Soo-young had reserved a private room to treat his colleagues from the security department to a meal. He had initially intended to host them the previous night, but was unexpectedly summoned by Shin Yoqing to visit her grandfather, forcing him to postpone to this evening. Despite the uncertainty of job security, I resolved to honor my commitment to my colleagues. What a luxurious hotel this is. It is my first time dining at a 5-star establishment. Our minister certainly knows how to treat us well. A group of us is brimming with excitement, showering compliments upon Soo-young. With a grand gesture, Soo-young declared, Brothers, do not hold back. Let us indulge tonight, feast and drink to our heart's content, and then we shall dance the night away. My treat. Cheers erupted from the group, further heightening the atmosphere. At that moment, a young couple entered the hotel. The woman, clad in designer attire, affectionately linked her arm with her boyfriend none other than Shin Yoqing's cousin, Shin Xingling, and Imo Zhenghao. I wondered why there was an air of pretentiousness upon their arrival. It turned out to be the presence of this worthless son-in-law. Shin Xingling shouted with a piercing voice, ensuring that everyone heard her disdain. Chapter 25. A most infuriating countenance. Soo-young furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was a case of fate's cruel irony, as he unexpectedly encountered them. A mere son-in-law? Our esteemed minister is but a man who relies on a woman? The security team was left bemused, whispers circulating among them. Do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Soo-young remarked dismissively, intending to depart. Shin Xingling cast a glance at Imo Zhenghao, who immediately raised his voice in a raucous manner. Darling, why engage with him? He is merely a useless wretch hiding behind a woman. Soo-young halted, slowly turning around. Young man, are you itching for a reprimand? Damn it. How dare you mock our leader? Let us deal with him. The few individuals behind Soo-young glared, ready to act. Imo Zhenghao, feeling intimidated, took a few steps back, brazenly shouting, What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is the Oriental Hotel, not a place where you can run rampant simply because you outnumber us. Security. Security. Several security personnel, wielding batons, rushed over. Sir, what seems to be the trouble? These individuals are causing a ruckus. You must expel them immediately. Imo Zhenghao, the instigator, cried out. Soo-young interjected, halting his companions, and calmly stated, We are here merely to dine and have reserved a private room. Are you certain you wish to eject us? Having reserved a room, you say? Anyone who can enter here possesses wealth starting in the millions. A mere security guard should not presume to act like a tyrant in this establishment. With your paltry salary, you could hardly afford the room fee. Imo Jinghao sneered contemptuously. The expressions of the Oriental Hotel's security personnel darkened immediately. They, too, were security guards, and Imo Jinghao's words cast them into disdain. Even so, they dared not voice their discontent. After all, patrons of this establishment were either affluent or influential figures, and they could not afford to offend them. Are you out of your mind? I have reserved the room and paid in advance, you fool. Su Yang raised his hand in a fist gesture, startling Imo Jinghao, who nearly stumbled backward, inciting a wave of laughter. Flushed with humiliation and rage, Imo Jinghao seethed. Shen Xinling glared at him in disdain, rebuking, useless fool. What good are you, if you cannot even handle a pauper? With a look of contempt directed at Su Yang, Shen Xinling scoffed. The cheapest private room here starts at 50,000, and with additional service fees, even the most meager selection of food and drink would cost at least several 100,000. How could a pauper like you possibly afford such extravagance? Did that wretched woman give you the funds? A chill flickered in Su Yang's gaze as he swiftly grasped Shen Xinling's neck. Do not presume that your lineage grants you immunity from my wrath. That woman may be somewhat disagreeable, but it is only I who may torment her, not you. Shen Xinling struggled for breath, her face flushing crimson. Repeatedly slapping Su Yang's hand in an attempt to free herself. Calm down, do not let this escalate, urged the members of the security team. Leaning closer, Su Yang whispered, Tis TSK, though both you and your sister are daughters of the Shen family, you pale in comparison to her. It is no wonder the elder did not choose you as his heir. You do not measure up to even a fraction of her worth. Upon concluding his words, Su Yang relinquished his hold on her and proceeded towards the elevator with a group of companions. Shen Xinling, bent over, broke into a fit of coughs, vehemently berating Imo Jinghao. You useless fool, did you not see him bullying me? I cannot overpower him. Imo Jinghao felt a sense of grievance. He had witnessed Su Yang's prowess firsthand and wouldn't he dare to confront him, for he knew that if he did, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Useless. I wish to break up with you. Shen Xinling screamed in anger. She turned her gaze towards the security guards, admonishing them, Let me make it clear. I am the eldest daughter of the Shen family. If you offend me, even your boss would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Shen clan. You all will be dismissed. The guards' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the audacious woman before them was indeed a member of the Shen family. What are you still standing there for? Call everyone here and throw those paupers out. Shen Xinling bellowed, her fury escalating. She was nearly driven to madness. Having been suppressed by Shun Yuqing since childhood, the audacity of a mere useless son-in-law to threaten her was intolerable. Stop right there. A dozen hotel security personnel obstructed Su Yang and his companions. We are here to patronize your establishment. Is this how you treat your guests? Su Yang frowned. Sir, we apologize, but we cannot afford to offend Miss Shen. We must kindly ask you to leave. I do not care who she is. I have already paid and intend to dine here. Sir, I advise you to exercise restraint. The Shen family is not to be trifled with. Step aside. Su Yang's gaze grew colder. At that moment, a burly man in a suit rushed over, his countenance exuding a menacing aura. This man was the security manager, nicknamed Huang San. Upon spotting Shen Xinling, he immediately donned a sycophantic demeanor. Miss Shun, who has incited your ire? Shen Xinling pointed at Su Yang, exclaiming in a haughty tone, You arrived just in time. Did you see that bumpkin? He had the audacity to lay hands on me and spew filthy curses against the Shen family. You must teach him a lesson. I want him to kneel and apologize before being thrown out. Huang San's eyes widened in fury. How dare he disrespect Miss Shen? He must be tired of living. A security guard whispered urgently, Sir, you should leave. This is our manager. He has a history in the underworld and is quite formidable. Su Yang chuckled. A ruffian? He is the least of my concerns. The guard, seeing that Su Yang remained unfazed, shook his head in resignation, realizing the precariousness of the situation, thinking to himself, Truly, a young bull fears no tiger. Provoking Huang San could lead to dire consequences. You, young man, are the one who has offended Miss Shun. Huang San, with his imposing physique and intimidating glare, was indeed quite fearsome. Shen Xinling, standing behind, finally wore a smile, envisioning Su Yang's beaten and bruised form. Humbly kneeling before her in apology. In a luxurious private room, a captivatingly beautiful woman observed Su Yang with great interest through the glass. Mr. Liang, should we intervene? Let's wait a moment. Huang San is not to be trifled with. If we do not step in soon, Mr. Su may find himself in a precarious situation. A strong man can endure hardship, but now is not the right time. We shall act when he is truly in danger. That would yield a more impactful result. It appears that Mr. Liang is hoping for a damsel to rescue a distressed gentleman. This presents an excellent opportunity for him. The individuals in question are Liang Zixuan, the general manager of Jinhua Group, and her assistant, Sun Li. Outside, Su Yang displayed no signs of fear and calmly remarked, "Are you aware that your face is quite deserving of a beating? You're courting death." It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, and Huang San, incensed, raised his fist and struck out at Su Yang. Chapter 26. Su Yang trembles. What a terrifying society. Su Yang moved first, delivering a swift jab that struck his opponent's abdomen. Huang San hunched over, feeling a piercing pain in his belly. He had thought himself tough enough to withstand a beating, yet he was taken aback by the force of his adversary, realizing he had encountered a formidable foe. However, accustomed to arrogance, he would not easily relent. "I'll be damned." Slap. A resounding clap echoed. The sound alone was enough to evoke sympathy. Huang San's words were cut short as Su Yang's palm sent him sprawling to the ground, his face burning with pain and his ears ringing. This. Shen Xinling was taken aback. She had anticipated witnessing Su Yang being pummeled. Yet the outcome was entirely the opposite. Wasn't Huang San supposed to be a skilled fighter? What a waste. Simultaneously, in the VIP room, Liang Zixuan echoed similar sentiments. Huang San's incompetence had robbed her of the chance to rescue the handsome man, leaving her immensely frustrated. Had she known this would happen, she would have intervened earlier. "Just wait a moment," Liang Zixuan urged herself internally, a smile creeping onto her lips, as expected of the man I have my eyes on. Su Yang disdainfully glanced at Huang San and said, "Get lost. What are you all standing there for? Get him." Huang San barked. The security guards exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Despite the Oriental Hotel being the most luxurious establishment in Qiqing, their salaries were modest, merely offering slightly better conditions. When faced with an ordinary person, they could brandish their batons to intimidate. Yet when confronting a real threat, with families to support and meager pay, who would risk their lives? Seeing no one move, Huang San, furious, pointed at them, insinuating that they would settle the score later. He awkwardly rose, glaring at Su Yang. "Kid, we've got a serious vendetta now. I'll make sure you walk in and lie down on the way out. In Qiqing, anyone who dares to provoke me." Huang San meets a grim fate. After uttering his threats, Huang San pulled out his phone to make a call. "What? Can't win, so you're calling for backup? You think you're the only one with connections?" Su Yang also took out his phone and dialed, addressing his colleagues in the security department. "You all go to the private room first. Bro, we came out together. How could we let you face danger alone? We're not cowards, right, brothers?" "Yeah, Yang. Don't worry, we're not spineless." The others immediately expressed their support, yet one timid guard hesitantly said, I have dependents." "You coward." The others admonished him. Su Yang waved his hand. "Everyone works hard to support their families, so don't blame him. I appreciate your goodwill, but I can handle this matter. Please, stay out of it. Brother Yang, Enough. Trust me, it's just a minor issue. Tonight, let us focus on enjoying ourselves, eating, drinking, and having fun. Nothing else matters." Su Yang smiled at the timid colleague, indicating he held no ill will. "Minor issue? Ha." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Huang San erupted into a furious laugh, maintaining an air of arrogance. "Kid, you may be quite skilled, but what of it? When I was making my name in Qiqing, you were still barely out of your diapers. Tonight, I will show you that being strong does not equate to being untouchable. I will let you truly understand what society is all about. I am eager to witness what you deem a society person to be." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly men adorned with tattoos and wielding iron rods approached with menacing intent. The leader was a bald man with a scar across his forehead, exuding an intimidating presence. This man, known as Brother Dao, was notorious for his ruthless nature, commanding a legion of over 100 underlings, and was a formidable figure in the underworld, feared by all. Huang San's bravado was bolstered by this man's reputation. The onlookers quickly made way, whispering among themselves. Youthful arrogance. Thinking he can show off. This is the end for him. Brother Dao is known for his merciless ways and has several murders to his name. He is killed? Shoo. Lower your voice. That's merely what I've heard, but regardless, he is a dangerous man. If you provoke him, you might not die, but you will certainly suffer. The spectators instinctively stepped back, unwilling to draw near to Brother Dao, who reveled in the fear he inspired. In the VIP room, Yang Zishuan felt a surge of excitement, clenching her fists in anticipation. Eager to step out and showcase her strength to capture the heart of that man. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she continued to observe the unfolding scene. The security personnel, initially brimming with confidence, now felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing the formidable display. It was no wonder they felt intimidated. For ordinary citizens, who would dare to provoke a criminal syndicate? No one would. Brother Dao? Huang San scampered forward, his demeanor obsequious, resembling a lapdog eager to please its master. Brother Dao acknowledged him with a disinterested grunt, then surveyed the crowd, his words dripping with arrogance. Who struck my brother? Brother Dao, it was him. Huang San pointed accusingly at Su Yang. Brother Dao scrutinized Su Yang from head to toe, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. You've got quite a nerve, kid, daring to strike my brother. I'll give you a chance to save your life. Sever one of your hands, kneel, and apologize. Then pay a few million in medical expenses, and we'll consider this matter settled. Huang San straightened his back, a malicious glee illuminating his expression. He had witnessed many tough individuals ultimately groveling on the ground like dogs, pleading for mercy. At that moment, all eyes were on Su Yang. Their expressions a mix of schadenfreude, pity, and a general curiosity to see the spectacle unfold. Even if Su Yang were to be killed, no one would dare intervene. That was the harsh reality. However, Su Yang remained unperturbed, devoid of any fear, calmly stating, "You will regret this." Brother Dao squinted, swinging his iron rod menacingly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Kid, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. I will extend you a chance. Take your people and leave this place immediately, or else leaving will become a daunting task." Ha, ha, ha. Brother Dao laughed heartily as if he had just heard the most uproarious joke. He raised his hand to clear his ears, incredulous that someone would dare to threaten him. Huang San immediately fanned the flames, bellowing loudly, "Kid, have you lost your wits? Standing before you is Brother Dao, a presence capable of shaking the very foundations of Qiqing with but a stamp of his foot. To threaten him is to seal your own fate. Humph. A fool who knows not the danger he courts." Shen Xinling rolled her eyes and shot Su Yang a look of disdain. Though she was unaware of Brother Dao's true prowess, the atmosphere suggested he was no ordinary individual. She resolved in her heart to make his acquaintance. Perhaps he could be of assistance in dealing with Shen Yuqing in the future. Brother Dao's eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Xinling, and he extended his hand, exclaiming, "Miss Shen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." A flicker of contempt passed through Shen Xinling's gaze, yet she still reached out her hand. Feigning politeness as she said, "I have long heard of Brother Dao's esteemed reputation. I hope you can help me vent my frustrations." Chapter 27. I have tolerated you for far too long. Huang San interjected hastily. "Brother Dao, this scoundrel has been bullying Miss Shen, and I am merely standing up for her." Humph. To provoke Miss Shen is no trivial matter. Brother Dao unsheathed a gleaming military knife from his waist, spat disdainfully onto the ground, and declared in a thunderous voice, "Boy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame yourself for crossing paths with someone you ought not to have. From this day forth, you shall live your life confined to a wheelchair." As he spoke, he gestured, and several burly henchmen immediately lunged towards Su Yang. Just then, in the VIP room, Yang Zishuan could no longer contain herself. As she was about to push the door open, she noticed another group entering the hotel, led by a tall, imposing figure with a closely cropped haircut and piercing eyes. "I shall see for myself who dares to be so audacious," a resonant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Gangzi, the captain of the Qingqing City Law Enforcement Team, a ruler of the underworld. This assertion holds true because, in the realm of the streets, the thugs are akin to mice. While he is the cat, every ruffian bows their head in his presence. Upon seeing him, Brother Dao's complexion turned ashen, and he hurriedly concealed his knife. "Who the hell are you?" Huang San shouted in anger. Although he, too, was a seasoned thug, he had spent recent years within the confines of the hotel and had never encountered Gangzi. Brother Dao, his face paling, kicked out in panic. "Ah!" Huang San fell to the ground, incredulously asking, "Brother Dao, why are you hitting me? You fool. He is Captain Lu Honggang of the city team." Brother Dao scolded furiously, then quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, hastily producing a cigarette. "Captain Lu, it's been far too long since I last visited your precinct. I see your influence has grown immensely." "Indeed, it has." Brother Dao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "But why did I just hear you say it would be either a severed hand or a severed leg? What are you concealing? Produce it." "In nothing," he stammered. "Produce it." Gangzi's voice rose sharply, sending a tremor through Brother Dao, who, trembling, complied. One of Gangzi's companions promptly retrieved an evidence bag to stow the knife away. "It's over," Brother Dao silently lamented, hastily pleading, Captain Liu, we acted in a moment of impulse. We merely intended to intimidate him, not to truly harm him. Is that so? Then allow me to intimidate you in turn. Gongzi swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed. Zheng, I suggest we commence operations this evening. Understood. Captain Liu. What do you intend to do? Brother Dao quivered, his legs turning to jelly. Congratulations. You are among the first to be apprehended in this year's campaign against vice and illegal activities. With that, Gongzi gestured, his voice booming, take them all away. 2 law enforcement officers immediately advanced, one on each side, seizing Brother Dao's arms. I understand now. You have come to avenge that boy. This is personal retribution. And I shall report you. Brother Dao bellowed defiantly, attempting to sway public opinion. Gongzi reached out and patted his face. You are mistaken. He does not require anyone to avenge him. With his capabilities, he could easily consign you to a maximum security prison. You should consider yourself fortunate that it was I who captured you. He has no interest in lowly characters like you. Who is he? Brother Dao was taken aback. Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, Gongzi did not respond to his query but smiled at Su Yang. What do you think? Quite reasonable, isn't it? This is your responsibility. Hey, you, I don't care. When you have the chance, you must treat me to some skewers. There's a place selling grilled gluten just around the corner. Go ahead and be stingy. Gongzi chuckled, giving Su Yang a playful punch on the shoulder before waving his hand. Take them away. Brother Dao forcefully broke free from the law enforcement's grasp and knelt before Su Yang, his voice trembling with desperation. Brother. Leader, I failed to recognize your greatness. I beg you for a chance. I promise to turn over a new leaf and be a better person. I already granted you a chance. Su Yang remained indifferent. Gongzi gestured again. Take him away, take him away. Brother Dao glared at Huang San, wishing to end him. Damn it. It's all because of you, you fool. I will settle the score with you once we're inside. Huang San felt utterly defeated, shrinking his neck in fear, regret coursing through him. As Brother Dao and his companions were taken away, the hall became somewhat emptier. The crowd was astonished. No one anticipated such a conclusion. They had been so arrogant, yet were swiftly apprehended. Indeed, wealth could not compare to power. Su Yang turned to Shen Xinling, who retreated a few steps in terror. What do you intend to do? Su Yang advanced towards her. I have tolerated you for long enough. With a resounding slap, he struck her without mercy, sending Shen Xinling flying several meters, crashing to the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. You dare hit me? Shen Xinling shrieked, clutching her face, her eyes filled with resentment. What? Did you naively think I would refrain from striking a woman? You, Shen Xinling, unable to bear the humiliation, swiftly exited the hotel, while that young master Mo had long vanished. Su Yang paid her no further mind and entered the elevator with his colleagues. In the VIP room, Assistant Sun Li sighed, another opportunity missed. I never expected he would effortlessly defuse the crisis. The city security personnel were at his beck and call. This man's identity is shrouded in mystery. My curiosity about him grows by the day. Liang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Isn't your boyfriend in the municipal office? Find a way to investigate. I want his detailed information, even more comprehensive than what Xin Yuqing knows. With that, Liang Zixuan opened the door and stepped out. Sun Li was astonished. The 2 wealthiest women in Qiqing are competing for one man. Su Yang's romantic entanglement has even made me a bit envious. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. In the private room, the atmosphere was electric. The security personnel truly witnessed the extent of Su Yang's influence. In the past, his flattery was merely a product of the hierarchical relationship, but now, he genuinely admires Su Yang, bombarding him with compliments that leave his head spinning. Sir, these 2 bottles are from the 1982 Tola fight. Please enjoy. The waiter skillfully uncorks the red wine and begins the decanting process. Wait a moment. I didn't order red wine. Actually, it was sent to you by a lady. A lady? Su Yang is taken aback, pondering whether it could be Xin Yuqing. Just as he is lost in thought, the door to the private room swings open, and an elegantly poised woman glides in, her lips curving into a perfect smile. Su Yang, it's a pleasure to see you again. President Liang, you. I just learned of your arrival and heard there was a slight unpleasantness. I sincerely apologize. I have already dismissed Huang San. Is this hotel yours? Su Yang inquires, astonished. Liang Zixuan smiles subtly. I am a shareholder here. Although I do not partake in its management, dismissing an employee does not require anyone else's consent. Thank you, President Liang. I'm treating my colleagues to a meal. Would you care to join us? Su Yang casually suggests, not genuinely believing that someone of Liang Zixuan's stature would dine with a group of men like them. Sure. I want a holdback then, Liang Zixuan promptly agrees. Su Yang is momentarily stunned. His colleagues exchange knowing glances and laughter, swiftly making space for Liang Zixuan to sit right beside Su Yang. Chapter 28. You are the villain. Liang Zixuan sat down with a cheerful demeanor. Waiter, please bring us 5 bottles of Matai. Su Yang smiled at Liang Zixuan and said, we are rather unsophisticated and prefer white liquor. Liang Zixuan picked up her goblet, gave it a gentle swirl, and remarked with a hint of innuendo, different spirits bring different flavors, each possessing its own allure, as for which suits you best. One must savor the essence to truly discern. Her bold declaration was unmistakable, prompting laughter among most of those present as they caught her underlying message. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yang rubbed his brow and stammered, I am still unaware of what Director Liang enjoys eating. Please feel free to order. Noticing his flustered state, Liang Zixuan deftly shifted the subject, taking the menu to select a few dishes. Su Yang was taken aback once more. The dishes she chose were all his favorites. Seemingly able to read his thoughts, Liang Zixuan teased, are you surprised that I ordered dishes you love? How did you know I enjoy these? Because I like you, she replied. Su Yang gazed at Liang Zixuan's stunning visage, momentarily astonished. Though they had little interaction, how had he managed to capture her heart? Could it be that his charm was indeed so formidable? Director Liang, you must be aware of my culinary preferences. So you should also know that I am already married. Amidst his delight, a tinge of melancholy crept into Su Yang's heart. A woman he had met only once knew what he liked to eat, while his wife of 3 years could not even recognize him. This thought led him to a self-deprecating smile. Even if one wished to decline my advances, there was no need to resort to such a flimsy excuse. Shen Yuqing would never favor a married man. Liang Zixuan's knowledge was indeed limited, and he found himself incredulous. I do not believe it. Su Yang chuckled, jesting, your research leaves much to be desired. You know my tastes but are unaware of my marital status. Even if you are married, I intend to win you over, Liang Zixuan retorted, her frustration mounting as she silently chastised Sun Li for her inadequate diligence. Hoping for a more thorough investigation this time. Will you not order a few of your favorite dishes? What you love, I adore. Very well. Su Yang let out a resigned sigh. It was clear this woman was determined to pursue him. The crowd erupted in chatter. Boss, will you introduce us to this beautiful lady? You call her Director Liang. She must be wealthy, attractive, and is even pursuing you. How fortunate you are. If it were me, I would agree immediately. Indeed, boss, what are you hesitating for? You wouldn't truly be married, would you? Though his resume stated he was married, he was merely 23. Living alone in a rented apartment. 3 years of marriage? Who would believe that? Go on. Anyone who speaks out of turn must drink another glass. Su Yang admonished with a smile. A group of individuals, filled with exuberance, engaged in lively conversations, while Liang Zixuan observed with keen interest, silently committing their words to memory. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing sought solace in the depths of a bar, drowning her sorrows. After a brief quarrel over the phone with Su Yang, her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. In the afternoon, upon learning that Su Yang had returned to the office, she harbored the unsettling notion that he might be submitting his resignation. Strangely, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Each knock at the door ignited her hope that it was Su Yang. However, as the workday concluded without his arrival, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Believing he had merely spoken in anger, Lu Yan informed her that Su Yang would be hosting a gathering that evening. Feeling a pang of discomfort and yearning for a drink, she found herself at the July bar, the very place where she first encountered Su Yang and where he had once worked. Seated at the bar, Shen Yuqing leaned heavily upon the counter, one hand supporting her head while the other cradled a wine glass, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The mere thought of him diligently attending to others filled her heart with an oppressive weight. Even in her intoxicated state, none dared to approach her, for 4 robust men, her bodyguards, stood vigil nearby. Lu Yun, observing her distress, gently urged, President Shen, you've had enough to drink. Please stop. Leave me be, Shen Yuqing retorted, brushing Lu Yun's hand away. With a resigned sigh, Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before retrieving her phone and dialing Su Yang's number. The call connected swiftly, but the cacophony on the other end was overwhelming. Su Yang, it's quite chaotic there. I can hardly hear you, she said. Please, it's even louder here, Su Yang replied, hastily exiting the room. Liang Zixuan frowned and followed him outside. Su Yang, you must come quickly. President Shen is intoxicated and continues to drink. I can't persuade her to stop. Where are you? At the July bar. I'll be there shortly. Su Yang ended the call, and Liang Zixuan, curious, inquired. What's the matter? Shen Yuqing is drunk. I need to step out for a moment. Su Yang returned to the private room, apologizing to the guests. I'm sorry. Everyone, I have to attend to something. Please enjoy your meal and drinks, and ensure you return home safely. Do check in with the group. I'll accompany you. Liang Zixuan insisted, gripping Su Yang's arm tightly. No need. It's late, and I can manage alone, he replied, hastily departing. Liang Zixuan stamped her foot, hesitated briefly, then decided to follow him. Su Yang hailed a taxi, heading directly to the July bar, with Liang Zixuan also climbing into the vehicle, instructing the driver to maintain a distance, eager to uncover Shen Yuqing's antics. Upon arriving at the July bar, Su Yang found Shen Yuqing slumped over the counter, her small hand clutching a bottle of liquor. You finally arrived? She slurred. Why has she consumed so much? She's feeling down, he replied, gently nudging her arm. Hey, you should stop drinking. Shen Yuqing turned her bleary eyes toward him. What are you doing here? Without a word, Su Yang scooped her up in his arms and hurried toward the exit. Put me down. I want to keep drinking, she protested, squirming restlessly and flailing her arms. At that moment, a dashing young man approached, cheerfully greeting. Wow, it truly is you, Su Yang. Where have you been? It's been ages since we last met. The young man, Wang Peisong, a bartender, shared a good rapport with Su Yang. Long time no see, Xiaosong. Su Yang paused, smiling at him. So, she is your girlfriend? By the way, what does she do? She seems rather affluent, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Look at those nearby. Their eyes are as wide as saucers, constantly glancing our way, yet none dared to strike up a conversation. Xiaosong was quite the chatterbox, rambling on without pause. Bro, let's catch up another day. All right. Wang Peisong watched Su Yang disappear into the distance, astounded. They both worked in the nightlife industry, yet Su Yang had managed to woo such a wealthy companion. How enviable. Approximately half an hour later, Su Yang carried Shen Yuqing into the villa. This was his first visit to her home. Although it wasn't as grand as the Shen family's residence, it spanned several hundred square meters, worth at least tens of millions. The house was luxuriously decorated, immaculate in every corner. Su Yang gently placed Shen Yuqing on the bed and reached for the blanket to cover her, only to have it kicked away by her foot. You wicked scoundrel, Su Yang. You're such a bad guy, Shen Yuqing murmured. Su Yang huffed in annoyance. For heaven's sake, even in this state, you're still blaming me? I should just ignore you. You naughty thing, you infuriate me, she retorted. I was merely testing you, and you lash out at me. How can anyone trust your profession? Naughty, naughty. Shen Yuqing pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. Su Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. What profession are you talking about? You don't think I'm a male model, do you? At that moment, Shen Yuqing's cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly puckered, giving her an adorably foolish appearance. Chapter 29 had a quarrel with his girlfriend? Su Yang hurriedly rushed to the bathroom and turned on the tap. The icy water jolted him back to his senses. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself before stepping out. Upon seeing Shen Yuqing, his face flushed once more, and he quickly averted his gaze, only to be drawn back to her enchanting presence. This beloved wife truly seemed like a divine gift. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her figure was equally alluring. In an instant, her image flashed through his mind. Oddly enough, he found himself thinking of her, as if Shen Yuqing and that woman shared an uncanny resemblance. Hey, handsome. Do you think I'm pretty? Shen Yuqing asked, her innocent smile appearing almost foolishly charming. Su Yang softened his gaze. Yes, you are beautiful. Then come here. Just like last time, and make me happy. There's a reward in it for you. Just like last time? Su Yang's expression turned icy in an instant as the warmth faded away. Last time? Who was that person? Ouch, it hurts. Shen Yuqing's small hand repeatedly struck the back of Su Yang's hand, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. He released her, rising from the bed with a frigid demeanor. Shen Yuqing, very well. With a slam, he stormed out, hailing a taxi to the July bar. Liang Zixuan immediately instructed the driver to follow. Earlier, she had seen Su Yang enter the villa with Shen Yuqing, anxious that something untoward might transpire between them. Just as her impatience reached its peak, Su Yang emerged, appearing quite irate. She sighed in relief. As long as nothing inappropriate had occurred, all was well. At the July bar, as soon as Su Yang entered, he spotted Wang Peisong. Come, let us have a drink. Su Yang threw an arm around Wang Peisong's shoulders and led him to the bar. I still have to work. Nonsense, I'll cover your wages. Drink up. Su Yang tossed a wad of cash onto the bar. Brother Yang, what brings you back? You look rather glum. Had a spat with your girlfriend? Don't mention her. Let's drink. Brother Yang, a regular guy like us finding a goddess of a girlfriend is something to celebrate, so cherish it. Even drinking won't stop your chatter. Su Yang clinked glasses with him and downed the drink in one go. You two are quite amusing, taking turns to drown your sorrows, Wang Peisong chuckled. Both of them had a hearty capacity for alcohol, and as they indulged, a pile of empty bottles began to accumulate before them. The bar was alive with raucous cheers. Vibrant music pulsating through the air, and the dance floor filled with beautiful men and women swaying to the rhythm. Let us go dance. Sure. The two of them, arms around each other, ventured into the dance floor. Su Yang quickly immersed himself in the music, moving freely to the infectious beat, occasionally shouting out in exhilaration. Feeling a rush of liberation in his heart, his tall and handsome figure soon attracted the attention of numerous women, ranging from youthful beauties to sophisticated, mature ladies. Hey, handsome. Let us get to know each other. Hey, handsome. Let us exchange WeChat. Step aside, handsome. He is mine. A group of women pushed and jostled one another, vying for Su Yang's attention. Leave us. A graceful figure appeared beside Su Yang, linking her arm with his. Su Yang. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Su Yang exclaimed loudly. Liang Zixuan tugged at him to leave, but they were obstructed by the women. This handsome man is mine. Let him go. A sultry, alluring woman provocatively glared at Liang Zixuan. Before Liang Zixuan could retort, an audacious young girl, dressed in a rather eccentric manner, interjected with a defiant tone, "You're handsome, man? Take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are, old hag." Following this, the young girl flashed a mischievous grin at Su Yang. "Handsome. I have several lovely ladies over here." Ahem. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Peisong nearly choked on his drink. Despite being accustomed to such antics, he couldn't suppress a laugh. "All of you, leave." Liang Zixuan raised her hand. Several nearby bodyguards immediately rushed over to protect them. Seeing the situation escalate, the women dared not continue their advances and reluctantly retreated. Goodness. Yang Ge, you are truly enviable. Just sent away a wealthy beauty, and here comes another one. It's utterly unfair. Wang Peisong clutched his chest, feeling exasperated. Su Yang waved his hand at Liang Zixuan. What are you doing? Let them go. He then took Wang Peisong's arm and returned to the bar to continue drinking. Liang Zixuan, fuming, stomped her foot. Xin Yuqin, if you don't like it, just let go. He must be here drowning his sorrows because of you. With no other option, she followed Su Yang to the bar and took a seat beside him. As long as Su Yang remained, she wouldn't leave. She couldn't let those women have the upper hand. Chapter 30. Liang Zixuan discovers the truth. Wang Peisong wrapped his arm around Su Yang's neck and whispered, Yang Ge, with one girl on your left and another on your right, which one is truly your girlfriend? Isn't it rather unseemly to be playing both sides? What nonsense! None of them are my girlfriend, Su Yang retorted. Really? That's hard to believe. Wang Peisong stole a glance at Liang Zixuan, whose infatuation was practically written all over her face. If one claimed their relationship was purely platonic, no one would buy it. Let us not dwell on that. I have something to ask you. Do you recall the time we went drinking together a while back? I mentioned feeling unwell and went to lie down in the room. Of course, how could I forget? What is the matter? Did you notice a girl who entered my room at that time? What? Goodness, you seem to have quite the luck with women. I've been working here for ages and haven't even managed to get to know a single girl. It's truly infuriating. So did you too? Wang Peisong inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. Think carefully. I want to find her. Why do you want to find her? Surely you don't expect her to take responsibility? Such matters rarely come with obligations. Stop sidestepping. Just try to remember. There are so many people every day. How could I possibly recall? Do you have her picture? No picture, alas. The lighting was dim, and I couldn't even see her face clearly. I only recall a rough outline. She was T-short, had an appealing figure, fair skin, and long hair. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. I can't believe you don't even know what she looks like, Wang Peisong remarked, gesturing toward the youthful maidens on the dance floor. Look at them. They all have great figures, fair skin, and long hair. Forget I said anything, Su Yang replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation, feeling a bit lightheaded. That incident had been tucked away in his heart, known only to Gangzi, and this time, fueled by the spirits, he dared to speak of it, hoping his good friend might provide some useful leads. However, unbeknownst to him, Liang Zixuan had overheard their conversation. Liang Zixuan clenched her fists tightly, feeling as though she had plunged into a cauldron of vinegar, her heart heavy with an inexplicable sense of unease. Despite all her precautions, Someone had already gotten ahead of her. From Su Yang's words, it seemed he wished to find that woman, and what else more, he had developed feelings for her. Yet, this also indicated that he was a man of deep affection and responsibility. Liang Zixuan found herself increasingly enamored with him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. As this idea blossomed, her breath quickened. This was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to win his heart. With that in mind, Liang Zixuan eagerly tugged at Su Yang's arm. Su Yang turned, belched lightly, and stared at her blankly. Is something the matter? Actually, I just wanted to tell you that I've always before she could finish. Su Yang swayed and collapsed onto her. Hey. Liang Zixuan felt a wave of frustration wash over her and signaled to two bodyguards, who promptly approached to assist Su Yang out. Not long after, in the presidential suite, Su Yang lay on the bed, soundly asleep. Liang Zixuan sat at the edge of the bed, her hand resting gently on Su Yang's sharply defined face. With a gaze filled with affection, she murmured, "He is truly handsome." At that moment, the shrill ring of her mobile phone abruptly pierced the tranquility of the room. Liang Zixuan frowned in displeasure as she glanced at the screen. It was a call from Sun Li. "President Liang, where are you? I have something crucial to report regarding Su Yang." At the Dongfeng Hotel, Liang Zixuan promptly ended the call. Approximately 20 minutes later, Sun Li entered the presidential suite with familiarity, finding Liang Zixuan seated in the living room. "President Liang, here are the detailed documents on Su Yang." "This is all I could uncover for now," Sun Li said, handing over a stack of papers. "I thought he was deceiving me. Never did I expect he was genuinely married." Liang Zixuan's expression shifted upon reading further, her surprise evident. "What? His wife is actually Xin Yuqing. When I discovered this, I was equally astonished. I had no idea they were married. However, it seems that Xin Yuqing is unaware that Su Yang is her husband of 3 years. Do elaborate," Liang Zixuan urged. "According to prior information, Xin Yuqing has retained the services of the renowned divorce attorney, Lu Kongning, to manage her separation. If she were aware that Su Yang is her spouse, their relationship could not possibly be so amicable. Does Xin Yuqing not recognize her own husband?" Liang Zixuan pondered, perplexed. The reasons behind this remain unclear. "Oh, by the way, Su Yang was previously known as Lin Yang, the eldest son of the Lin family, until he was disowned by his father and subsequently changed his name to his mother's surname. Having even altered his name, it appears Xin Yuqing truly did not recognize him. Yet it remains uncertain whether he has identified her. Perhaps you should test the waters?" Sun Li suggested. Liang Zixuan did not respond, her focus intensely fixed on Su Yang's dossier. After a brief moment, she furrowed her brow in discontent, having found no information that satisfied her inquiry. "Recently, Su Yang spent a night with a girl at July Bar. I want to know who she is. Su Yang seems to regard this matter with great significance." "Ah, is that so? You don't mind?" Sun Li inquired, somewhat astonished. One would expect that upon learning of such a situation, Liang Zixuan would unhesitatingly abandon Su Yang, especially given her aversion to the idea of her beloved man being involved with another woman, let alone in a casual encounter. "Is it of any consequence?" "It has already transpired." "What does he seek from that girl? Does he wish for her to take responsibility?" "That is inconsequential. What matters is that I must ascertain who that girl is. She must never appear before Su Yang, for I intend to become that girl." "Ah, this." Sun Li was left speechless. The notion that such a proud and formidable woman would resort to such tactics to approach a man completely shattered her preconceived notions. "This method is most effective. It will allow me to become his woman in the shortest time possible, as long as I can win his affection. What does it matter if I employ certain tactics? My genuine care for him will foster deeper feelings over time. Given his nature, even if he discovers the truth in the future, he would never forsake me." Liang Zixuan did not act impulsively. Rather, her decision was the culmination of careful consideration. She believed that whether in the realm of romance or business, if there exists a shortcut, why not take it? Yet, he is not divorced. But what of it? Once I am with him, given Xin Yuqing's prideful nature, even upon discovering the truth, she would likely choose to divorce. Could she truly tolerate her husband's infidelity? Very well. I shall investigate further to see if I can locate that girl. If found, I will offer her a sum of money to ensure her departure. After perusing the information, Liang Zixuan curiously remarked, "Although the details you've gathered are quite comprehensive, they merely skim the surface. I cannot shake the feeling that Su Yang's identity is far from ordinary." She thoughtfully stroked her chin, pondering, "Consider this. With just one call, he can reach the esteemed calligrapher, Mr. Yang, indicating a close relationship. Moreover, with a mere phone call, He can mobilize the municipal enforcement team. Such feats are not within the reach of an average individual. Su-young, who exactly are you? Rubbing her temples. She found herself increasingly captivated by this enigmatic man. Chapter 31. Will you take responsibility? Mr. Liang, his identity is indeed shrouded in mystery. Even the municipal law enforcement system has been unable to uncover much information about him. It appears I must call Uncle Li. You may carry on with your duties. Please destroy this document and refrain from discussing Su Yang's matters with anyone. Understood. Sun Li replied and departed. Yang Zixuan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Li. How have you been lately? Child, calling me at this late hour. Is it merely to exchange pleasantries? A resonant voice emanated from the receiver. Forgive the late disturbance. Uncle Li, could you assist me in investigating someone? Who is it? Well, a man. Your boyfriend? Not yet. Now I am quite curious. What manner of man requires my investigation? You see, I am an ardent admirer of calligraphy, particularly of Mr. Yang, and this individual is closely associated with him. Possessing remarkable calligraphic skills, such a person cannot possibly be an obscure figure. With your description, I am even more intrigued. Please send me his name and photograph, and I shall look into his background. Thank you, Uncle Li. I will send it to you shortly. I had hoped to see you as my daughter-in-law, but it appears you have someone you favor. My foolish son seems to lack such fortune. Uncle, I have always regarded Huai Xing as a brother. A touch of embarrassment colored Liang Zixuan's cheeks. After ending the call, she promptly forwarded Su Yang's information. Subsequently, she entered the bedroom and was taken aback to find Su Yang clad only in his undergarments, with his other clothes mysteriously absent. Her face flushed instantly. Rumors circulated that she was enamored with handsome men, yet this was merely a fade, a tactic to confound her business rivals. Although she had experienced 2 fleeting romances in the past, neither had withstood the test of time, and she had not pursued another since. This was her first encounter of such depth. Approaching the bedside, she hesitantly extended her hand to cover him with a blanket, gazing at him with profound affection. Her eyes sparkled with endless longing. He was the only man who truly stirred her heart, the one she wished to entrust with her life. Su-young, I like you, Yang Zixuan whispered. She could seize the moment, but she feared he would blame her upon waking. She did not wish for him to perceive her as a woman willing to resort to unscrupulous means for her desires. The following morning, Su-young awoke to find himself clad only in his undergarments. Startled, he sat upright, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. He remembered drinking at the bar, becoming intoxicated, and seemingly collapsing into Liang Zixuan's embrace. Had something transpired between them? This marked the second time he had awoken in such a state. However, while he retained some memories from the last incident, this time, his mind was a blank slate. What was he to do? Su-young raised his hand and vigorously thumped his forehead. Drinking had led to complications. He resolved never to indulge again. Just then, with a soft click, the door creaked open. Liang Zixuan entered, dressed in a white nightgown, her softly curled hair cascading around her. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, brimmed with tenderness and affection. Upon noticing Su-young had awakened, a smile graced her lips. You're awake, she remarked. Last night, Su-young's face flushed with embarrassment. Words caught in his throat. Yang Zixuan pouted, feigning grievance. You were utterly intoxicated last night. I kindly took you to the hotel to rest, and you, in turn, insisted on keeping me here. I. Su-young stammered, feeling increasingly awkward and somewhat guilty. He had no recollection of the events from the previous night, though he did recall a beautiful dream, one in which he was with Shin Yu-qing, not Liang Zixuan. Seeing Su-young furrow his brows, unable to articulate his thoughts, Liang Zixuan burst into laughter, her cheeks tinged with pink. Look at you flustered. I was just teasing. You were completely drunk, and you took off your own clothes. Su-yang exhaled in relief, his face still flushed. I apologize for the trouble. I consider you a friend. So there is no need to be so formal with me. Yang Zixuan shifted her tone, her smile brightening. However, if you had truly done something to me last night, would you take responsibility? No, Su-young replied candidly. He had someone he cherished. Even if circumstances led to a mistake, he would not compromise. Marriage should not be taken lightly. True happiness lay only with the one he loved. President Liang, I don't mean to deceive you, but I'm already married and cannot be held accountable. I can only make it up to you in other ways, but besides emotional support, there is material compensation. And since you lack for nothing, I am at a loss as to how to be responsible. Su-young spoke the truth. Although her words caused him a slight pang of discomfort, he felt comforted by her honesty. Rest assured, I want to put you in a difficult position. I am not that kind of woman, She replied with a gentle smile. Let us get up and have breakfast. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yang sighed. He was not oblivious to Liang Zixuan's feelings, yet he was still grappling with his own complications, leaving him little room to contemplate such matters. In Qinghu Villa, Shen Yuqing awoke in her bedroom. Rubbing her slightly swollen eyes, she felt a dull heaviness in her head and a parched throat. After sitting up and lingering in a daze, she recalled only fragmented memories of the previous night. Turning her head, she noticed a glass of water on the bedside table, which she eagerly drank. The cool water brought her considerable relief. Subsequently, she called Lu Yun. President Shen, you're awake. Did you return home last night? Yes, so. And Su Yang. He was here too. Indeed, you drank so much that no one could dissuade you, so I called Su Yang. And he came right away. Lu Yun recounted the events of the night before. When did he leave? I'm not quite sure. I saw him carry you into the villa, and then I left. You left me with a man? Aren't you worried he might take advantage of my drunken state and do something to me? Shen Yuqing uttered a disingenuous remark, yet inwardly felt a twinge of delight. He actually carried me back, that insufferable scoundrel, surely taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this reproachful comment, Lu Yun on the other end of the line was left speechless, pondering, how could I possibly interfere in your marital affairs? Chapter 32. Misunderstanding. Shen Yuqing ended the call, wrapping her arms around her knees, her smooth chin resting upon them, lost in thought. That evening, she encountered Su Yang, marking a profound transformation from girlhood to womanhood. The following day, she visited the newly acquired company, where she met the man once more, and the subsequent scenes replayed in her mind incessantly. At times she smiled foolishly. At others, she felt a surge of irritation. Unbeknownst to her, this man had already carved out a space in her heart. Yet, an insurmountable chasm lay between them: marriage. She was a married woman, still bound and devoid of freedom. Contemplating this, impatience welled up within her, and she swiftly reached for her phone, yearning to expedite the dissolution of her marriage. The call was answered promptly. How is everything progressing? I've been keeping a close watch on him. He seems to be on high alert. Recently, he hardly leaves the house, making it quite challenging to gather evidence of his infidelity. My patience is wearing thin. You need to expedite this. I want results within 3 days. This may prove somewhat difficult. I cannot simply drag him out and coerce him into meeting with another woman. Are you not the expert in divorce matters? I must say, your reputation as a top lawyer appears to be somewhat unfounded. Shen Yuqing's temper flared once more. Lu Kongning, feeling exasperated, replied, Miss Shen, I am indeed a lawyer specializing in divorce cases, but under these circumstances, I find myself quite helpless. This is essentially a detective's task. Enough with the complaints. I am not withholding your payment. Think of a solution. I do have a suggestion. What is it? Reconcile. What? Ms. Shen, please do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. I mean to feign a reconciliation. One's true nature is difficult to disguise for long, and when he lets his guard down, his true self will be revealed. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Shen Yuqing and Lu Kongning discussed the specifics before concluding the call. Descending to the second floor, she found that the housekeeper had prepared breakfast. Miss, I made you some nourishing congee. Please take care of your health and try to limit your alcohol intake. Wu Ma, did you encounter anyone else while you were out? No. Wu Ma shook her head, hesitating for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. She had been with the Shen family for many years, watching Shen Yuqing grow up. In her youth, she was a bit mischievous, always wearing a sweet smile. Ever since her parents passed away, her demeanor had shifted dramatically, becoming cold and distant. Wu Ma observed this change with a heavy heart. She had hoped that marriage would bring about a transformation, yet it had become a fruitless union. Why must your life be so arduous, miss? Wu Ma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shen Yuqing, oblivious to Wu Ma's expression, responded with a soft, distracted acknowledgement, sitting down at the dining table and absent-mindedly sipping her congee. Miss, there is something I am uncertain whether to express. Speak your mind. In life, we encounter numerous unforeseen setbacks and hardships. We cannot evade them. We must choose to confront them. Life must go on, and we must look forward. Shen Yuqing remained silent, listening quietly to her words. Feeling discontented in marriage, it is better to end it. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. It is not that we are fated for misfortune, but rather that we have yet to encounter the right person. Should one come across an enticing gentleman in life, it is worthwhile to consider a courtship. Wu Ma wiped her tears, her voice slightly choked. Both your grandfather and grandmother, if they are watching from above, would undoubtedly wish for your daily happiness. Shen Yuqing softly acknowledged, forcing a smile, and inwardly lamented. If grandfather held the same sentiment, why the need for such complications? She had a modest meal before heading to the office, Tianming Group. Lu Yun had arrived at the company early, first visiting the security department, only to find it empty. Su Yang had yet to arrive, and her calls went unanswered. Anxiety gnawed at her. After all, last night, following Shin Yoqing's return to the villa, one could wonder if something had transpired between them. The flames of gossip ignited once more. Little did she know, wrapped in warmth, Su Yang's phone was out of reach because Liang Zixuan had turned it off. Consequently, Shin Yuqing arrived first. Reluctantly, she proceeded to the president's office to report on the day's work arrangements. Lu Yun noticed the president seemed somewhat distracted, further fueling her curiosity, as intuition suggested that something had indeed occurred the previous night. Mr. Shun, she called. I am not deaf. Shin Yuqing shot Lu Yun a glare and casually inquired, Has Su Yang arrived? Not yet. If I recall correctly, he is also an assistant. You are here. Yet he is still absent? Well, perhaps he is caught in traffic. He rides an electric bike. Last night, you too. Are you so idle? If you have nothing to do, take care of the cleaning on this floor. You shall not eat lunch until it is completed. Shin Yuqing reprimanded sternly. No, please. I was wrong. Lu Yun quickly retreated, but after a few steps, she was called back. When Su Yang arrives, send him to me. Understood. Lu Yun complied. Closing the door behind her, sticking out her tongue and making a face, I have never seen such a love affair. By midday, Su Yang finally arrived at the company. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted General Manager Chen Weiqing engaged in conversation with the department head. Upon noticing Su Yang, Chen Weiqing's expression darkened immediately. Su Yang, what is the matter with you? Look at the time. It is quite late. Do you wish to work, or would you prefer to leave? Mr. Chen, if you have business to discuss, do so without berating me. Your tactics may work on others, but they do not affect me. Should you continue to spew nonsense, I would not hesitate to teach you some manners. Su Yang's gaze turned icy, adjusting his wrist in a manner that suggested he was ready to confront. Chen Weiqing's eyelids twitched as he continued to scold him sternly. The company has clear regulations. Arriving 2 hours late is considered a day absent. If you accumulate 3 absences in a year, you will be deemed to have resigned. Count for yourself how many times you have been late this month. The last person who attempted to dismiss me was fired and ended up in jail. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Su Yang sneered. Do you think I am as useless as Sun Tong? You had better not give me any reasons to expose you. Even President Shin cannot save you then. Chen Weiqing smiled sinisterly before turning to leave. I must say, Su Yang is quite impressive, daring to confront President Chen head-on. President Chin's face was green with rage. Who do you think would prevail in a contest between them? It's hard to say. President Chen is deeply entrenched in the company, maintaining excellent relationships with the shareholders, and his background is rumored to be quite formidable. On the other hand, Su Yang is a favored individual in front of President Shin and an important figure in the Technology Park project, making it rather challenging for President Chen to take action against him. In the lobby, a group of people whispered among themselves. In the security department's office, Su Yang leaned back in his chair, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke while his mind was consumed by the images from last night in Shin Yuqing's bedroom. The revelation that she had been involved with another man was intolerable, crossing a line he could not accept. Although they had been apart for 3 years and he harbored some resentment, he did not resent her. Through their time together, he even nurtured a glimmer of hope. Now, however, even that faint hope had been shattered. He could endure Shin Yuqing's absence for 3 years, but her betrayal was beyond his tolerance. Everyone possesses a selfish side, and he is no exception. Despite having a one-night stand himself not long ago, he could not bring himself to accept Shin Yuqing's infidelity. Whether one calls it a sense of emotional purity or selfishness, he found himself repulsed by any woman who had been touched by another, regardless of her beauty. Chapter 33. I Want a Divorce. Su Yang extinguished his cigarette, opened the drawer, and retrieved a mobile phone card that he had previously used. Ever since Lu Kongning had reached out to him, he had not utilized this number. Once the card was activated, a flurry of call notifications flooded in. He located Lu Kongning's number and dialed it. The call was promptly answered. Mr. Lin, do you have anything further to say? Lu Kongning's voice resonated from the receiver. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling perplexed, before responding, I agree to the divorce. What? On the street, Lu Kongning, having just purchased a cold drink, stood frozen, unable to comprehend Su Yang's intentions. Just a short while ago, they had met, and he had conveyed Shin Yuqing's words, no divorce. Lin Jinglong was equally astonished. He had intended to seize the opportunity for a financial gain, only to find that the eldest daughter of the Shin family had changed her mind about the divorce, leaving him feeling quite vexed. However, after a moment's thought, he mused that if he could cunningly manipulate the situation to consummate a relationship with Shin Yuqing, he would not fear any repercussions even if the truth were to be revealed. The prospect of gaining both wealth and love exhilarated him. Thus, Lin Jinglong too agreed to the reconciliation, declaring that if they were to make amends, they should cohabitate. On this point, Shin Yuqing and Lu Kongning had already devised a strategy. What Lu Kongning did not anticipate was that shortly after their discussion, the other party would abruptly reverse their decision. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, Miss Shin will not bring up the divorce again, provided you treat her sincerely. She isn't going to divorce? Su Yang felt bewildered. No. That's not right. Shin Yuqing has been yearning for a divorce. How could she possibly change her mind? She doesn't want a divorce? Who does she think she is? Su Yang was incensed. He had never encountered such a domineering woman. One moment she wanted a divorce, and the next she did not. What did she take him for? Lu Kongning moved the phone away from his ear, the shout resonating in his ears like a swarm of bees. Calm down, please. Women, when in a foul mood, often exhibit a touch of petulance. We, as gentlemen, ought not to take it to heart. Moreover, Miss Shin is the most beautiful woman in Qiqing. Being her husband is a dream cherished by many men. You should find solace in that. Stop with the nonsense. Hello. Can you hear me? The signal is poor. Let us discuss this another day. Lu Kongning feigned a few hellos before abruptly ending the call. Rolling his eyes in disdain, does this person have a dual personality? Their mood shifts faster than pages in a book. In the security department's office, Su Yang cursed in frustration. Just then, Lu Yan entered. She had intended to inquire about the events of the previous night to satiate her curiosity, but upon entering, she overheard Su Yang's expletive and swallowed her questions. Su Yang, President Shun is looking for you. Oh. Su Yang replied with a dark expression and promptly made his way to the president's office. He did not knock, but rather pushed the door open directly, only to find Shin Yuqing kneeling on a yoga mat, practicing yoga, her flawless curves on full display. Shin Yuqing cast a fleeting glance at him before resuming her yoga practice. Did you escort me home last night? Su Yang's Adam's apple bobbed as he became mesmerized by the enchanting sight before him, only to chastise himself for his lack of composure upon regaining his senses. Did you take advantage of me while I was intoxicated? Puffed, as if, he retorted, crossing his arms defensively and averting his gaze, fearful that prolonged eye contact might soften his resolve. Shin Yuqing stood up, mischief glimmering in her eyes. Why are you looking at me? Su Yang stole a glance at her before quickly diverting his eyes again. What does President Shin want with me? You dare not look at me. Are you afraid that if you do, you might fall in love with me? Shin Yuqing approached him, locking her gaze onto his with a teasing smile adorning her face. Haha, how amusing. I've discovered that President Shun is quite narcissistic, he remarked. Then look at me while you speak, she challenged, pinching his chin playfully. Their eyes locked, and Shin Yuqing blinked innocently. Am I beautiful? The once aloof and imperious Ice Queen now resembled a playful young girl, exuding charm and vitality. For a fleeting moment, he found himself entranced. Facing a beauty like me, can you truly remain indifferent? Shin Yuqing's playful tone masked a twinge of anxiety. She was eager to uncover the events of the previous night. Yet, recalling the incidents from last evening, Su Yang quickly regained his composure and swatted her hand away dismissively. All appearance and no substance. Shin Yuqing's smile faltered. What do you mean by that? The literal meaning, he replied curtly. Clarify what you mean by me being all show and no substance. Shin Yuqing's displeasure was evident. Su Yang scoffed. After a night of drunken revelry, you've certainly indulged yourself. Haven't you? If memory serves me correctly, you are a married woman. How can you justify such behavior towards your husband, even if your feelings for him have waned? It is imperative to refrain from acts of betrayal. His words struck a nerve with Shin Yuqing, igniting her fury. What did he mean by indulging? And what of his accusations regarding her past flings? When have I ever sought out toy boys? She retorted, her anger palpable. Whether or not I have, I am well aware of my own heart. If I wish to end my marriage, I would do so, as long as I remain married. I owe my husband the basic respect of fidelity. You are fabricating accusations. Aside from you and me, Shin Yuqing's voice trailed off, her face paling with anger as she countered. You claim I have wronged my husband, yet have you never betrayed your own wife? Do not forget. You two are a married man. Were it not for the lucrative job I offered you, you would still be at the nightclubs, entertaining wealthy women. Before you cast judgment on others, reflect on your own sordid actions. When have I ever entertained wealthy women? Su Yang seethed, nearly beside himself with rage. Indeed, he had once worked part-time at a bar, primarily as a server, occasionally promoting drinks. Why did Shin Yuqing persist in viewing him as some male model? He knew himself well enough. In your eyes, I have always been that sort of person. Haven Ti? Well, rest assured, I am quite the opposite. Su Yang felt a chill in his heart as he slammed the door behind him. Shin Yuqing, equally infuriated, plopped down onto the sofa. She poured herself a glass of red wine and downed it in one swift motion before lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply with great intensity. Cough, cough. That insufferable man is driving me to madness. Ding. A text message arrived. Upon reading it, Shin Yuqing promptly returned to her desk, retrieved a check, and swiftly began to write. Subsequently, she headed to the cloakroom to change her attire, hastening her departure from the office. Chapter 34. Shin Yuqing's Fury. Dare to undermine me. Under the scorching sun, a tall woman entered the CAF. Dressed in a flowing white gown and adorned with high heels, she exuded an air of elegance and grace. A pair of sunglasses shielded her eyes, and her cascading long hair obscured much of her face. Yet her exquisite features and delicate makeup were still discernible. She was none other than Shin Yuqing. The CAF was permeated with the rich aroma of coffee, inducing a sense of relaxation and delight. She made her way directly to a window-side table, removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bright eyes that conveyed a sense of indifference and detachment. Before long, Lu Kongning arrived, clutching a briefcase. Hand this check to Lin Yang as my allowance for him. I've been too busy lately to spend time with him, but I'll try to be with him in the near future. Shin Yuqing placed the prepared check before Lu Kongning. 5 million. Isn't that excessive? A man like him is insatiably greedy. If you offer him 5 million now, he'll expect 50 million next time. Only by providing him with ample benefits can one lower his guard. Very well. By the way, please give me his contact details. Sure. Lu Kongning retrieved his phone and sent Shin Yuqing the 2 numbers he had. One was indeed Su Yang's, while the other belonged to Lin Jinglong. Shin Yuqing glanced at them, unfazed. It was not uncommon for a person to possess multiple numbers. I'll take my leave now. Shin Yuqing gazed absent-mindedly out the window. She was reluctant to return to the company, feeling a sense of suffocation inside. The recent quarrel with Su Yang was merely one aspect of her turmoil. The more pressing issue was her unexpected fondness for him. She had finally begun to confront her own feelings. However, Su Yang's past lingered like a thorn in her heart. She yearned to emulate the heroines on television, generously assuring Su Yang, "I don't mind your past, I only care about your future." Yet, she realized that in reality, it was exceedingly difficult to remain unconcerned. The mere thought of Su Yang ingratiating himself with wealthy women and being in their company was deeply distressing. She desired a partner who would be devoted to her for a lifetime, not someone akin to a public restroom, accessible to all. Rationality urged her to extinguish such thoughts immediately. How could she harbor feelings for a male model who would sell his body for money? What tormented her was the inability to sever that emotional bond. Could love truly encompass all flaws? With a heavy heart, Shin Yuqing let out a sigh. At that moment, a male voice broke through her reverie. "It's you. What a coincidence." Shin Yuqing looked up to see a handsome young man standing across from her. Frowning as she replied, "Do we know each other? You must be Yonggu's girlfriend, right? We met at the bar last night. You probably don't remember, as you were quite inebriated." The charming young man was Wang Peisong, a colleague of Su Yang at the bar. "You're referring to Su Yang? Indeed. Are you two friends?" "Certainly. In the past, when Yang worked part-time at the bar, we were the closest of friends." "The July bar? Indeed, you are unaware?" Wang Peisong expressed his astonishment. Shin Yuqing scrutinized him from head to toe. He was handsome and of a decent height, yet he appeared somewhat frail. Could he withstand the whims of wealthy women? "With that physique of yours, are you really in that line of work?" "Ah?" Wang Peisong was taken aback, clearly sensing a hint of disdain in her gaze, and frowned in displeasure. "Miss, judging by your attire, your family must be quite affluent. Do you find it embarrassing that Yang worked as a waiter at the bar? If that is the case, it would be best for you two to part ways. Although Yang may not have much money, there are plenty of girls who adore him." "A waiter? Is that what you all call it?" Shin Yuqing inquired, bewildered. "I don't understand your meaning. As Yang's good brother, I must defend him. There is no distinction in dignity regarding occupations. What is wrong with us being waiters? We earn our living through honest labor. Is it truly worthy of mockery for earning a few thousand a month? If you hold his past occupation in such disdain, it would be wise to end the relationship to spare both of you from discomfort. Are you suggesting that your jobs involve serving fruits and beverages?" Shin Yuqing suddenly realized, her heart racing with anxiety. All along, she had assumed Su Yang was a male model and had never witnessed him performing such work. Isn't being a waiter precisely that? Wang Peisong retorted, bewildered. Was it possible that a wealthy young lady was unaware of what a waiter does? He is not a male model? What? Wang Peisong's voice rose sharply, filled with indignation. No wonder you spoke as you did. You believed we were engaged in that sort of work. In your eyes, Yang is truly that kind of person? Last night, I advised him to cherish you, but now it seems I was mistaken. Compared to that beautiful young lady, you fall woefully short. Shin Yuqing felt a surge of joy. She had misunderstood him all along. No wonder he had been so furious. If she were in his position, she too would be incensed. Su Yang, I am sorry. Shin Yuqing felt a pang of guilt, scolding herself for viewing Su Yang through biased lenses. He must be heartbroken. Amidst her relief, she finally took note of Wang Peisong's earlier remarks and furrowed her brow again. What beautiful lady. Clarify yourself. That beautiful lady is quite wealthy and, importantly, has a deep affection for Yang. What is her name, and what does she do? Are you attempting to gather intelligence on a rival? I shall not divulge that information. Wang Peisong scoffed, turning to leave. Stop. Clarify your statement before departing, or I shall ensure your stay in Qiqing is anything but pleasant. You, Wang Peisong exclaimed in fury. If you divulge all that you know, I will reward you with 100,000. Spare me the lecture on loyalty. Such words are mere bluster from Navi youths. Shin Yuqing revealed a confident expression, believing she had Wang Peisong at a disadvantage. Wang Peisong chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, I do not possess much information. Did Yang not escort you home last night? He returned later, dragging me to drink. He must have had an argument with you. He appeared quite upset. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, I'm utterly intoxicated. How could I possibly engage in an argument with him? Shortly thereafter, a striking young lady arrived. At that moment, Brother Yang was besieged by a throng of young women and married ladies clamoring for his attention. The lady's bodyguard swiftly dispersed the crowd, and she quietly remained by Brother Yang's side until he was thoroughly inebriated, at which point they departed together. Who, I wonder, is that bodyguard? Shin Yuqing furrowed her brow and promptly inquired, where did they go? Typically, when men and women become intoxicated in a bar, they often head to a hotel afterward. Wang Peisong, noticing Shin Yuqing's sudden frown, quickly retracted his statement. That is merely my speculation. It is also possible she simply escorted Brother Yang home. Could returning home preclude any illicit activities? Wang Peisong's mind wandered, a sly grin playing on his lips, one that all men would understand. What is that woman's name? I believe I heard Brother Yang refer to her as General Manager Liang. I am utterly clueless about her actual name. Yang Zixuan, it is you. I should have anticipated this. Who else would dare encroach upon my territory? Shin Yuqing was instantly consumed by rage. Back in school, Yang Zixuan had always relished competing with her, and after all these years, it was astonishing that the rivalry persisted. Chapter 35, Shin Yuqing, your wife is truly unworthy. I was well aware of these matters. Wang Peisong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. 100,000 yuan was quite a significant sum for him. He quickly opened the payment code. Shin Yuqing scanned the code, and the amount promptly arrived in his account. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Wang Peisong said cheerfully as he left. Not long after, Shin Yuqing returned to the company. Pacing anxiously as she contemplated how to apologize to Su Yang, Lu Yun hurried into the president's office. President Shen, you called for me? A close friend of mine has been quarreling with her boyfriend lately. She discovered that there was a misunderstanding and wishes to apologize to him. How should she go about it? President Shen, that person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Nonsense, how could it possibly be me? I am referring to my friend. A flicker of panic crossed Shin Yuqing's eyes. Oh, let me think. It's quite easy for a woman to placate a man. Men are creatures of instinct. A little affection goes a long way. A kiss, a hug, perhaps some endearing behavior, or even a small gift, or preparing a lavish meal can help convey your affection. Lu Yun winked playfully. Will that suffice? As long as he genuinely likes you, he will be easy to appease. If not, no amount of coaxing will work. That makes sense. All right, you may return to your tasks. Okay. Lu Yun chuckled mischievously, turning to leave. However, she paused at the door, suppressing her laughter as she added, President Shun, when you are with him, do not assert your presidential authority. Approach him as a friend or a lover. Being too assertive is unappealing to men. Not me. Not me. All right. Lu Yun winked again and quickly exited. Shin Yuqing muttered to herself, giving a gift is certainly doable, but a kiss and a hug. That feels rather awkward, and being coy. I cannot manage that. What gift would be appropriate? After pondering for a moment, Shin Yuqing resolved to gift Su Young a car, as he had always commuted on an electric bike. With her decision made, Shin Yuqing promptly called Su Young. Is there something you need? Join me outside for a moment. Wait for me in the underground parking lot. After speaking, Shin Yuqing hung up the phone. A short while later, she entered the underground parking lot and spotted Su Yang standing beside a car. What are you up to? Su Young inquired, puzzled. Typically, when Shin Yuqing left the office, she would take a chauffeur-driven car, never needing to visit the parking lot. This time, however, she neither informed the driver nor had any bodyguards accompanying her. Furthermore, it appeared Shin Yuqing had made a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance. Her inherent beauty radiated even more brilliance. Do not ask too many questions, just follow me. You can drive, right? Shin Yuqing's voice remained icy, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with tenderness. Then you drive. Shin Yuqing tossed the car keys to Su Yang and took her seat in the passenger side. Su Yang climbed into the vehicle, as Shin Yuqing was about to introduce some features of her vehicle to him. She was taken aback to find that Su Yang was quite familiar with the functionalities of her car, executing the operations with remarkable proficiency. She was momentarily surprised. I see you ride an electric bike to work every day. I didn't expect your driving skills to be quite impressive. And you seem well acquainted with the condition of the vehicle. Have you done chauffeur work in the past? Su Yang lazily disregarded her, responding in a dismissive manner. While internally he mused, what is the big deal? I've piloted planes and tanks before. Noticing his attitude, Shin Yuqing felt no anger, understanding that he was harboring some frustration. What are your plans for the future? I haven't thought about it. You're no longer young. It's about time you start considering it. What are you trying to say? Su Yang frowned, sensing that this girl was acting strangely, as if her demeanor had shifted suddenly. We've known each other for quite a while, and in the office, we have a superior-subordinate relationship. Outside of work, we should consider ourselves friends, shouldn't we? Shin Yuqing rarely displayed a sweet smile. What exactly do you want to convey? Su Yang was somewhat perplexed. Just say it. Do we consider each other friends in private? Shin Yuqing grasped Su Yang's wrist, her soft voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Her touch was gentle. Su Yang's heart raced unexpectedly, and his voice became slightly flustered. You can say whatever you like. Since we are friends, as a friend, I naturally ought to express concern for you. You mentioned that your wife is such a scoundrel, abandoning you for 3 years without a word. Why haven't you ended this marriage? Shin Yuqing's teasing facade belied a tinge of anxiety. Su Yang burst into laughter, his expression peculiar as he said, You're absolutely right. My wife is indeed a scoundrel. Every time I hear you criticize her, it brings me a sense of relief. Is that so? As long as it brings you some comfort. Have you not considered divorce? How could that be? This marriage must end, even if she doesn't want to. It's no longer an option. I've had enough of her. Su Yang snorted with disdain and shot her a glare. Has she returned? Shin Yuqing was taken aback, her heart simmering with irritation. You speak of your wife, yet you glare at me. One might think you were referring to me. She has returned. Do you need assistance? If the divorce encounters obstacles, I could recommend a lawyer who specializes in divorce cases, striving to secure the best possible outcome for you. My scoundrel of a wife is quite wealthy, and she must be fearful of me claiming her assets. She has also hired a formidable lawyer, hoping to leave me with nothing. What? That is outrageous. Shin Yuqing's temper flared, angrily slapping her thigh. That wretched woman, leaving home without a word. Abandoning her husband for 3 years, she should at least provide him with some compensation. In my opinion, she ought to give you half of her assets at the very least. Exactly. You too feel she is despicable, right? Absolutely despicable. Shin Yuqing's expression turned awkward. Suddenly, she realized something. Su Yang's marriage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, and she was currently devising a way to ensure that her greedy husband would leave empty-handed. The conversation they had just shared seemed to echo her own struggles. Have I indeed overstepped my bounds? Considering my financial standing, granting him $1 billion does not seem excessive. Reflecting on this, Shin Yuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment on her delicate face, regretting not agreeing to Lin Yang's request for divorce compensation. Su Yang, observing Shin Yuqing berating herself, found amusement in her plight and chuckled heartily. What are you laughing at? Shin Yuqing sensed something peculiar about his smile and, with genuine concern, inquired, Why don't you share her information with me? I could help you retaliate. With a woman like that, one must be even more assertive. Never mind. I don't care about her paltry wealth. I just want this to end swiftly. Enough about me, let us discuss your situation. I heard you're also going through a divorce? How did you know? I don't recall mentioning this to you. Shin Yuqing frowned, realizing that only her assistant, Lu Yun, was privy to her divorce details, which she had not disclosed to anyone else. Oh, did Lu Yun tell you? Yes. I might have overheard her mention it once. This Lu Yun, I shall have to deal with her. Actually, it's not a big deal. Don't blame her. Su Yang silently offered an apology to Lu Yun. Chapter 36. Will you divorce? Shin Yuqing sighed. You may not believe it, but I have never even met my husband. I have only seen him through a video. A video? You've seen him? Yes, before our marriage. My close friend visited his home and recorded a short video to show me. Then why don't you recognize me? Su Yang asked, perplexed. What? Shin Yuqing, lost in thought, did not catch his question. Oh, I meant, since you've seen the video, even if you haven't met in person, you should be able to recognize him. Recognizing him makes no difference. I harbor no feelings for him. I simply wish to end this marriage swiftly. My grandfather forced me into this union, and the entire marriage process was handled by representatives. Shin Yuqing's spirits waned. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she felt deprived of the right to choose her own path, bound by the dictates of matchmakers and parental commands. The notion of an arranged marriage filled her with distaste. Su Yang was further bewildered. It hasn't been 30 years, so if she knows me, why doesn't she recognize me? What could this possibly mean? If you are so eager to divorce, why don't you? No, wait. How do you know I'm not divorcing? She pondered aloud, realizing she had not disclosed this to Assistant Lu. That's not important. Why are you still hesitating to divorce? Su Yang hastily shifted the topic. Shin Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed. When I previously mentioned divorce, my husband demanded a compensation of 10 billion. It seemed excessively greedy to me, and I wanted him to leave with nothing. Please understand, I'm not miserly nor am I afraid of him taking my family's wealth. I simply detest such avarice. Having just criticized Su Yang's wife as a gold digger who sought no compensation, she now felt a pang of guilt and embarrassment. However, Su Yang was not focused on that. Instead, he was contemplating the 10 billion compensation. When did I ever demand 10 billion from her? He frowned deeply, seeing his silence. Shin Yuqing assumed he disapproved of her actions and quickly defended herself. Our marriages are quite similar. Upon learning of your marital situation, I came to terms with my own. No matter how poor his character, I owe him this. If he asked for 10 billion, then I shall give him 10 billion. Bidding farewell to the past and embracing the future. Give what? You cannot give him that. Su Yang immediately countered. What? Shin Yuqing was puzzled. Are you foolish? Just because he asks, you should comply? That is 10 billion, not just $10. I know you are wealthy, but you cannot just give it away recklessly. He has done a favor for my family. This is merely a gesture of gratitude. Giving him 10 billion buys me peace of mind. Shin Yuqing had firmly resolved to contact Lu Kongning afterward, agreeing to his demands to swiftly liberate herself from the chains of marriage, lest Su Yang continue to reject her as a married woman. I said you shall not give it. Su Yang was becoming increasingly agitated, sensing that this matter might somehow involve the Lin family. Aside from them, he could think of no one else audacious enough to impersonate him in demanding compensation from Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing did not engage in an argument with him. Instead, she tentatively inquired, if I were to divorce and you were to divorce, would you be willing to be with me? At that moment, a scooter zoomed across the road. Squeak. Su Yang abruptly slammed on the brakes, interrupting Shin Yuqing's words. What happened? A delivery person had unexpectedly dashed out, startling him. As Su Yang resumed driving, he turned to ask, what were you saying just now? Nothing, nothing, Shin Yuqing replied, her courage having dissipated, leaving her unable to voice her confession. Half an hour later, at the 4S dealership. Welcome. Su Yang and Shin Yuqing entered the establishment. A young saleswoman immediately approached them. Hello, are you looking to purchase a car? Shin Yuqing responded with a faint acknowledgement. Su Yang rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. He had seen the luxurious cars in the Shin family's garage, each worth millions, barely being utilized, and yet here she was, considering another purchase. What a wasteful extravagance. Please take a look and see which one you like. We are currently running a promotion and can offer you the best discounts, the saleswoman continued. Shin Yuqing, however, did not respond to her, but said to Su Yang, I want to buy a car as a gift. Could you help me choose? Su Yang suddenly realized it was meant as a gift and casually asked for a man or a woman. For a man, she replied. Su Yang felt a twinge of displeasure. Choose for yourself. I'm just a novice and know nothing about cars. Shin Yuqing chuckled, a teasing expression on her face. Are you feeling jealous? Pfft, how could that be? He retorted, feigning indifference. Observing his flustered demeanor, Shin Yuqing found him adorably endearing when he was angry. Oh, come on. Help me out. It's very important to me. She playfully grasped Su Yang's arm and shook it, blinking her eyes as if she were a love-struck girl, astonishingly displaying a rare vulnerability. All right, I'll help you choose, Su Yang relented, feeling his heart soften at her antics. After a brief survey of the showroom, his gaze settled on a large SUV. How about this one? The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she eagerly began her pitch. Sir, you have excellent taste. This Maybach GLS 600 is the latest model of the year, priced at $278 million. We currently have substantial discounts, allowing you to save around $100,000, along with various gift packages to choose from. Just then, a couple strolled in. The man paused upon seeing Su Yang, then smirked mockingly, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this our school's little football prince? I heard you've fallen so low as to be a doorman now, haha." Su Yang glanced at the newcomers and recognized his former classmate, Wei Qing. Back in high school, Wei Qing had been a notorious bully, leveraging his affluent background to amass a group of miscreants, frequently tormenting classmates, especially those with any semblance of beauty. It was only after encountering Su Yang, receiving a stern lesson, that his arrogance had begun to wane. Years have swiftly passed, and to my astonishment, we meet once more. Truly embodying the adage that foes are drawn together. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the woman beside Wei Qing, his expression growing increasingly intricate. She possessed a figure that could rival a siren, the kind that leaves men utterly entranced. Yet, her somewhat alluring visage only deepened his disdain. For this was his first love, Han Xiaoxiao, who had cast him aside for his lack of wealth. Now, she had transformed into a quintessential gold digger, and he could hardly believe he had once harbored affection for such a woman. Su Yang averted his gaze, shaking his wrist. "Are you asking for a beating again?" Noticing the change in his demeanor, Shen Yuqing furrowed her brow, pondering, why does he regard that woman with such a look? Is there a past between them? Chapter 37. Wealth is divine. Before Wei Qing could utter a word, Han Xiaoxiao launched her attack. Can you not aspire to something greater? All you do is fight. What else are you capable of? After all these years, you remain utterly unaccomplished. Choosing to break up with you was the wisest decision of my life. How fortuitous. That mirrors my sentiments precisely. Thank you for ending our relationship. It allowed me to see your true, grotesque nature. Do you really think I still dwell on you? Go home and look in the mirror. With your heavy makeup, you resemble a pallet. Your materialistic and despicable demeanor nauseates me. You are the greatest stain on my life. You speak nonsense. You, not I, resemble a pallet. Beauty was Han Xiaoxiao's greatest pride, yet her exquisite appearance, in Su Yang's eyes, was reduced to mere colors on a palette. This was inconsequential, for what truly terrified her were the words that followed. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Han Xiaoxiao retorted loudly, shaking Wei Qing's arm while adopting a sultry tone. "Darling, he is merely jealous of our relationship and is saying these things out of spite. Don't believe him." Wei Qing wrapped his arm around Han Xiaoxiao's waist, reveling in his triumph. "Why bother with such pointless chatter? It cannot conceal the stench of poverty that clings to you. Are you upset that what you cannot have is now mine? Anger is futile. Wealth allows one to act as they please." "Oh, how infuriating." Han Xiaoxiao playfully swatted at Wei Qing, feeling no shame, but rather delight in the exchange. "Only someone like you would be drawn to such trash," Su Yang scoffed. Shen Yuqing tugged at Su Yang's arm, suppressing a smile. "I didn't expect this to be your first love. Your taste is rather lacking." Su Yang's face flushed crimson, awkwardly clearing his throat. "Well, it's inevitable to overlook things at times. Admit it, you're envious, which is why you say such things. It must be quite unpleasant to see someone you like being affectionate with another man, huh?" Wei Qing laughed triumphantly. Years of pent-up negativity finally found an outlet, and the satisfaction of stepping on Su Yang's pride felt better than winning the lottery. "Fool." Su Yang chose to ignore him. "Miss, have you heard of the 4 great families of Qiqing? I am Wei Qing, the heir of the Wei family. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Wei Qing gazed at Shen Yuqing with a sparkle in his eyes, unable to suppress his excitement. He had noticed her long before. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, even more enchanting than any star on television. Yet, he could not fathom how such a woman could be with Su Yang. Han Xiaoxiao, flustered, quickly interjected, "Wei Xiao." Wei Qing dismissively shrugged off Han Xiaoxiao. She was merely a fleeting presence in his life. Only a woman of Shen Yuqing's exceptional beauty could be worthy of him. They were worlds apart, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. The radiant moon and the flickering firefly had no basis for comparison. Shen Yuqing's gaze turned icy upon recognizing him as the young master of the Wei family. Although her time in the country had been short, She had heard tales of Wei Qing's notorious reputation, which was far from flattering. She disregarded Wei Qing, instead directing her attention towards the sales assistant. "We will take this car." Upon hearing this, Wei Qing erupted into laughter. "Did I hear that correctly? They actually want to purchase this vehicle, a mere doorman aspiring to own a Maybach. How utterly hilarious. You are truly insufferable," frowned Shen Yuqing. Wei Qing cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang. "It's not that I look down on you, but even if you worked your entire life, you would never afford this car. I can understand the pretense to impress women, but you have come to the wrong place. The cheapest car here starts at 500,000. What could a mere security guard earning a few thousand a month possibly afford?" At this point, Wei Qing turned to Shen Yuqing. "You may not know, but he is just a poor soul guarding the gate, unable to provide for you. You would be better off with me. I can guarantee you endless wealth." "Shut your mouth." Shen Yuqing's gaze was icy. "You wretched fool, pretending to be something you're not. It would be your fortune if I deigned to notice you. Don't overestimate your worth." Wei Qing cursed angrily and then turned to the sales assistant, stating, "I will take this car." Seeing him insult Shen Yuqing, Su Yang was ready to retaliate, but Shen Yuqing stopped him. "Don't rush. He will soon have his moment of regret." The sales assistant quickly put on a smiling face and explained, "Sir, I apologize, but this is the only fully equipped model available. Perhaps you could wait a couple of days or choose a lower configuration." With a resounding slap, Wei Qing struck the sales assistant across the face, angrily shouting, "Are you looking to lose your job? Where's the manager?" The sales assistant covered her face, tears welling up in her eyes from the humiliation. A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit rushed over, bowing and scraping with a sycophantic smile. "Ah, young Master Wei. How delightful to see you." He then turned to the sales assistant, his face darkening. "Have you lost your senses? Not recognizing young Master Wei? If he is dissatisfied today, you may not have a job tomorrow." The sales assistant fell silent, trembling with fear. Wei Qing, feeling triumphant, glanced at Shen Yuqing and pointed at Su Yang. Addressing the manager, "How do you conduct your business? Allowing anyone to wander in, even this pathetic security guard who likely cannot afford even a wheel of this car. Can't you smell the stench of poverty?" With a mock gesture, Wei Qing feigned a wave of his hand, his face contorted with disdain. Indeed. Young Master Wei is right. Such paupers have no place here." The manager nodded vigorously, turning to the security guard with a commanding tone. "Get them out at once. If I see such people here again, they will all be fired. I dare anyone to object." Su Yang stood protectively in front of Shen Yuqing, his expression frosty as he faced Wei Qing. "Years have passed, yet it seems you have forgotten the sting of humility. Do not presume that wealth grants you the freedom to act as you wish. If I choose to move against you, even the son of a billionaire must submit." Wei Qing laughed heartily as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He lifted Han Xiaoxiao's chin with a finger. "Darling, did I hear him correctly? He dares to threaten me. My dear, he is merely a powerless braggart, reduced to empty bravado." Han Xiaoxiao immediately smiled charmingly to please Wei Qing. The salesgirl could no longer restrain herself and, with a steely resolve, stated, "Manager, the customer is king. They are here to purchase a car. How can you drive them away?" With a sharp slap, the manager struck the salesgirl and reprimanded her sternly. "Silence. What do you know? Wealthy customers are kings, while the impoverished are mere beggars. Young Master Wei spends tens of millions annually with us. He is our most esteemed patron." At that moment, Wei Qing felt an overwhelming sense of pride, relishing in the attention. Unwilling to relent, he attempted to flirt again, saying, "Beautiful lady, it's not too late to reconsider. Luxury cars, villas, if you desire it, I can fulfill your wishes. To be my woman would be a privilege." Su Yang suddenly chimed in with a mischievous grin, teasing Mr. Shen. "He wishes to support you. Why not acquiesce?" "Get lost." Shen Yuqing shot him an annoyed glance. "You used to want to support me. Now do you understand my feelings?" "Humph." Shen Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed. Wei Qing noticed their whispered conversation and exchanged glances, instantly consumed by jealousy. How could a pauper possess such fortune? With his status, he had never had access to such an exquisite woman. Chapter 38 Mission. Spare me. My patience is limited. Wei Qing suddenly extended his claw-like hand, attempting to grasp Shen Yuqing's. However, Su Yang would not allow him to succeed. In an instant, he seized Wei Qing's wrist, and with a sharp crack, he declared, seeking death. "Ah!" Wei Qing hunched over, crying out in pain, soon finding himself kicked to the ground by Su Yang. Left in a pitiful state, Han Xiaoxiao hastily rushed to assist Wei Qing, exclaiming, "Darling, are you all right? How dare you strike me? You are finished." Wei Qing glared with wide eyes, reprimanding fiercely as he pulled out his phone to call for reinforcements. "Young Master Wei, are you unharmed?" The manager's expression changed drastically. The young master of the Wei family had been assaulted here. If the Wei family were to be enraged, he too would face dire consequences. Do I appear unscathed? Rest assured, I will have them removed at once. No, they could leave just now, but that is no longer an option. Isn't he here to purchase this vehicle? Let him buy it. I am eager to see how a mere security guard with a monthly salary of a few thousand can afford it. Wei Qing sought to humiliate Su Yang thoroughly before eliminating him. The manager, unwilling to defy Wei Qing's orders, immediately barked at the sales assistant. What are you standing there for? Go fetch the POS machine. Oh, right away. The sales assistant scurried to comply. The manager pointed at Su Yang and Shen Yuqing, threateningly stating, if you cannot afford it, you may as well crawl out of here. If we can afford it, you shall kneel and apologize, then roll out of here. Just wait. I am keen to see if you will still be so defiant. The manager scoffed in disdain. Before long, the sales assistant returned, POS machine in hand. Shen Yuqing opened her bag and casually produced a bank card, handing it to the assistant. This vehicle is priced at $278 million, with a discount of $100,000, resulting in a total of $268 million. Would you prefer to pay in installments or in full? It is not mandatory to pay in full. We have specialists to assist you with loan procedures, the sales assistant kindly reminded. Having listened attentively, she had discerned that Su Yang was not affluent and likely could not produce over $2 million in one go. She wished to spare them any further embarrassment. Enough with the nonsense. The manager immediately reprimanded the sales assistant, turning to Su Yang and declaring, the promotional event has concluded. The full price is $278 million. Furthermore, this vehicle cannot be purchased in installments. Manager, you. The sales assistant began to retort. The manager glared. Speak another word, and you will be dismissed. Shen Yuqing chuckled disdainfully, addressing the sales assistant. Go ahead and swipe. Wei Qing pointed at Su Yang, laughing mockingly. You truly are worthless. Relying on a woman to foot the bill. No wonder you were here to buy a car. Turns out you were just a kept man. Shen Yuqing restrained the already furious Su Yang, her voice icy as she remarked, I hope you can still laugh in a moment. Ding. The card was successfully swiped. The sound from the POS machine brought a smile of relief to the sales assistant, finally easing her anxious heart. The manager was left momentarily stunned. To swipe several million without so much as a blink. This could not be the act of a mere commoner. Yes, I apologize. It was my fault. The manager hastily exclaimed, his smile more grotesque than tears. Shen Yuqing remained indifferent, her voice devoid of warmth. Kneel and apologize. You are magnanimous. Do not stoop to my level. I am but a mere girl, but I believe in retribution. The manager hesitated, contemplating whether to kneel, when Wei Qing interjected. I truly misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a wealthy heiress. Given that, you should be mine. With the financial prowess of the Wei family, I can elevate your family status. Is that so? Yet, from what I know, your Wei family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Shen Yuqing cast him a look of incredulity. Huh. The Wei family possesses assets nearing $100 billion. How dare you claim we are bankrupt? What a ludicrous jest. Wei Qing laughed heartily before his mirth abruptly ceased, and he barked angrily, You shameless wretch. How dare you curse my family? Just because you have some wealth. You think you can speak to me like that? You must be unaware of the power of the 4 great families. I assure you, with a mere word, I can bring your family to ruin. Oh, is that so? I shall witness how the esteemed young Master Wei intends to ruin my family. Shen Yuqing retorted with a chuckle. Su Yang shot Wei Qing a pitying glance, still oblivious to the formidable presence he had provoked. Very well. You have chosen your own demise. Once I dismantle your family, you will be on your knees pleading for mercy. Wei Qing immediately pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Seeing this, the manager adopted a defiant stance, snorting, You are truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Even if your family is wealthy, what does it matter? Offending young Master Wei is a death sentence. A person on the verge of bankruptcy dares to demand we kneel. It is you who should be apologizing. As Wei Qing prepared to dial, he paused, arrogantly demanding, What is your name, and where is your family's business located? Fool. Su Yang scoffed. You do not even know the name of your opponent, yet you brazenly threaten to bring them to ruin. The Shen family. What? Wei Qing's face paled. Are you deaf? Which Shen family? Be clear. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, the voice of the Wei family patriarch bellowed through the receiver. Wretch. Whom have you offended? Just now, the Shen family announced the termination of all cooperation with us. Anyone who dares partner with us is an enemy of the Shen family. All projects are halted. What? The Shen family? This. Could she truly be from the Shen family? Panic washed over Wei Qing. As he glanced back at Shen Yuqing, his previous derision transformed into profound fear. You have offended a member of the Shen family. No wonder they seek to obliterate us. Indeed, it is your folly. Did you offend the second master of the Shen family or Miss Shen? A woman, quite beautiful. Could she be the eldest daughter of the Shen family? I do not know her. Wei Qing was nearly in tears from his desperation. Immediately apologized to Miss Shen. If she does not forgive you, I shall dismember you and cast your remains into the sea to feed the sharks. The call ended. Wei Qing's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Filled with trepidation as he repeatedly bowed his head, Miss Shen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. What on earth are you doing? Wei Xiao? The manager exclaimed in panic. Wei Qing, however, had no time to heed him, continuing to bow and apologize fervently. Han Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Pulling at him. Wei Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling before her? Were you not intent on driving her to bankruptcy? To hell with that. Wei Qing retorted, seizing Han Xiaoxiao's hair and delivering a sharp slap, cursing. Cursed harlot, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would never have crossed paths with Miss Shen. How can you blame me? It was you who, enamored by her beauty, insisted on flirting with her. Han Xiaoxiao could no longer muster a smile. Her tears flowed, reflecting her deep sense of grievance and anguish. Chapter 39. The downfall of the Wei family. Su Yang grimaced. The sound of that slap is enough to make one feel the sting. Shen Yuqing's lips curved into a smirk. Anyone who dares to insult the man she cherishes must face the consequences. What has become of young Master Wei? Weren't you intent on driving my family to ruin? I'm eagerly awaiting your attempt. Oh, perhaps it's because my family possesses such an abundance of assets that you are at a loss as to where to strike first. Allow me to assist you. Let us start with a small company, the Tianming Group, which I just acquired upon my return. You may proceed to bring this company to its knees. What? The Tianming Group? The manager of the 4S dealership turned pale, engulfed by a wave of dread. The Tianming Group, valued at hundreds of billions, was merely a trivial entity under her control. Miss Shen, are you the heiress of the Shen family, the wealthiest in Qiqing? The manager finally came to his senses. Wei Qing, casting aside Han Xiaoxiao, pleaded with a quivering voice, Miss Shen, I apologize. I have indeed underestimated you. I deserve this punishment. With that, he began to strike his own face repeatedly, the crisp sound echoing through the air. He was genuinely terrified. Before the Shen family, the Wei family was but an ant, easily crushed with a mere flick of a wrist. Now you know fear? It's too late. Those who dare to insult me will find your Wei family destined for obliteration. Shen Yuqing's tone was frigid, an aura of ruthless authority enveloping her. Su Yang's gaze was filled with complexity as he observed Shen Yuqing. What did her words imply? Was she declaring her affection for me? Or was she merely defending her employees? Su Yang, what are you thinking? She could never harbor feelings for you, let alone confess. At that moment, a group of individuals stormed into the establishment. Leading the charge was a corpulent figure clad in opulent attire, the head of the Wei family, Wei Xiaoming. Father! Father! Wei Qing rushed to greet him. Wei Xiaoming was seething with rage. He kicked Wei Qing, exclaiming, a worthless fool, always causing more trouble than he resolves. Which one is Miss Shen? She is. Wei Qing pointed towards Shen Yuqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Xiaoming knelt, his voice trembling, Miss Shen, I am Wei Xiaoming, the patriarch of the Wei family. It is my failure in governance that has led to this. If you could find it in your heart to quell your anger, my son and I will submit to your judgment. Please, grant the Wei family a chance to survive. We would be eternally grateful. Now that you know I am from the Shen family, are you afraid? Do you know what your son intended for me? Wei Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then bellowed at Wei Qing. Beast, what have you done? Wei Qing's complexion turned ashen. He stammered, unable to articulate a single word. Your son sought to annihilate my family, to bring us to bankruptcy. But that is not all. He also aimed to force me into becoming his woman. This is a complete extermination plot. Beast, you have brought ruin upon the Wei family. Wei Xiaoming's hand shot out, and one of his subordinates swiftly handed him a stick. Wei Qing curled up on the ground, wailing in pain from his father's blows. Moments later, he was battered and bruised. Wei Xiaoming, panting heavily, finally ceased his assault, discarding the stick as he knelt before Shen Yuqing once more. Miss Shen, if you would spare the Wei family, we will abide by your every command. The killer will always kill. Having resolved to eradicate the Wei family, I shall not relent. There shall be no refuge for you in Qiqing. Are you truly intent on such absolute measures? The glint of menace flickered in Wei Xiaoming's eyes. What? Do you wish to lash out in desperation? You dare not. Suppressing his inner fury, Wei Xiaoming slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, a voice, somewhat hoarse, echoed, "Dear niece, the young man from the Wei family is unaware of your true identity. Ignorance is no fault. Let us consider this matter settled. Moreover, the head of the Wei family has personally knelt to apologize to you. One should exercise mercy, leave a thread for future encounters, and do not act too ruthlessly." A group entered the establishment. At the forefront stood a tall, robust figure, bearing a resemblance to Shen Yuqing. It was her uncle, Shen Yuanzhang. "Uncle, do you intend to thwart me?" "Dear niece, although the elder wishes to entrust the family to you, you are still quite young and require further experience. Remember, we are merchants, not a gang. One must navigate the world with finesse, expanding one's network rather than creating enemies. The path you tread grows increasingly narrow, and my intentions are solely for your benefit. A mere Wei family does not merit enmity from the Shen family. Regardless, I cannot stand idly by as you recklessly pursue this." Shen Yuanzhang, a cunning fox, spoke words of concern for Shen Yuqing while covertly aligning with the Wei family, laying the groundwork for future struggles over family inheritance. Wei Xiaoming, elated, was about to kneel in gratitude to Shen Yuanzhang but was halted by the latter. "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Wei. We have known each other for decades, and as members of the 4 prominent families, how could I turn a blind eye to your plight? It is only right to lend a hand. Master Shen, I shall remember this great favor and will call upon you when needed." Wei Xiaoming resolved to cling tightly to Shen Yuanzhang. Wei Qing also rose, obsequiously flattering Shen Yuanzhang. "Uncle Shen, your brilliance and might are unparalleled. The position of family head is rightfully yours." Shen Yuanzhang smiled appreciatively. "In the future, refrain from causing the family unnecessary trouble." Yes, Wei Qing nodded vigorously. At that moment, Wei Xiaoming felt a sense of suffocation, having endured a beating with no benefit, suffering in vain. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing received a phone call, confirming that the Shen family's efforts to thwart the Wei family had indeed been halted. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, originally planning to return to the Shen family only after the corporate affairs were on track. She now realized she must hasten her return and swiftly expel the Shen Yuanjing family from the company. Su Yang, noticing the shift in her demeanor, gently draped his arm over her shoulder. "Do not worry. The downfall of the Wei family cannot be obstructed. In Qingcheng, only the Shen family possesses the power to annihilate the Wei family. With my uncle's intervention, they have temporarily been spared." Shen Yuqing shook her head, letting out a resigned sigh. Once more, facing Shen Yuqing, Wei Xiaoming no longer adopted a subservient posture. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he coldly stated, "Miss Shen, I have already dealt with my son for his transgressions. Let us consider this matter concluded, shall we?" Just as Shen Yuqing was about to respond, Su Yang interjected to stop her. "Master Wei, you are indeed a quintessential scoundrel. Just moments ago, you bowed and apologized to us. Yet now that you have found a protector, you swiftly don a different countenance. Do you truly believe that with him shielding you, the Wei family will remain unscathed?" Su Yang pointed at Shen Yuanzhang. "Impudent! What are you? How dare you presume to point fingers at Master Shen?" Wei Xiaoming retorted angrily. Su Yang clapped his hands mockingly. "This dog indeed performs his role well, but alas, your master cannot safeguard you. If you had accepted your fate and departed earlier, you might have left Qingqing unscathed. Now, to think you can retreat unscathed is a folly." "What do you mean?" Wei Xiaoming's eyelids twitched, and the smile vanished from his face. "Literally what I said." Su Yang replied with a cold smirk. "Isn't this our family's son-in-law? He truly believes he is a member of the Shen family. Just continue to enjoy your life of ease. You have no place to speak here." Shen Yuanjing scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 40. I may lack wealth, but you are devoid of power. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoming felt a surge of anger. He had been intimidated by a mere insignificant figure. He had anticipated a formidable adversary, only to discover it was a mere gigolo. "You, young man, although Miss Shen may protect you for a fleeting moment, she cannot shield you for eternity," he asserted, his words dripping with menace. "My apologies to disappoint you," the young man replied, "though I may not possess great wealth. I do not require a woman's protection." No sooner had he spoken than Wei Xiaoming's phone rang. Answering impatiently, he inquired, "What is it?" "President Wei. It's bad news. Our company has gone bankrupt." "What? The Shen family has ceased their sanctions, have they not?" "Indeed, the Shen family has stopped. But the municipal enforcement team has arrived, claiming we are guilty of substantial tax evasion. They also allege that certain projects of ours are fraudulent." Once this news broke, the company was doomed. The old gentleman has already declared bankruptcy, and he has been taken away by the enforcement team. It was over. It was all over. Wei Xiaoming staggered, his phone slipping from his grasp, panic rising within him. Just moments ago, he had been perched atop the pinnacle of wealth. Now he plummeted into the abyss, stripped of even the dignity of a common man. He turned to Su Yang with disbelief. In that moment, he finally realized that Su Yang's words were not mere intimidation but a harsh reality. What exactly are you? He stammered. I am merely a small fry living at the bottom of society. What, are you afraid? Su Yang retorted, a bitter irony lacing his tone. Just moments ago, Wei Xiaoming had derided him as an insignificant insect, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself bested by one. It was too implausible for him to believe that Su Yang was not involved. Such coincidences simply did not exist. His gaze shifted to Xin Yuanzhang. The Xin family was affluent and influential, well-connected with high-ranking officials in the city. Perhaps they could aid him. Clutching at the last vestige of hope, he knelt once more, exclaiming, Master Shen, I implore you to save the Wei family. We look up to you. Wei Xiaoming's previous conversation had been loud enough for Xin Yuanzhang to catch the gist, and after a moment's hesitation, he sighed in resignation. I shall try. Wei Xiaoming promptly dialed a number, and the call connected swiftly. Mayorly, this is Xin Yuanzhang. I appreciate you taking my call amidst your busy schedule. Yuanzhang, what can I do for you? It is this. The Wei family has suddenly come under investigation for tax evasion. Considering the number of employees the Wei family supports, if their company collapses, many will be left unemployed. Might it be possible to mitigate this situation, to transform a major issue into a minor one? Of course, all due taxes must be paid in full. I am afraid I cannot assist with this matter. Is there truly nothing within your capacity in Qiqing? They have bypassed us and issued orders directly to the enforcement team. Even I am unaware of who initiated this command. It seems the Wei family has crossed paths with those they ought not to provoke. I advise you, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. No matter how wealthy your Shen family is, you are still merely merchants. His starkly pragmatic words struck Xin Yuanzhang like a thunderclap, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The call ended, and with growing agitation, he realized that all his efforts had borne no fruit, leaving him empty-handed. Wei Xiaoming continued to gaze at him, desperation etched across his face. He no longer displayed the same courtesy as before. His voice was now imbued with a chilling indifference. The upper echelons have long been monitoring your Wei family. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon your own unscrupulous actions that have led to this predicament. Take heed of your circumstances. Until this moment, Xin Yuanzhang had not associated this matter with Su Yang, for he did not believe that Su Yang possessed such capabilities. Any alignment with Su Yang's assertions was merely a matter of blind chance. Now, with the final lifeline severed, Wei Xiaoming, unwilling to accept his fate, called out as Xin Yuanzhang turned to leave. Master Shen, you cannot abandon us. I implore you to save the Wei family. Begone, worthless fool. Xin Yuanzhang retorted with palpable disdain as he kicked Wei Xiaoming and strode away. No sooner had they departed than a cohort of law enforcement officials arrived. Wei Xiaoming. Wei Qing, you are under arrest. Wei Qing staggered back, shaking his head in denial. No, I refuse to go to prison. Grasping Su Yang's hand, he pleaded, Brother Yang, we have shared a bond as classmates. Please assist me. I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment. That is impossible. You are the instigator. And all of this transpires due to your actions. Could it be that you orchestrated all of this? Wei Qing could scarcely believe his ears. Su Yang seized Wei Qing by his collar, leaning in to whisper, for once, you exhibit some wisdom. Remember this for your next life. No matter how affluent one may be, humility is paramount. Wealth pales in comparison to power. I lack your riches. Yet you lack my authority, thus your demise is inevitable. Who are you, really? You lack the right to know my identity. Focus on your reformation in prison. Farewell. With a shove, Su Yang sent Wei Qing stumbling. Two law enforcement officers swiftly approached, seizing Wei Qing by the arms and escorting him and his father away. Han Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence. Perhaps due to the blows from Wei Qing, her mind was in a muddle. Even after the Wei father and son were taken away, she could not comprehend the events that had unfolded, only realizing that the Wei family had truly met their downfall. Lacking the courage to remain, she turned to flee. Stop. Did I grant you permission to leave? Came the cool voice of Xin Yuqing. Han Xiaoxiao's heart quivered, her legs weakened, and she dared not turn back. I have matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. Apologize. What? Han Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered. The manager of the 4S shop rushed over, seizing her arm and throwing her to the ground, cursing fiercely, You wretched harlot, it is because of you that we misjudged mission. Kneel and apologize at once. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Han Xiaoxiao hastily bowed before Shen Yuqing, pleading, "Miss Shen, I was wrong. Please spare me. The one who should apologize is not I." Shen Yuqing replied, directing her gaze towards Su Yang. "You want me to apologize to him?" Han Xiaoxiao's voice rose abruptly. Slap. The manager struck her sharply across the face, his finger jabbing at her nose as he berated her. "Wretched girl, spare us your nonsense. Apologize as I commanded." Han Xiaoxiao raised her hand to her face, the sting of the blows blurring her memory of the day's events. She looked up at Su Yang, her eyes filled with resentment. "I apologize." "And what exactly was your error?" Shen Yuqing inquired once more. "I should not have ridiculed him. An insincere apology will leave you perpetually kneeling here." Shen Yuqing, with piercing words, cast a disdainful glance at her before swiftly averting her gaze, fearing that another look might tarnish her vision. Han Xiaoxiao suppressed her resentment. Lowering her head, "I am sorry. I should not have mocked you. I am materialistic. I am wretched. I do not deserve to be your ex-girlfriend. I implore you, for the sake of our past as classmates, please utter a kind word for me and let me go." "Leave." Su Yang responded with a single word. Yet, to her ears, it sounded like salvation. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet, neglecting her disheveled hair, and fled in a dejected manner. Chapter 41. Get out. Feeling a twinge of sympathy? Shen Yuqing jested, her words laced with a hint of jealousy. It was indeed blindingly foolish of her in the past to have been enamored with such a character. Fortunately, they had parted ways. Otherwise, her esteemed grandfather would surely have been driven to the brink of despair. Su Yang offered an awkward smile. "Grandfather? My grandfather? Is he still alive?" Shen Yuqing inquired, her surprise palpable. According to prior investigations, there had been no mention of Su Yang's grandfather, leading her to assume he had long since passed away. "Is he articulate?" "He is in excellent health," Su Yang replied. "I apologize. It was not my intention to imply otherwise." Shen Yuqing chuckled shyly, inwardly noting this oversight for a future reckoning with Lu Yun, who had failed to uncover this crucial detail. From Su Yang's tone, it appeared he shared a close bond with his grandfather, a fact that warranted careful attention. "Oh, by the way, why has the city suddenly turned against the Wei family? How do you know about all this? What is truly happening?" Shen Yuqing's expression was one of skepticism. "I merely mentioned it in passing, not anticipating its accuracy. It seems the Wei family has committed numerous transgressions, inciting discontent among higher authorities, which has culminated in their impending doom." "Is that so?" Shen Yuqing felt a nagging suspicion that Su Yang was concealing something from her. "Indeed." Su Yang nodded, swiftly diverting the conversation. He gestured toward the manager of the 4S dealership. What should be done about this contemptible individual? The manager's countenance shifted dramatically. After much hesitation, he fell to his knees. "Miss Shen, I was unaware of your status. Had I known, even 100 of my bravado would not have dared to disrespect you. Please, show mercy and forgive my transgressions." "Fool. Whether you address her as Miss Shen or not, any individual entering here is a valued customer. You are dismissed. We do not require your kind, who only knows how to flatter the elevated while disparaging the humble." A man, panting heavily, stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at the manager. It was Mr. Peng, the general manager of the 4S store. "Please, do not fire me. I have a substantial mortgage to repay each month. I cannot afford to be unemployed." The manager pleaded desperately. "Security, escort him out." "Wait." Shen Yuqing finally interjected. The manager's eyes brightened, momentarily believing Shen Yuqing had softened and would spare him. He hastily bowed his head. "Miss Shen, I have dependents. My family's livelihood relies on me. I implore you to forgive me." Shen Yuqing replied coolly. "Let me remind you, the wager we made previously remains unfulfilled. No one dares to play tricks in my presence." Mr. Peng was taken aback. The saleswoman, reading the room, promptly recounted the earlier incident. After listening, Mr. Peng erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick to the manager's face while bellowing, "You wretched fool. If you wish to live, fulfill your obligations immediately." "Miss Shen, I sincerely apologize." The manager hastily bowed in contrition, then began to roll on the ground in desperation. This absurd spectacle attracted a crowd of onlookers, who erupted in laughter, some even whipping out their phones to capture the moment for social media, eager to garner a wave of views. "Miss Shen, here are your car keys. The extra money will be returned to your account shortly." The sales assistant presented the car keys with both hands. Shen Yuqing accepted the keys and smiled slightly. "You have done well." Seeing this, Mr. Peng immediately addressed the sales assistant. "From today onwards, you shall be the manager. Do your best. Gaining Miss Shen's favor heralds a bright future." "Thank you, Mr. Peng." Thank you, Miss Shin, the sales assistant replied, visibly emotional, her eyes glistening with tears. Shin Yuqing then handed the car keys to Su Yang, saying, "Here, the car is yours." What? Su Yang stood frozen in place. Mr. Pang and the sales assistant discreetly stepped aside. All along, I assumed you were involved in that line of work. I apologize for my misunderstanding, Shin Yuqing said. Her smile tinged with embarrassment. Su Yang chuckled. It is indeed rare to hear Miss Shin apologize. I must be dreaming. You really are something. Don't you have a voice? When others misunderstand you, why not clarify? You truly have remarkable self-restraint, preferring to bicker with me rather than reveal the truth. You have already formed a preconceived notion of me. If I say I'm not that person, would you believe me? Su Yang rolled his eyes. The thought of Shin Yuqing offering him as a gift to Liang Zixuan ignited his frustration, especially since she claimed it was for his own good. Shin Yuqing fidgeted slightly. So do you? Forgive me? Humph. Trying to bribe me with a car? No way. Su Yang tossed the car keys back. Hey, stop being so petty. I've apologized to you. It's the first time I've ever done so in my life. Then you should quickly get used to this feeling. You have wronged me more than once. Su Yang did not look back. What do you mean? Shin Yuqing, bewildered, hurried after him. Literally. Hey, clarify your words. Shin Yuqing grasped Su Yang's arm, gazing at him in confusion. Su Yang's expression grew complicated as he sighed internally. I have wronged her as well. What right do I have to blame her? It was merely a jest. Su Yang smiled, the smile tinged with bitterness and resignation. What has happened cannot be undone. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, and then placed the car keys back into his hand. You now hold multiple roles. Commuting daily on an electric bike is too time-consuming. This car shall serve as your company vehicle. Fine. Su Yang, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, as for the 20 million. I cannot accept it. I will return that money to the company account shortly. I spent some while treating others yesterday, and I will make up for it as soon as possible. No need. You initially helped me deal with my grandfather. He quite likes your family heirloom. I cannot ask for it back, so consider it as if I purchased it. One matter is separate from another. That was my gift to my grandfather and has nothing to do with you. How can it be unrelated? It was given because you helped me. Are you unable to understand? I have said it. That is a matter between my grandfather and me, and it has nothing to do with you. She seemed quite engrossed in the moment. Shin Yuqing playfully tapped Su Yang's sturdy chest, her laughter radiating joy. Just then, her phone chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by a look of distaste. You go ahead and fetch the car. I need to take this call. Su Yang, without a second thought, departed. Shin Yuqing took a deep breath before answering the phone. Hello? Wife, are you free today? I'm quite busy. Just get to the point. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. You see, didn't I just give you 5 million? That money has all been invested. How about we discuss this in person? How much do you need? At least 20 million, preferably more. Business is becoming increasingly challenging these days. Unlike your family, which is quite prosperous, I, as your husband, find myself in a rather precarious situation. Send me the account details, and I will transfer the funds shortly. All right. The call ended, leaving Shin Yuqing seething with the urge to hurl her phone. Her disdain for this husband, whom she had never met, reached an all-time high. And yet she felt utterly powerless. Chapter 42. In my eyes, you are nothing. Within the confines of a health club's private room, Lin Jinglong laughed heartily, his pride palpable. So what if she is the eldest daughter of the Shin family? I have her completely under my thumb. As long as I hold on to this lucrative asset, I shall never run out of money. Lin Xiao chimed two beautiful young women, their voices sweet and flirtatious. Let us continue our game. Lin Jinglong grinned mischievously. Outside a luxury car dealership, Shin Yuqing waited impatiently, glancing around. Why has He returned yet? After inquiring, she learned that Su Yang had already left. Without hesitation, she took out her phone to call him. What are you doing? Su Yang's voice resonated through the receiver. You scoundrel! Why did you leave? She exclaimed. I have things to deal with. The call abruptly ended. That rude man. After gifting you a car, you still have the audacity to be so impolite. It infuriates me. Shin Yuqing huffed, stamping her foot before briskly departing. At noon, Su Yang drove to the Hu Lake Road Villa district. Rows of quaint villas stood proudly along the street, with security personnel patrolling in golf carts. Although these standalone villas paled in comparison to Shun Yoqing's grand residence, they occupied a prime location, a true emblem of high society. It was here that the Lin family, whom Su Yang despised, resided. Upon entering the house, years had passed, yet this childhood home now felt utterly foreign. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman emerged from a room. And upon seeing Su Yang approach, she screeched, "What are you doing back here?" The woman was Han Shuin, Su Yang's stepmother. "This is a house bought by my mother. Why shouldn't I be here?" Su Yang replied, devoid of any emotion. "She is dead, and you have severed ties with the Lin family. Even a speck of dust here has no connection to you." With a chilling glare, Su Yang raised his hand and struck Han Shuin across the face. "You are unworthy to speak of my mother." "What happened?" A male voice called from within the house. Han Shuin rushed inside, sobbing uncontrollably. "That little beast has returned and struck me without a word. What have I ever done to deserve this?" In the living room, seated on the sofa, was a man who bore a resemblance to Su Yang, his biological father, Lin Hongwei. "Unfilial child, she is your stepmother. Regardless of your feelings, she is still your elder." Lin Hongwei scolded angrily. Su Yang disregarded the reprimand and coldly inquired, "A few days ago, you called me about the Shin family wanting a divorce, and a lawyer came to the house. How did you respond?" Lin Hongwei, somewhat flustered, adjusted his glasses and retorted sharply, "How dare you bring this up? The Shin family is the foremost family in Qingqing. Miss Shin is a paragon of excellence. Marrying her is a privilege, and yet you squander it, allowing matters to reach this point. You cannot even secure a woman. You are utterly useless." Han Shuin narrowed her eyes and chimed in, "Had we successfully allied with the Shin family, our status would have soared. Who would have thought you to be such a failure?" Su Yang's gaze shifted, causing Han Shuin to instantly fall silent. "Given the significance you place on the Shin family, you should have arranged for Lin Jinglong to enter into a marriage alliance from the very beginning. Do you believe I did not wish for this? If it were not for your grandfather's stubbornness, such a fortuitous opportunity would not have fallen into your hands." Lin Hongwei's face turned ashen with anger. A chance for meteoric success had slipped away just like that. "Fortunately, my younger son is clever and may seize some benefits from this situation. So, you instruct Lin Jinglong to impersonate me and demand a substantial compensation from the Shin family. You are aware of this?" "Indeed, it is you. You deceived me. Lin Hongwei, I caution you to cease this matter at once. Do not set your sights on the Shin family again. My marital status is of no concern to you, and should you persist, you will bear the consequences. You wretched creature, how dare you threaten me?" Lin Hongwei sprang to his feet. Su Yang grasped Lin Hongwei's collar and coldly stated, "I was born of my mother, raised by my grandfather. You have never shown me any concern, not even a modicum of parental care. Between us lies only a nominal father-son relationship. Are you a commendable father? Spare me your posturing. You, in my eyes, you are nothing. Do not entertain any ulterior motives, nor attempt to provoke me." Su Yang released him and turned to leave. Pausing at the door, without looking back, he declared, "If I discover that my mother's death is connected to you, not even my grandfather will be able to save you." Lin Hongwei gasped for breath. "Wretch, had I known you were a wolf raised on kindness, I should have extinguished your life at birth." "Hongwei, what shall we do about Staolong? Should we halt our actions?" "Yes, let us cease. If this wretch informs the Shin family, it will spell trouble for us. The consequences of angering the Shins are beyond our capacity to bear. I shall call him now." Han Shiyuan also recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily dialed Lin Jinglong. At the club, Lin Jinglong heard his phone ring, saw it was his mother calling, and answered with considerable impatience. "Mom, I'm busy. What is it?" Though he spoke casually, his hands were far from idle. The noise unmistakably audible on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Han Shiyuan knew exactly what her precious son was up to and scolded. "Your mother has been assaulted, and you still have the leisure to frolic about. What? Who struck you? I'll have his head. Who else could it be? Lin Yang? He came to the house today, learned of your impersonation. And your father has ordered you to cease your endeavors against the Shin family. Should this information leak, we would be in serious trouble with the Shins. How did he find out? Did you inform him?" Lin Jinglong sat up abruptly, his emotions heightened. "Do not concern yourself with how he learned. Just refrain from provoking the Shun family further." "Oh." Lin Jinglong acquiesced verbally, yet internally he harbored a different sentiment. After all, why relinquish a lucrative opportunity when it was finally within reach? As long as this golden goose remained, there would be endless wealth to be had, just today. With a mere mention, 20 million could be secured. However, a falsehood is still a falsehood, and it will inevitably be uncovered. To my surprise, my ineffectual elder brother learned of it so swiftly. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, I must hasten to gather more, or perhaps. Lin Jinglong revealed a sinister smile. Resolute in his decision, he lost interest in lingering any longer and promptly departed from the club. Shortly after his exit, a flamboyantly dressed woman hastily emerged from the establishment, appearing rather furtive. Chapter 43. He may not be your husband. A woman approached a black business vehicle parked by the roadside. She glanced around before tapping on the rear window. The window rolled down, revealing a man seated in the back, whose identity would surely astonish Lin Jinglong. He was none other than lawyer Lu Kongning. "Sir, I have something you desire," the woman said, handing a USB drive to Lu Kongning. "Once I verify it, I will transfer the funds to your account." Lu Kongning smiled, having toiled for so long to finally obtain evidence of Lin Yang's infidelity. This woman was someone he had previously bribed, one of the individuals who had entertained Lin Jinglong. "Sir, should you require my assistance in the future, I would be more than happy to oblige," she said cheerfully as she departed. Though she was also one of the video's protagonists, receiving $1 million in return for a mere video was an incredible stroke of fortune for her. With impatience, Lu Kongning seized a notebook and began to examine the contents of the USB drive, revealing inappropriate footage. Goodness, a toad courting a frog. How extravagant. He watched with interest. But just as he was about to close it, he heard Lin Jinglong's voice over the phone. "Lin Yang? How did he find out? Did you tell him?" Lin Jinglong's words were loud and filled with agitation. Lu Kongning furrowed his brow. Why did he mention his name? It sounded as though he was referring to someone else. Who was that person, and what did they know? Why was Lin Jinglong so emotionally volatile? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Suddenly, Lu Kongning considered a disturbing possibility, recalling the previous anomalies. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and he jolted awake. Could this Lin Yang be an imposter? Oh no, oh no. If she discovers that this person is a fraud, she will surely flay me alive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Kongning hurriedly called Shin Yuqing. The call connected swiftly. "Is there something you need?" Shin Yuqing's indifferent voice came through. Lu Kongning felt a surge of anxiety. "President Shin, you haven't sent any more money to Lin Yang recently, have you? I just transferred 20 million to him today. Why do you ask?" "What?" Lu Kongning's already anxious heart plummeted. "You must expedite the process. He is an insatiable scoundrel, and my patience is wearing thin. President Shin, do not send him another penny from this moment on. As for the 20 million, see if you can retract it." Shin Yuqing's face lit up with barely concealed excitement. "Have you obtained evidence of his infidelity?" "I have just acquired the evidence of his betrayal, but..." Lu Kongning wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "But what?" "He may not be your husband." "What do you mean?" "This person might be an impersonator. I have only just discovered this, but I cannot confirm it yet. Here is how it happened. Send me the video." "Are you certain you wish to see it?" Lu Kongning's expression was peculiar. "The scene reminiscent of an intimate film. Hurry up." "Oh, it's good to send this to you, just to see if he is indeed your husband." Unbeknownst to Lu Kongning, Shin Yuqing had never laid eyes on Su Yang. Moments later, Shin Yuqing received several video clips. Upon opening them, her delicate face flushed crimson, only to pale with fury. "You despicable man, I hope you are not him, or I shall surely castrate you." Upon seeing the man's visage, her mind felt as though it had transformed into a vast prairie. "Scoundrel!" Shin Yuqing suppressed her impulse to explode, fast-forwarding to the segment where a phone call took place. Replaying it multiple times, her brow furrowed. "The person I saw in the video 3 years ago is undoubtedly this man, but what does this conversation mean? Could it be that he is truly not Lin Yang? How is that possible?" Shin Yuqing pondered deeply. The dialogue presented two possibilities. The first being that he was not Lin Yang, and the person he discussed on the phone was the true Lin Yang. The second possibility was that the other party inquired about his identity, prompting him to state his name. Which of these possibilities seemed more plausible? Through the video, it was evident that Lin Jinglong's tone suggested a questioning inflection when he uttered Lin Yang. Who would express uncertainty when stating their own name? Clearly, the first scenario seemed most plausible. If this were the case, it meant she had misidentified him 3 years prior. With this thought, Shin Yuqing immediately called her close friend. "Jiao, are you busy? Have you forgotten me after such a long time? Why the sudden remembrance? I need to ask you something. Do you recall your visit to the Lin family 3 years ago? How could I forget? Your fiancé kept harassing me. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Why do you bring this up now? Are you certain you didn't mistake him for someone else? How could that be? He explicitly stated that he was the only young master of the Lin family. Is it possible that you misidentified him? Or perhaps you were deceived, and that person was not him at all?" "Surely not, but now that you mention it, I do feel somewhat uncertain." "Well then, let's leave it at that. I was merely inquiring." Shin Yuqing ended the call. In the hospital, Li Jiao, clad in a white coat, furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that I misidentified him?" In the president's office, Shin Yuqing hesitated momentarily before deciding to call her grandfather. "Xiaoqing, is something the matter?" "Grandfather, do you? Have a photograph of Lin Yang? What is wrong with you, my dear? You spend every day with him. Yet you're asking me for a photo. Oh, do you have one or not? I do not. Shen Yuqing slapped her forehead in frustration, chiding herself for her folly. How could the old man possess a photograph of Lin Yang? Otherwise, the last meeting would have unveiled the truth. Grandfather, I will visit you another day. I must hang up now. Worrying that her grandfather might overthink the situation, she hastily ended the call. Little did she know, Shen's grandfather was fully aware of everything. Having reluctantly agreed to keep Su Yang's secret, allowing events to unfold naturally, Shen Yuqing lit a cigarette and gently exhaled a plume of smoke. Her gaze drifting through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as she murmured, "Dad, Mom, I am so weary." After a brief moment, she extinguished the cigarette and pressed the intercom button. "Lu Yun, please come here for a moment." Soon, Lu Yun hurried into the office. "Miss Shin, what can I do for you? Please gather detailed information on Lin Yang and do so as swiftly as possible." Understood. Lu Yun felt a twinge of disbelief. It was astonishing that, despite being married, Shen Yuqing knew so little about her own husband. Just then, her phone rang, an incoming video request. Upon seeing the caller, she recognized her insatiable husband. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as the video connection was established, revealing the imposter, Lin Jinglong, on the screen. Chapter 44. You belong to me. The moment Lin Jinglong laid eyes on Shen Yuqing, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a fervent gaze. His excitement palpable. Having navigated through a myriad of floral encounters, he had never before encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. In that instant, his resolve solidified. Lin Jinglong silently vowed to employ any means necessary to possess her. His mind was awash with sordid thoughts, yet he feigned a demeanor of utmost gallantry. "My dear, at last we meet." Had Shen Yuqing not been privy to those unsavory videos, she might have been deceived by his duplicitous facade. Suppressing her disdain, she coldly inquired, "Is there something you need? Shall we dine together this evening?" Lin Jinglong beamed with eagerness. "Very well," Shen Yuqing responded swiftly, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Jinglong was taken aback by her prompt acceptance, his heart racing with exhilaration. "I will send you the location shortly. Work is paramount. But do take care of your health. I shall await you." He flashed what he believed to be his most charming smile, his voice dripping with sweetness. However, all Shen Yuqing felt was revulsion, compounded by a sense of discomfort. She ended the call, a sardonic smile playing on her lips, before dialing Lu Kongming. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reached out to Su Yang as well. At that moment, Su Yang had just arrived at the office. Noticing Shen Yuqing's call, he chose not to answer and proceeded directly to her office. Slightly displeased that Su Yang had disregarded her call, Shen Yuqing muttered, "Well, look at you. Growing bold enough to hang up on me." She called him again. The door swung open, and Su Yang strode in confidently. "Master, the vixen is on the line." "Vixen?" "Su Yang." Shen Yuqing ground her teeth in irritation. "Haha. Don't misunderstand. I chose this ringtone simply because I found it amusing, not aimed at you." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Su Yang suppressed his laughter, nodding gravely. "Humph. You're coming out with me tonight. Dining with a wealthy woman again? Dream on." Shen Yuqing shot him a glare, saying nothing more. "I have plans after work." "What sort of plans?" "Personal matters." "Humph. Fine, keep your secrets." Shen Yuqing contemplated. Perhaps it was for the best that Su Yang would not accompany her, sparing him the sight of her current predicament. "So, what of the divorce? Why the sudden inquiry?" Shen Yuqing was taken aback, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she asked, "Have you developed feelings for me? Do you wish to pursue me?" "How self-absorbed." Su Yang rolled his eyes. Shen Yuqing tossed her long hair and, in her high heels, approached Su Yang. Playfully lifting his chin with a finger and grinning mischievously, "No need to be shy. My beauty is undeniable. Liking me is no disgrace. Given how fond my grandfather is of you, should you wish to pursue me, I could grant you an opportunity. I must admit, your self-love is quite remarkable." Su Yang brushed her hand aside, deliberately casting a glance at her ample bosom, teasingly remarked, "Quite substantial. Perhaps you should consume less papaya and more walnuts to nourish your intellect, lest you find yourself unwittingly ensnared." "You." Shen Yuqing's delicate face flushed crimson, her anger causing her to grind her teeth. "What does this scoundrel mean? Is he implying that I am ample yet foolish? If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way to work," Su Yang declared before departing. "Wait. What do you mean by that?" "Quite literally," Su Yang replied without turning back, offering no further explanation. He was, of course, referring to Lin Jinglong's impersonation of him. He would confront Lin Jinglong. If Lin Jinglong, under the guise of his name, sought monetary gain from Shin Yuqing. He would ensure not a single penny remained in his possession. Lu Yun entered the office and caught sight of Su Yang, playfully winking before quietly inquiring, "Minister Su, have you once again angered the president?" Su Yang chose to ignore her. "Oh," Lu Yun thought to herself, stifling a laugh. Upon seeing Lu Yun's arrival, Shin Yuqing immediately instructed, "Call Su Yang right away." Huh. Lu Yun was momentarily bewildered, but complied nonetheless. The melodious strains of folk music wafted in from outside, prompting Shin Yuqing to curse in a fit of exasperation. "That scoundrel. It's clearly aimed at me. It drives me mad." Lu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time she had ever heard Shin Yuqing utter such profanity. Su Yang chuckled. Each time he witnessed Shin Yuqing in a state of furious disarray, he found it increasingly amusing. What once felt like vindication now struck him as rather endearing. Time swiftly passed. At 7 in the evening, at Yinfeng Hotel, Shin Yuqing entered the establishment. President Shun, Lu Kongning, who had been waiting in the lobby for quite some time, approached her. "Has he arrived?" "He has." "Good. I shall go meet with him. You prepare the others. Rest assured, I have already installed surveillance cameras in the private room. Every move he makes is under my watch." "Very well." Shin Yuqing nodded and hurried into the elevator. Not long after, Su Yang also arrived at the hotel. Recently, he had discovered that Lin Jinglong had reserved a private room here. Su Yang understood his half-brother all too well. He was like a ravenous wolf, unwilling to relent until he had savaged his prey. Entering the hotel, Su Yang disregarded the receptionist's greeting and proceeded directly to the elevator. "It's him," Lu Kongning murmured softly. Having encountered Su Yang during his previous visit to Tianming Group to see Shin Yuqing, he recognized him. On the third floor, in a private room named Ziki Donglai, Lin Jinglong, clad in a sharp suit, radiated with self-satisfaction, clutching a small porcelain vial, his prized possession. With it, no woman was beyond his reach. A large bouquet of roses adorned the dining table. Tonight, he intended to secure Shin Yuqing's affections. Even if he was merely an impostor, once he consummated their union, he would become the true son-in-law of the Shin family. At that moment, the thought of possessing unparalleled beauty and a fortune beyond measure thrilled him immensely. Lin Jinglong glanced at the clock, suppressing the excitement within, and placed the small porcelain bottle into his pocket. The door opened, and Shin Yuqing entered the private room, guided by a waiter. Lin Jinglong immediately donned a gentle smile and rose to greet her. "Darling, we finally meet," he said, reaching out to drape his arm around Shin Yuqing's shoulders. She subtly evaded his touch, prompting Lin Jinglong to quickly and gentlemanly pull out a chair for her. Only after she was seated did he return to his own seat. Despite Lin Jinglong's deliberate restraint, Shin Yuqing perceptibly caught the glimmer of desire in his fervent gaze. "My love, these 99 roses symbolize my affection for you. I hope we can walk this path together forever." Lin Jinglong held the bouquet of roses aloft. Shin Yuqing showed no intention of accepting them, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze upon him. She was certain that the person she had seen in that video 3 years ago was this very man before her. "Why do you look at me with such eyes? Do you not like the flowers?" Lin Jinglong felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny, accompanied by a hint of guilt. Chapter 45. The Fox's Tale is revealed 3 years ago. After we obtained our marriage certificate, I vanished without a trace. Upon my return, I sought a divorce. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Shin Yuqing probed. To have the fortune of marrying a woman as perfect as you is a blessing. How could I possibly resent you? Lin Jinglong replied, his voice steady. Oh, is that truly so? Then why did you react with such fury when my lawyer first reached out to you, berating him so harshly? Shin Yuqing's cold laugh pierced the air. Lin Jinglong paused, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he hastily defended himself. That was merely in the beginning. I was somewhat aggrieved. However, upon reflection, I realized that the longevity of a marriage depends on both parties. A fruit forcibly pulled from the vine is seldom sweet. So, your demand for a substantial compensation was also a product of your clarity? Shin Yuqing pressed further. Ah, those were simply words spoken in anger. My dear wife, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Lin Jinglong feigned a pitiful demeanor, though internally he was in turmoil. For the first time, he found himself facing such a formidable woman. And under her unyielding gaze, he felt as though he were stripped bare, unable to conceal any secrets. We are not so intimately acquainted. Spare me your theatrics, for they only serve to disgust me. Shin Yuqing spoke without reservation. Her words struck Lin Jinglong like a resounding slap, his smile stiffening. Yet he dared not express his ire. All those previous utterances were merely in the heat of the moment. Now, in a state of calmness, he thought, naturally, Who could be discontent with such a beautiful wife? Rest assured, my dear, as long as your happiness is preserved, I shall follow your every command without hesitation. Traversing mountains or braving flames without a hint of distress. Is that so? Then would you consent to leave everything behind, departing with nothing? Shen Youqing's disdainful smile was evident. Lin Jinglong's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression morphing into one more sorrowful than tears. My dear, please, do not jest. Did you not declare that we would not pursue a divorce, that we would seek to live harmoniously? I have changed my mind. Let us proceed with the divorce. What do you mean? One moment you wish to divorce, the next you want reconciliation, and now you are once again requesting a divorce. Are you toying with me? Indeed. I am toying with you. Shen Youqing slammed her hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Jinglong. Her voice filled with rage. How many times have you betrayed me? Are you truly oblivious to the count? I do not comprehend what you are implying. Lin Jinglong flinched, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Shen Youqing retrieved a document from her bag and thrust it before Lin Jinglong, her expression devoid of emotion. Sign here. As Lin Jinglong unfolded the divorce agreement, his expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, You wish for me to leave with nothing? Not a chance. I demand half of your assets. I shall sign immediately. Shen Youqing deftly operated her phone. Moments later, Lin Jinglong's device buzzed with incoming videos. Upon viewing them, his heart plummeted. It became evident why she demanded his departure. She had secured irrefutable evidence of his infidelity. You have been following me? If one wishes to keep their misdeeds hidden, they must first refrain from wrongdoing. Did you truly believe your sordid actions were so clandestine? You are quite formidable. Lin Jinglong poured himself a glass of red wine and drained it in one gulp, casting a fleeting glance at Shen Youqing's exquisite visage. The buried thoughts within him began to surface. He prepared for two possible outcomes. If Shen Youqing truly intends to reconcile with him, then their relationship should naturally progress without the need for any ulterior motives. However, it seems there is no other path available, and he must resort to a second approach. All right, my dear wife, you've won, Lin Jinglong conceded, his words betraying a facade of compromise. Yet, beneath the surface, he discreetly retrieved a small porcelain vial, uncapped it, and poured himself a glass of wine from the decanter. After all, as husband and wife, this meal could be deemed a farewell banquet. Let us part amicably. Rest assured, I shall not entangle you further, but I do implore you to show mercy upon a mere insignificant figure such as myself. He deliberately spoke a multitude of parting words to capture Shen Youqing's attention. In the shadows, he quietly poured the contents of the vial into the decanter before serving her the wine. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Youqing remained oblivious to his subtle maneuvering as her mind wandered, pondering the truth behind this man's words. Nevertheless, regardless of his hidden intentions, the truth would unveil itself at the time of their divorce. After consuming this glass of wine, they would part ways, each going their separate paths, becoming strangers henceforth. Lin Jinglong lifted his goblet, feigning a demeanor of deep sentiment and melancholy. Shen Youqing mirrored his actions, raising her own glass. As Lin Jinglong drank, he noticed Shen Youqing taking a sip, a triumphant smile creeping upon his lips. Once they finished their drinks, Shen Youqing retrieved a bank card from her bag and placed it on the table, sliding it towards Lin Jinglong with an indifferent tone. This card holds 100 million. Consider it a token of gratitude for the Lin family's kindness. Lin Jinglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily tucked the card away. The entire Lin family's assets amounted to roughly 500 million, and the liquid capital available was at most 100 million. The Shen family, renowned as the foremost affluent family in Qingqing, effortlessly bestowed such a sum. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yet he found himself consumed by greed, the thought of acquiring even more intensifying within him. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Business acumen was not his forte. Yet he possessed a certain prowess in dealing with women. Securing Shen Youqing would render that 100 million insignificant, providing him with a lifetime of boundless wealth. With this realization, Lin Jinglong could no longer contain his excitement, his enthusiasm radiating from within. Observing the shift in his demeanor, Shen Youqing's brow furrowed slightly. This money is not for you. It should be given to your father. Very well, Lin Jinglong acquiesced readily, noting the blush that graced Shen Youqing's fair complexion, signaling that the moment had arrived. Why is it so warm? Shen Youqing furrowed her brow, tugging at her collar. Grabbing her bag, she prepared to leave. Having fulfilled her purpose, she had no desire to linger with this scoundrel over a meal. Wait, don't rush off. We haven't finished eating, Lin Jinglong interjected, unwilling to let her depart, swiftly rising to block her path. I have matters to attend to. Shen Yuqing waved her hand, attempting to push past Lin Jinglong, only to find herself weakened and dizzy. This sensation was all too familiar. It had occurred before, in a bar, when she had inadvertently become entangled with Su Yang. Shen Yuqing suddenly awakened, a flicker of clarity returning to her bewildered gaze. What? What have you done to me? Miss Shen, what seems to be the matter? I haven't done anything at all, Lin Jinglong replied, feigning innocence while extending his hand. You appear to be intoxicated. Perhaps I should assist you? Do not touch me, she retorted vehemently, like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, harboring ill intentions. Shen Yuqing staggered backward, weakly pointing at him. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure the Lin family meets its demise. In the face of her threat, Lin Jinglong seemed unfazed, bursting into laughter. You will bring about the annihilation of the Lin family? TSK, mission. Perhaps you should reflect on your words. You can scarcely stand. Yet you speak of obliterating the Lin family. It is truly bewildering how little self-awareness you possess. It is just the two of us here. I am the only one who can assist you. If you behave, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, if you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for being ungracious. Shen Yuqing's head spun, the world around her blurring into double vision. She shook her head in an attempt to regain some semblance of reason, but it was futile. Having lost her rationality, she found herself uncontrollably advancing step by step. Chapter 46 Shen Yuqing, Su Yang, when will you get a divorce? Meanwhile, in a private room, Lu Kongning, observing through the surveillance screen, was startled and hastily exited the room. Quick, quick. He urgently called to his companions outside, sprinting with all his might. On the third floor, within the private room, Lin Jinglong watched as Shen Yuqing leaned against the wall, staggering towards the door. He was astonished by her unwavering determination. Just as he contemplated approaching her, a thunderous crash echoed as the locked door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. A tall figure surged into the room, sending Lin Jinglong into a state of shock, instinctively turning to look. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a massive fist met him head-on. Lin Jinglong, unable to react in time, stumbled and fell to the ground, spewing blood. His assailant showed no mercy, pummeling him relentlessly, eliciting cries of pain. How dare you plot against your sister-in-law? Lin Jinglong attempted to speak through his bloody lips, but only more blood spewed forth. With a swift motion, Su Yang struck Lin Jinglong, who collapsed, motionless, leaving his fate uncertain. Bah! Useless trash, Su Yang spat disdainfully. He felt that even dealing with such filth sullied his hands. Su Yang, Shen Yuqing suddenly approached. It was summer, and their thin clothing clung closely together. Su Yang inhaled deeply, suppressing his agitation, prying her hand away and turning his back. Yet, Shen Yuqing was undeterred, pressing against him once more. Her small hands anxiously tugged at his shirt, which only wrinkled slightly due to her lack of strength. With a pang of sympathy, Su Yang restrained her hands. Shen Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling. Be good, endure a little longer. I shall take you to the hospital immediately. His expression was grave, as cold as ice, and he swept her into his arms, striding purposefully out of the room. Lu Kongning and his men burst in, colliding with Su Yang. Why are you here? He exclaimed, astonished, but a flicker of panic and fear flashed in his eyes upon meeting Su Yang's gaze. Su Yang, realizing the situation, snorted coldly, is this how you operate? Lu Kongning faltered, at a loss for words in the face of Su Yang's reprimand. With no time to spare, Su Yang focused on rescuing Shen Yuqing. He hastened out of the private room and soon arrived at the parking lot. Be good. Don't move. Su Yang placed her in the back seat, and just as he was about to fasten her seatbelt, he unexpectedly collapsed onto the seat beside her. You. The remainder of his words escaped him. Instinctively, he attempted to push her away, yet a vague image of another woman flashed through his mind, an eerily familiar sensation. The last time Shen Yuqing had been intoxicated, it felt reminiscent of that fateful night. As he gazed at her, his formidable self-control teetered on the edge. No. There's no time to reach the hospital. Su Yang hastily lifted Shen Yuqing out of the car and hurried towards the nearby fountain. The cool water splashed upon them, reviving Shen Yuqing's senses. Upon realizing that Su Yang was holding her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Although she had briefly lost her composure, fragmented memories lingered in her mind. Why are you here? Shen Yuqing wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, her gaze drifting downwards. The wet fabric clung to his well-defined chest, causing her heart to race. His muscles were quite impressive. In that moment, enveloped in his embrace, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, awakening a desire within her for a man who could shield her from life's storms. Noticing the smile at the corners of her lips, Su-young feigned a stern expression and asked, "Have you seen enough?" As their eyes met, an electric spark ignited between them. Shin Yuqing raised her hand, her delicate fingers gently tapping Su-yang's nose, whispering, "I suddenly realize you're somewhat handsome." "I've always been handsome," Su-young replied with a grin. Just then, a cough sounded nearby. Lu Kongning and others stood not far away. Having witnessed Su-young carrying Shin Yuqing away, they were understandably cautious, unwilling to leave her with a stranger. After all, they were not familiar with Su-young. What if he took advantage of the situation? Shin Yuqing would surely be furious upon regaining her senses. As it turned out, their concerns were unwarranted. By now, it was evident that they were a couple, and their display of affection was overwhelming. "Be careful, the water is quite chilly. You might catch a cold," Lu Kongning kindly warned. Su-young shot him a glare, then carefully placed Shin Yuqing in the back seat of the car, draping a blanket over her before turning on the air conditioning. This series of tender gestures warmed Shin Yuqing's heart, softening her gaze. "I've signed the divorce agreement." Shin Yuqing eagerly shared the good news with Su-young. In truth, she longed to express, "I will soon be free. What about you? When will you divorce?" Like countless young women, she yearned to escape the shackles of early marriage and experience a passionate romance. This desire had always fueled her opposition to arranged marriages. Through their time together, compounded by their intimate connection, she realized, almost unconsciously, that she had developed feelings for this man and wished to be his girlfriend. The longing intensified at that very moment. Su-young found himself momentarily speechless, silently apologizing within. Had he not concealed the truth, Shin Yuqing would not have endured such turmoil today. Observing her excitement stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. For her, marriage symbolized a constraint. Her joyous demeanor resembled a bird breaking free from a cage. If she were to learn that the man she was escaping from was merely an imposter, her disappointment would be profound. Should he confess the truth? Would their relationship remain unchanged afterward? Perhaps they might not even sustain their friendship. Su-young felt a surge of inner turmoil. Upon noticing his troubled expression, Shin Yuqing couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "Do you not wish to part ways?" "I will file for divorce," she stated. Su-young forced a bittersweet smile, silently lamenting, since she yearned so desperately for the freedom of the open sky. Perhaps it is best to grant her that wish. Chapter 47. She is my wife. Shin Yuqing, filled with joy, noticed Su-young's slight melancholy and spoke with the wisdom of someone who has experienced life's trials. "Take it easy. It's merely a failed marriage. It's nothing of great consequence. Life is long, and we must look ahead. Gradually, you will realize that losing a single tree opens up a whole forest waiting for us." "You're quite philosophical," Su-young retorted, rolling his eyes. There was an inexplicable tightness in his chest at the mention of divorce. Perhaps a remnant of the feelings that had begun to bloom between him and Shin Yuqing during their recent interactions. Little did he know, she had quietly nestled herself into his heart, although he had yet to acknowledge it. "Mr. Shun, how should we handle that person?" Lu Kongning leaned against the car window, his eyes darting between Su-young and Shin Yuqing. He was astonished to discover that the man he had encountered by chance was, in fact, Shin Yuqing's beloved. Shin Yuqing's smile faded, replaced by a frosty demeanor as she stated, "I have given him a bank card. I want it returned along with the 25 million I previously provided. He must repay every last cent. From this moment forth, the Shin family has no further dealings with the Lin family." "Understood," Lu Kongning nodded as the car window ascended. Su-young started the vehicle, slowly exiting the parking lot. "I need to remove my clothes," Shin Yuqing said, her cheeks flushed, her garments clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Su-young was taken aback but promptly pressed a button. The luxury business vehicle, equipped with a partition, allowed for complete separation between the driver's seat and the rear, ensuring utmost privacy. Shin Yuqing hastily shed her clothes and wrapped herself in a blanket, feeling considerably more comfortable. She reached out and knocked on the partition. As it retracted, she blushed and remarked, "Your clothes are wet too. It must be uncomfortable for you as well. Why not take them off?" "No need," he replied. "I'm fine. There's no one else here. It's all right to take them off. I have no spare clothes," he added. "Here, take this blanket." Shin Yuqing offered him a clean blanket. "It's inconvenient to drive wrapped in a blanket." "Oh, come now. Are you feeling shy?" Shin Yuqing teased playfully. "What is it with you?" "I said no." "Yet you keep insisting," Su-young retorted, slightly annoyed. "Humph. If you won't take it off, then don't. Why are you so irritable? It's not like I'm trying to trouble you. You really don't recognize goodwill when you see it," she pouted, turning her head away in frustration. Su-young chuckled silently. The journey continued in silence. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 9. Shin Yuqing eagerly dashed into the bathroom for a hot shower, reveling in an unprecedented sense of comfort before emerging in a brand new dress. Meanwhile, Su Yang had also finished freshening up. The servant had dried his clothes, and he was ready to leave when Shin Yuqing called out to him. "Haven't you had dinner yet?" "Not yet," he replied. "Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Let's dine here." "No need. I'll just grab a quick bite at home." "What else with you suddenly being so polite? Just eat." Shin Yuqing felt that Su Yang was acting unusually today. "How about we go out for some skewers? Is it the kind that emits smoke on the streets?" Shin Yuqing had never indulged in street food, always perceiving those smoky, swirling places as both dirty and dilapidated. Setting aside the question of taste, they must surely lack hygiene. "Surely you have never tasted barbecue? Does grilled meat count?" Su Yang found himself at a loss for words, reaching out to grasp Shin Yuqing's arm, urging her to follow him. "Come, you shall discover for yourself." Reluctantly, Shin Yuqing was dragged to the night market by Su Yang. Although this area was renowned as a wealthy district, there were still barbecue stalls beyond the villa enclave, particularly around the night market near Qinghu, where stalls were abundant. Even though it was already past 9 o'clock, the market remained bustling with life. By the lakeside, Su Yang and Shin Yuqing walked side by side, resembling a couple leisurely strolling after dinner, creating a heartwarming scene. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing Shin Yuqing's hair to dance, her faint fragrance wafting into Su Yang's nostrils. Intoxicatingly delightful. They exchanged no words, yet their silence spoke volumes, both relishing this rare tranquility. "Handsome, would you like to buy a flower? Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." A girl appeared before them, holding a large bouquet of roses, a QR code badge hanging around her neck. Hearing the term girlfriend made Shin Yuqing's heart flutter with joy, a rosy blush blossoming on her cheeks. "Don't misunderstand, she is not." Su Yang immediately attempted to clarify, yet his words were abruptly interrupted. Seeing him deny it, Shin Yuqing, in a fit of irritation, stepped forcefully on Su Yang's foot, the sensation of her high heel leaving a rather sharp impression. "One flower is hardly enough. I'll take them all." She shot Su Yang a playful glare, though her lips betrayed a smile. The girl, overjoyed, hurriedly handed over the flowers. Shin Yuqing took the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance, beaming with delight as she quickened her pace, clearly expecting Su Yang to pay. "Hey, you!" Su Yang exclaimed, shaking his foot. The girl presented the QR code to Su Yang, her eyes sparkling. "Handsome, that will be 500 in total." Su Yang proceeded to make the payment. "Your girlfriend is truly stunning. Keep it up." The girl exclaimed happily as she received the payment and departed. "What girlfriend?" "She is my wife," Su Yang muttered as he jogged after her. As the couple entered the night market, they instantly captured the attention of many, particularly the envious gazes of young boys and girls. "It's overwhelming," Shin Yuqing remarked, covering her nose. The aroma of various delicacies wafted from either side of the snack street, mingling with the smoke. "Do you not find it enticing?" "Every time I step into the snack street and catch a whiff of those aromas, I feel ravenous." Su Yang inhaled deeply, his stomach growling as he approached a stall selling grilled squid. "Boss, I'll have 20 yuan worth of squid tentacles and 10 yuan of grilled gluten," he announced loudly. Coming right up, the stall owner responded promptly. As the sizzling sounds filled the air, the owner quickly prepared the order. Shin Yuqing stood at a distance. Were it not for Su Yang's enthusiasm, she would have fled without hesitation. Could one truly eat in such a place? Delectable," Su Yang exclaimed. Su Yang returned, relishing a skewer of gluten, and offered aid to Shin Yuqing, saying, "Here, give it a try." Shin Yuqing quickly waved her hand, replying, "No, thank you." "You enjoy it. Really not going to eat?" "No." Shin Yuqing shook her head. "You are like a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, to put it bluntly, rather out of touch." Su Yang pointed to the throngs of people on the street and continued, "We are merely ordinary folks living on the fringes of society. You and we inhabit entirely different realms, mismatched. I advise you to seek a partner who is more befitting, perhaps a wealthy young master." Upon hearing this, Shin Yuqing immediately bristled, pouting her lips in discontent, and snatched a skewer of gluten from him, biting into it with indignation. Chapter 48. A sweet date. How is it that though we are together, we seem to inhabit two disparate worlds? I can love whomever I wish. Delectable. Shin Yuqing, as if she had discovered a new continent, grasped Su Yang's arm and shook it excitedly, exclaiming, "This is so delicious." Passers-by nearby cast amused glances in their direction. Su Yang raised his hand to cover his face. To claim she was impoverished would be a misrepresentation, for she was a billionaire. Yet, to assert she was wealthy would also be misleading, as she had never even tasted grilled gluten, were it not for her splendid attire. Others might easily mistake her for a Na'vi country bumpkin. Here, try this, Su Yang offered, handing her a piece of squid tentacle. This time, Shen Yuqing accepted eagerly, taking a bite and exclaiming, "MMM. So good, truly delightful." "Slow down, be careful not to prick yourself," Su Yang said, producing a napkin to dab the cumin from the corners of her mouth, smiling as he added, "In the future, when you crave this, just buy from this vendor. They use Argentine squid, which is thin and flavorful, not greasy at all." At this point, he gestured towards some distant stalls selling grilled squid, cautioning, "Those stalls offer pre-packaged raw squid skewers. Avoid those at all costs. They are often made from deep-sea squid, cheap but lacking in freshness and flavor." Su Yang enthusiastically shared his culinary wisdom, but Shen Yuqing initially listened with interest before becoming engrossed in the feast before her. "You don't need to explain so much. With you around, whenever I want something to eat, you can just buy it for me. I can't possibly be at your side every day. Why not? Don't forget. Aside from being the head of security, you are also my personal assistant, always on call, 24 hours a day." Humph. Shen Yuqing let out a playful huff, her demeanor utterly charming, devoid of any trace of a domineering CEO. Vile capitalist, Su Yang rolled his eyes, retrieving another napkin to wipe away the cumin and oil smudges from her mouth. Shen Yuqing paused, staring at Su Yang in a daze, her heart fluttering with delight. Is this what love feels like? It is so sweet. When did this man become so tender? She devoured 3 skewers of squid in one go and was eager for more, yet Su Yang halted her, saying, "No more for now. Save some space for the barbecue later." "Isn't barbecue even better than this?" "Well, it's hard to say. Each has its own flavor. Come on. Let us go get barbecue." As Su Yang attempted to pull Shen Yuqing along, she deftly sidestepped, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Shen Yuqing flashed a sweet smile, her cheeks flushing, and, with a feigned calmness, linked her delicate wrist with Su Yang's arm, saying, "Let us go." In truth, her heart raced with nervous excitement. This was the first time in her life she had linked arms with a man. For Su Yang, it was also a first. A surreal sense of happiness enveloping him as if he were in a dream. In that moment, Shen Yuqing appeared to be a girl completely enamored, walking beside her beloved. She felt as though she were floating, as if she were walking on air. Her long hair danced in the breeze, her white dress fluttered gracefully, resembling a fairy gracing the earthly realm. An occasional glance and smile from her could enchant even women, for she was undoubtedly the most beautiful maiden in Qingqing. Unbeknownst to them, a group had already set their sights on them, specifically on Shen Yuqing. Goodness, this girl is truly stunning. I have never encountered such a beautiful young lady in my life. How unfortunate. Such a prized catch has fallen into the hands of swine. Let us follow them. If I could spend a night with this enchanting girl, it would be worth any risk. A band of roughnecks whispered among themselves, if mere gazes could wreak havoc. In that instant, they had already overpowered Shen Yuqing 1,000 times over. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang and Shen Yuqing emerged from the snack street. He pointed to a bustling barbecue stall. "Let us try this one. I've eaten here a few times before, and the flavors are delightful." Shen Yuqing nodded obediently. Her sudden display of compliance left Su Yang feeling somewhat unsettled. In summer, barbecue stalls are typically busy as long as the food is decent. Particularly the one they chose, which has thrived for decades, undoubtedly ranks among the best in the area. "Are we eating here?" Shen Yuqing gestured toward the small wooden table and stools by the roadside, which appeared rather unclean, making it difficult for her to sit. It was mainly her accustomed taste for immaculate, luxurious dining that rendered these humble seats unsightly in her eyes. Observing her discomfort, the barbecue stall owner chuckled. "A beautiful lady like you surely doesn't frequent places like this often, does she? Don't be deceived by these worn tables and chairs. Patrons flock here for the experience. And look at my humble yard. Its dilapidation only attracts more customers who crave that rustic charm." His business was thriving, and he smiled with satisfaction. Shen Yuqing, taken aback, turned to Su Yang. "Is that true?" "Indeed, it's akin to those nostalgic restaurants where the dining experience is steeped in sentiment." Su Yang produced a napkin, wiped down the stool, and gestured for Shen Yuqing to sit, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Please, take a seat. It appears this is the only table left." "All right." Having already settled on the stool, she resigned herself to the thought of discarding the dress upon returning home. "Owner, I'll have lamb skewers, pork skewers, chicken wings." Su Yang ordered a variety of skewers, along with a plate of edamame and peanuts, and a serving of crayfish. The owner noted the order and discreetly pulled Su Yang's arm, whispering, "Brother, You're quite fortunate. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. She's all right, Su Yang replied, this time opting not to elaborate. Once seated across from Shin Yuqing, he poured her a generous glass of draft beer. You can't enjoy skewers without beer. Is this drink suitable? Are the gluten noodles delicious? Absolutely. What about the squid? Delicious. Then you may remain silent. Oh. Shin Yuqing obediently sealed her lips, her delicate face glowing with a blissful smile. Just then, a group of burly men approached. These individuals were bare-chested, adorned with tattoos on their arms and backs, striding with an air of bravado, clearly eager for the world to recognize their tough demeanor. Wherever these individuals passed, pedestrians hastily made way, barely daring to cast more than a fleeting glance, fearful of incurring their wrath. Upon seeing them approach his barbecue stall, the owner hurriedly greeted them, saying, "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but we have no available tables today. We are experiencing a surge in customers. I am truly sorry." A burly, bald man seized the owner by his collar, menacingly stating, "Are you implying that you wish to cease operations?" The owner, pale with fear, replied, "Sir, there are truly no vacant spots. I cannot possibly evict my patrons." This scene captivated the attention of all present, as those indulging in skewers displayed expressions of trepidation, quickly averting their gaze after a mere glance. The cacophony of chatter faded into an unsettling silence. Chapter 49. The wife's fury. Su Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze gradually turning icy. He harbored a profound disdain for those parasitic elements that prey upon the common folk. Shin Yuqing tugged at his arm, whispering a caution, urging him not to meddle in matters that did not concern him. The bald man shoved the owner aside, surveying the scene before his eyes settled on a nearby table where a young couple sat with their approximately 5-year-old daughter, clearly a family. With a grin, the bald man sauntered over, reaching out to caress the young woman's face, remarking, "What a lovely lady you are." The woman gasped, hastily pulling her daughter to her husband's side. The husband, filled with indignation, barked, "What are you doing? Get lost." The bald man forcefully shoved the husband aside. "Let us not linger here. Let us go," the woman urged, not waiting for her husband's response, as the little girl began to cry in fright. The man, feeling utterly humiliated, flushed with anger but swallowed his pride. The owner of the barbecue shop, visibly apologetic, said, "I'm sorry, your meal is on the house. My sincerest apologies. What are you staring at? Look again and I'll teach you a lesson," the bald man threatened, brandishing his fist in intimidation, before bursting into a triumphant laugh and beckoning to his companions. "Look, there's now a spot available." As those ruffians passed by Su Yang, they cast lewd glances at Shin Yuqing, with two of them even whistling suggestively, their laughter laced with malice. Su Yang's hand, which held the wine glass, faltered momentarily, the chill in his gaze intensifying. "Ignore them," Shin Yuqing advised, cherishing this rare outing, though not an official date. She had savored the sweetness of romance and wished to quietly relish this beautiful moment with the person she adored, without any disruptions. Yet, the blissful time was fleeting. It became apparent that those troublemakers had come with ill intentions directed at her. Even if he refrained from intervening, trouble would inevitably find them. Since their arrival, several nearby diners had noticeably hastened their meals, and before long, 5 or 6 tables had vacated the premises. The ruffians, indulging in skewers and drink, were boisterous and lively, reveling in their merriment. Shin Yuqing rubbed her round belly and smiled sweetly. "I've never eaten so much before. It's absolutely delicious." Enjoying summer barbecues, sipping cold beer, sharing conversations, and exchanging banter, such simple pleasures were a source of joy for people like them. Su Yang chuckled in agreement. "I feel as though I've wasted my years until now. Thankfully, I have you. Who knew there were so many delectable treats amidst this smoky haze? You, my dear, have grown weary of gourmet dining, hence your newfound appreciation for these modest delights. But trust me, once you indulge enough, even these will lose their charm," she teased. Su Yang took out a napkin to wipe the remnants from her lips. Shin Yuqing, with a blissful expression, allowed him to tend to her, radiating happiness. This tender scene did not go unnoticed by the ruffians, whose envy ignited a fierce fire within them. Their eyes turned red with jealousy, and fueled by drink, they could no longer contain themselves. Exchanging glances, the bald man abruptly rose, swaying as he approached. From Shin Yuqing's perspective, she was now directly facing these unruly individuals. She noticed that the bald man's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon her, his expression contorted in distaste as he softly uttered, "Let us go." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he purposefully leaned into Su Yang, causing his phone to crash to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. "Damn it! The bald man exclaimed, straightening up with a curse. Su Yong rose to his feet and turned to face the bald man, his patience having reached its breaking point. Had it not been for Shin Yoqing's intervention earlier, he would have already exploded in anger. What are you staring at? This is a brand new phone. And now it's broken. You owe me. The bald man bellowed, his voice booming. The remaining thugs gathered around, cursing and glaring at Su Yong with menacing eyes. Such behavior was second nature to them, and the phone, in reality, was already defective, its purpose merely to extort money. However, this time, their intentions were not monetary, but rather predatory in nature. Everyone, calm down. This young man didn't mean any harm. How about this? I'll cover the cost of the phone. The owner of the barbecue shop interjected hastily, glancing at Su Yong and signaling for him to leave. Having dealt with various types of people in his long tenure in business, he had already noticed the thug's lecherous gazes directed at Shin Yuqing. You'll pay? Sure. 30,000. Hand over the money. The bald man demanded, extending his hand for payment. What? 30,000 for this phone? The barbecue shop owner's face paled. He had anticipated a sum in the thousands, but the exorbitant demand was clearly an attempt to extort money. Do you have the money? If not, get lost. The bald man threatened, shoving the barbecue shop owner and casting a menacing glare to deter him from intervening. The owner stumbled back, resigned, and sighed deeply, discreetly reaching for his phone to call the police. One observant thug immediately noticed and rushed over, delivering a swift kick to the owner's stomach, shouting furiously, "Damn! Dare to call the police? I'll make sure you can't do business again." This scene terrified the other patrons, who quickly vacated their seats and sought refuge at a distance. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, some gritting their teeth in anger but too fearful to voice their discontent, while others merely watched with morbid curiosity. The thug pointed at the surrounding crowd and barked, "What are you looking at? Get lost. If anyone dares to report this, I'll annihilate your entire family." The spectators promptly scattered, retreating to a safer distance rather than leaving entirely. Bravo. Truly impressive. Who would have thought that during a crackdown, we would encounter such brazen thugs? Su Yong clapped sarcastically. Kid, don't say we're bullying you. You have two options, either pay up, or, let your girlfriend spend a night with us. 30,000 for the night, quite a bargain. The bald man laid out his terms, and the thugs erupted in laughter, their eyes gleaming hungrily at Shin Yuqing. Nearly drooling at the prospect, Shin Yuqing grasped Su Yong's arm and coldly stated, "It's just 30,000. We'll pay. Pay my foot." Su Yong shot her a glare. "Curse you. I've long found your insufferable face intolerable. If you refuse to compensate, then you shall pay with a woman." The bald man shouted, pointing angrily at Su Yong. Shin Yuqing, filled with rage, seized a bottle and hurled it forcefully at the bald man. "You wretched cur. How dare you insult my man? I've tolerated you for far too long." The fury of Miss Shin erupted at last. Her temperament stood in stark contrast to Su Yang's measured approach. As a businesswoman, she seldom resorted to violence when confronted with difficulties. For her, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial, for she was never short of it. Yet, she could not abide the humiliation of Su Yong. These ruffians had crossed her threshold of tolerance. With a sharp crack, the bottle struck the bald man's head with unerring accuracy. Chapter 50, A Den of Snakes and Rats. The bald man let out a strange cry, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. Su Yong, startled by the sudden commotion, stood momentarily dumbfounded. While he was still urging the man not to resort to violence, it was the woman who had already taken the initiative. Such fierce determination. Su Yong couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to her previous demure demeanor, he found himself drawn to Shin Yoqing's boldness. It was quite captivating. "How dare you? You're asking for death." The ruffian, accustomed to terrorizing the neighborhood, was incensed. Typically, those who crossed paths with him either took a detour or bowed in submission. Yet, this woman had the audacity to strike back. Their anger surged. The bald man, eyes ablaze with fury, barked, "Seize her. You're not worthy to lay a finger on her." Su Yong interjected, stepping protectively in front of Shin Yuqing. Grasping a large glass cup, he smashed it against the head of an advancing thug. The resounding shatter echoed through the air, sending shards flying. Blood gushed from the thug's head, and before he could utter a cry, Su Yong delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling 4 or 5 meters away, crashing into an unprepared dining table, where dishes and cups scattered in disarray. "Damn it! Grab your weapons." The remaining thugs momentarily paused, astonished that this seemingly delicate young man was undaunted, displaying unexpected prowess. Some picked up stools, others seized bottles, while one snatched a knife from the barbecue stall. The bald man brandished a sharp dagger, roaring, "Charge! Let us kill him." The thugs surged forward, and gasps echoed around them. To the onlookers, it appeared that with so many thugs attacking a single individual, they could already envision Su Yang lying bloodied on the ground. Nearly everyone assumed he would instinctively flee. For nothing was more precious than life itself. Once lost, no woman or wealth could ever be regained. However, Su Yang stood his ground, narrowing his eyes with a glint of cold determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced, employing a combination of fist and feet. In mere seconds, the confrontation concluded. The thugs lay scattered on the ground, clutching their heads or knees, moaning in pain and rolling about. Everyone stood in astonishment, unable to process the swift turn of events. Su Yang remained unscathed, while the once boastful thugs now lay defeated. Wow, impressive. That was incredible. Such a relief. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their excitement palpable. Some whistling in delight. It was evident that these thugs had long been a source of public ire. Shin Yuqing, however, felt a wave of relief mixed with trepidation. Only moments ago, she had witnessed the thugs wielding knives and daggers aimed at Su Yang, her face paling with fear. She regretted her impulsive actions that had provoked such violence. Are you all right? You scared me to death. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin Yuqing hurriedly approached, grasping Su Yang's arm with a firm grip, her voice trembling slightly. Noticing the redness in her eyes and the concern reflected in her gaze, Su Yang understood that the earlier incident had frightened her. He spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, stating, "Of course, I am unscathed. These minor ruffians pose no real threat to me. Had you not intervened, I would have already dealt with them. They nearly scared me to death." Shin Yuqing playfully tapped Su Yang, feeling a twinge of guilt as she confessed, "I was too impulsive just now. I should have calmed them down first and then called for help to handle the situation. My bodyguards are practically becoming idle." "Is that so? Then why did you act so rashly?" Su Yang inquired. Shin Yuqing's cheeks flushed as she noted the teasing glimmer in Su Yang's eyes, and with a huff, she retorted, "I did it on purpose, hoping those thugs would give you a thorough lesson for always provoking me." At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. 2 enforcement vehicles came to a halt near the barbecue stand, and 4 officers emerged, one of whom began recording with a camera. Upon reaching the scene, one officer paused upon seeing the bald man, his expression shifting to one of concern as he signaled to the cameraman, who promptly ceased filming. "Brother Chun, I." The bald man's eyes lit up, but he was interrupted by the officer, known as Team Leader Chun. "Old 5, have you stirred up trouble again?" Team Leader Chun: "This is unjust. My friends and I haven't seen each other in ages, and we decided to gather here. That kid bumped into me and damaged my newly purchased phone. He not only refused to compensate, but also assaulted us. You must stand up for us." The bald man pointed at Su Yang, lamenting his plight. Team Leader Chin's gaze turned icy as he regarded Su Yang, his tone grave. "Did you strike him?" "Indeed." Su Yang observed their every move, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Yes or no?" Team Leader Chin barked. "Mind your demeanor. I am not your criminal. Moreover, your focus should be on them, not us." "The victims. You consider yourself a victim?" "Humph. You appear unscathed, yet they are left with concussions and fractures. Based solely on that, you could face years behind bars, understand?" Team Leader Chin's words carried an underlying threat. Shin Yuqing, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed and retorted, "We were acting in self-defense." Indeed, it was self-defense. Another voice chimed in. "Instead of apprehending the wrongdoers, you're holding the victims accountable. Is there no justice left? No wonder these ruffians acted so brazenly. It seems they have someone shielding them." Nearby bystanders began to voice their outrage, rallying for fairness. "Get lost," the bald man shouted angrily. The crowd promptly fell silent, retreating in fear, wary of retaliation from the thugs. Team Leader Chin's expression darkened. As a public servant, he could exploit his authority for covert dealings. Yet he could not afford to clash with the populace, especially in this digital age where any misstep could lead to nationwide scrutiny. "Old 5, should I discover that you are stirring up trouble, you will face severe consequences," Chen admonished with feigned authority. He then turned to Su Yang, remarking, "Even if they are at fault, your response was excessively harsh. Observe their injuries. Some could even result in permanent disability." After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and continued, "Young man, take a good look at these individuals. They are nothing more than idle ruffians. It is wiser to offend a gentleman than to cross a scoundrel. By making enemies of them, you put yourself at risk. These people are capable of anything. It is best not to escalate matters too far. I advise a private resolution." "Are you threatening me?" Su Yang retorted with a cold smirk. Chin's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "What is wrong with you, young man? My advice is for your benefit. How does it become a threat?" "Huh. This fellow truly regarded Su Yang as an inexperienced youth. So, how would you suggest this private resolution? Su Yang inquired, curious about Chin's approach to the situation. Offer them some medical expenses, and I will ensure they apologize to you. Then we can consider the matter resolved. Rest assured, with my presence, they will not dare to demand excessive compensation. And what amount do you deem appropriate to offer them? Su Yang was eager to see how Chun would navigate this delicate issue. Chapter 51. Lawlessness? Shin Yuqing was under the impression that he genuinely had to pay. Immediately tugging at Su Yang's arm, whispering, "What are we compensating for? Not a single cent should be given to them. We must not yield to the wicked. I will call the lawyer right now." "Hold on." Su Yang waved his hand. Team Chin mistakenly believed they were discussing the matter of compensation, feeling a surge of joy, and promptly beckoned the bald man. At that moment, the bald man had performed a rudimentary bandaging on himself, a towel wrapped around his shiny head, appearing somewhat comical. Team Chun, the bald man limped over, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of arrogance, as if to say, "So what if you report it? They are on our side, heh. They are inclined towards settling privately. And what about you?" The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent laugh. "I have no objections, let the phone go, it's broken now. However, considering we are all severely injured, they ought to compensate us for medical expenses, don't you think?" The bald man initially feigned a magnanimous demeanor, but soon adopted a troubled expression. "How much do you want in compensation? I warn you, don't be excessive. That young fellow looks like he has just entered society. Life is tough. Rest assured." "I am not the kind of person," Team Chin assured him. The bald man began to count on his fingers, mumbling loudly, "I am feeling extremely dizzy. I cannot tell if I will suffer any long-term effects. What if it leads to a stroke or something? My brothers are also severely injured. Some may end up permanently disabled. How will they earn a living? When all is said and done, at least 5 million. That seems excessive," Team Chin frowned. The bald man replied with a pitiful expression, "Team Chin, we are all gravely injured, and it is certain we will suffer after effects. Our lives are essentially ruined. We all have families to support. This amount is not too much. There's a saying, better dead than half alive." Team Chin sighed heavily, turning to Su Yang, speaking earnestly. "Though the words may be coarse, they hold truth. Given the number of people injured, 5 million is a reasonable figure. It will settle things in one go, sparing us future troubles." Then, addressing the bald man, he added, "Since you are willing to settle, you must write a guarantee stating that no matter what happens in the future, it will have nothing to do with them." "Rest assured, I possess this level of moral integrity," the bald man replied. "Very well, let us proceed as such." Team Chin nodded, then turned to the onlookers and declared loudly, "Everyone disperse. This was a misunderstanding, and both parties have decided to settle privately." "Did I ever mention a private settlement?" Su Yang finally spoke up. At his words, Team Chin's expression changed dramatically, and he said sternly, "You are unwilling?" The bald man was also taken aback. Su Yang did not respond directly but retorted, "Is this how you handle similar incidents every time? Young man, I am doing this for your own good. Why can't you comprehend? Is it that you cannot come up with such a sum? The amount is negotiable." Team Chun placed a hand on Su Yang's shoulder, seemingly casual, yet applying pressure, his gaze laden with menace. However, the anticipated look of pain was absent. Su Yang raised his hand and grasped his wrist firmly. "I fail to perceive any genuine kindness in you. All I see is your veiled assistance to those ruffians who extort victims. Furthermore, we are not acquainted, so kindly refrain from casually placing your hand on my shoulder." His tone noticeably intensified towards the end, exerting more pressure. Team leader Chin was immediately bent over in pain, astonishment flashing in his eyes, which quickly morphed into fury as he shouted, "Do you dare to assault a law enforcement officer?" Upon hearing this, Chin's companions altered their expressions and rushed forward, attempting to twist Su Yang's arm. The bald man, alarmed, hastily retreated, having witnessed Su Yang's prowess. He dared not take action and instead chuckled with malice. "What a bold lad, daring to strike an enforcer. This will be your undoing. Just this alone is enough to land you in serious trouble. What if you can fight? This is a society governed by law. Were someone to overhear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter at the audacity of such a despicable thug discussing the rule of law." "Stop!" Su Yang bellowed sharply, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing the law enforcement officers to halt in unison. "If you wish to preserve your skin, remain compliant." With a cold, indifferent gaze, he scanned them before turning his attention back to Team Leader Chin. "As a public servant, you ought to support the citizens, yet you collude with these rogue elements. What purpose does the state serve in maintaining you? "You insolent fool! You have openly assaulted a law enforcement officer and insulted us. Prepare to face imprisonment." Team leader Chen's eyes glinted menacingly. "No one has yet been born who can imprison me." Su Yang retaliated with a swift kick to Chen's calf. Chen cried out in agony, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, bellowing in a near roar. "What are you all waiting for? Seize him at once." The onlookers gasped at the scene unfolding before them. They had not anticipated Su Yang's ferocity, daring even to strike law enforcement personnel, igniting a fervor among the crowd. "Well done. Punish these idle scoundrels. Quickly capture this moment and expose them. These parasites are far more detestable than the ruffians." Some among the crowd shouted excitedly. Observing the public's fervor, the enforcers were thrown into disarray, some bowing their heads, others shielding their faces, fearful of being recorded by the numerous cameras surrounding them. In that moment, not only the citizens but even the bald man found himself somewhat admiring Su Yang's audacity. He was indeed a formidable character. Su Yang sneered. Looking down at Team Leader Chen, the eyes of the populace are keen. "It is precisely because of corrupt elements like you within the law enforcement ranks that these ruffians feel emboldened to bully the common people. Compared to those thugs, you are far more detestable. Are you not moving? Do you wish to defy orders?" The few law enforcement officers exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and raised their fists to strike Su Yang, one of them brandishing a pair of glistening handcuffs. Su Yang released his grip and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a yelp, Team Leader Chun was knocked to the ground, two of his teeth shattered, blood oozing from his mouth. Su Yang would not remain passive. He engaged in combat with the remaining law enforcement officers. The outcome was, without a doubt, inevitable. The law enforcers, with the exception of the one wielding the camera who was on duty, were all temporary workers lacking professional combat training, and they were no match for Su Yang. In mere moments, they fell to the ground. Such audacity was outrageous, an utter disregard for the law. Team Leader Chen, with reddened eyes, shouted furiously and immediately called for backup via radio. Xin Yuqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly made a phone call. Su Yang did not intervene. He merely observed quietly. How dare a mere district enforcer brazenly shield thugs extorting the citizens? There must be someone backing Team Leader Chen. He was determined to uncover the true nature of the protection behind Chun. Chapter 52. "Young man, I will ensure you serve every day of your sentence." Su Yang, "My lawyer shall arrive shortly." Xin Yuqing sought to reassure Su Yang. Yet, he waved his hand dismissively, informed them not to intervene upon their arrival. "I am well aware of my course." Having returned to Chichen for 3 years, he seamlessly integrated into society as a humble security guard, even taking on a part-time role at a bar, skillfully concealing his once formidable reputation. No one was privy to the extent of his past ferocity. Investigating the cause of his mother's demise was merely one of his endeavors. Moreover, he harbored a significantly crucial task, one shrouded in secrecy. For 3 years, he conducted covert inquiries, yet progress remained elusive. The brazen behavior of local thugs and the malicious complicity of Captain Chen ignited a sudden thought within him. If those individuals refused to surface, then he would stir the waters to compel them into the open. "What do you intend to do?" Xin Yuqing inquired, her confusion evident. Despite their growing familiarity, she sensed an enigmatic quality about him, as if he harbored countless secrets that eluded her understanding. Su Yang glanced at her, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Silently lamenting. If she were to discover that the Shin family was among those under investigation, how would she react? Noticing his silence, Xin Yuqing refrained from pressing further. Having known him for a considerable time, she had gleaned a general understanding of his character. Since he was disinclined to share, further inquiries would be futile. At that moment, the blaring sirens pierced the air. Several law enforcement vehicles halted beside the barbecue stall, and a dozen armed personnel disembarked. Captain Chen's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered. "Young man, I will ensure you serve every day of your sentence." As the armed personnel rushed over, they promptly assisted Captain Chen and his team. "Who inflicted these injuries upon you?" inquired the lead armed officer, his brow furrowed. Captain Chen immediately pointed at Su Yang. "Officer Yang, apprehend him at once. His audacity in assaulting law enforcement and injuring so many cannot go unpunished. Did one individual truly inflict injuries upon so many of you?" Officer Yang scrutinized Su Yang. Skepticism etched across his face. Captain Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. This young man has undoubtedly received training. Take him away. At Officer Yang's command, several armed personnel advanced to capture Su Yang. In a moment of panic, Xin Yuqing momentarily disregarded Su Yang's warning, stepping in front of him with fervor. "What is the meaning of this? Why do you not apprehend those thuggish bullies tormenting innocent citizens, yet instead target us, the victims? Officer Young cast a glance at the bald man and others, his tone stern. Miss, rest assured, we shall not overlook any wrongdoer, nor shall we wrongfully accuse an innocent. Taking him away is merely to ascertain the truth. Do you take us for fools? Once you take him, who knows how you will torment him? You could twist the truth to your favor. I do not trust you. Miss, kindly step aside and do not obstruct our duties. Our task is to detain the instigator. As for the truth, it will be handled by the appropriate authorities. Please believe in our integrity. Our interrogations will be recorded. And we shall not employ any form of extrajudicial punishment. Perhaps you have watched too many television dramas? Officer Young explained patiently. I refuse to allow you to take him away until my lawyer arrives, Shin Yuqing asserted resolutely, unwilling to yield. Captain Yang, stop wasting time with them, Chen urged impatiently. Unable to tolerate Yang's indecisiveness. Please step aside, Yang frowned, attempting to push Shin Yuqing aside. Su Yang swiftly stepped forward, pulling Shin Yuqing behind him. I will go with you, he declared, lowering his voice, but do not rush to rescue me. If more than 24 hours pass, make a call. The number has already been sent to your phone. What on earth do you intend to do? Shin Yuqing exclaimed, stamping her foot, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Su Yang smiled faintly, extending his hands, and an armed officer immediately placed shiny handcuffs on him, escorting him to the enforcement vehicle. Chen shot a vicious glare at Shin Yuqing, hurried to the hospital, insisting on obtaining a disability report to ensure Su Yang would languish in prison. Lao Wu and the others were also taken away, leaving Shin Yuqing standing alone, filled with worry. This young man would undoubtedly face years behind bars. With no money, even a fight was beyond his means. Who could argue otherwise? In this day and age, fairness seemed a mere illusion, without wealth or power. One was destined to be victimized. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, casting sympathetic glances at Shin Yuqing. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air. A convoy of lavish business vehicles halted at the roadside, from which emerged dozens of suited bodyguards, led by Lu Yun and Lu Kongning. The bodyguards positioned themselves around the area as the two hurried toward Shin Yuqing. President Shin, are you all right? Lu Yun approached, her concern evident as she scanned him anxiously. I'm fine, but Su Yang is in trouble. Shin Yuqing quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Lu Yun sighed. Truly, beauty can be a double-edged sword. President Shun, are you not aware of the impact you have on men? This situation is rather complicated, Lu Kongning remarked, furrowing his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, assaulting law enforcement constitutes a crime. Complicated or not, I need him to return safely. Otherwise, you might as well abandon your legal career. Shin Yuqing's eyes hardened. Earning a living is no easy feat, Lu Kongning grumbled, but upon meeting Shin Yuqing's glare, he promptly fell silent. Regaining her composure, Shin Yuqing instructed, prepare yourself. Su Yang mentioned we should wait 24 hours. He may have a plan for his release. If that fails, we shall intervene. Understood, Lu Kongning replied, glancing at the crowd before saying to Shin Yuqing, you two should leave. I will gather evidence. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Shin Yuqing and Lu Yun boarded a vehicle, followed by several bodyguards, while Lu Kongning remained behind with a few aides to collect evidence in favor of Su Yang. Well, there are dozens of bodyguards, one onlooker mused. It seems he is quite wealthy. Perhaps that young man won't end up in prison after all. I thought he was reckless. But it appears he possesses the means to be audacious. Such arrogance is merely a faude for punishing the wicked and eradicating evil. One should refrain from speaking without understanding the implications. The surrounding murmurs grew significantly louder. The excitement of this evening was nothing short of cinematic. 2 hours later, at the district security office, in the interrogation room, Su Yang was seated in the interrogation chair, his hands still bound by handcuffs. Opposite him sat two uniformed men, one conducting the questioning while the other took notes. Destruction of another's valuable possessions, refusal to compensate, and the wanton assault of others, resulting in injuries to 6 victims, 4 of whom suffered fractures and 2 sustained severe head injuries. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, you displayed obstinacy and assaulted public officials. The severity of your actions is undeniable, and the evidence is irrefutable. You shall soon be handed over to the procuratorate, where you will face the full weight of the law. The officer in charge of the interrogation stood up, his expression grave as he pronounced these words emphatically. Chapter 53. Aren't you quite arrogant? Your efficiency in handling cases is truly remarkable, Su Yang remarked with a cold, mocking tone. At that moment, Team Leader Chen entered the room, casting a furtive glance at the 2 individuals who promptly ceased the recording equipment and exited the interrogation room. Chen's visage contorted into a grimace, shedding any pretense of his duplicitous facade. He approached Su Yang, and without uttering a single word, unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Su Yang's chest. "Boy, aren't you quite arrogant?" Chen sneered, delivering several more blows. Su Yang clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any sound. He had been acutely aware of the impending consequences since the moment he was apprehended. "Fine, you do possess some guts, but this is merely the beginning. I shall consign you to a prison for serious offenders, where inmates will relish your delicate features. There, you will experience their meticulous attentions, haha." Chen laughed triumphantly. "Go ahead and laugh. I hope that soon enough, you will still be able to find amusement," Su Yang retorted, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Chen looked down at Su Yang with disdain, curling his lips in derision. "You truly embody the saying that a young bull is unafraid of tigers. I've encountered many like you. They all start off brimming with bravado, yet end up as compliant as lambs, begging on their knees for mercy. You shall be no exception." At this juncture, Chen brandished a document, exuding pride as he proclaimed, "This is my injury report. Besides my own, there are several others. Cumulative offenses warrant at least a decade behind bars. When you emerge, you may find your little wife seeking comfort in another man's embrace. Perhaps that man will be me." Haha. In that moment, Chen was reveling in the apex of his triumph. Over the years, he had dealt with numerous defiant individuals, each eventually subdued and compliant. Such was his stature that he was annually recognized as an exemplary model of law enforcement. The public safety was commendable. With a remarkable case resolution rate, superiors held high expectations for him, and whispers suggested he would soon ascend to the role of the next Public Security Bureau chief. In this era of the rule of law, you dare to distort the truth? A mere law enforcement officer thinks he can wield such power? Su Yang feigned desperation, his handcuffs clinking as he gestured wildly. Chen, witnessing Su Yang's agitation, found joy in his turmoil. The more volatile Su Yang became, the more pleased Chen felt. "Boy, wake up. If I didn't have protection from above, would I dare act this way? You think you can report me? I advise you to abandon such foolish hopes. In Qiqing, no one dares to challenge me." A flicker of insight gleamed in Su Yang's eyes. Through Chen's words, he grasped the enormity of the protective shield surrounding him, capable of reigning supreme in Qiqing. Could it be that the highest authority was behind him? Su Yang's mind raced, though he maintained an outward facade of fury. "Then I shall report you to the provincial capital. I refuse to believe your reach extends that far. Boy, spare yourself the effort. Before you even set foot in the provincial capital, you will be forcibly returned. Besides, you are in no position to go anywhere." Chen extended his hand and patted Su Yang's face before turning to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and ominously remarked, "Oh, by the way, your little wife is quite the beauty. We ought to demand some medical expenses from her and take good care of her in the meantime, haha." His triumphant laughter echoed through the corridor. Su Yang responded with a cold smirk. Shen Yuqin was the esteemed eldest daughter of the distinguished Shen family, the future heir of the clan, a figure at the pinnacle of the business world. Even municipal officials wore smiles upon her arrival. To dare to target her was truly a grave miscalculation. After Su Yang was taken away, Shen Yuqin was consumed by anxiety. Feeling as though time had drawn to a crawl, each moment was a torment. Countless times, she picked up her phone to read the text Su Yang had sent her. Before his capture, he had entrusted her with a number, the very phone number of Gongzi. As the minutes dragged on, her impatience grew. Heaven knows what torment Su Yang might be enduring inside. Finally, she resolved to dial the number. At the city security office, Gongzi was in the midst of an urgent meeting when his phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he instinctively hung up. Ever since he took on Su Yang's case, he had been inundated with calls from strangers, most of whom sought to provide tips for the bounty. He presumed Shen Yuqing was merely another person looking to claim a reward. Frowning, Shen Yuqing noted that the caller had hung up. Had it been her former self, she would not have called back, but given the circumstances surrounding Su Yang, she had no choice but to muster her patience and try again. In the meeting room, the director observed Gongzi's phone ringing once more and paused his speech. "Answer it. It might be something important." With a sheepish smile, Gongzi swiftly exited the room to take the call. "Hello, are you a friend of Su Yang?" Gongzi detected a hint of urgency in Shen Yuqing's voice and furrowed his brow. What has happened to him? He has been captured. What? Don't joke around. Who would dare to capture him? Gongzi was skeptical, even questioning whether this call was a scam. Shen Yuqing was taken aback, not grasping the implication of Gongzi's words. In a state of distress, she insisted, "He really has been captured. Don't we need to pay a ransom?" Gongzi probed cautiously. Over the past few years, many citizens had received similar calls and had been swindled out of their money. Shin Yuqing replied earnestly. Initially, they were demanding compensation. Upon hearing this, Gongzi realized it was indeed a scam call and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, scolding through the phone. You scammers are becoming increasingly bold, even trying to swindle me. Do you even know who I am? Scam? Shin Yuqi was momentarily bewildered and instinctively asked, Who are you? The municipal law enforcement team. Oh. No wonder Su Yang asked me to call you. It seems you truly can rescue him. Hey, stop pretending. Shin Yuqi was instantly incensed, shouting, What am I pretending about? Are you going to save him or not? Well, you certainly play your role convincingly. When soft tactics fail, you resort to intimidation, don't you? This is how you repeatedly succeed in deceiving victims. Gongzi replied with a cold sneer. This is fundamentally the tactics of a fraudster, employing threats and intimidation. Once the victim is sufficiently frightened, they will immediately transfer money to them. Shin Yuqing suddenly realized that this individual had mistaken her for a scammer. Listen, I will say this one last time. Su Yang has been arrested at the West City Security Office. If you do not rescue him, I will take matters into my own hands. Shin Yuqing, maintaining her composure, attempted one final defense. However, Gongzi, with a look of suspicion, did not respond to her words and immediately used the office phone to call Su Yang's mobile. The call connected, but no one answered. When he tried again, the phone was unexpectedly turned off. Could something truly have gone awry? Gongzi's expression shifted slightly as he promptly dialed the phone number of the security office's director. Chapter 54. We are the skies soon. A slightly hoarse voice came through the phone. Hello, who is this at this late hour? It's Lu Honggang from the Municipal Security Office. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Oh, Captain Lu, hello. I need to ask you something. Did you apprehend someone named Su Yang today? We did detain a few individuals tonight. As for their names, I didn't inquire. What is the matter? Nothing serious. Just a casual inquiry. You may resume your rest. With that, Gongzi ended the call. His understanding of Su Yang led him to believe that if this was indeed true, it must carry significant implications, hence he chose not to elaborate during the call for fear of complicating Su Yang's situation. At this moment, the phone call was still connected. Shin Yuqing had overheard Gongzi's conversation and was anxiously awaiting the outcome. Earlier, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she had mistaken the call for a scam and had boldly inquired, What is your relationship with Su Yang? Curiosity is a universal trait, and Gongzi was no exception. He is my employee. Is it merely a superior-subordinate relationship? Does this pertain to saving Su Yang? Oh, it's of no consequence. I was simply asking. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I will head over immediately. Would you like to join me? I'm just outside the security office. All right, I'm on my way. Gongzi hung up and quietly spoke a few words to the director in the conference room before departing. By the time he arrived at the security office, it was already 2 a.m. He spotted 2 figures standing at a distance outside the office. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Shin Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. She crossed her arms over her chest, glancing at her watch intermittently. Gongzi's vehicle came to a halt beside them. The window rolled down as he asked uncertainly, Was it you who called me earlier? Upon seeing Shin Yuqing, he momentarily lost his breath. She was such a stunning woman. The other girl was Lu Yun. Though Lu Yun was also quite beautiful, standing next to Shin Yuqing, she seemed to pale in comparison. Yes, Shin Yuqing replied curtly. Let us go inside. Gongzi pressed on the accelerator and drove in. Feeling a surge of envy, I wondered why this guy hadn't contacted me recently. Turns out he has been busy wooing the ladies. How inconsiderate. Making a fortune in silence. If only I had such a stunning girl worrying about me, it would be worth it, even in death. With that, Shin Yuqing and Lu Yun also entered. Inside the office building, Captain Shin was preparing to head home for a night's rest when his phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was a call from Director Jia, he quickly answered. Director, why are you still awake at this late hour? I need to ask you. Have any individuals been apprehended tonight? What is going on? Lu Honggang from the Municipal Enforcement Team just called me regarding this matter. Did you report it? How could I possibly report such a trivial matter? How does he know? Let me caution you. Lu Honggang has been parachuted into our midst. And there are certainly influential figures behind him. Maintain decorum in his presence. As for the individual you apprehended, you must either release him or ensure a solid case is established. Do not leave any incriminating evidence. Director, rest assured, throughout these years, I have never faltered in my duties. Yet, I find myself somewhat unsettled. Why does a mere brawl warrant such alarm? In my view, this individual is merely seeking to embellish his reputation and will inevitably depart. Alas, who can say? He is not to be trifled with. Recently, Dao and Huang Sen inadvertently provoked him and found themselves incarcerated. This current crackdown is undoubtedly influenced by his machinations within. This man is a nuisance. Perhaps we should consider eliminating him. Silence. Do you believe he is merely an insignificant thug whom you can confront? Enough. Exercise caution and hang up. Little do they know. While they were on the phone, chaos erupted outside, right at the police station. Shen Yuqing and her companions were making their way to the office building when they encountered a group of individuals, led by a bald man known as Lao Wu. Upon spotting Lu Yun, Lao Wu's eyes gleamed, and when he saw Shen Yuqing, they sparkled even more. Rubbing his hands together, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter such beauty. As for the sidekick, Gongzi, he was completely disregarded. Brothers, a pretty girl has come to us, haha. Lao Wu laughed boisterously, striding forward with arms outstretched to block their path. His lackeys echoed his laughter. Shen Yuqing regarded them with a frosty gaze. Step aside. Sweetheart. Put away that aloof demeanor and face reality. Your boyfriend is quite the troublemaker. He is currently behind bars. It is said that the evidence against him is irrefutable, and he may face at least a decade in prison along with millions in medical expenses. Haha. What? Shen Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Lu Yun scoffed. A bunch of blind fools, daring to boast in front of President Shen over a mere few million. President Shen? So she is a little rich lady. I like that. Heh. Lao Wu grinned, extending his hand to touch Shen Yuqing's face. Gongzi swiftly stepped in front of her, seizing Lao Wu's wrist and sternly admonishing him. Who gave you the audacity to cause a ruckus here? Cause a ruckus? Lao Wu laughed, utterly dismissive of him, arrogantly declaring, I could kill you here and it wouldn't matter at all. Do you believe that? Do you think this place is your playground? Gongzi's gaze turned increasingly frigid. It was his first encounter with such audacity. A petty thug was behaving with such impunity within a police station. And who do you think you are? Attempting to play the hero? Let me inform you, her boyfriend is the one I sent to prison. If you wish to join him, I can certainly arrange that. Otherwise, mind your own business and get lost. Lao Wu barked, pointing at Gongzi and commanding, release me. Very well. It's astounding how a mere thug can be so brazen within the precinct. Truly, I am witnessing the limits of arrogance, Gongzi retorted with a cold smile. Shen Yuqing also chuckled, fully aware of Gongzi's true identity. The more these ruffians flaunted their bravado, the worse their fate would be. What are you laughing at? Lao Wu shook his wrist and pointed at Gongzi, addressing Shen Yuqing with disdain. You foul woman, do not presume that just because someone is protecting you, you are safe. I can easily send that brat to prison, and I can do the same to you. As for you, behave yourself and listen well. I assure you that if you follow us, you will indulge in a life of luxury and endless blessings. Otherwise, you shall reap the consequences. He emphasized the presence of law enforcement, aiming to provoke a reaction from them. If you dare to utter another word, I will incapacitate you right here and now. Let me make it clear. In this place, we are the law. Even if we were to take liberties with you, we would face no repercussions. Lao Wu's arrogance reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 55, Brother, do not be impulsive. We are family. Upon hearing this, Gongzi had already grasped the situation. This so-called security station was utterly rotten, colluding with the local underworld, a den of iniquity. Drawing from his years of investigative experience, he sensed that matters were far from simple. A mere security station would not dare to brazenly shelter criminal elements. There must be a larger protective umbrella looming behind them. In that moment, he and Su Yang were of one mind. Lu Honggang narrowed his eyes and resolved to exploit the opportunity, to stir the waters and see what kind of clowns he could draw out. He discreetly sent a text to his subordinates, seeing Gongzi standing there in silence. Lao Wu assumed Gongzi was intimidated and pushed him. Get lost. Shen Yuqing is too beautiful. I can't contain myself any longer. I'm going to have my way with her now. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Gongzi remained steadfast, unmoving under his push. In a swift motion, Gongzi seized Lao Wu's arm and twisted it forcefully, subduing him. You scoundrels have grown brazen, daring to act so arrogantly before me. Gongzi began to reveal his true prowess. For both personal and professional reasons, he had to protect Shen Yuqing. Failing to do so would betray the trust of the nation, and moreover, she was the woman of a good brother. If he failed to protect her, Su Yang would surely flay him alive. Damn it! Are you tired of living? How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll wipe out your entire family. Lao Wu roared, maintaining his defiant attitude. With a resounding slap, Gongzi struck Lao Wu's face. Those who dare to be arrogant before me are already locked up inside. Whereunto you boasting about sending me in? Let us see who ends up inside in the end. With that, he delivered a kick to Lao Wu's calf, causing the latter to involuntarily kneel. Damn it. Another fool. What are you still doing? Hit him. Lao Wu cursed furiously. Yet, as his underlings raised their fists to charge, they halted in unison, their faces contorted with fear. The dark muzzle of a gun was trained upon them. Gongzi raised his handgun. Come on, why the hesitation? You've all lost your minds. What are you doing? Attack. Lao Wu, oblivious as he was facing away from Gongzi, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Wu go. He has a gun. One of the underlings stammered. What? Lao Wu's face fell, and upon turning to look, he indeed saw the gun. His legs weakened, and he too sank to one knee. Finally realizing he had kicked against iron. Brother, I'm just a small fry who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. May I ask which faction you belong to? Lao Wu trembled, no longer daring to act arrogantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Gongzi turned the object in his hand towards Lao Wu. Do I look like I belong to any particular faction? Lao Wu's eyelids twitched, his smile resembling that of someone weeping. Brother, it seems the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. We are family. Ask Team Chun. We are quite familiar. It's all a misunderstanding. At that moment, Captain Chun rushed out, exclaiming, What is going on here? What are you all doing? Lao Wu, as if seeing a beacon of hope, hastily shouted, Captain Chun, please, persuade this brother not to lose his temper. Gongzi raised his eyes to regard Captain Chun. He had little impression of this individual. After all, he was merely a squad leader from the local security office. However, this detail was of no consequence. He instinctively sensed that Captain Chun was not to be trusted. Upon spotting Gongzi, Captain Chin's expression shifted dramatically. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and quickly forced a smile while extending his hands. Isn't this Captain Liu? Greetings. Gongzi showed no intention of shaking his hand, replying coldly. This visit tonight has indeed broadened my horizons. Captain Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand. Although a hint of displeasure simmered within him, he masked it well. He was not foolish. Given the circumstances, he could easily deduce what was amiss. Enraged, he kicked Lao Wu and scolded, You blind fool, did you offend Captain Liu? Lao Wu grimaced in pain. Stuttering, I was just joking with him. A joke? Do you know who stands before you? Captain Chen thundered. This man is the captain of the municipal law enforcement team. To provoke him is tantamount to courting disaster. Captain Chun was beside himself with rage. Just moments ago, the chief had instructed him to maintain decorum in the presence of Lu Honggang, and here he was, ensuring that chaos would ensue. What? Lao Wu's face paled drastically. If he had felt a twinge of fear earlier, it was now replaced by sheer terror. Anyone familiar with Qiqing knew the name Lu Honggang all too well. Gongzi promptly handcuffed Lao Wu, then released him. Lao Wu, too frightened to rise, turned around and repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, Captain Liu, I was wrong. I failed to recognize a mountain for its height. I'm a fool and deserve punishment. I beg you, don't hold this against me. What are you doing? Just moments ago, you threatened to imprison me. Oh, and let us not forget, you intended to assault these two young ladies right here in this security office. I recall every word you uttered. What? Captain Chen was taken aback. He never anticipated that Lao Wu and his companions would dare to speak such words in front of the law enforcement captain. Internally, he thought, this is it. Lao Wu cannot escape this time. Captain Chen's eyes flickered. At that moment, he could no longer shield Lao Wu and the others. He immediately adopted an air of righteous indignation, pointing a finger at Lao Wu and rebuking him. You truly have the audacity. Thankfully, Captain Liu intervened. Otherwise, these young ladies would have fallen victim to your vile intentions. Get inside. Having said that, Captain Chen made a move to escort Lao Wu away. Wait. Lu Honggang cold gaze scrutinized them. These scoundrels deserve punishment, but you, Captain Chen, cannot evade responsibility either. Captain Chen froze, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. What do you mean by that, Captain Liu? The literal meaning, Liu replied. Captain Liu, I respect you as the leader of the municipal security office, but I am also a law enforcement officer. One may indulge in reckless dining. But words must be spoken with care. The only reason these individuals dare to act so brazenly here is that they rely on your backing. This is not merely my assertion. Ask that bald-headed man. He just admitted how well you know each other. Can you deny any connection? Gongzi approached Captain Chun, locking his gaze onto him and sharply discerning the flicker of panic in his eyes. Captain Chen, his face ashen, glanced at Lao Wu, then feigned a boisterous laugh, declaring, What a farce! Is familiarity a cause for suspicion? Surely, Captain Liu has a share of informants as well, all of whom are equally familiar. Does that not imply you two are questionable? We are all in this line of work. Accusations must be substantiated with evidence, or I shall accuse you of slander. As the situation escalated, Captain Qin cast aside his concerns, fully revealing his true colors. You are absolutely right. We are indeed in the same profession. Thus, everything that just transpired has been recorded, and I will also review the surrounding surveillance footage. Gongzi's voice suddenly rose in intensity as he seized Captain Qin by the collar. Sternly admonishing, "You corrupt parasite, having crossed my path, your days of arrogance are over. I will see to your downfall, and no one can impede me." Chapter 56. I hope you can endure the test, Lu Honggang. Do not presume that your position as a municipal security officer intimidates me. I have witnessed far more formidable situations, and those who aim to harm me have met their demise. You shall not be an exception. Team leader Qin's visage contorted with rage as he forcefully pried Lu's hand apart, vehemently pointing a finger at him and bellowing with arrogance. A flicker of thought crossed Lu's mind, and he feigned disdain with a dismissive curl of his lip. A mere captain of a security office dares to challenge me? What audacity! I may not be able to harm you, but that does not imply others cannot, retorted Qin, his eyes narrowing contemptuously. Lu Honggang, what bravado you possess! You are merely a captain of a trivial security office. I warn you, upon your arrival in Qingcheng, you must coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. If you wish to survive, you had best tread carefully lest you meet a gruesome end. My insignificant title as captain suffices to dispose of you. As for my fate, you shall never witness it, Lu countered boldly. You think you can bring me down? With that recording and those surveillance feeds? Do not be naive, they prove nothing. Team leader Chun scoffed derisively. Old 5. Hastily dismissed the accusations. I could just as easily claim your involvement in embezzlement. One cannot shed tears until faced with the coffin. Lu pointed at them, exuding confidence. Should I desire to act against you, there will be no escape. Understand this. This is my territory. Here, I hold the reins. A mere word from me can obliterate those surveillance recordings, and another could render you powerless. Chen clapped his hands. Suddenly, several law enforcement officers charged from the building, wielding batons and shields. Go assist, Old 5 shouted. The ruffians joined forces, encircling Lu and his companions. Lu admonished the officers sternly. Combating crime is the noble mission bestowed upon you by the state. Yet, what do? Instead of supporting the citizens, you collude with these thugs to oppress the innocent. Enough of your prattle. Eliminate him. Chen decided to go all in. Since the mask had been torn off, he seized the opportunity to dispatch Lu, averting future complications. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Lu fired into the air, shielding Shen Yuqing and Lu Yun closely. Should anyone dare to advance a step further, I shall not hesitate to shoot. There are so many of us. Do not fear him. He wouldn't dare kill recklessly. Chen shouted defiantly. Lu Yun clung tightly to Shen Yuqing's arm, her fear palpable. Shen, should we not summon our people? Let us hold on a moment longer, Shen replied, her own anxiety rising, yet she relished the unfolding spectacle. Just as the standoff intensified, the piercing wail of police sirens crescendoed, drawing nearer. The crowd rushed to peer outside. In the inky darkness, the distinctive flashing lights of enforcement vehicles were particularly striking, and it appeared that more than one was approaching. Soon, a convoy of law enforcement vehicles entered the security office. The doors swung open simultaneously, revealing armed personnel, some in uniform, others in plain clothes. Everyone down, commanded a young officer. Gun trained on Qin and the others, his tone resolute and authoritative. The law enforcement officers at the Public Security Bureau hastily discarded their batons and shields, appearing somewhat flustered. As for the thugs, they obediently squatted on the ground, instinctively clasping their heads with both hands, silently cursing their misfortune. The night had been an exhilarating roller coaster ride, filled with thrilling twists and turns. The young officer, after securing his firearm, inquired with concern, Captain Liu, are you all right? I'm fine. Is anyone aware of your presence here? Rest assured, Captain. Since the anti-crime operation commenced, we have been on duty daily, so there should be no suspicion. I have publicly stated that we are conducting surprise checks on entertainment venues. Good, close the doors. Everyone surrender your phones. No information must leak. I have a premonition that we have encountered a major case this time. We must interrogate them overnight and resolve this before dawn, Gongzi instructed solemnly. Team leader Chen, utterly dejected, slumped helplessly to the ground, regretting his impulsiveness. Previously, there may have been room for maneuver, but now there was no glimmer of hope. He could never have anticipated that Lu Honggang would call for reinforcements, Otherwise, even with 100 times the courage, he would not have dared to brazenly threaten Gongzi. One officer placed handcuffs on team leader Chen, dragging him into the interrogation room like a lifeless dog. Moments later, Su Yang appeared before them. "Are you all right?" Shen Yuqing quickly approached, examining him closely. Seeing that he seemed unscathed, her expression darkened as she coldly scoffed. "What are you showing off for without the necessary skills?" "I'm fine," Su Yang replied with a slight smile, sensing Shen Yuqing's concern. With a teasing grin, Gongzi remarked, "Brother, if you were in trouble, why didn't you call me? I imagine wearing handcuffs isn't a pleasant experience." "These cold handcuffs have only sharpened my thoughts," Su Yang responded, shaking his wrist. His simple statement carried deeper implications. Gongzi's smile faltered. "Brother, what do you mean? You don't suspect me, do you?" Su Yang's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Gongzi's eyes. "You've been here for 3 years, haven't you? Those individuals have become so brazen right under your nose, making it hard not to arouse suspicion. I not only doubt you, but I also question the entire law enforcement system in Qiqing." Su Yang's eyes were icy. "We are brothers bound by life. You can suspect anyone, but not me." Gongzi retorted angrily. "People can change. I hope you can withstand the test." With tears brimming in his eyes, Gongzi passionately declared, "The oath we took under the national flag. I have never forgotten, nor can I abandon my mission. I will prove myself." A man of steel, who had never shed tears even in the face of bullets, cried due to the words of a comrade. Su Yang silently uttered an apology in his heart as he observed Gongzi's retreating figure. Although he had only just met him, he felt certain that Gongzi was not that type of person. Shen Yuqing recounted the events that had just transpired. "In our work, we cannot rely solely on intuition. What our eyes perceive may not necessarily reflect the truth." Su Yang's gaze was somewhat intricate as he sighed. "I have encountered numerous corrupt officials. They were once individuals of great integrity. However, as their power expanded, they gradually lost their moral compass, becoming ensnared in the tumultuous sea of desires, unable to extricate themselves until they were caught, at which point they experienced a moment of clarity. I hope that Gongzi does not tread that irreversible path." "Is that why you spoke to him in such a manner?" "Indeed, I aim to provoke him, while simultaneously sounding an alarm. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never forget their original intentions. I truly envy the bond you share as brothers." "I have faith in him," Su Yang smiled. He understood Gongzi all too well. With Gongzi's temperament, being provoked would unleash a tempest within him, turning the entire Qiqing upside down. This was the outcome he longed to witness. Only by thoroughly stirring the waters could he better conceal himself within, seeking the largest fish. He required a trustworthy accomplice. Undoubtedly, Gongzi was the most suitable candidate. But he must first undergo his trial. Chapter 57. I once stood guard for my leader, let us be on our way. Shen Yuqing gently tugged at Su Yang's arm. A plainclothes officer swiftly approached Su Yang with a smile, saying, "Brother Yang, you cannot leave just yet. Although the evidence against you is riddled with inconsistencies, we still require time to investigate and gather evidence to disprove those so-called allegations. Until then, we must impose upon you." The young man speaking was Gao Chao, a disciple of Zhang Zi, who was acquainted with Su Yang. "Very well. Perhaps you could find an office for me to temporarily occupy?" Su Yang suggested. "I wish to observe your interrogation process." All right," Gao Chao replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Shen Yuqing nudged Su Yang, saying, "Hey, they are interrogating a suspect. What are you doing intruding? Remember, you are still considered a suspect yourself. Brother Yang is not an outsider. It is of no concern." Gao Chao interjected. He had heard his master speak highly of Su Yang, who once held an impressive identity, though the specifics were never elaborated. Their shared camaraderie as comrades in arms allowed for considerable imagination on Gao Chao's part. Shen Yuqing raised her hand and playfully tugged at Su Yang's clothing, adopting an interrogative tone. "What exactly did you do in the past? Didn't you already investigate thoroughly?" "I merely served in the military for a few years," he replied. "What kind of service?" she inquired. "Just standing watch for the leaders, you know. Through various encounters I got to know quite a few people." Shen Yuqing could not contain her laughter. "So after a few years in the military, all you did was stand guard? How naive. Sometimes I did other things, like training new recruits. In any case, there was always much to do in the army. It was rather exhausting," Su Yang explained. "Training? Training for standing guard?" Shen Yuqing laughed uncontrollably. Su Yang chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. If she were to discover that the so-called new recruits were the Armée de la Armée selected from across the country, one could only wonder what her reaction would be. As time passed, dawn arrived. The entrance to the Public Security Bureau remained firmly shut. leaving some early-arriving clerical staff stranded outside. What is going on? Why is the door suddenly closed? One person questioned. Exactly. I've been knocking for ages. But it won't open. No one is answering the phone either. Is it a holiday? Another speculated. Impossible. Today is not a holiday. Even if it were. There should be personnel on duty. What is going on? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Just then, an Audi pulled up to the entrance, the driver honking the horn. Yet the door remained unresponsive. Lowering the window, Director Jia called out loudly, "What is happening? Why is the door closed? We don't know what's going on either." The crowd replied, though internally they scoffed, thinking, if the director himself does not know what is happening, how could we possibly have any insight? Frowning, Director Jia immediately called Captain Chen. The call connected, yet there was no answer. He attempted multiple times, but to no avail. Growing anxious, he reached out to others who had been on duty the previous night, but still received no response. What on earth is happening? Director Jia felt a sense of unease wash over him as his eyelids twitched ominously. Last night, I had a restless sleep, plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. As soon as dawn broke, I hurried to the station, only to find the entrance firmly secured, preventing even the station chief from entering. My eyelids seemed to flutter incessantly. Chief Jia rubbed his eyes. The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, hurriedly flattered, "Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye for calamity. Since your left eyelid is twitching, it appears that good fortune is at hand." Good fortune? If nothing goes awry, I'll consider myself fortunate. Just as those words left his lips, the gates of the station swung open. Su Yong, Xin Yuqing, and Lu Yun emerged. The onlookers outside were momentarily taken aback. One of them curiously inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the wrong citizens you unjustly accused," came the voice of Gongzi. Upon hearing this, a group emerged from within. Led by Gongzi himself, radiating righteousness and bearing a serious demeanor. He was followed by 5 individuals, all clad in plain clothes, including Gao Chao. Members of the municipal law enforcement team. "What brings you here?" A bespectacled middle-aged man was the first to pose the question. Spotting Gongzi, Chief Jia's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly exited the vehicle, extending his hands in greeting. "Ah, ISNT this Captain Liu? When did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a heads up? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Someone, get Xiao Zhou to fetch us breakfast. Had I known you were coming, I could have witnessed last night's spectacle," Gongzi scoffed. "You were here last night? Chief Jia's office is splendid. Much more comfortable than mine at the municipal law enforcement office, particularly that office chair, genuine leather, I presume?" Chief Jia's expression shifted abruptly, only to be replaced by a forced smile. "Oh, it's not genuine leather, merely replicas from the second-hand market." "Brother, you do love to jest. Yet I've heard that you received millions in bribes just this month. It startled me. How does a mere station chief amass such wealth? I might just seek a position here myself." "Captain Liu, in a public setting, one must be cautious with words." Chief Jia's heart raced, his face paling. "Jia Jingjing." Gongzi's voice suddenly rose, laced with fury. "A few days ago, the city held a special meeting on combating organized crime, which you attended. Your slogans were loud. Yet the criminal elements thrived right under your nose. Are you blind to it?" "What criminal elements?" "I know nothing of it." Jia Jingjing feigned ignorance. "Last night, those thugs brazenly declared their intent to assault these 2 female comrades and threatened to imprison me, right here in the courtyard of your station." "What? Such audacity." "Rest assured, Captain Liu, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Anyone who dares to shield them will face the full wrath of the law." "You are mistaken. They are well aware of the law and have their own heavens, that heaven being you corrupt enablers." Gongzi gestured sharply. Instantly, Gao Chao and the others lunged towards Chief Jia. "What are you doing?" Jia Jingjing exclaimed in alarm. Gao Chao swiftly produced handcuffs, expertly restraining Jia Jingjing and escorting him to the vehicle. "Release me. You lack evidence to detain me. I will file a complaint against you." "Fool, do you think we would apprehend you if we lacked evidence?" A swift kick landed on Jia Jingjing's backside. Jia stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground, his anger causing him to curse vehemently. "Damn it. Which fool said that the left eye twitches for wealth and the right for disaster? Not a word of it rings true." As Jia was taken into custody, those outside the door were thrown into a state of panic. These individuals had varying degrees of knowledge regarding the inner workings, and some had even participated in numerous events. Upon noticing Gongzi's gaze upon them, they all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. "Listen carefully. I will only say this once. Those wishing to seek leniency must voluntarily confess their wrongdoings. Anyone privy to the inside information must also come forward. I will faithfully report any commendable actions. You have but this single opportunity." With that, The individuals obediently entered the public security office. Chapter 58. An overnight fame with a complex gaze. Gang Z cast a glance at Su Yang, but refrained from uttering any parting words before turning back towards the security office. He had an abundance of matters to attend to. After a night of relentless effort, he finally managed to pry open the lips of team leader Chun and others, uncovering numerous hidden truths that left him astounded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to report swiftly. He had also come to understand the circumstances surrounding Su Yang, who had been exonerated and released without charges. Enough staring, you look as if you're lovers. Shin Yuqing teased. Lu Yun chuckled in response. This fellow didn't even bother to give me a farewell. If you don't trust him, he must be hurt and upset. If I were him, I wouldn't pay you any mind either, Shin Yuqing remarked as she entered her vehicle. Half an hour later, the three of them made their way into the office building. Su Yang did not head to the president's office but returned to the office of the security director. Seated in the plush office chair, he closed his eyes in contemplation. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and dialed a number on his phone. A slightly hoarse, elderly voice came through the receiver. Kid, you haven't contacted me in 3 years. I thought you had kicked the bucket. Come now. I know your methods well. Even if I didn't reach out for a decade, you would still be well aware of my affairs. Haha. You know me well. Something occurred last night. Su Yang recounted the events. It was within his expectations that the leadership of Chicheng had remained stagnant for years, fostering corruption, though it was not necessarily linked to that particular incident. However, these corrupt officials needed to be dealt with. Since you're there, why not clear out these parasites? Do you need any manpower? Send Xiaoing over. All right. I am currently evaluating someone. If he passes the test, he can handle some overt matters. Fine. Do as you see fit. Call me if you need anything. By the way, make a trip to Kyoto when you have the chance. Your grandfather keeps mentioning you. My ears are nearly worn out from it. Okay. Oh, and one more thing. With the current emphasis on marital freedom, don't force it. If you wish to divorce, do it promptly. Should I give the Civil Affairs Bureau a heads up? Actually, my granddaughter isn't bad either. She has long admired you. Let us meet up sometime. We shouldn't let the good fortune flow to outsiders. Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly ended the call. His extended stay in Qingsheng for 3 years, aside from executing his mission, was also to seek tranquility. As the old folks in Kyoto were exceedingly bothersome, clamoring to introduce their granddaughters and nieces to him. On the internet, a video surged to the top of trending topics, sweeping across various short video platforms. In just one night, Su Yang became an overnight sensation. Numerous streamers, eager to ride the wave of popularity, hastily published various posts and videos attacking the security office. Under the deliberate promotion of these streamers, the notorious criminal organization led by Lao Wu was met with public outrage, igniting the fury of the entire nation. Videos advocating for justice tagged the Chicheng law enforcement system, causing the internet to erupt in chaos. Major media reporters swarmed the security office, creating an impenetrable blockade. Upon discovering that Su Yang had already departed, the journalists divided into 2 groups. One continued to besiege the security office in hopes of obtaining detailed information, while the other activated their extensive networks to investigate the whereabouts of Su Yang. In the Tianming group work chat, messages began to flood in. Wow, Minister Su is so handsome, I'm utterly enamored. Solo confronting 6 or 7 armed thugs. Unafraid of authority, upholding justice. If I could be his girlfriend, I would feel so secure. What a pity that such an exceptional man is married. Why are all the good men married? Is there no justice in this world? Woe is me. Shoo, have you all noticed something? The female lead in the video seems to be President Shin. Suddenly, the chat fell silent, only to erupt moments later. Impossible. How could President Shin eat at a street stall? Exactly. In the video I saw, it only showed a silhouette, no face. Ding. A video was shared in the group. Everyone hurriedly clicked to view it. The footage was clear, capturing Shun Youqing's visage perfectly. Oh my heavens. It really is President Shun. Su Yang was fighting for President Shun. Are they on a date? Absolutely, it must be. I'm dying. I can't believe I'm witnessing the president's scoop. Wait, isn't Su Yang married? What does this mean? The message was sent and then retracted within seconds. Nonetheless, everyone had seen it, including Shin Yuqing. Initially, upon seeing the chatter, the memories of the previous night flooded her mind, eliciting a sweet smile. However, this message struck her like a bolt, pulling her back to reality. And her smile abruptly froze. Assistant Lu, have you been assigning fewer tasks lately? Shin Yuqing cast a cold glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, Realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing the message, hastily replied, "Well, not particularly. They seem rather idle. I'll go urge them to work." Liu Yun fled the office in haste, swiftly sending a message in the group. "Everyone, do not send messages unrelated to work. Violators will be permanently removed from the work group. Notice, during work hours, gossiping is strictly prohibited, as is spreading rumors. All daily tasks must be completed on the same day, with department heads ensuring compliance." The chat grew silent. Those who had been chatting regretted their actions, fearful of expulsion. Just then, someone was added to the group. Nickname, Security Department Su Yang. "Hello, everyone," he typed, accompanied by a smiling emoji. Previously, while working under Sun's supervision, he had only participated in a small group and had not minded that much. However, a colleague he got along well with had informed him that he was being discussed in the group, with admirers expressing their admiration. Out of curiosity, he joined, only to find that after greeting, no one acknowledged him. In the security department office, he thought to himself, "Goodness, my social standing is abysmal. Not a single person is acknowledging me." Su Yang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he has become a leader of sorts now. Yet the anticipated welcoming scene failed to materialize. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for the awkward silence was entirely due to the 2 messages from Assistant Liu. Who would dare to provoke misfortune at such a time? Ding. "Welcome, Minister Su," to the group. At that moment, the entire office building fell silent, with everyone holding their breath, for this message was sent by Shen Yuqing. Since the establishment of the group, it was the first time the president had communicated. Following closely was Liu Yun. "Welcome, Minister Su, welcome, Minister Su." The vice president, managers, and supervisors eagerly sent messages, each adorned with smiling, adorable, and handshake emojis. After a brief moment of quiet, the group chat buzzed back to life. Su Yang smiled and promptly sent a message to Shen Yuqing. "Thank you, Director Shen, for rescuing the situation. It seems your influence is indeed formidable." Chapter 59. The talented Jiang Ying in the president's office. Shen Yuqing chuckled. "After all, our great hero is quite likable." With a sigh, Su Yang swiftly dialed a number and, once connected, commanded in a low voice, "In 10 minutes. I do not wish to see another video concerning me." In the general manager's office, Chen Weiqing slammed his hand on the table, angrily tossing his phone aside. He tugged at his slightly tight tie and cursed under his breath, "Damn it. A mere security guard has the audacity to act so high and mighty. I refuse to believe he is beyond my reach." Noticing his agitation, the petite secretary hurriedly began to massage Chen Weiqing's shoulders, her voice sweet and soothing. "Mr. Chen, don't get too worked up. He simply had a stroke of luck in connecting with President Shen. Even so, he is merely a small department head in the security division. President Shen does not value him, and he cannot possibly compare to you." "Humph, what do you know?" Chen Weiqing retorted coldly. "Ever since that wretched woman took over the company, I have been sidelined from important projects. My status here diminishes daily. Otherwise, how could that brat dare to act so brazenly before me?" His face darkened with anger as he contemplated the situation. Shen Yuqing's disdain for him was palpable, and it was only a matter of time before she would take action against him. A profound sense of crisis stirred within him, leaving him restless and irritable. The secretary, her eyes sparkling, smiled sweetly and endeavored to placate him. "Mr. Chen, you have connections. Even the president must think twice before challenging you." "Indeed, you make a fair point." Chen Weiqing's spirits lifted slightly. At that moment, the office door swung open abruptly, and a heavily made-up woman sashayed in. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she froze momentarily, then pointed an accusing finger at them. "What are you doing?" Simultaneously, the secretary gasped in fright, her head bowed as she attempted to leave, but was halted by Chen Weiqing's commanding grip on her arm. "Stay put," he ordered. With newfound confidence, the secretary remained where she was. Chen Weiqing then turned to the woman, his face darkening as he scolded. "What are you making noise about? Don't you know to knock? Close the door." The woman, feeling somewhat wronged, stamped her foot and complied, shutting the office door behind her. She quickly approached Chen Weiqing, playfully shaking his arm and plaintively asking, "Brother Chen, I have betrayed my family for you. Did you not say you only loved me? What is she doing here?" Chen Weiqing forcefully shook off her hand, pointing at her nose as he scolded, "You shameless woman, how dare you speak of love? Do you not find it laughable? If I were without wealth or influence, would you still come crawling to me?" The woman offered an awkward smile. "Well, it's not entirely for the money. Enough with the nonsense. What do you want from me? Isn't it about my brother? Please help him." She pouted, revealing herself to be Sun Ruoxue, the sister of the former head of security. Sun Tong. That waste of space, it would be better for him to have perished early. He accomplishes nothing but brings trouble. Ah, General Chen, for my sake. Could you please assist him and allow him to return to work? Just assign him any task. The secretary nearby immediately displayed a derisive expression. She had only recently joined the company and was unfamiliar with Sun Ruoxue. Initially, she had assumed Sun was General Chen's wife, which had flustered her, only to discover they were of the same ilk. General Chen beckoned the secretary closer with a finger. Come here. The secretary flashed a sweet smile and approached General Chen, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Ruoxue, seemingly implying, Old hag, despite your age, you still wish to compete with me for a man. Sun Ruoxue shot her a glare. Both women were equally matched, neither superior to the other, and it was unclear what the secretary had to feel proud about. Outside the office, several employees leaned against the door, straining to catch the sounds from within. Ding. At that moment, a message pinged in the company group chat. Su Yang, the project leader of the Science and Technology Park, sent, project team members, please gather in the third-floor conference room in 10 minutes. Received. 10 minutes later. In the third-floor conference room, all project members had assembled. The project team was comprised of elite personnel drawn from the sales, planning, technical, procurement, production, and engineering departments. Upon learning that Su Yang was the leader, they expressed considerable dissent. How could such a significant project be entrusted to a security guard? What were the company executives thinking? Does he even comprehend the task at hand? Anyone among them would undoubtedly possess greater capability than he. Yet, there was nothing to be done. The project was awarded to him, as specified by the client. Securing the project was merely the beginning. Only upon its successful completion would it be deemed a true achievement. Mark my words, this project will inevitably falter under his stewardship. You all seem rather idle, fretting over matters that do not concern you. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. Our CEO is unfazed, so why should you be worried? The conference room buzzed with chatter. As seasoned employees accustomed to the flattery of newcomers, they had grown somewhat arrogant and naturally looked down upon Su Yang, who hailed from a security background. Amidst their discussions, the conference room door swung open. Su Yang entered, accompanied by a woman. She was clad in a stylish casual suit, adorned with high heels, her shoulder-length hair tied back, and her clear eyes sparkling, her light makeup accentuating her youthful beauty. The room fell silent. Everyone's attention shifted to the woman beside Su Yang. Their curiosity piqued regarding her role. Hello everyone, I am Su Yang, responsible for the Science and Technology Park project. You all are elite personnel from various departments, and I hope we can unite and strive together to execute this project successfully and deliver it flawlessly to our client. Su Yang gestured towards the woman beside him and introduced, this is Jiang Ying, who will serve as the deputy leader of the project team. And everyone must unconditionally comply with her directives. At this point, Su Yang paused, observing the reactions of the crowd, and coldly continued, let me make this clear, should anyone feign compliance while secretly undermining the efforts, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 60. A Genius Among Geniuses. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressively silent, with everyone wearing grim expressions. Their discontent with Su Yang was already palpable, and his abrupt display of authority only heightened their frustration. Greetings, everyone. I am delighted to collaborate with you. Jiang Ying offered a smile. However, no one reciprocated her warmth. Their gazes were laden with hostility. Su team leader, is she one of our company's employees? I've never seen her before. One individual could no longer contain his curiosity. Su Yang responded with an impassive expression that will soon be clarified. I have already contacted the HR department. In other words, you intend to appoint a newly hired individual as deputy team leader? I find this approach rather inappropriate. Shouldn't a newcomer undergo a period of internship first? Indeed. Even if she has been officially hired, she is still a novice. In terms of qualifications and experience, isn't either anyone present more suited for the role? We do not endorse team leader Su's arrangement. As the group grew increasingly agitated, their comments, ostensibly aimed at questioning Jiang Ying's suitability for the deputy position, seemed more like veiled attacks on Su Yang. Raising his hand, Su Yang signaled for silence. I understand your frustrations and your doubts regarding my capabilities as the project team leader. I concede that I lack experience in this domain. I have discussed this with the president. However, the client insisted on my leadership, threatening to terminate the contract otherwise. I am caught in a difficult position and hope for your understanding. Hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd softened considerably. Perhaps they were puzzled as to why the client would select someone inexperienced to lead the project. Truthfully, he too found it perplexing. Perhaps they valued character over capability. and in that regard, he believed he had much to offer. With a smile, Su Yang continued, precisely because of my inexperience, I sought a more qualified individual. At this point, he gestured towards Jiang Ying and reintroduced her. Jiang Ying entered the prestigious university at the age of 10, pursued her master's at 13, and began her doctoral studies at 16. She is heralded as the most exceptional talent in the history of our nation, with projects under her purview typically starting at a scale of hundreds of millions. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. They gazed incredulously at Jiang Ying at 16. They themselves were merely beginning high school, while she had already embarked on her doctoral journey. This was the epitome of genius. After the initial shock came skepticism. If what you say is true, we would have no objections, but how can we ascertain the veracity of your claims? Su Yang had anticipated their reactions. In the face of disbelief, further explanations would prove futile. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Ying remained a silent observer. She opened her notebook, performed a series of actions, and then spoke in a calm tone. Are you familiar with Professor Ma Xingyan from the university? He can vouch for me. The group awkwardly bowed their heads. A few of them being graduates of prestigious universities, yet none had attended that particular institution. I had the fortune of meeting him once. He lectured at our school. One person suddenly interjected. Jiang Ying nodded, her tone turning slightly sardonic as she remarked, fortunately, someone has encountered him. Otherwise, you might have suspected I was fabricating a story. Despite their thick skin, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. The video call projected onto the expansive screen, showcasing a benevolent elder. Xiaoying, it has been quite a while. The elder beamed upon seeing her. Professor Ma, I connected with you to verify my credentials. You entered the University of Science and Technology at 10, pursued a master's at 13, and began your doctorate at 16. No one in Huaxia can overshadow your brilliance. And yet there are those who question your qualifications? What a farce. Thank you, Professor Ma, but I am fine now. The video abruptly ended. Jiang Ying surveyed the room. A profound silence enveloped everyone. Does anyone have further objections? What a preposterous notion, Leader Jiang. It is our honor that you would grace us with your presence. How could there be any dissent? A member from the sales department chuckled repeatedly. I had a feeling the name sounded familiar. And it finally struck me. Leader Jiang is the prodigious genius who stirred the nation a few years back. Haha, your mention jogged my memory as well. Who would have thought we would witness such a legendary figure in person and even collaborate with her? The thought is exhilarating. Flattering words poured forth. Jiang Ying's gaze was icy. I was not known as Jiang Ying before. The words hung abruptly in the air. Faces flushed crimson, and heads bowed in awkwardness. Su Yang stifled a chuckle and remarked, since there are no objections, the responsibility for the Technology Park project will henceforth rest entirely with Leader Jiang. In the president's office, Lu Yun strode in, cautiously inquiring, President Shin, are you aware that Leader Su has appointed an assistant? An assistant? I'm not aware, Shin Yuqing frowned. Yesterday, during their dinner, Su Yang mentioned the Technology Park project, promising he would take full charge as long as it benefited the company's development. It is a woman, with a striking appearance and poised demeanor, one of those aloof, stunning beauties. Leader Su has appointed her as deputy leader, fully responsible for the Technology Park project. To my knowledge, the members of the project team harbor considerable prejudice against Su Yang. They will not readily accept his decision. Indeed, those individuals are rather proud and will hardly accept that beauty. Lu Yun's tone shifted, her excitement palpable. Later, Leader Su introduced the educational background of that beauty, and the room erupted in astonishment. Exceptionally talented, more than just exceptional. She was admitted to the University of Science and Technology at 10, pursued a master's at 13, and began her doctorate at 16. She is truly a genius among geniuses. Lu Yun was visibly animated. Is that so? Initially, everyone doubted the authenticity of her credentials, but she connected with Professor Ma from the university on the spot, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Such an extraordinary talent would be coveted by even the top international corporations. Why would she come to a modest company like ours? What could her intentions be? Shin Yuqing furrowed her brow. Deep down, she contemplated an unspoken question. What was the nature of Su Yang's relationship with this girl? Could it be possible that she and Leader Su are close friends, simply wishing to assist him? Alas, the thoughts of a genius are beyond the grasp of us mere mortals. Yet, endeavoring diligently in the days to come holds great significance. Shin Yuqing cast a sharp glance at Lu Yun, snorting quietly. My academic credentials are not lacking. What is so remarkable about it? It's merely a few years of university. Lu Yun nodded in response, yet her thoughts diverged. Alas, in the presence of genius, no amount of effort seems sufficient. She reminisced about her school days, toiling late into the night with various tutoring classes, feeling utterly exhausted. While those academic prodigies appeared to study little, yet consistently secured the top ranks in every examination. The comparison was disheartening. Noticing Lu Yun lost in thought, Shin Yuqing shot her an irritated look and hastened toward the exit. "Where are you off to, Shin?" Lu Yun inquired, snapping back to reality and hurriedly following. "I am going to confront that genius," Shin Yuqing replied, her expression frosty. Chapter 61. The President is Jealous. In the conference room on the third floor. After the meeting concluded, members of the project team departed one after another, leaving only Su Yang and Jiang Ying. Su Yang inquired, "Xiaoying, do you have a place to stay?" "Yes, they arranged an apartment for me nearby the company. How about we live together?" Jiang Ying, who had maintained a serious demeanor just moments ago, suddenly revealed a playful smile. Su Yang responded with utmost seriousness, "I reside in a village within the city, and the conditions are rather poor. As long as I can be with you, even living under a bridge would not be a hardship." Though Jiang Ying's words seemed lighthearted, they carried the weight of genuine affection. Once a formidable queen of commerce, she had been ensnared by her rivals. And it was Su Yang who saved her when her life hung in the balance. That night, they sheltered beneath a bridge, the biting cold gnawing at them, while Su Yang held her tightly. From that moment on, she relinquished her wealth and status, choosing to follow Su Yang instead. Su Yang, not oblivious to Jiang Ying's feelings, was at a loss for words when Shin Yuqing entered the room. "Oh, so you two are already considering living together? It appears your relationship is quite special." Shin Yuqing remarked with a hint of irritation, casting a disapproving glare at Su Yang before scrutinizing Jiang Ying from head to toe. Sensing the hostility in Shin Yuqing's gaze, Jiang Ying smiled warmly and extended her hand. "You must be General Manager Shin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Ying, a good friend of Su Yang's." Here at his request, "I wonder what your thoughts are, General Manager Shin? Miss Jiang, a prodigy among prodigies, is willing to work for a small company like mine? I wholeheartedly welcome you," Shin Yuqing replied, shaking Jiang Ying's hand before shifting the conversation. "Is your humble employment here merely to assist a friend, or do you harbor some undisclosed intentions? In the past, Su Yang saved my life. For me, anything related to him, no matter how trivial, is of utmost significance." Jiang Ying stated earnestly. Shin Yuqing turned to Su Yang in surprise. "You saved her?" "Yes," Su Yang admitted, scratching his nose awkwardly. Shin Yuqing scoffed. "It seems this young lady wishes to repay your kindness with her devotion. Such a stroke of fortune is rare. You should seize the opportunity. Jealousy is in the air. The president is indeed envious." Lu Yun chuckled, recognizing the affection Shin Yuqing held for Su Yang. "Enough of this nonsense. I consider her like a sister." Su Yang scolded darkly. Shin Yuqing rolled her eyes. "But she does not see you as a brother." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Jiang Ying's eyes. Yet her smile remained, albeit tinged with bitterness. "General Manager Shin, do you have feelings for Su Yang?" Jiang Ying suddenly asked. Shin Yuqing's eyes widened in panic, and she quickly denied it, her voice rising in pitch due to her flustered state. "Nonsense. How could I possibly like him? If anything, he likes me." Su Yang huffed in response. "Do not flatter yourself. Why would I like you? I would rather have feelings for Xiao Lu Yun." He nearly mentioned Xiaoying, but, fearing a misunderstanding, instead draped his arm around Lu Yun's shoulders. Lu Yun merely wished to be a quiet bystander, blissfully unaware that she would inadvertently become embroiled in the situation. Upon catching the gaze of the CEO, she hastily waved her hands and exclaimed, "Not me, not me. This has nothing to do with me. I have a boyfriend." In her flustered state, she quickly fabricated an imaginary partner. Lu Yun promptly extricated herself from Su Yang's embrace, creating distance between them. This was an unforeseen calamity that had befallen her. One must exercise caution when indulging in gossip. Chuckling softly, Jiang Ying could not suppress her amusement, then earnestly stated, "Rest assured, Mr. Shun, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely assisting a friend. Once this project concludes, I shall take my leave from the company." Shin Yuqing did not respond to her words, but instead addressed Lu Yun, instructing, "You shall personally facilitate Ms. Zhang's onboarding, arranging for her a private office. Her salary and benefits will align with that of the general manager, and all departments are to extend their utmost cooperation to provide her with every convenience." "Understood," Lu Yun replied promptly, offering Jiang Ying a faint smile as they proceeded to the Human Resources Department. Su Yang watched their departure, then turned his gaze back to Shin Yuqing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Shin Yuqing raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for believing in me. That's good to know, she replied, rolling her eyes at him before striding out of the conference room, her lips curving into a perfect smile. Among all the words exchanged, Su Yang's declaration of considering her as a sister was the one that brought her the greatest satisfaction. The news of the prodigious young woman's entry into the company spread rapidly, and soon Jiang Ying's name became widely recognized. In the general manager's office, Chen Weiqing slumped in his chair, panting like a defeated beast. Both the secretary and Sun Ruoxue regarded him with disdainful glances. At that moment, they shared a rare mutual thought, exchanging glances and smirking in derision. The company is bustling with gossip. You should leave quickly, Chen Weiqing weakly gestured. Having failed to achieve her goal, Sun Ruoxue remained resolute, asking, Mr. Chen, what about my brother's situation? Don't even think about it. Mr. Chen personally handled it, and I cannot assist him. However, I could arrange for you to join the company. Chen Weiqing stroked his chin, revealing a cunning smile. Really? Sun Ruoxue exclaimed with delight. If her brother could not return, she would gladly seize this opportunity. Come here. I'll explain in detail. Chen Weiqing beckoned her over, signaling for the secretary to leave. The secretary, displeased, pouted and tossed her hair before departing the office with a huff. Sun Ruoxue swayed her hips and hurried over, adopting a docile demeanor as she sweetly inquired, Mr. Chen, what position do you envision for me? Raising an eyebrow, Chen Weiqing replied with a grin. Come to the company as Su Yang's secretary. Sun Ruoxue paused in surprise. You mean to be the secretary for the one who caused my brother to lose his job? Indeed, Chen Weiqing affirmed with a nod. Are you suggesting I do that? Sun Ruoxue discerned his intentions without directly stating them. Noticing her insight, Chen Weiqing regarded her with approval. Ah, very perceptive. He is the reason your brother lost his job and faced a complete industry ban. Do you not wish to seek vengeance? Do you not desire to avenge your brother? Upon the mention of Su Yang, a glimmer of hatred ignited in Sun Ruoxue's eyes. Of course I want to, she replied. If you follow my instructions, I assure you that you will find relief from your anger. If you perform well, there may even be a chance for your brother to return. All right, I will do it. Sun Ruoxue instantly nodded in agreement. Director Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 62, General Shin, he is not Lin Yang. Unbeknownst to them, a slight crack in the door revealed that the young secretary was eavesdropping outside. Damn it. Lacking endurance yet still addicted, I possess both figure and beauty, not inferior to that old woman, yet she still dares to seduce Minister Su. What nonsense. The secretary scoffed, losing interest in the conversation within and quietly closing the door. Public Security Bureau. Director's Office. Why hasn't this grave matter been reported? A burly middle-aged man with a square face paced furiously, his expression as dark as thunder. This was Director Zhang Jiangwo. Zhang, I wish to investigate thoroughly before reporting. He said sternly. Investigate thoroughly? Do you comprehend the depths of this situation? Zhang Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Those individuals are brazenly operating right under our noses. A precinct security bureau shouldn't dare to protect them so openly. Zhang's tone shifted, revealing his suspicions as he pressed. Director Zhang, are you entirely oblivious to the circumstances? What do you mean, suspect me? Indeed, for you oversee the enforcement system of this city, as well as those in the municipal government, hence my doubts, Zhang retorted. Lu Honggang. Zhang Jiangwo slammed the table again, admonishing, one must speak with evidence. Your current words and actions are perilous. Do you realize that? Should I interpret this as a deliberate warning to cease my investigation, or as intimidation? You. Zhang Jiangwo's hands trembled with rage. Zhang's eyes turned cold as he stated, I have sworn an oath beneath the national flag to be loyal to my country, to the people, to fulfill my duties without fear of sacrifice, serving wholeheartedly. These vows I hold dear. I trust you will not forget them either. With that, Zhang turned to leave, pausing at the door to declare, I shall pursue this matter to the very end, leaving no wrongdoer unpunished, regardless of who is involved. I will spare no effort in bringing them to justice. Bang! The sound of the door slamming reverberated through the room, causing Zhang Jiangwo's heart to tremble. His phone vibrated. Zhang Jiangwo picked it up. Hello. Old Zhang, have you clarified the situation? What on earth is happening? Those individuals have indeed gone too far. The victim was Captain Lu's close friend, caught in the crossfire. The uproar online is deafening. These ruffians need to be dealt with severely. They only create chaos for us. Keep a close watch on this matter and ensure the citizens receive a satisfactory response. We must strike hard against these dark forces and show no mercy. Understood. And what of the precinct director? Is he truly their protector? Currently under interrogation, Captain Chin has indeed confessed, revealing substantial information. They must be punished severely. These reckless individuals are more hindrance than help. Those like them must be expelled swiftly. Alas, the ramifications of this incident are too severe. We must quell this unrest and provide the public with an explanation. Do not be overly rigid. If necessary, employ special measures. Do you understand? The undertones of the conversation were laden with a lethal intent. A warning laced with an unmistakable command. Very well. The call ended. Zhang Jiangwo let out a deep sigh. The words of Gongzi echoing in his ears, as if a colossal stone were pressing upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He loosened his collar. Yet the weight remained oppressive. Once, he too had stood beneath the national flag, taking an oath. Those vows were etched deep within his soul, readily spoken. Yet how many could truly uphold them? In the interrogation room, Gongzi's expression was grave. Director Jia, we have uncovered substantial transfer records in your accounts. Do you believe that by depositing the funds into your clandestine lover's account, you could evade consequences? Embezzlement, bribery, and collusion with criminal forces, your guilt is irrefutable. And the law will mete out severe punishment. At this juncture, Gongzi sneered, your children will bear the shame of your actions, wherever they go. They shall be met with disdain, their backs pierced by the judgmental stares of others. They will never hold their heads high again. Jia Jingjing's countenance darkened. Yet he remained defiant. Lu Hao Gang, we are all in this line of work. Do set aside your interrogation tactics. Are you planning to send them abroad for a life of comfort? How naive. Do you think that once you are apprehended, they could still escape the country? We have already frozen all accounts linked to you. Every penny of your embezzled funds will be reclaimed. Without money, they will go nowhere. Gongzi's words struck home, shattering Jia Jingjing's mental defenses. Jia was acutely aware of the operational styles of those behind him. Once a pawn becomes useless, threatening their very existence. They will obliterate the danger before it can mature. They will not spare him. Help me with one task, and I will divulge everything I know. Gongzi's eyes lit up. Speak. Arrange for my family to leave Qingcheng. The farther away, the better. Very well, I will ensure their temporary relocation to Kyoto. Once matters here are resolved, they may go wherever they wish. Thank you. Jia Jingjing fell silent. Gongzi exited the interrogation room, instructing his apprentice Gao Chao to ensure Jia Jingjing's protection before hastily departing. At the Tianming Group headquarters, Lu Kongning hurriedly knocked on the door to the president's office. Enter. Upon seeing Lu Kongning, Shen Yuqing expressed surprise. Have you signed the divorce agreement? What do you mean? What do you mean? Have you signed it or not? I have signed it, however. It is tantamount to not signing at all. Lu Kongning awkwardly produced a bank card. This contains 20 million. The additional 5 million has already been squandered by Lin Yang. Shen Yuqing frowned. She was indifferent to matters of money. Her primary concern was the divorce agreement. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, what does this mean? After you left last night, I compelled Lin Yang to sign the divorce agreement. Later, when I questioned him further, I noticed his responses were evasive and contradictory, leading me to suspect that he was not Lin Yang at all, but rather an imposter aiming to exploit the situation for financial gain. I too had my doubts. Yet upon seeing him, I recognized him as the man from that video years ago. In truth, I sensed something was amiss from the start. When I first called your husband, his voice was markedly different from that of the Lin Yang I encountered. Given his thorough knowledge of your affairs, I initially dismissed my concerns. I apologize, Mr. Shan, it was my oversight. I do not require your apology. I merely wish to ascertain whether he is indeed an impostor. The more I pondered it after returning home, the more unsettling it became. Today, I asked a friend within the system to investigate, and his real name is Lin Jinglong, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Yang's half-brother. Curiously, when I requested my friend to look into Lin Yang's background, there was no information to be found. Lu Kongning felt a twinge of embarrassment as he lowered his head, adjusting his glasses. After such an extensive discussion, it was disconcerting to realize he had misidentified the principal. Throughout his years of experience, this was the first time he had committed such a fundamental error, leaving him feeling profoundly ashamed. Chapter 63. The trail went cold. What? Shen Yuqing was taken aback. It turned out she had been mistaken all along. The man in the video was actually her younger brother-in-law. But who was her husband? After 3 years of marriage, she still did not know what her spouse looked like. Who would believe such a tale? With a younger brother lacking ambition and an elder brother not much better, now that she had misidentified the person, she must quickly locate the rightful owner. The sooner, the better. She did not wish to wait another moment. Despite the turmoil, Shen Yuqing felt a surprising sense of relief, even if they were to part ways. She hoped her husband was not a complete failure, Perhaps this unseen spouse upheld marital fidelity and had never betrayed her trust. If that were the case, she resolved to compensate him handsomely when the time came for divorce. Lu Kongning expected to be harshly reprimanded by Shen Yuqing, but to his surprise, upon learning the truth, she remained remarkably calm, which eased his own tension. I inquired about Lin Yang. He did not finish high school before enlisting in the military. After retiring, he married you. But shortly thereafter, he was cast out of his home. He has severed ties with his father and is currently missing. I am in the process of investigating his whereabouts. Shen Yuqing was taken aback, murmuring, his fate is indeed reminiscent of Su Yang's. Both are veterans, married 3 years ago, and both expelled from their homes, abandoned by their wives. Reflecting on Su Yang's bitter expression, a wave of guilt washed over her, regardless of the circumstances. My sudden departure back then was a disservice to him. What? The Lin family cannot reach Lin Yang either? I asked them, even threatening them with the Shun family name. Yet Lin Yang's father refuses to divulge anything. And Lin Jinglong? That lad might be hiding out of fear of retribution. His whereabouts are unknown. Please find him swiftly and treat him courteously. After all, I owe him that much. Understood. Lu Kongning departed. Shen Yuqing picked up her phone and called her close friend. Li Jiar, Miss Shun, what brings you to call me? Li Jiar, you have caused me great distress. What do you mean? The dashing young man you encountered at the Lin family was not Lin Yang. He was Lin Yang's half-brother. Ah, Li Jiar was momentarily dumbfounded. Once she regained her composure, she awkwardly apologized. I am so sorry. Did my mistake ruin a good match? What good match? A disastrous fate. Is that handsome young man who was injured and hospitalized also a disastrous fate? Li Jiar teased. The handsome young man she referred to was naturally Su Yang. How dare you, Li Jiar? Do you still want a birthday gift next month? Oh, please, dear, I was wrong. What gift do you wish to bestow upon me? How about a boyfriend? Would you like one? Yes. If it's introduced by Miss Shin, it must be exceptional. Li Jiar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Can we not aim higher? There are so many suitors at the hospital. Must you be so desperate? Those fellows are not to my taste. I prefer heroes, much like the male protagonist in Descendants of the Sun. We are both angels in white, yet I find myself devoid of my own appa. Boredom enveloped me, so I ended the call. Shen Yuqing, feeling somewhat listless, scrolled through her social media, and suddenly her gaze was captured by a post. It was a message from Su Yang. What a busy day. A brief sentence published at 3 o'clock this morning. Shen Yuqing chuckled, reminiscing about the events of the previous day. So much had transpired. Even though they had ended up at the police station, the delightful moments spent together at the night market filled her with happiness. What is he doing? Shen Yuqing murmured to herself before promptly messaging Su Yang. In the security department's office, Su Yang was preparing to clock out when he saw her message and replied promptly. It's time. I'm off work. Let's leave together. See you in the parking lot. I'll drive. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation, inwardly lamenting his lack of awareness. No need to drive. I'll take you home. It's a perfect opportunity to see your place. After knowing each other for so long, I've yet to visit. Su Yang was speechless. What is there to see? It's just a shabby rental. I'm curious, Shen Yuqing replied with an eye-roll emoji. A moment later, Su Yang entered Shen Yuqing's designated vehicle. Along the way, she tried to initiate conversation, but Su Yang seemed distracted, preoccupied with thoughts of municipal corruption and uncertainty regarding Gongzi's situation. Meanwhile, Gongzi hurriedly arrived at Jia Zhengjing's residence, knocking repeatedly with no response. After some inquiries, he learned that a group had recently visited Jia Zhengjing's home, and his family had left with them. As for their whereabouts, no one knew. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongzi understood that Jia Zhengjing had been taken away. He immediately dispatched someone to trace the whereabouts of Jia Zhengjing's family, though he held little hope and quickly returned to the Public Security Bureau. However, before he could reach the city, he received a phone call. An incident had occurred. Jia Zhengjing had committed suicide. This outcome left Gongzi extremely agitated. His first thought was that Jia Zhengjing had not taken his own life. He rushed into the office building to find his disciples dejected. Their heads hung low like wilted eggplants. Gongzi's eyes reddened, and he sternly reprimanded them. How could you let this happen? Not a single one of you could keep watch. The group bowed their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. I find it perplexing. The suspect was handcuffed to a chair, with guards stationed outside. Surely, it would take some effort to commit suicide. Did you not hear anything? We took turns on duty, vigilant at all times. Later, we caught a whiff of blood and opened the door only to find blood everywhere. Jia Zhengjing was already dead. With a blade on the floor, his fingerprints alone on it, deemed a suicide due to fear of punishment. What a cunning tactic. First, they kidnapped Jia Zhengjing's family. Then he ended up dead. Gongzi's face turned ashen as he scanned every individual in the room, recalling Su Yang's words, "I suspect anyone." Now, he begins to comprehend the emotions that Su Yang must have felt at the time, for he too has started to harbor doubts about those around him. The fact that someone could carry out such heinous acts within the precincts of the city, undetected, surpasses his imagination. The individuals before him, who have accompanied him for a considerable duration, now appears somewhat unfamiliar. "Master, you do not suspect us, do you?" Gao Chao perceives the shift in Gongzi's gaze, feeling a surge of anger. Although they have erred in their oversight of the prisoner, their loyalty must never be questioned by others, especially by someone who is their mentor. "I trust you all." Gongzi suppresses his internal doubts. Despite his suspicions, he cannot voice them. Otherwise, it would lead to a cycle of mistrust that would impede their work and further chill their spirits. Certain sentiments can be articulated by Su Yang, yet he must remain silent. After all, being part of the system necessitates collaboration with these companions. During my absence, has anyone encountered Jia Zhengjing? What events have transpired during this interval? Once Gongzi regains his composure, his mind becomes considerably clearer. Chapter 64. I will not give up. A life has been lost. Now is not the time to assign blame. It is imperative to swiftly uncover any inconsistencies, for they may lead to further clues. During this time, Director Zheng had visited, followed by a staff member responsible for delivering meals. Did the delivery person enter the premises? Gongzi furrowed his brow. This delivery individual is the prime suspect. The blade could very well be concealed within the meal. Gao Chao quickly interjected, "No, I personally delivered it." Did Jia Zhengjing eat? He had a bit. How long after his meal did the incident occur? Approximately half an hour later. When did Director Zheng arrive? Was it before or after Jia Zhengjing's meal? Before. You had just left when Director Zheng arrived, claiming he wished to speak with Jia Zhengjing privately. Were you present during their conversation? No. Director Zheng insisted on a private discussion and even turned off the surveillance. Upon hearing this, Gongzi instinctively clenched his fists. Years ago, he had been transferred to Qicheng. And upon learning that the director was Zhang Jiangwo, he had been elated. Zhang Jiangwo had cracked numerous high-profile cases and had been a model officer for several consecutive years. Gongzi held great admiration and even reverence for him. The last person he wished to suspect was Zhang Jiangwo, a distinguished law enforcement officer. How could he possibly be an ally to criminal forces? Yet, why did he insist on a private meeting with Jia Zhengjing, and why disable the surveillance? What undisclosed secrets lay between them? Countless questions tormented Lu Honggang, who yearned to confront Zhang Jiangwo directly, yet feared alarming his quarry. After much contemplation, he resolved to inquire in person, otherwise, his behavior might appear overly conspicuous. You all go find that delivery person. I need not instruct you on how to question them. Right? Understood. Gongzi made his way to the director's office. Although it was already after hours, Zhang Jiangwo had yet to return home. Without hesitation, Gongzi pushed open the office door and strode inside. Zhang Jiangwo appeared unfazed by Gongzi's sudden arrival. You're here to ask why I spoke privately with Jia Zhengjing and why I turned off the recording, correct? You seem rather unperturbed by Jia Zhengjing's demise. Zhang Jiangwo continued. Jia Zhengjing and I were old classmates. I sought him out to persuade him to disclose the secrets he knew. As for disabling the surveillance, it was to prevent any secrets from leaking out and causing undue alarm. Did he say anything? No, he was terrified, fearful for his family's safety. He insisted that as long as you could protect his family, he would reveal everything. His family has already been taken away, and their fate remains unknown. Gongzi carefully considered Zhang Jiangwo's words, searching for any inconsistencies. Since a life has been lost, let us cease this line of inquiry. The impact of this incident is too severe. The city has contacted me multiple times, urging us to quell the unrest swiftly. What do you mean? A life has been lost? That is a human life. I suspect this is a case of murder to silence. There are two possibilities. Either it was a homicide, or he was driven to his death, with the latter being the more likely scenario. We cannot rely solely on intuition. We must consider the evidence. Based on various signs at the scene, it has been classified as a suicide, and there is no need to dwell on this matter further. The results should be made public. Jia Zhengjing is guilty of embezzlement and corruption, having sheltered criminal elements, and ultimately took his own life out of fear of retribution. Other related individuals will be handed over to the appropriate authorities. It is essential to distinguish between voluntary suicide and one induced by coercion. It is evident that someone used Jia Zhengjing's family as leverage to threaten and intimidate him, leading to his tragic end. My conclusions are not mere conjecture, but are drawn from the facts at hand. Zheng Jiangwo, with a complex expression, earnestly advised, Hong Gang, you are a promising talent. In you, I see the reflection of my younger self. I have always viewed you as my successor. One must think twice before acting. Do not be reckless. The waters in Qiqing run deep, far more complex than you perceive. Trust my counsel and let this matter rest. Director Zhang, you are a seasoned law enforcement officer. I refuse to believe you cannot see the truth in this situation unless you deliberately choose to shield certain individuals, Hong Gang retorted sharply, scrutinizing Zheng Jiangwo's gaze for any telltale signs. Recently, I watched a film about the War of Resistance, where an elder character imparted a profound truth. Zheng Jiangwo approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly remarked, born into this era, sacrifice is an inevitable cost. If you do not pay it, your son will, or your grandson. Our generation bears the weight of bloodshed and mud. Let us bear it ourselves. With these words, Zheng Jiangwo fell into a contemplative silence. Hong Gang furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the implications of Zheng Jiangwo's words, yet he was resolute in his determination. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and unearth all those lurking in the shadows. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, he yearned to share a drink with Su Yang, but he could not face his good friend in such disarray. He felt compelled to achieve something first, to provide himself with justification, and to offer his brother an explanation. Chapter 65. Is this the taste of home? In the urban village of West District, Shen Yuqing and Su Yang traversed the uneven path, meandering through a few alleys before entering a modest courtyard. You actually live in this place? Shen Yuqing furrowed her brow. Upon arriving, she felt as though she had entered a slum. The road was pockmarked, and as vehicles passed by, clouds of dust rose. After walking less than 100 meters, her high heels were coated in dirt, and she nearly twisted her ankles several times. You insisted on coming despite it being so dilapidated, Su Yang remarked, rolling his eyes as he ascended the rickety stairs to the third floor. The building was a 3-story self-constructed dwelling, with all rooms rented out. With a creak, the two entered the room one after the other. The bedroom was rather small, featuring a kitchenette and a private bathroom, making it the largest room in the courtyard. A robust masculine scent wafted through the air. Shen Yuqing curiously surveyed the room. It was her first time visiting a male's living quarters. The space was limited, devoid of a sofa or coffee table, containing only a bed, a folding table, a single wardrobe, and a few small stools. On a simple drying rack hung several articles of clothing. Upon seeing them, Shen Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she commented, though it's a bit shabby, it's quite tidy. It's just a tad warm. Sitting on the bed, her forehead glistening with sweat, she fanned herself with her small hands. Su Yang turned on the air conditioning, saying, being on the top floor during the height of summer, it's bound to be hot. I pay you a monthly salary of over 100,000. And yet you reside in such a rundown place? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was mistreating my employees. Shen Yuqing appeared to jest. Yet there was a hint of sympathy in her tone, realizing the harsh conditions Su Yang endured. She could easily envision how difficult it would be to traverse the roads after a rain, or how piercing the wind could be during a storm. Who wouldn't desire a better living situation? It was merely a matter of saving a few coins. Su Yang approached the window and gestured outside. Although the conditions here are poor, the rent is cheap. Most residents are migrant workers. Earning a living nowadays is challenging, so they economize out of necessity. You, as a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, cannot fathom the struggles of the working class. I don't care how others live. I'm talking about you. With a monthly salary of over 100,000, can't you spare a few thousand for a better place? Shen Yuqing replied, visibly displeased. The words, though unintentional, resonated deeply, suggesting a significant divide between them. I have lived here for quite some time and have grown accustomed to it. Why should I move? He added casually, enough of this. You needn't worry. I'll find you a place, and you can move in when the time comes. I'll cover the rent. Shen Yuqing, not wanting to argue, made a decision on his behalf. You're not contemplating the idea of supporting me, are you? Su Yang's expression turned peculiar. Shen Yuqing shot him an indignant glare. You are my assistant and project leader. If clients were to discover you live here, I would lose face. It would truly infuriate me. Even the company's clerks earning a mere few thousand a month live better than you do. What do you understand? This is a case of great concealment amidst the commonplace. Who would have thought that such a dilapidated place could harbor a person of significance? Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his serious demeanor eliciting peals of laughter from Shen Yuqing. Were it not for this young lady bestowing a bowl of rice upon you, you, the illustrious figure, would be left to the mercy of the frigid winds. Alas! Why is it that speaking the truth is often met with disbelief? As Su Yang entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, his voice resonated. The conditions here are rather rudimentary, so I shall not invite you to dine. Shen Yuqing approached the kitchen door, observing Su Yang skillfully chopping vegetables, and could not help but exclaim, "Not bad at all. I never expected this rough fellow to possess culinary skills. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your talent. I am quite eager to sample your fare. Please, my culinary skills are merely sufficient to stave off hunger. They may not satisfy the refined palate of a young lady such as yourself. Enough chatter, get cooking. I am quite famished. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Well, I do not eat scallions or cilantro. Everything else is acceptable." Shen Yuqing smiled brightly, taking a seat by the bed, occasionally peering into the kitchen and watching the diligent figure, a wave of sweetness washing over her heart. Half an hour later, 3 dishes adorned the folding table. Su Yang served Shen Yuqing a bowl of tomato and egg soup, handing her a steamed bun as well. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes, cucumber salad, and braised ribs. I cannot say if they suit your taste, but partake as you will. As he spoke, Su Yang opened a bottle of cold beer. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuqing's expression soured. "I want a drink as well. Were you not recently suffering from gastrointestinal issues? It would be wise to limit your intake." "Very well." Su Yang acquiesced to her request. Shen Yuqing picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes, and upon tasting, her eyes lit up. Your skills are commendable." She then sampled the other dishes. "Delicious. Cheers." Su Yang raised his glass, and the two clinked their cups together. Shen Yuqing's appetite blossomed. One must admit, the sight of a beautiful woman dining is indeed a feast for the eyes, even when she indulges with abandon. Su Yang's gaze softened, and he mused internally. The daughter of a wealthy tycoon can relish such simple fare. Perhaps a wife of this caliber is not so difficult to maintain. Noticing Su Yang's gaze, Shen Yuqing blushed, feeling a bit self-conscious about her eating habits. She took a tissue to dab at her rosy lips, pondering, is this the essence of home? At that moment, sounds emerged from the adjoining room, imbued with an alluring charm that inexplicably quickened the heartbeat. Shen Yuqing's cheeks flushed. The only drawback of this house is its lack of soundproofing. Su Yang cleared his throat, offering an explanation. In the past, when I first heard noises from next door, I couldn't help but listen intently. Gradually, I became accustomed to it. Now, in front of you, it feels rather awkward. Even with his thick skin, he felt a flush creeping up, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his throat parched. He hastily poured himself a glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. Shen Yuqing, with a bashful expression, slightly lowered her head, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze, her heart racing with anxiety. Do they engage in such activities every day? How can you possibly endure this? As soon as Shen Yuqing uttered these words, she regretted them. They sounded rather ambiguous. She hurriedly clarified, "What I meant to say is, don't you find it noisy?" "I have grown accustomed to it," Su Yang replied candidly. The two fell into silence, the room enveloped in a profound stillness, as if they could hear each other's breaths. However, the sounds from the adjacent room grew louder by a few decibels. Shen Yuqing stole a glance at Su Yang, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met. The intensity of their gaze intertwined in the air like an electric current, striking their souls in an instant. Su Yang's Adam's apple moved subtly. Chapter 66. Who provoked me? Shen Yuqing did not evade. She allowed him to grasp her hand, her heart racing intensely. Feeling the warmth and softness emanating from her, Su Yang rose, leaning forward. Shen Yuqing sensed what was about to transpire. Her heart racing with trepidation as she closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, her hand clenching into a fist. Suddenly, Su Yang laughed, wiping the corner of her lips with a tissue, teasing, "Why are you closing your eyes? Do you think I'm going to kiss you?" "You." Shen Yuqing opened her eyes to see the playful expression on Su Yang's face, her irritation flaring as she glared at him. Su Yang, amused by her vexation, laughed heartily. "You dog of a man, daring to toy with me." Shen Yuqing abruptly reached for Su Yang's neck and leaned in closer. Su Yang's eyes widened in surprise, captivated by her softness. But within a second, Shen Yuqing halted abruptly, pushing him away and gazing at his lingering expression with a victorious smile. "You woman, who provoked me? This is your punishment." Su Yang navigated around the dining table, pulling her into his embrace in a retaliatory manner. Minutes later, only when Shen Yuqing's breathing became faint did he release her. The two panted, their gazes locked, emotions intertwining and deepening. An abrupt phone ringtone shattered the atmosphere. Damn! Su Yang cursed as he picked up the phone, instantly regaining his composure upon seeing the caller ID. Shen Yuqing urged, quick, answer it, in case there's more to it. Su Yang answered the call, and Shen Yuqing hurriedly sat up, slightly flustered as she adjusted her dress, smoothing her disheveled hair and taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Her heart pounded, her cheeks flushed and burning. A few minutes later, Su Yang hung up, awkwardly apologizing. I couldn't help myself just now. Yes, I'm sorry. If you dare do that again, I will castrate you. After taking advantage of her, he audaciously apologized, infuriating Shen Yuqing, who shot him a fierce glare and stormed out. Hey, let me see you off. No need, came her cold retort, as she sat in the car, reflecting on the moments that had just transpired. A smile unconsciously crept onto Shen Yuqing's lips. After a few minutes, Su Yang arrived at the village entrance, spotting an SUV parked by the roadside. He opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Boss. The driver was none other than Jiang Ying. Su Yang's demeanor turned serious. Tell me what you know. The case has been closed. The Municipal Public Security Bureau will hold a press conference tomorrow morning to disclose the case details to the public. Clearly aiming to quell online sentiment. I suspect there has been pressure from above. Jiang Ying reported the information he had gathered. Su Yang inquired with concern. What about Gingzi's side? Lu Honggong's investigation faced obstacles. Director Zheng Jiangwo ordered him to cease the inquiry. The only person who had contact with the suspect, Jia Zhengjing, before his suicide was Zheng Jiangwo. I suspect this individual is problematic. Zheng Jiangwo is notoriously known as the iron-faced Yama. Anyone who falls under his scrutiny inevitably finds themselves imprisoned. He has repeatedly been honored as one of the nation's top 10 role models. Highly regarded by the authorities as a key individual for development. Could there be any issues surrounding him? Su Yang furrowed his brow. At present, he indeed merits suspicion. If he were to have ulterior motives, it would explain everything. Only under his protection could the local law enforcement dare to openly shield criminal elements. If that were the case, then Gangzi would be in peril. Su Yang felt a twinge of worry. Jiang Ying smiled slightly, reassuring him. Rest easy, boss. I have already made arrangements. Our undercover operatives within the Municipal Security Bureau will discreetly safeguard Gangzi. We will monitor Zheng Jiangwo's every move and conduct a thorough investigation into his affairs. A person like him, who chooses to betray his own convictions, must be enticed by an irresistible temptation. This temptation may not solely be financial. It could stem from family ties or perhaps a vulnerability that has been exploited. We must tread carefully to avoid alarming the snake. Understood, Jiang Ying nodded, curiously inquiring, what about Gangzi? If he continues his investigation, he may face life-threatening dangers. I delved into past records and discovered some law enforcement officials who perished in the line of duty under suspicious circumstances. It is not inconceivable that they were set up. Let us bide our time. Where there is danger, there lies opportunity. Gangzi's probe will certainly keep certain individuals awake at night. How will they respond? They will likely attempt to thwart him or even resort to violence. Indeed, once they take action, their vulnerabilities will be exposed, and that will present us with an opportunity. Unfortunately, Gangzi will have to stand at the forefront as bait. Then I shall deploy additional personnel to provide covert protection for Gangzi. Su Yang naturally wished for no harm to come to Gangzi. Once business matters were settled, Jiang Ying smirked mischievously, teasing. I believe I just caught a glimpse of President Shin's car. She just left your place, didn't she? She expressed curiosity about my residence and came to take a look, stating she wishes to arrange for a better living condition for me. Did you agree? Why not? When there is a free apartment available, why not move in with me? I wouldn't ask for rent. Jiang Ying winked playfully. That wouldn't do. Officially, we are colleagues in the same company, and company policy explicitly prohibits office romances. I saw how well you two were getting along. Once you are here, it becomes an office romance. Jiang Ying appeared slightly envious. Su Yang reached out and ruffled Jiang Ying's hair, chuckling, You silly girl, always thinking about such frivolities. She is the boss. Who would dare to impose on her? Those company regulations are merely constraints for the employees. Besides, I have no interest in her, nor is a relationship ever on the horizon. He had resolved that after his divorce, he would leave the company and become a stranger thereafter. Jiang Ying pouted, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 67. The noise next door. In just a brief day of coexistence, she had observed everything. Su Yang and Shen Yuqing were undeniably fond of each other, merely hesitating to break through that delicate barrier. By the way, how is your investigation into your mother's matter progressing? Jiang Ying was aware that Su Yang had returned to Qiqing for another reason, to uncover the truth behind his mother's demise. There has been no significant progress. The witness from that time remains elusive, and all that exists is a photograph of a lifeless body surrounded by blood, her fate still unknown. Have you considered employing more assertive methods? Though Lin Hongwei is despicable, he is nonetheless my biological father. My childhood memories are rather hazy. Yet I faintly recall my mother as perpetual joy during those days. I cannot ascertain when it began, but her smiles gradually diminished. In my youth, I was oblivious to the underlying issues, but now I understand the infidelity of Lin Hongwei and the existence of another son, Lin Jinglong. At that time, I was abroad, engaged in a highly confidential mission, and learned of my mother's passing without having the chance to bid her farewell. This ordeal has haunted me deeply. As memories of my kind-hearted mother surfaced, Su Yang felt tears welling in his eyes. Failing to accompany her during her final moments remains the most profound regret of his life. Jiang Ying keenly sensed the shift in Su Yang's emotions, silently reprimanding herself for her indiscretion, and quickly offered her apologies. I'm sorry. I should not have brought it up. Su Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the wave of sorrow, and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. With that, he opened the door and exited the vehicle. As Jiang Ying watched Su Yang's retreating figure, she silently vowed to help him uncover the truth, seeking to bring solace to her late aunt's spirit. Upon returning to his rented room, Su Yang was once again met with the cacophony from next door. Damn, their vigor is astounding. Frustrated, he kicked the wall forcefully and shouted, "Can you please keep it down for a moment?" Instantly, the noise ceased. However, it was not long before the commotion resumed, albeit at a considerably reduced volume. Su Yang promptly took out his phone and sent a message. Didn't you say you would find me a place? Hurry up. I'm moving tomorrow. The noise next door is driving me insane. Just as Shen Yuqing stepped through her front door, she noticed the message on her phone and chuckled, responding with a mischievous emoticon. Oh, the long, sleepless night, alone on a solitary pillow, what a torment. I truly admire someone for enduring it for so long. Daring to jest at my expense, Su Yang found amusement in his irritation. What is this? Just wait until I have the chance to show you what a real man is like. Shen Yuqing was taken aback. A real man? What do you mean? Su Yang replied with a flurry of mischievous emojis, offering little clarification. As realization dawned upon her, she recalled the wild events of that night, her cheeks flushing with heat. That night, the two lay in bed, tossing and turning, their minds consumed by memories of their shared moments. The following day, Su Yang arrived at work, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Minister Su, didn't you get any rest? Lu Yun greeted him with a smile, her gaze fixed on his panda eyes. Oh, I had insomnia. My neighbors next door were too noisy. No wonder the boss asked me to help you find a house. With Minister Su's treatment, even I feel envious, Lu Yun teased, chuckling as she walked away. Shortly after settling at her workstation, Lu Yun noticed Shen Yuqing's arrival and hurried to make coffee. Upon a closer look at Shen Yuqing, she realized that the latter was also sporting dark circles under her eyes, prompting a burst of laughter. President Shen, did you not rest well last night? I suffered from insomnia, Shen Yuqing replied, not pondering much. Lu Yun, however, found this even more amusing. Is it really that funny? Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Lu Yun stifled her laughter, her face reddening, before reporting her schedule and departing. During lunch, Shen Yuqing noticed Su Yang's similarly darkened eyes and paused, connecting it with her own. No wonder Lu Yun was laughing so persistently. At that moment, Su Yang also observed Shen Yuqing's dark circles. Did you also have trouble sleeping? They both inquired simultaneously, then broke into laughter. Lu Yun suddenly leaned in, playfully asking, President, did you two keep each other up all night? Take care of your health. What nonsense are you talking about? It was merely a coincidence. Shen Yuqing shot Lu Yun a fierce glare before hastily leaving, her mind drifting back to moments shared with Su Yang, a faint smile gracing her lips. Minister Su, keep it up, Lu Yun said with a beaming smile as she carried her tray away. Nearby, General Manager Chen Weiqing watched this scene unfold, filled with a mixture of jealousy and resentment. He harbored feelings for Shen Yuqing but lacked the courage to act. Someone like Su Yang, however, was bold enough to pursue her. It was one thing to be overshadowed by Su Yang in business, but should they develop an intimate relationship, his chances of a turnaround would vanish completely. In the afternoon, Su Yang was blissfully napping on the office sofa when a powerful fragrance wafted into his senses, causing a tickling sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a heavily made-up face mere inches away from him. Su Yang sat up abruptly, feeling as though he had seen a ghost. Hello. President Su, I am your secretary, Sun Ruoxue. Her voice was sweet and alluring, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Secretary? Su Yong was taken aback. Has the company started assigning secretaries to the head of the security department? He scrutinized Sun Ruoxue from head to toe. She possessed the classic features of a seductress. Despite the thick layer of makeup, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were still visible. Her voluptuous figure and attractive face made her quite a beauty. Receiving a secretary out of the blue was unusual, suggesting something was amiss. Most men would find it hard to resist her charm. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Su Yong. Having been around Shin Yuqing, the unrivaled beauty of Qingqing, he had long since developed a resistance to such allure. President Su. I noticed you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. My apologies. Sun Ruoxue remained crouched beside the sofa, intentionally opening her collar towards him. Su Yong was not blind. He could certainly see. He concealed his wariness and asked, "Are you new here?" Upon recently commencing my tenure, I was informed that you oversee significant projects and, consequently, I have been assigned as your secretary. I kindly ask for your guidance moving forward. I shall endeavor to meet your satisfaction in any capacity required. Sun Ruoxue inched closer to Su Yong, her intentions unmistakable. At this moment, confronted with beauty, it is likely that most men would falter. However, Su Yong remained unfazed by her allure. Instead, his eyes gleamed with coldness as he firmly grasped Sun Ruoxue's wrist, intoning, "Miss Sun, your movements are quite adept. May I inquire about your previous profession? I fear you may have chosen the wrong path in becoming a secretary." Sun Ruoxue, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Yet recalling Chun Weiqing's admonitions, she managed to smile and replied in a sultry tone, "Mr. Su, you are hurting me. I merely wish to assist in easing your tension. Why must you speak of me in such a manner?" With that, she feigned a petulant expression. "Pray tell. My dear lady, considering your age, you must be at least 30. Please refrain from addressing me in such a tone. It sends shivers down my spine." Su Yong released her grip and rubbed his arm. Sun Ruoxue, unperturbed, responded with a bashful smile. "How dreadful. How did you discern that I am indeed 30? She continued. "The crow's feet around my eyes could slay a fly. I hesitated to claim 40, fearing it might displease you." Her complexion shifted dramatically from crimson to pale, revealing a spectrum of emotions. Biting her lip in frustration, she suppressed her anger and maintained her cheerful facade, saying, "Mr. Su, you are truly humorous." Su Yong cast a disparaging glance in her direction, his disdain unmistakable. "This is not humor, it is merely the truth." Chapter 68, Defeated by a Woman. Sun Ruoxue appeared oblivious to his words, continuing, "What Mr. Su said is correct. As long as you are happy, anything goes." Su Yong found himself at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Sun Ruoxue mistakenly believed she had captivated him. A sense of pride swelled within her, after all. Which man could escape her grasp if she set her mind to it? Initially, Su Yong might have felt bashful, pretending to uphold the facade of decorum. Yet, she was convinced that no normal man could resist her allure. Suddenly, she moved closer. Su Yong, caught off guard, realized too late that he could not halt her advance. He had never anticipated Sun Ruoxue's audacity, especially on her very first day. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Su Yong reprimanded her. However, to Sun Ruoxue, his words conveyed the opposite sentiment. She had encountered numerous men before, all of whom initially presented themselves with a serious demeanor in her presence. "Mr. Su." Sun Ruoxue purred in a coy voice. Su Yang's expression darkened. In that moment, he became distracted. Remembering a friend from the past who had once claimed to have seen a woman whose physique was exaggeratedly large, likening it to a basketball. At the time, he had been skeptical. Now, however, he believed it. Coming back to reality, he was overwhelmed by the scene before him, feeling dizzy. He quickly turned away, yanking Sun Ruoxue aside, and fled through the door. Sun Ruoxue collapsed onto the sofa, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Why did he run away? Is he even a man? A sense of frustration washed over her as she grappled with what had gone awry. It was inconceivable that any man would reject her, yet here she was, thwarted by Su Yong. In the restroom, Su Yong found himself retching, genuinely shaken by the shocking sight. Experience taught him that one must not solely rely on appearances. Sometimes, larger things are not necessarily more appealing. A once heroic figure like himself had been bested by a woman. Meanwhile, Lu Yun became aware of the situation and relayed it to Shin Yuqing. "Director Shin, you should have seen it. That woman walks with such confidence, particularly her eyes, which seem to electrify any man they meet. She is undoubtedly a seductress." "Whose idea was this?" "It was Chun," Lu Yun replied. "I suspected as much. He has always looked down on Su Yong and deliberately introduced such a woman to him. The motive is quite evident. I took the liberty of investigating her background. Her brother was once the head of the security department, Sun Tong. According to some employees, she is actually Chen's mistress, and she visited him at the company yesterday. I fail to understand how Chen Weiqing secured the position of general manager. Such tactics are rather petty. I've heard he has powerful backers, Lu Yun continued. Regardless of who supports him, the company is mine now. I have no need for inept subordinates. Things have been rather hectic lately, and I haven't had the chance to deal with him. Since he is so restless, I might as well take this opportunity to eliminate him. Should we dismiss him outright? Not in haste. I want to see how Su Young will respond. Should we give him a heads up? No need. I have faith in him. It is often said that men are not to be trusted, and with the youthful exuberance of Minister Su, one can only imagine the cunning of women. The two spend their days entwined, and should their passions ignite. Lu Yun wished to caution Shen Yuqing, but her words were cut short by a fierce glare from the latter, prompting her to hastily seal her lips. Before long, whispers began to circulate within the company. It was rumored that a strikingly beautiful secretary had joined Su Yang's side, and gradually, more salacious tales took root. Some claimed that Su Yang was entangled with his secretary, while others suggested that the moment she stepped into her role, flirtation was already in the air. Such is the nature of reality. Abstaining from action does not preclude the emergence of scandal. There are always those who relish in gossip, conjuring baseless rumors from thin air. Moreover, with Chen Weiqing orchestrating events from the shadows, the rumors gained momentum. In no time, the gossip reached a fever pitch. Chen Weiqing was in high spirits. Convinced that once Shen Yuqing caught wind of these rumors, her perception of Su Yang would be irrevocably tarnished, distancing them regardless of their previous rapport. In the coffee shop downstairs, Su Yang and Jiang Ying were engaged in pleasant conversation over their drinks when Shen Yuqing approached. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Ying before inquiring of Su Yang, "What is going on between you and your little secretary? The entire company seems to be buzzing about it, and yet you appear so at ease, even finding time to chat with a beauty. People will speak as they please. How could I possibly silence them? It is futile to attempt to stifle their tongues," he replied with a nonchalant air. "Ah, how magnanimous of you," Shen Yuqing retorted, a mix of anger and amusement in her tone. She had intended to observe how Su Yang would handle the situation, only to find that he seemed utterly unconcerned. "Is this why you sought me out?" he asked casually. "What other reason could there be?" She shot back. "Rest assured, it won't be long before these rumors implode upon themselves. Such petty tactics are hardly worthy of display before me." Taking a sip of his coffee, Su Yang smirked dismissively. "Such a foe does not pique my interest. With a mere wave of my hand, I could extinguish them." Uft. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, while Jiang Ying remained silently smiling. On Friday, in celebration of securing the Tech Park project, the company organized an outing to Tianhu for all employees. Dressed in matching custom attire, they boarded the bus promptly at 7 in the morning. Tianhu, located in the eastern suburbs of Qiqing, is renowned as a premier tourist destination. A vast expanse that resembles a colossal mirror resting upon the earth. Its waters, crystal clear, reveal the sandy bottom and the darting fish below. Surrounded by verdant hills and lush trees, the undulating mountains and flourishing foliage complement the lake's beauty. A gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating ripples that dance in the sunlight, rendering the scene nothing short of breathtaking. As the Tianming Group employees disembarked from the bus, they immediately captured the attention of many onlookers, particularly the 5 grand flags emblazoned with the name Tianming Group, fluttering in the wind and creating a resonant sound. Envious glances were cast their way. Tianming Group is a prestigious company in Qiqing, known for its generous salaries and excellent benefits. For those in the workforce, being employed there is indeed a source of pride. The morning's activity was set to be a hike up the mountain. Today, Shen Yuqing donned a casual athletic outfit, adorned with a sun hat and sunglasses, while wielding a trekking pole. Initially, she had no intention of attending. However, upon learning that Su Yang would be present, she decided to forego some social engagements to participate in this event. After searching for a while, she discovered Su Yang at the forefront. "Ding! Wait for me." Shen Yuqing sent a brief message. Su Yang halted his pace, glanced back, and saw Shen Yuqing just alighting from her vehicle, settling onto a nearby stone pedestal. "Minister Su, why have you stopped?" "You all proceed. I shall wait for the CEO." A few employees began to tease, chuckling with knowing expressions. Although numerous rumors about him have circulated recently, there remain some who refuse to believe Su Yang could be that sort of person. Predominantly his ardent admirers. As Su Yang's secretary, Sun Ruoxue closely accompanied him. Noticing Su Yang had paused, she too came to a halt, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Climbing mountains was her least favorite activity. Once she regained her breath, she kindly unscrewed a bottle of water and offered it to Su Yang, saying, "CEO Su, have some water." In the midst of her speech, she paid no heed to the curious gazes of those around, drawing closer to Su Yang. Chapter 69. Are there any shepherds nearby? Su Yang frowned and said, "Keep your distance. The scent is overwhelming." "Is that so?" "I merely applied a touch of perfume." She replied. "Oh, it must be the lingering aroma from before," Su Yang remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose. Sun Ruoshiwe's face turned a mix of green and white. Had it not been for her ulterior motive, she would have expressed her anger. It was her first experience being so openly scorned by a man. Yet, in her quest to undermine Su Yang, she endured. Taking a seat, Sun Ruoshiwe's ultra-short leather skirt clung tightly to her form. She did this intentionally, hoping to capture Su Yang's gaze. Instead, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his expression darkening as he swiftly diverted his eyes. Unable to bear the sight, while Su Yang averted his gaze, a group of young men nearby seemed captivated, murmuring amongst themselves. Unfazed, Sun Ruoshiwe persisted in her antics. Su Yang, noticing her subtle gestures, felt an intense revulsion. Such a character made him feel utterly queasy. Is there a shepherd in the vicinity? He mused aloud. Sun Ruoshiwe paused, instinctively glancing around. This is a tourist area. Where would there be a shepherd? Then why do I detect such an odd odor? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoshiwe's face flushed crimson. Her long legs immediately pressed together in silence, her anger boiling over yet restrained. A chuckle echoed nearby. Su Yang turned to see Shin Yuqing and Lu Yun approaching. "Secretary Sun, I forgot to remind you, as secretary to Minister Su, you must maintain personal hygiene," Lu Yun said with a bright smile. Sun Ruoshiwe stammered, "I shower every day." "Well, that may not suffice. Some individuals are simply ingrained with a certain scent. No amount of washing will remedy it." "You." Sun Ruoshiwe's face reddened once more, yet she dared not retaliate. A single word from Assistant Lu could cost her job. The task remained unfinished, so she had to endure. Shin Yuqing cast a disdainful glance at Sun Ruoshiwe and said to Su Yang, "Shall we proceed?" "Indeed." Su Yang waved to the bodyguards behind Shin Yuqing. "Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go awry. You may wait at the foot of the mountain." Shin Yuqing nodded in agreement. Lu Yun handed Sun Ruoshiwe a backpack, saying, "Here, take this." "Oh, what do you mean, huh? As a secretary, you must embrace your responsibilities." Lu Yun chastised her with a stern expression. Su Yang chuckled. Having started the ascent empty-handed, Sun Ruoshiwe was already drenched in sweat, clearly unaccustomed to physical exertion. The thought of carrying a heavy bag only added to her discomfort. 10 minutes later, Sun Ruoshiwe was breathless. After 20 minutes, she struggled to catch her breath, her legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. "Please hurry," Lu Yun urged periodically. I can't go on," Sun Ruoshiwe exclaimed, plopping down on the steps, refusing to budge. Her long hair appeared damp as if just washed, sweat soaking her clothing and clinging closely to her body, leaving her utterly exhausted. Nearby men watched, their eyes widening. They had long noticed her long legs clad in black stockings. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Now, they were treated to a most delightful view. "Do not stare." Shin Yuqing cast a fierce glare at Su Yang, tugging at his arm to signal him to turn around. Su Yang, feeling somewhat awkward, let out a couple of coughs and mischievously remarked, "I'm quite curious about how she looks." Lu Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, feigning ignorance. Shin Yuqing huffed in annoyance, suspecting that Su Yang favored such appearances. She glanced at herself, acknowledging that she did not possess the same allure as Sun Ruoshiwe. Yet she felt a twinge of discontent. "Stop dawdling and hurry up," she urged. Noticing the icy glint in Shin Yuqing's eyes, Lu Yun immediately reprimanded Sun Ruoshiwe. "Assistant Lu, I truly can't go on. I think I'll just wait for you here," Sun Ruoshiwe pleaded with a face full of pain. Lu Yun's expression darkened, her disdain unmistakable. "No way. With your constitution, how could you possibly be a competent secretary? Get up, or I'll fire you." She was deliberately making things difficult for Sun Ruoshiwe as a means of venting her frustration for the president. "Please, I'm genuinely exhausted," Sun Ruoshiwe mumbled softly. While she excelled in accompanying men, climbing mountains was another matter entirely. She felt utterly drained and feared she might collapse if she continued. "Less chatter, move it along," Lu Yun insisted. At that moment, a group approached from behind, among them the general manager, Chen Weiqing. "Assistant Lu, the company's organized trip is meant for enjoyment. How can you force it? Chen Weiqing pretended to chide, then turned to Sun Ruoxue, saying, Secretary Sun, Assistant Liu is merely jesting with you. If you're tired, you can take the cable car up the mountain or wait at the base. Thank you, General Manager, Sun Ruoxue replied, visibly relieved, her gaze towards him almost familial, on the verge of tears from her grievances. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have unhesitatingly thrown herself into Chen Weiqing's embrace, lamenting her plight. Indeed, Chen Weiqing gave a meaningful glance at Sun Ruoxue's attire. Looking ahead, he spotted a public restroom, and an idea struck him. Lu Yun, noticing their silent exchange, silently cursed under her breath. Seeing that Su Yang and Shun Yuqing had already distanced themselves, she swiftly followed after them. Chen Weiqing and his companions continued forward, discreetly sending a text message. There's a restroom ahead. Hurry along. Sun Ruoxue looked up, realizing it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes to reach the restroom, and she had no desire to walk another step. I don't need to go. Stop wasting time. I'm not telling you to go to the restroom. What do you mean? Sun Ruoxue was somewhat bewildered. Chen Weiqing rolled his eyes in frustration, regretting his initial decision. Could someone with such intelligence accomplish anything? What do you mean? Don't be angry. I'll be there shortly. Sun Ruoxue genuinely did not wish to go. Her entire body ached, yet she dared not defy Chen Weiqing. Growing impatient, he soon reached the restroom, signaling for the others to proceed while he took a moment to rest, anxiously glancing back to see Sun Ruoxue moving at a snail's pace. Pick up the pace. Chen Weiqing's voice burned with urgency. Sun Ruoxue longed to hasten her steps, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, and she leaned on her walking stick, struggling to catch her breath. At long last, she arrived at the restroom, slamming the door of the stall with a resounding thud. This is indeed a tourist attraction, bustling with a multitude of visitors. Although the small compartment has a door, the confined space feels exceedingly inappropriate. The thought of being discovered is unbearable. Sun Ruoxue, already fatigued, now feels as though she is suffocating, her hands restlessly gesturing about. Chapter 70. Gain notoriety. Sun Ruoxue displayed no interest whatsoever, her lips pursed in displeasure, as she wished for time to hasten its pace. Just at that critical moment, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. The toilet tank had inexplicably burst, and the water pipe had ruptured, unleashing a powerful jet of water. This unexpected turn of events startled Sun Ruoxue, eliciting a startled cry from her. Coincidentally, a man in the adjacent men's restroom heard the feminine exclamation, and in a panic, he rushed out, mistakenly believing he had entered the wrong facility. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the heck? This is the men's room." Chen Weiqing dashed out shirtless. Sun Ruoxue, in a frenzy, followed closely behind him, clutching her damp shirt, seeking refuge behind Chen Weiqing. She shrank back, her head bowed low, terrified of being seen. She had her principles. While the affluent might do as they please, those without means should not take advantage. What on earth have you done? Chen Weiqing bellowed, unleashing his exasperation upon her. I have no idea what happened. Sun Ruoxue stammered, her panic evident. The restroom's subpar quality had nothing to do with her. Already distressed, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, wishing only to cry. Chen Weiqing, feeling humiliated for his failed attempt at discretion, blamed her entirely. If it weren't for her, nothing would have gone awry. She was nothing but a hindrance. Just as Chen Weiqing contemplated leaving, a hearty laugh rang out from behind, laced with mockery. Oh, isn't this Mr. Chen? What is going on here? Can this restroom double as a shower? Chen Weiqing froze, turning to see Su Yang standing at the restroom entrance, arms crossed, a smile dancing on his lips as he observed them. Behind Su Yang loomed a throng of onlookers, some brandishing their phones, capturing the moment. He hadn't even noticed when they had arrived. Ah, Sun Ruoxue gasped, her face paling, as she hid completely behind Chen Weiqing, snatching his jacket and draping it over herself. Chen Weiqing, bare-chested and scowling, his eyes practically ablaze, shouted, "Get the hell out of here." Wow, these two really know how to entertain, someone remarked. A toad chasing a frog, quite the spectacle. The spectators found the scene utterly amusing, their laughter echoing. Outside, curious tourists, drawn by the gathering crowd around the public restroom, approached to discover the commotion, leading to an ever-growing assembly. Su Yang stroked his chin, giving Chen Weiqing a thumbs up. I admire your stamina, Mr. Chen. After climbing for so long, you still have the energy for this. However, we must consider public decency. What will we do if you carry on like this? Several onlookers immediately chimed in, condemning Chen Weiqing for his selfishness and lack of civic responsibility. You, how could you be so cruel? Chen Weiqing seethed, his teeth clenched, as he realized others were recording the scene. He hastily raised his hand to shield his face. The two of them, in a state of disarray, fled the scene. Before long, a well-known streamer released a video online. Titled "A Couple in a Public Restroom Draws a Crowd," the thumbnail prominently featured a pixelated image of Sun Ruoxue. Even with her contours obscured, it captivated countless viewers. In a mere 2 hours, the view count surpassed 100 million. Subsequently, a plethora of similar videos inundated various platforms. Some streamers, eager to ride the wave of popularity, voiced their righteous indignation against such unethical behavior. Is this your strategy for dealing with Chen Weiqing? On the mountaintop, Shen Yuqing sat on a wooden chair, admiring the picturesque scenery with a faint smile gracing her lips. Su Yang shook his head, stating, "Even if I possessed boundless powers, I could not have anticipated such a scandal. It is merely a coincidence." "Oh? And what contingency have you prepared?" "In truth, it is not much of a contingency. I have merely gathered some incriminating evidence against Chen Weiqing. Over the years, he has reaped substantial benefits within the company. Why haven't you shared this with me? I have long wished to see him ousted." Su Yang raised his hand to check the time. "It should have already been sent to your email." Shen Yuqing retrieved her phone to check and indeed found a new email. Upon skimming through it, her fair face turned frosty with anger. This scoundrel has embezzled so much money. No wonder the company is in decline. With such a general manager, how could the business possibly thrive? Fortunately for you, it is precisely because of individuals like him that you could acquire the company at such a low price. They exchanged knowing smiles. In the afternoon, the company had chartered several boats for employees to enjoy on Tianhu Lake. By the lakeside, Shen Yuqing glanced at Su Yang. "Why aren't you joining in the fun?" "I have no desire to participate." Su Yang gazed out over Tianhu, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Shen Yuqing teased, "Are you afraid of water?" "Nonsense, I am quite the swimmer." "Then why not join in the merriment?" Shen Yuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. In that moment, Su Yang bore the weariness of a middle-aged man, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his age. He appeared somewhat overly mature. Yet at times, he would reveal an exuberant youthfulness, making him an enigma that Shen Yuqing found increasingly difficult to decipher. Su Yang remained silent. Suddenly, Shen Yuqing reached out to grasp his arm. "Come on, let us indulge in some fun. Previously, our outings at sea were on yachts. I have yet to experience the sensation of a small electric boat. You go ahead. I shall not accompany you." Su Yang frowned, disinclined to join. "You claim to be a good swimmer, but I see you as a stubborn duck, terrified of the water." Fine. I concede that I am afraid of water." "Is that satisfactory?" Su Yang quickly acquiesced, attempting to free his arm, yet Shen Yuqing held on tightly. "Fear not. Don the life jacket, and even if you fall in, you will not drown. Come, let us experience this together." A few minutes later, Shen Yuqing piloted the small electric boat, with Su Yang seated beside her. The boat glided leisurely toward the center of the lake. Lu Yun and several bodyguards boarded another small boat, trailing them at a respectful distance, neither daring to draw too close nor too far. "How does it feel?" Shen Yuqing asked, her smile radiating joy. Sitting in the boat, she felt as if she were gliding through the water, playfully splashing her hand in the cool lake, which felt refreshing against her skin. A gentle breeze caressed her face, invigorating her spirit. Su Yang sat silently, seemingly lost in thought. "What occupies your mind?" Shen Yuqing playfully splashed water, her radiant smile mischievously directed at Su Yang's face. "Do you know why I don't want to swim in the lake?" Su Yang's expression was one of profound sorrow. Shen Yuqing's smile gradually faded as she became aware of Su Yang's melancholic demeanor. An inexplicable pang of sympathy surged within her. "My mother drowned here." The brief statement struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Shen Yuqing feeling a heavy weight of guilt. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Chapter 71. A moment of peril. Su Yang's gaze dimmed, and his voice became somber. "When my mother passed away, I was engaged in a top-secret mission and did not even get to see her one last time. By the time I returned home, all that remained was a solitary tombstone standing there. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I deeply regretted not being by her side during her final moments." Tears streamed down his cheeks, each drop a testament to his profound longing and remorse for his mother. The sorrowful atmosphere enveloped Shen Yuqing, causing her eyes to redden. She reached out and grasped Su Yang's hand, offering solace. "Annie would not blame you. She must be watching over you and would not wish to see you in such pain. She would want you to find happiness." Just recently, Wuma had comforted her in a similar manner, which made her empathetic to Su Yang's feelings at this moment. "I suspect there is more to my mother's drowning." which is why I have been investigating the matter. Su Yang wiped away his tears as his voice suddenly turned icy. If it truly was murder, I will ensure that the perpetrator suffers immensely. In that instant, a chilling indifference and murderous intent enveloped Su Yang, transforming him into someone unrecognizable. Shin Yuqing instinctively withdrew her hand, startled by his sudden change. At that moment, a speedboat approached from a distance. It was not unusual to see speedboats on the lake, but both were lost in their sorrow and did not notice the vessel's trajectory. As the speedboat closed in on their small boat, it accelerated rather than veering away. Lu Yun, positioned behind, waved frantically at the speedboat, shouting, "Hey, danger!" Yet, her warnings fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, peril struck. Su Yang's eyes sharpened instantly. He swiftly removed his life jacket, seized Shin Yuqing's arm, and leapt into the lake, sending up a spray of water. With a resounding crash, the speedboat collided violently with the small boat, sending it flying and creating a massive splash. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. Lu Yun gasped in horror, witnessing the fierce collision between the speedboat and the small boat, while Su Yang and Shin Yuqing vanished beneath the water's surface. "Quick, hurry," Lu Yun urged. As they rushed to the scene, the bodyguards wasted no time and leapt into the lake, searching for the two. A few meters away, Shin Yuqing surfaced, unconscious. Lu Yun and the others quickly hoisted her onto the small boat, removing her life jacket. As the executive assistant, she was familiar with certain first aid measures. Before long, Shin Yuqing regained consciousness, her head pounding. Fragments of memories surged forth, yet they remained hazy, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall what had transpired. Clutching her head in agony, she cried out, "We must get to a hospital." Lu Yun urged urgently, scanning the surroundings for Su Yang. In the distance, she noticed someone swimming with remarkable speed, and ahead of him, a speedboat was racing towards the shore. "Is that Su Yang?" Lu Yun rubbed her eyes, squinting to see more clearly. It appeared to be him. A bodyguard peered closely, though uncertainty clouded his assessment. After the speedboat docked, two individuals disembarked and glanced back. One of them let out a derisive laugh, proclaiming, "Does that fool think he can catch up with us? Damn it, he must be lucky." The pair then entered a vehicle and swiftly vanished into the bustling crowd. In a private club, Chen Weicheng reclined with his eyes closed, indulging in the soothing massage of a beautiful therapist. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, a deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Mr. Chen, the matter has been resolved." "Is he dead?" Chen inquired. "That rascal is quite fortunate. He managed to evade a disaster." "Damn it, call it luck. The funds will be transferred to your account shortly." Chen Weicheng, feeling vexed, hung up the phone. After a disheveled escape from Tianhu, his anger intensified, and he yearned to exact vengeance on Su Yang. As the general manager of the Tianming Group, he held a prominent position in Qiqing and possessed considerable connections, including some with individuals from the underworld. Contemplating his options, he reached out to a friend from that world. After relaying the situation, the friend confidently assured him that as long as the money was sufficient, the task would be accomplished, leading to that perilous scene. Although Su Yang had not been eliminated, he had certainly been instilled with fear, serving as a lesson. Meanwhile, in a game room, 5 shirtless men gathered around, drinking. 200,000 in hand, this money was truly easy to acquire. One bald man raised his phone, clinked a beer bottle with his companions, and took a hearty swig. The call Chen received had originated from this bald man. "That fool still thinks he can pursue us. What an absolute idiot." Another man laughed heartily. "If he catches up, even better. I'll slay him with a single strike and demand more money from Chen Weicheng." The bald man glared, biting into a pig's trotter with vigor. Initially, they had agreed on 500,000 for Su Yang's demise, but now they had only received 200,000. The others erupted into laughter at this revelation. At that moment, a young man entered the game room. Upon seeing them, his gaze sharpened. "You all seem to be in high spirits." Laughter abruptly ceased. The bald man stood up, recognizing Su Yang with a hint of surprise. "Kid, you've got some skills for finding this place." The young man was indeed Su Yang. "No one I wish to capture can escape. So what if you found this place? You're courting death. My brothers were just lamenting about insufficient funds to divide. Since you've come, don't think of leaving." The bald man signaled, and the others immediately encircled Su Yang, drawing down the roll-up door. "Brothers, let us finish him off. We'll split the 500,000. The bald man glared menacingly at Su Yang. In his eyes, Su Yang was merely a pile of cash, enough to allow them to live lavishly for a time. Su Yang scoffed. "Is my life worth only 500,000? This fool is still fixated on this triviality as death approaches." One man scoffed, and the others joined in laughter. "Stop wasting time with him. Let us deal with him swiftly. The bald man spoke in a low voice, then took out his phone to call Chen Weiqing, demanding the remaining 300,000 as a reward. Indeed, he believed that facing the assault of 5 brothers, Su Yang was undoubtedly doomed. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Unfazed by the onslaught of the 5 burly men, Su Yang concluded the matter in mere seconds. Hello? Hello? Came the impatient voice of Chen Weiqing from the receiver, accompanied by the sound of a woman's heavy breathing, clearly preoccupied with other affairs. The bald man trembled. Dropping his phone to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Why you? He never anticipated Su Yang's formidable prowess. No wonder he dared to confront them alone. Su Yang approached him step by step. The man kept retreating, hastily seizing the watermelon knife from the table, gathering some courage. Kid, I'm just doing this for money. This time, I yield. You may leave. Chapter 72, I shall ensure you rot in prison. Su Yang remained unfazed, advancing with unwavering determination. The bald man's hand trembled slightly. Do not test my patience. Take another step closer, and I swear I will end you. Su Yang halted. The bald man, mistakenly believing that he had instilled fear, felt a flicker of relief and spoke in a low tone. Friend, we need not resort to violence. I see you possess considerable skill. Let us become allies, assisting one another in times of need. What do you say? Su Yang bent down to retrieve his phone, noticing the call had been disconnected. Upon seeing the caller's name, a chill ran through him. Chen Weiqing, I will ensure you rot in prison. At the First People's Hospital of Qiqing, in a private room, Shen Yuqing lay in bed, awaiting her diagnosis. Her close friend, Li Jiaoer, donned in a white lab coat, sat by her side, peeling an apple. What has been going on with you lately? You've barely been discharged for a few days and already found yourself back here. Things have not been going your way. Perhaps you should consult a master for guidance? Please, you are highly educated. How could you still believe in such nonsense? Li Jiaoer chuckled. Changing the subject, she inquired curiously, what about your young gentleman? Do not speak nonsense. He is my assistant. Last time he was a security guard. And now he is your assistant. At this rate, he will soon become the father of your child. Get lost. Shen Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Li Jiaoer, now serious, asked, is he aware of your situation? Yes. Does he mind? How could he not mind? He constantly brings it up, which is why I must expedite my divorce. Once I am free, no one will hinder my pursuit of happiness. Marriage had become the shackles binding Shen Yuqing, a chasm stretching between her and Su Yang. Just now, who claimed he was not a boyfriend but merely an assistant? Li Jiaoer mimicked Shen Yuqing's earlier tone. The two women then erupted into playful banter, their laughter ringing melodiously within the room. At that moment, the door swung open, and a doctor entered, addressing Li Jiaoer. Director Li, the test results are in. Miss Shen is in good health. Good, Li Jiaoer replied, glancing at the report. Shen Yuqing furrowed her brow slightly. Then why do I suddenly recall some vague memories? You previously suffered a head injury, which may have resulted in a loss of certain memories. Under specific conditions, it is possible for your memories to resonate, leading to the restoration of some recollections, much like what has occurred this time, the doctor explained patiently. Li Jiaoer's expression turned serious. This must be it. When Xiaoqing had her accident, it was near Tianhu Bridge. Accident, Bridge. Shen Yuqing cradled her head in her hands, a sharp pain shooting through her mind. Li Jiaoer quickly embraced her. Darling, if you cannot remember, do not strain yourself. It is all in the past. Just then, the door opened once more, and Su Yang strode in, concern etched on his face. How are you? Li Jiaoer stood up, teasingly remarked. Well, your little paramour has arrived. I shall not intrude any longer. You two can chat. I have matters to attend to. Shen Yuqing's delicate face flushed, casting a reproachful glance at her best friend. After Li Jiaoer left, she casually closed the door behind her. The room was left with just the two of them. Are you all right? They both inquired simultaneously, before bursting into laughter. That moment terrified me. I still feel a bit shaken recalling it now. Shen Yuqing was physically unharmed but deeply shaken nonetheless. This is no accident. Are you implying that someone intends to harm us? I have apprehended the person who drove the speedboat. Chen Weiqing hired an assassin, and his target is me. That scoundrel. I truly regret not expelling him sooner. Initially, Shen Yuqing felt a tinge of fear, but upon hearing this, her charming face turned frosty with anger. Anyone who dared to threaten her man would make Chen Weiqing pay dearly. Merely dismissing him would be too lenient. She wanted him to languish in prison for life, never to see the light of day again. Monday arrived. The employees clocked in for work as usual. Despite the scandal at Tianhu, Chen Weiqing still showed up at the office, completely unfazed by the peculiar gazes of his colleagues. Sun Ruoxue, however, did not come to work, having already submitted her resignation. While Chen Weiqing was notorious and indifferent to the online backlash, Sun Ruoxue's situation was different. She had a husband and children, and following the exposure, her household was in turmoil as the couple faced the prospect of divorce. According to company protocol, a weekly meeting was held every Monday, attended by all leaders at the managerial level and typically presided over by the general manager. In the conference room, Chen Weiqing occupied the main seat, with department heads seated on either side, including Su Yang. One by one, the department managers reported on the completion of last week's tasks and the plans for the upcoming week. When it was Su Yang's turn, he offered a perfunctory report. Suddenly, Chen Weiqing slammed the table, reprimanding sharply, "Minister Su, is this your work report? Is there a problem? I'm not interested in your security work. I want to hear about the technology park project." Chen Weiqing's words were sharp, laced with sarcasm. "I apologize, but all I can report pertains to the security department's arrangements. As for the technology park project, I am the chief responsible party and report solely to the president and clients. It does not fall under your jurisdiction." Su Yang shot him a look of incredulity and continued, "Furthermore, I also serve as the president's assistant. Should I report to you on that as well?" "You." Chen Weiqing sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. "That you are the person in charge. I am the general manager responsible for the entire company's operations. As your superior, you must report the project's progress to me. You are not qualified." Su Yang coolly replied, "You're mistaken." The two locked eyes, the air thick with tension, and the conference room fell silent as everyone held their breath. Chen Weiqing pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yang, angrily declaring, "Su Yang, do not think that the president's backing gives you the liberty to disregard your superiors. I can dismiss you at any moment. Such a grandiose display of authority, Chairman." Suddenly, the conference room door swung open. All eyes converged at the entrance, where Sun Yuqing graced the scene in a simple yet stylish black dress, impeccably tailored to accentuate her graceful figure and elongated legs. Her long hair was elegantly fashioned into a bun, revealing her delicate neck and the graceful lines of her collarbone. She emanated an air of nobility and charm that captivated all present. Her arrival instantly heightened the tension within the conference room. Li Yan followed closely behind, winking at Su Yang. President Chen Weiqing immediately donned a sycophantic smile. The others hastily rose to greet her, yet Su Yang remained seated. "Minister Su, do you not see the president has arrived? Do you not understand the most basic courtesy?" Chen Weiqing reprimanded sharply. Sun Yuqing cast a disdainful glance at Chen Weiqing and replied coolly, "I hope our company can have fewer individuals who merely seek to curry favor, and more who are genuinely committed to getting things done." Chapter 73. Daring to target me, little pup. I'll annihilate you. An awkward silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged furtive glances, secretly giving Su Yang a thumbs up. In the entire company, only Su Yang remained composed in front of the president. Chen Weiqing's smile faltered, leaving him somewhat cornered. Yet what could he do? After all, the real boss held absolute authority. The meeting proceeded. Sun Yuqing spoke in a measured tone. The atmosphere had already been somewhat stifling, and with Sun Yuqing's arrival, everyone dared not even breathe. Recently, the company had been plagued by a toxic culture, with certain employees exploiting their positions to engage in unscrupulous behavior with female subordinates, an utterly disgraceful and morally corrupt practice. Such unethical individuals must be expelled. Her impassioned words resonated throughout the room. After her speech, Chen Weiqing turned his gaze towards Su Yang. "Minister Su, what are your thoughts?" "I concur with your perspective. Such individuals must be dismissed," Su Yang replied. "Since you agree, then please proceed to the HR department to process your resignation." "Are you referring to me, Chen?" Su Yang retorted. "What a joke. Who else could it be? You wield your power to exploit your female secretary, a clear decline in morality. Do you not find it amusing coming from a social media influencer?" Everyone present was already aware of the scandal that had unfolded. Chen Weiqing and a female employee had brought disgrace upon themselves in a public restroom at a tourist site. Their affair exposed and shared online, leaving the entire nation aware of the protagonists from Tianming Group. As this revelation hung in the air, varied expressions crossed the faces of the attendees, yet none dared to confront Chen Weiqing. "That was a misunderstanding. I was unwell at the time, and Secretary Sun rushed in upon hearing my cries for help, only to be wrongfully accused of infidelity. Now, she is too afraid to leave her home. You are the one who maliciously incited public scrutiny. You are the true villain here." Chen Weiqing, however, would not concede, maintaining his composure while spinning a web of deceit with remarkable skill. "Does your defense hold any weight? The eyes of the public are discerning, Facts are facts. Su Yong countered. Let us not divert the discussion. The reality is that you indeed exploited Secretary Sunday. At this juncture, Chen Weiqing turned to Shin Yu-ching, his voice brimming with indignation. Director Shin, yesterday, Secretary Sun confided to me that Su Yong has repeatedly made inappropriate demands of her. She values her position greatly, enduring in silence to preserve her job. Does Director Chen have any evidence to substantiate this claim? Shin Yu-ching inquired. A fly does not buzz around a seamless egg. Such rumors do not arise without basis. They are grounded in truth. I dare to present this in a meeting, and of course, I possess evidence. Chen Weiqing asserted confidently. Today, he intended to trample Su Yong beneath his heel before the president, setting an example for others and restoring his own stature. Chen Weiqing bellowed, "Come in." The door to the conference room swung open, and Sun Ruoxue stepped inside. The room fell silent as everyone noted the bruises marring her face, a clear indication of a recent altercation. Despite her attempts to conceal the injuries, her disheveled appearance spoke volumes. Secretary Sun, in front of the president and all present, feel free to speak candidly. Has Su Yong threatened you? Chen Weiqing, in a show of bravado, loudly inquired. Sun Ruoxue was naturally the one he had summoned, having previously agreed that if she remained steadfast in this matter, even Shin Yu-ching would be unable to shield Su Yong. No. Sun Ruoxue suddenly raised her head. What? Chen Weiqing found it hard to believe, thinking he had misheard, and asked again, I ask you, did he threaten you taking advantage of his position? As he questioned, he desperately gestured for her to adhere to their prior arrangement. Sun Ruoxue, refusing to look at him, maintained her stance. No. It was always I who deliberately approached Minister Su. He has never done anything to me. You. Chen Weiqing, enraged, pointed at Sun Ruoxue with a pale face, shouting, What did you tell me before? Huh? Why has it changed now? He had just told her to speak the truth without fear, assuring her that he and Shun would support her. I am speaking the truth. You bastard. Just as Chen Weiqing was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he remembered Shin Yu-ching's presence and swallowed his words, instead saying with forced patience, Was it Su Yong who threatened you? You need not be afraid. Quickly reveal the truth. Mr. Chen, there is no need for pretense. All of this was your scheme. You brought me into the company and placed me beside Minister Su, intending for me to get close to him, to seize his weaknesses and have him ousted. Sun Ruoxue, are you out of your mind? How can you speak such nonsense? Chen Weiqing's eyes bulged in disbelief. The situation was not unfolding according to his script, as Sun Ruoxue's sudden reversal caught him off guard, filling him with both rage and confusion. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Sun Ruoxue turned to her colleagues present and confessed, I am Sun Tong's sister. Upon hearing about his situation, I was furious and sought to retaliate against Minister Su. Thus, Chen Weiqing devised this plan, which could deal with Su Yong, and also, she hesitated, finding it difficult to continue, before saying, the videos online are evident. I admit, there has been an improper relationship between Chen Weiqing and me. At this point, she glanced at Chen Weiqing once more, that day on the mountain. It was also Chen Weiqing who coerced me. You were talking nonsense. Chen Weiqing immediately countered, addressing the crowd. She is slandering me. She must have conspired with Su Yong beforehand. Sun Ruoxue produced her phone, swiftly operating it, and raised it. This is a message Chen Weiqing sent me. Enough to prove my claims are true. In truth, those present were well aware of Chen Weiqing's character. Some even knew of the dealings between him and Sun Ruoxue but dared not speak out. At that moment, Chen Weiqing's secretary also stepped forward, unwilling to remain silent. I can attest that this matter is true. I heard Chen Weiqing explicitly instruct Sun Ruoxue to approach Minister Su. After speaking, she even smiled at Su Yong, subtly signaling her allegiance. Realizing Chen Weiqing's downfall was imminent, she began seeking a new patron. Slap. Chen Weiqing struck the secretary, furiously rebuking her. You traitorous wretch. Su Yong chuckled, clapping enthusiastically. What a splendid performance. Shin Yu-ching cast a frigid gaze at Chen Weiqing. Your disheveled private life is one thing, but to engage in such improprieties within the workplace, do you consider this company your home? Your malicious defamation and scheming against your colleagues reveal you to be nothing but a duplicitous scoundrel, lacking in both ability and virtue. You are hereby dismissed. President Shun, you cannot terminate my employment. I am innocent. They are deliberately plotting against me. Chen Weiqing's complexion changed dramatically. Throughout your years at this company, you have operated in the shadows, embezzling vast sums of public funds. Relevant evidence has already been submitted to the judicial authorities. Brace yourself for incarceration. President Shin. Even if I did embezzle, it occurred prior to your acquisition of Tianming Group, which bears no relation to you. I assure you, since your takeover, I have not misappropriated a single cent from the company. Your assurances hold no value for me, Shen Yuqing replied disdainfully. Thinking to herself, I am determined to bring you down, especially since you have targeted my Su Yang. Chapter 74. Who are you really? He would languish in prison, never to see the light of day again, for he was also implicated in murder. At Su Yang's remark, expressions of astonishment spread across the room. Shen Yuqing appeared somewhat perplexed. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open. A cadre of law enforcement officers entered, and the leader brandished an arrest warrant. Who is Chun Weiqing? Aye. Chun Weiqing was utterly panicked, trembling uncontrollably, staggering backward, his eyes wide with terror. He could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such a predicament. In that moment, regret washed over him, leaving him remorseful to the core. Reflecting on the past, Su Yang had never wronged him. It was he who had relentlessly schemed against Su Yang. Had he not provoked Su Yang, he would not have met such a dire fate. Chun Weiqing, you have embezzled public funds and committed premeditated murder. The evidence is irrefutable. You are under arrest, declared the officer emphatically. Chun Weiqing collapsed onto the floor, muttering incoherently, realizing that despite his earlier confidence, he was now the unfortunate one. As the cold handcuffs clasped his wrists, clarity returned, and he knelt before Shen Yuqing, beseeching, President Shun, I was wrong. Please save me. If the Shun family intervenes, you can surely rescue me. What are you to me? Why should I save you? This is the consequence of your own misdeeds, and you deserve punishment. The officer stated as they led Chun Weiqing away. Shen Yuqing calmly instructed, everyone, focus on your work. As long as you contribute to the company, it will not neglect you. Anyone who dares to undermine the company or disrupt our unity will meet the same fate as Chun Weiqing. The crowd dispersed. Sun Ruoxue cast an awkward glance at Su Yang before making her exit. Chun Weiqing's secretary attempted to ingratiate herself with Su Yang, but her efforts were swiftly quashed by Lu Yun's words. You're fired. Why? I just assisted Minister Su. The secretary protested. We're well aware of your dealings with Chun Weiqing. Do not presume we are oblivious. The secretary hung her head in defeat, instantly deflated. Once the conference room was devoid of outsiders, Shen Yuqing turned to Su Yang. I had thought Sun Ruoxue would side with Chun Weiqing, yet she unexpectedly turned against him. Could it be that you two share something more? Enough, Su Yang retorted with irritation, adding, I merely agreed to help her remove those videos online. Shen Yuqing's eyes widened with realization, and her curiosity piqued. Su Yang, what exactly did you do before? Why do I feel you are becoming increasingly enigmatic? The ability to simply remove online videos is no ordinary skill. He stood before her, shrouded in mystery, visible yet intangible. Shen Yuqing yearned to dispel the fog and uncover the truth about Su Yang. Is it not delightful to maintain an air of mystery between us? Su Yang smiled slightly and departed the conference room. News of Chun Weiqing's arrest spread swiftly, and all within the company recognized a singular truth. Those who opposed Su Yang met with grim fates. Although Su Yang held the position of head of security, his stature in the eyes of others had risen to just beneath that of the president. Even the vice presidents treat Su Yang with utmost respect, addressing him as President Su. While Su Yang's endeavors flourish, things are far from favorable for Gongzi. His case has been forcefully terminated, and despite continued investigations, there has been no progress, leaving him quite disheartened. Currently, it is a period of stringent crackdowns. After careful consideration, he resolves to amplify the efforts, intensifying law enforcement to combat the dark forces across various regions. By striking multiple targets, he might capture a few valuable leads. Even the director had no grounds to object, and thus concurred with his plan. For those engaged in illicit activities, it felt like the end of days. Most entertainment venues shut their doors, displaying temporarily closed signs. They seethed with frustration, for had it not been for the pressure from above, they would have long since retaliated against Lu Honggang. For now, they lay low, retreating into the shadows. While a day or two of this was manageable, the prolonged situation became increasingly unbearable. One day, just as Su Yang finished work, a call from Liang Zishuan came through. Su Yang, are you free this evening? Is there something you need? A classmate of mine is celebrating her birthday tonight, and I would like to ask you to write a piece for her. Would that be possible? Su Yang hesitated. His uncertainty indicated potential. Liang Zishuan pressed on. She has seen your calligraphy for me and adored it immensely, hence her request. The price is negotiable. I truly appreciate it. Softening, Su Yang sighed. All right, will you come to pick it up, or shall I deliver it? I was hoping you could come in person and write it in front of her to surprise her. Su Yang rubbed his temples, inwardly lamenting the inconvenience. Had it been anyone else, he would have flatly refused, but this was Liang Zixuan, the company's most significant client, who had treated him well. He felt compelled to show some gratitude. Send me the address. You agreed? That's wonderful. Thank you, Su Yang. How about you also play the role of my date? That seems inappropriate, considering I am married. What does it matter? You're merely my date, not my boyfriend. I'm fine with it, as long as you're comfortable. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Yang reluctantly acquiesced. As soon as their call ended, another call from Shin Yuqing came in. Do you have plans for tonight? Actually, I do. Can you cancel? It's difficult to back out. I've already committed. Very well. The call concluded. Shin Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment, coupled with curiosity about whom Su Yang was referring to. She refrained from probing further, fearing it might irritate him. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the streets, a Maybach GLS 600 halted before the Oriental Hotel, and Su Yang stepped out. He was clad in a finely tailored suit, custom-made by Shin Yuqing, whose exquisite cut and fluid lines accentuated his handsome features and distinguished stature. He proceeded to the banquet hall on the third floor. The spacious and luminous area is adorned in resplendent glory, with opulent crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow. Exquisite paintings and artistic decorations grace the walls, imparting an air of sophistication. Neatly arranged rows of dining tables are draped in white tablecloths, adorned with delicate cutlery, fresh flowers, and delectable dishes. A subtle fragrance wafts through the air, and the sight before him evokes a sense of wonder. It is indeed extravagant for a wealthy heir to celebrate a birthday in such a manner. He strolls along the central aisle, relishing the softness of the carpet beneath his feet, as if treading on clouds. At the end of the banquet hall, a grand stage comes into view, embellished with lavish lights and sound equipment. How did he arrive here? A girl in a low-cut evening gown gazes at Su Yang, momentarily taken aback, before her expression shifts to one of resentment. It is none other than Shun Youqing's cousin, Shin Xinling. Chapter 75. The banquet turmoil. As the esteemed daughter of the Shin family, it is hardly surprising that many families seek to curry favor with her. Thus her presence here is quite expected. She is surrounded by numerous socialites, reveling in the sensation of being the center of attention. Xinling, do you know him? He is none other than the worthless husband of Shin Yuqing. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately displayed expressions of disdain. Since Shin Youqing's return to the country, her marriage had already circulated within their social circle. Initially, they were skeptical. However, Shin Xinling had recently taken to disparaging Shin Yuqing, and if the Shin family spoke thus, it must surely be the truth. Shin Xinling turned to a girl beside her and questioned, "Why did you invite him?" "I did not invite him. I don't even know him," replied the girl, who happened to be the evening's host, Zhao Jianan. "Shin Yuqing will be attending tonight, right?" "Indeed. No wonder." Shin Xinling presumed that Su Yang was summoned by Shin Yuqing, and the thought of her cousin made her feel somewhat uneasy. Noticing Shin Xinling's apparent disdain for Su Yang, Zhao Jianan contemplated expelling him from the gathering, but hesitated at the thought of Shin Yuqing, a dilemma clouding her mind. One must respect the master when dealing with the dog. After all, he was Shin Youqing's husband. Yet, while she hesitated, another young man seized the opportunity. Standing forth with a keen eye for the moment, "Xinling, has he ever bullied you?" The young man, Du Zitong, though not from one of the four prominent families, held a certain reputation. He was Shin Xinling's most devoted admirer, not out of genuine affection but rather for his family's interests, seeking to ascend the social ladder by leveraging the Shin family's prominence. "Indeed, will you seek vengeance on my behalf?" Shin Xinling replied, her tone proud. "Anyone who dares to bully my goddess shall certainly face my wrath. Just watch." Seizing the moment, Du Zitong hastily professed his loyalty. Pleased, Shin Xinling patted his shoulder. "Very well, if you can satisfy me, I might consider being your girlfriend." Hearing this, Du Zitong was filled with excitement. "It's a promise." He then lifted a glass of red wine, a sly smile playing on his lips, as he approached Su Yang, plotting to humiliate him. After swirling the glass and concocting his scheme, he reached Su Yang's side, raising the glass as if by accident, and pretended to spill its crimson contents over him. The wine splattered onto Su Yang's attire, instantly creating a dark red stain. Su Yang glanced down at his clothing, his expression darkening. The liquid trickled down his collar, sending a chill of discomfort through him. He looked up at Du Zitong. Before Su Yang could speak, Du Zitong shouted, "What is wrong with you? Are you blind while walking? You drenched me. How can you blame me for being careless?" Su Yang retorted, If you hadn't bumped into me, how could my drink have spilled? If not you, then whom? Du Zitong glared, his demeanor arrogant, and he cast a smug glance at Shen Xinling as he spoke. Su Yang keenly detected the shift in Du Zitong's gaze upon the arrival of Shen Xinling. Instantly comprehending the situation, Du Zitong was merely a sycophant to her. So, you're deliberately seeking trouble? Su Yang's eyes turned icy. Du Zitong, with a scoff of disdain, decided to drop the pretense and proclaimed loudly. A worthless son-in-law dares to offend my goddess. I am purposely tormenting you. What can you do about it? His words were directed at Su Yang, yet intended for Shen Xinling's ears as well, hoping to curry her favor. The onlookers, rather than expressing outrage at Du Zitong's brazen bullying, exhibited expressions of tacit acceptance. Their gazes towards Su Yang filled with contempt. In their circle, those of status were always in the right. The unestablished, regardless of their justification, were ignored and even ostracized. Du Zitong pointed at Su Yang and addressed the crowd. Everyone, take a good look at this pitiful pauper, attempting to crash our gathering. Next time we hold an event, we should put up a sign at the entrance. No entry for the lower class. I wondered why there was such a stench of poverty in the air. Who among us isn't the heir of a fortune exceeding 100 million? This beggar dares to show up. One must admire his audacity. Where are the security guards? Why are they allowing such people inside? Hurry up and throw him out. This is no place for him. The crowd echoed his sentiments, clamoring for Su Yang's expulsion as if he were a pariah. Seeing Su Yang remain silent amidst the uproar, Du Zitong's arrogance swelled, and he became increasingly boisterous, jabbing a finger at Su Yang as he cursed. This is what you get for offending my goddess. Kneel and apologize at once, or I. His voice abruptly halted as a hand seized his finger, twisting it forcefully backward. Du Zitong cried out in agony, his body involuntarily bending, pain etched across his face, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Su Yang, expressionless, regarded Du Zitong with mounting pressure on his hand. Du Zitong's complexion turned pallid. His lips quivered as he attempted to articulate something, but all that emerged were pained groans. The bystanders were rendered speechless, astonished by Su Yang's audacity to strike at the banquet. Why the silence? Continue. Why be a sycophant when you could stand tall? Is Shen Xinling's excrement so fragrant to you? Su Yang looked down at him, intermittently slapping him as he spoke, perhaps sensing the eyes of the crowd upon him. Du Zitong struggled to maintain his composure, his tone still defiant. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? I care not who you are, Su Yang retorted, tightening his grip, producing a sharp crack. Du Zitong screamed in agony, instinctively wanting to beg for mercy. But the thought of Shen Xinling watching held him back from losing face before her. Thus, he mustered his strength to yell, my family, the Du clan, operates in both the underworld and the elite circles. Who dares provoke me? You seek death. Stop. At that moment, Zhao Jianan approached briskly, her expression displeased. Sir, please release young Master Du. He is my guest. Su Yang responded by delivering a swift kick to Du Zitong's abdomen. Du Zitong curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony as he writhed back and forth. Zhao Jianan promptly commanded someone to assist Du Zitong, feigning ignorance of Su Yang's identity. Sir, I do not recognize you at all. How did you manage to enter? Of course, I was invited by someone. Zhao Jianan assumed it was Xin Yuqing and chose not to pursue the matter further, instead issuing an eviction order. I do not care who invited you. Please leave at once. Are you certain you wish to expel me? Absolutely. Very well, do not regret your decision. Upon uttering these words, a wave of laughter erupted. Is this fellow serious? He dares to claim that Miss Zhao will regret this? Who does he think he is? Did you not hear what young Master Du said? He is merely a live-in son-in-law, and he truly believes that by associating with the elite, he can gain entry into high society. How utterly ridiculous. The crowd murmured and gestured among themselves. At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the chatter. Who dares to expel him? Everyone turned in unison. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 76. He is my partner. Liang Zixuan, adorned in a resplendent evening gown, gracefully approached. Her high-heeled steps were light and elegant, each stride as if she were treading upon clouds. The gown resembled the most brilliant star in the night sky, shimmering with dazzling radiance under the illumination. Its exquisite tailoring hugged Liang Zixuan's enchanting figure, showcasing her perfect form and noble demeanor. Her visage was akin to a meticulously crafted painting, with features that were both exquisite and captivating, each detail exuding a unique charm, her eyes bright as stars, seemingly containing boundless wisdom and emotion. Liang Zixuan's gaze remained steadfastly upon Su Yang, Her eyes brimmed with affection and tenderness, as if he were the sole inhabitant of her world. As she approached Su Yang, the love in her eyes intensified, as if wishing to envelop him entirely. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of shame. He had to admit that Liang Zixuan was indeed stunning. If one were to seek a woman in Qingcheng who could rival Xin Yuqing, it would likely be her. In terms of beauty, figure, and wealth, the two women were incomparable, both goddesses in the hearts of countless men. Now that she had arrived, Su Yang felt no urgency to leave, for he understood that Liang Zixuan would not allow him to depart. At this moment, all eyes were focused upon her. To them, she was the most resplendent jewel, undeniably a paragon of grace. Though the Liang family did not rank among the 4 prominent families of Qi, none dared to underestimate them. Most of their enterprises were overseas. Indeed, they were international corporations, possessing financial might that could rival the Xin family. Liang Zixuan flashed a charming smile at Su Yang before turning her attention to the crowd. Her smile vanishing as she coldly declared, "Mr. Su is my esteemed guest and my partner. Who dares to expel him?" At her words, the crowd gasped, instantly silenced. Too intimidated to meet Liang Zixuan's gaze, some bowing their heads, others feigning interest elsewhere. As the host, Zhao Jianan could not evade the situation. Furthermore, as close friends with Liang Zixuan, she certainly did not share the same trepidation as the others. "Zixuan, we were unaware he was your guest. We thought he was Shun." "Haha, it seems this is a misunderstanding. Ignorance is no fault. Please do not take offense." Zhao Jianan affectionately linked her arm with Liang Zixuan's, nearly revealing too much in her nervousness, but quickly recovered. Yet, she was curious as to why Liang Zixuan referred to him as Mr. Su. She recalled Xin Xinling mentioning that Xin Youqing's husband was named Lin Yang. Liang Zixuan coldly withdrew her arm, her expression remaining frosty. "Mr. Su is my guest whom I implored to attend. You all have looked down upon him with disdain, and now you speak of misunderstandings? I take great offense." Zhao Jianan, who believed she and Liang Zixuan shared a close bond, was taken aback by Liang Zixuan's icy demeanor towards her due to Su Yang. At this moment, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Liang Zixuan. Simultaneously, Liang Zixuan's assertiveness left her feeling somewhat cornered, yet she dared not express her anger. After all, not even her father, the head of their family, would risk offending the Liang family. The expression on her face shifted dramatically as she immediately bent forward to apologize. "Mr. Su, I am truly sorry for my previous offenses. Please forgive me. Your apology holds no significance for me. Had I known you were such a superficial person, I would never have come," Su Yang replied with an air of indifference. Zhao Jianan, noticing Su Yang's disregard, felt a twinge of displeasure and secretly seethed. It's one thing for Liang Zixuan to act aloof. She has the privilege to do so. But you, a mere son-in-law, dare to treat me with disdain? How audacious! Though she thought this, she did not dare to express it outwardly. With a forced smile, Zhao Jianan feigned humility. "Mr. Su, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of a mere girl. Shall I kneel before you?" Her words were layered with meaning. At first glance, it seemed like an apology, yet it subtly implied that Su Yang was petty for taking offense with a woman. Su Yang discerned her insinuation and waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Zhao, how could you say such a thing? I would never ask you to kneel. As the ancients wisely said, only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. If one draws close, they become disrespectful. If one keeps their distance, they harbor resentment. Would you not agree?" Zhao Jianan's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless as she could only manage a forced smile. Su Yang turned to Liang Zixuan and sighed. "A birthday banquet should be filled with joy. Yet I find this atmosphere quite suffocating. I am afraid I must take my leave. Now that you are here, there is no need to rush off. Let us not descend to the level of those lacking insight. Consider it a small sacrifice to accompany me, a mere girl, would you?" Liang Zixuan quickly linked her arm with Su Yang's, preventing his departure, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. In her heart, she thought, "I cannot squander this rare opportunity to win Su Yang's favor." However, before Su Yang could respond, her expression darkened again. Surveying the room, she commanded, "Who among you has disrespected Mr. Su? Step forward and apologize. If I have to call you out, the consequences will be yours to bear." At her words, the crowd's faces paled. In Qiqing, they were all prominent figures. To apologize to a man of lesser means was an immense humiliation. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that refusing to apologize would incur Liang Zixuan's wrath. Moreover, seeing Zhao Jianan bow her head, they felt little shame in following suit. "Mr. Su, I am sorry for my ignorance and offense. Please forgive me. Mr. Su, I apologize. One by one, they offered their apologies. Eventually, only the sycophant Du Zitong remained. He raised a hand to cover his swollen cheek, glancing between Liang Zixuan and Shen Xinling, torn between submitting and fearing the wrath of the goddess. However, Shen Xinling paid no mind to Du Zitong. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she pondered why Liang Zixuan referred to Lin Yang as Mr. Su. This was also Zhao Jianan's curiosity. Approaching Liang Zixuan, Shen Xinling greeted her before inquiring, Miss Liang, may I ask what your relationship with him is? Why do you address him as Mr. Su? Liang Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Su's surname is Su. Is there an issue with my calling him Mr. Su? As for our relationship, did you not hear? Tonight, he is my partner. The mention of the term male companion was deliberately emphasized. Everyone present understood that at such gatherings, the accompanying gentleman could either be a husband, a boyfriend, or a very close friend of the opposite sex. From Liang Zixuan's every gesture, it was evident that she held Su Yang in high regard, leading all to believe that their relationship was quite extraordinary. However, no one questioned the notion of Su Yang being Liang Zixuan's husband. After all, Liang Zixuan was not yet married, and her previous references to Su Yang had been rather polite, clearly indicating that Su Yang's wife belonged to another. Only a select few were privy to the fact that Su Yang was Shen Youqing's husband. Upon hearing Liang Zixuan's assertion, Shen Xinling momentarily froze, her confusion intensifying as she offered a tentative smile. Miss Liang, you must be mistaken. His name is Lin Yang. He does not bear the surname Su. Chapter 77. How infuriating. Upon hearing Shen Xinling's inquiry, Su Yang realized he had been exposed. The so-called exposure pertained to Shen Youqing's request for him to impersonate Lin Yang. However, he indeed was Lin Yang. Old Master Shen was aware of the truth, hence he remained indifferent. Yet, Liang Zixuan's heart sank, and her complexion transformed dramatically. She had dispatched individuals to investigate Su Yang and discovered that he was previously known as Lin Yang, the very man Shen Youqing had hastily married 3 years prior. Nevertheless, Shen Youqing remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yang was her husband. If Shen Xinling knew Su Yang was Lin Yang, did that not imply that Shen Youqing was also privy to this information? Women possess a profound understanding of one another. Liang Zixuan discerned that Shen Youqing harbored feelings for Su Yang. Should Shen Youqing uncover the truth, she would undoubtedly cling to him, fortified by their marriage certificate. Liang Zixuan instinctively tightened her fists. If that were the case, what place would I have in this scenario? Gazing at Su Yang's handsome visage, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Observing the situation, Shen Xinling mistakenly assumed Liang Zixuan was incensed and immediately sought to sow discord. Miss Liang, he is merely a wastrel who knows nothing but to placate women, a quintessential scoundrel. Are you not aware? Not only is his name fabricated, but he is also married. Do not be deceived by him. Zhao Jianan was suddenly enlightened. It became clear that Shen Xinling had not erred. Rather, Su Yang had concealed his identity to pursue women. A scoundrel. Liang Zixuan frowned, her gaze gradually chilling. Shen Xinling, misinterpreting Liang Zixuan's demeanor, believed she was growing more furious upon realizing the truth and became increasingly agitated. Casting a fierce glare at Su Yang, determined to stoke the flames further. Lin Yang, you shameless scoundrel. Being able to marry into the Shen family is already a fortune you could only dream of. Instead of dutifully serving my sister at home, you dare to sow discord outside and attempt to deceive Miss Liang. This is utterly despicable. Shen Xinling's indignation escalated, her excitement palpable. She observed Liang Zixuan's frosty countenance, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Miss Liang, such a scoundrel deserves to be severely punished. You need not concern yourself with the Shen family. Feel free to teach him a lesson. Even if you were to strike him dead, we, the Shen family, would not interfere, Shen Xinling proclaimed, her demeanor one of arrogant superiority. Slap. Liang Zixuan delivered a resounding strike, not to Su Yang's face, but to Shen Xinling instead. Su Yang chuckled inwardly, cursing the foolishness. Liang Zixuan had put considerable force behind that blow. Shen Xinling, in disbelief, covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Liang, why did you hit me? He is the one who deceived you. It is you who deserve the slap, Liang Zixuan replied coldly. Why? Shen Xinling was perplexed. Mr. Su has never deceived me. I am well aware of his marital status. As for you, with your incessant insults towards Mr. Su, whom do you expect to be punished? Did you think my earlier words were mere whispers in the wind? Liang Zixuan's fury was uncontrollable. At that moment, her already fraught emotions boiled over, and Shen Xinling unwittingly became the target of her wrath. He is indeed Lin Yang. I would never jest with my sister's reputation. At this moment, Xinling felt a burning pain on her face, yet she disregarded the discomfort and continued to argue. Shut your mouth. Liang Zixuan swung her hand again, delivering another sharp slap that resonated painfully in the air. In front of so many witnesses, being slapped twice was intolerable for Xinling, and her fiery temperament erupted. She nearly roared, Liang Zixuan, you foolish woman, deceived and still willing to pay them. Liang Zixuan raised her hand once more to strike. Xinling quickly blocked her, gripping Liang Zixuan's wrist, and exclaimed in exasperation, try touching me again. If others fear the Liang family, the Shen family does not. We are in Qingcheng. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Initially, they anticipated a shift in the situation where Su Yang would be severely reprimanded, but to their astonishment, it was Xinling who faced the consequences. With two prominent families at odds, they dared not intervene, lest they be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Zhao Jianan found herself in the most difficult position, akin to an ant on a hot pan, restless and agitated. As the conflict escalated, she realized that no matter which side she supported, she would offend the other, and both sides were formidable adversaries. As the host of the banquet, others could enjoy the spectacle, but she could not. Ladies, please, let us not escalate this over trivial matters, Zhao Jianan implored, attempting to mediate. Liang Zixuan also wished to avoid a complete breakdown, having already dealt with Xinling. Xinling eased her grip, not wanting to push matters further, especially since Liang Zixuan was the future matriarch of the Liang family, someone even her father would not dare to underestimate. However, having received 2 slaps was humiliating, and her gaze turned to Su Yang as she sought to regain some dignity with a few harsh words. Lin Yang, I do not know what flowery words you used to deceive Miss Liang, but let me warn you, without the protection of the Shen family, you are nothing but a pest. Refuse. Anyone here could crush you with a mere flick of a finger. Xinling's voice was loud and her demeanor brazen. The crowd suddenly understood. No wonder Xinling was targeting Su Yang. It turned out he was the son-in-law of the Shen family. At that moment, the banquet hall fell eerily silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood a stunning woman, Shen Yuqing, dressed in a magnificent gown crafted from the finest silk. Uniquely designed to elegantly showcase her curves, she exuded grace and poise. Adorning her feet were exquisite high-heeled shoes, encrusted with dazzling diamonds that sparkled with each step she took. Her entrance captivated the attention of all, rendering her the center of focus. The crowd was unaware of when she had arrived. Every harsh word spoken by Xinling echoed clearly in Shen Yuqing's ears, her eyes glimmering with fury. Su Yang, upon seeing Shen Yuqing, was taken aback. Surprised by her presence, their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. Everything around them became a blur, leaving only their figures in sharp focus. Shen Yuqing approached Su Yang, casting him a disdainful glare. Her gaze traversed to the provocatively smirking Liang Zixuan before finally settling on Xinling. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, the sound echoing through the air, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on Xinling's cheek. In an instant, the banquet hall fell into a profound silence. All present held their breath, as if to avoid inciting the wrath of the formidable young mission. Xinling, it seems your audacity has grown in my absence, since you have chosen to disregard my warning. I see no harm in teaching you a lesson on proper conduct on behalf of my uncle. You. Xinling seethed with fury, her eyes nearly ablaze. She had intended to retort with some biting remarks to salvage her dignity, but had not anticipated Shen Yuqing's timely intervention. Having been consecutively slapped by both Liang Zixuan and Shen Yuqing, her dignity lay in tatters, yet she found herself too intimidated to retort, genuinely fearful of Shen Yuqing's presence. With an icy demeanor, Shen Yuqing commanded, apologize. You expect me to apologize to a worthless person? Do not overstep your bounds. Xinling retorted, her eyes narrowing in a display of venomous spite. Chapter 78. Does she know? With a swift motion, Shen Yuqing instinctively struck Xinling once more. Her voice cold as ice, apologize. Shen Yuqing, do not presume that your grandfather's protection instills fear in me. Xinling retorted, adopting a confrontational stance, ready to brawl. What? Emboldened now? Do you wish to strike me? Shen Yuqing's gaze grew ever colder. What of it? Do you think I fear you? Xinling, having already lost face, decided to throw caution to the wind, raising her hand to slap Shen Yuqing, eager for her to experience the sting of a backhand. Shen Yuqing stood immovable, her eyes fixed on Xinling's approaching hand. In a critical moment, Su Yang appeared beside Shen Yuqing, delivering a swift kick that sent Xinling flying. Ah! Xinling cried out in pain, landing 5 meters away, the the thud resonating painfully. Do not think that your gender grants you immunity from my wrath, Su Yang scoffed. Then turned to Shin Yuqing. What is wrong with you? She strikes you, and you do not evade? Shin Yuqing maintained her unwavering gaze on him for several moments before a radiant smile broke forth, sweet and bright. Because I know you will intervene. How could you bear to see me harmed, just as I cannot tolerate anyone humiliating you? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Whispers circulated about the rumored discord between Miss Shin and her husband. Now proven to be mere fabrications, their bond appeared remarkably strong. Those who spread such rumors were simply envious. A warmth enveloped Su Yang, his expression softening significantly. Yet, a sigh of resignation escaped him as a thought crossed his mind. After so long together, his grievances against Shin Yuqing had diminished considerably, even blossoming into a hint of affection. However, recalling the words she had uttered in drunkenness that fateful night ignited his ire anew. Take good care of my sister, and there will be rewards, she had said. A statement imprinted in his memory. He remained oblivious to the identity of the person she referred to. Yet he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Shin Yuqing had wronged him. This realization pricked at his heart like a thorn, a painful reminder that, while left unaddressed, could fester dramatically. She had betrayed him, and he too had committed a grievous error. Their fates were irrevocably entwined in misfortune. Su Yang's eyes reflected a turmoil of complexity, a constriction within his heart. Shin Yuqing noticed the shift in his demeanor, her heart tightening. What is the matter? Nothing, Su Yang replied, his smile forced. Meanwhile, Du Zitong hurried over to Shin Xinling, ever the devoted admirer, eager to shield his goddess. Miss Shin, shall I escort you to the hospital? Seeing her face pale, marked by redness and swelling, with imprints of hands on either cheek, he felt compelled to act. Get away, useless fool, Shin Xinling snapped, her disheveled hair framing a visage of utter disarray as she forcefully brushed him aside, still harboring a sense of indignation. She cast a glance at Liang Zixuan and promptly exclaimed, Miss Liang, surely you have seen it. He is Shen Youqing's husband. This scoundrel feasts at the table while casting glances at the pot. He has deceived your affections? Are you not incensed? Silence. My affairs require no concern from you. Furthermore, should you dare to speak ill of Mr. Su again, even if you are a member of the Shin family, I shall show no mercy, Liang Zixuan admonished sternly. Shin Xinling felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. She could not fathom what merits Su Yang possessed that warranted such protection from Shin Yuqing, let alone from the esteemed Miss Liang. Goodness, either the world has changed, or I have gone mad. In a fit of frustration, Shin Xinling began to tug at her own hair and hastily made her exit. All of you are insufferable, she muttered, slamming the door behind her. Du Zitong stood there in a daze, bewildered by the transformation of the goddess he had ardently pursued. Was this truly the same goddess? To his eyes, she now resembled a shrew. Zhao Jianan offered an awkward smile. Yuqing, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea your sister was at odds with you. Had I known, I would never have invited her. No need for explanations. This is your birthday banquet. Whom you choose to invite is entirely your prerogative. Shin Yuqing replied with an indifferent demeanor. Indeed, Zhao Jianan said, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. As a fellow Miss Shun, she felt the weight of pressure in Shin Youqing's commanding presence. I heard you have married. I have long wished to meet your husband. I did not expect it to be Mr. Su. How enviable it is to have such a handsome spouse. Wishing you both a loving union and early blessings of children. Zhao Jianan attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with flattery. At this moment, she cared little for Su Yang's surname or background. Her primary concern was to cultivate a closer relationship with the Shin family. It must be said, her flattery struck a chord. The icy beauty of Shin Yuqing, usually indifferent to all matters, was visibly moved by Zhao Jianan's praise of Su Yang, her spirits lifting despite knowing it was mere flattery. Yet, amidst the joy, Liang Zixuan was discontent, her brows furrowed as she increasingly found Zhao Jianan irksome, the familiarity of her address growing distant. Miss Zhao, were you not previously dismissive towards Mr. Su? Why now, with Shen Youqing's arrival, do you seek to ingratiate yourself? Your change of heart is rather swift. Zhao Jianan's smile faltered, annoyance simmering within her. What is this Liang Zixuan's problem? Always targeting me, forgetting her principles at the sight of status. Shin Yuqing frowned. What is the matter? I did not know Mr. Su before, and my words may have been somewhat offensive, yet I did not utter anything excessively inappropriate. I have already apologized to him. Zhao Jianan hastily clarified, anxious to avoid inciting Shin Youqing's ire. It became apparent to her that Shin Yuqing held Su Yang in high regard, and her wrath was far more formidable than Liang Zixuan's. Is that so? Shin Yuqing inquired of Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, and Zhao Jianan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Shin Yuqing feigned anger and directed her gaze at Su Yang, saying, "Come with me." Su Yang anticipated her intentions and stepped aside with her. Shin Yuqing, noticing that Liang Zixuan had followed, expressed her displeasure, saying, "President Liang, I wish to have a private conversation with my husband. What purpose do you serve by following us?" "Husband?" Liang Zixuan scoffed. "What is inappropriate about that?" Shin Yuqing, "While you may deceive others, do you truly believe I am so easily fooled? Your husband is named Lin Yang, not Su Yang." With that, Liang Zixuan fixed her gaze intently on Shin Yuqing's eyes. Her deliberate words were a test, aimed at uncovering whether Shin Yuqing was merely acting or if she had genuinely discovered that Su Yang was indeed Lin Yang. A flicker of panic crossed Shin Yuqing's eyes, but she quickly linked her arm with Su Yang's, asserting, He simply changed his name. Is that so wrong?" Upon hearing her assertion, both Liang Zixuan and Su Yang were taken aback. A shared thought coursed through their minds. Could she possibly know the truth? Chapter 79. Where is the master of calligraphy? After her initial surprise, Liang Zixuan felt a twinge of doubt. She had distinctly perceived a fleeting look of panic in Shin Yuqing's eyes moments ago. You found out?" Su Yang's composure faltered, akin to a thief caught in the act. Shin Yuqing's lips curled into a flawless arc as she replied, "We are husband and wife. How could I possibly be unaware? It's over. Over and done. How long has she known? Given her temperament, if she were aware, wouldn't she have erupted in anger? Yet, she displayed no signs of fury. Was she merely biding her time?" Su Yang's mind was laden with worries, and he felt a sense of gloom settling in. Just then, he caught Shin Yuqing casting him an approving glance. "Not bad. Your cooperation is quite harmonious." Hearing her words, Su Yang immediately exhaled in relief, realizing she was intentionally provoking Liang Zixuan. Indeed, Shin Yuqing was lying. Her motives were twofold. Firstly, to assert her claim and deny Liang Zixuan any advantage, and secondly, to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control and reaching the ears of the old master. However, Liang Zixuan was equally convinced of Shin Yuqing's deceit. "I remember clearly that it was President Shun who wanted to push Su Yang towards me. And in the blink of an eye, they became a couple." President Shun's ability to lie without a hint of embarrassment was remarkable. It was a travesty she wasn't he in the entertainment industry. "Regardless, he is my husband, believe it or not." Shin Yuqing tightly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's, offering no defense, resolutely claiming him. Liang Zixuan immediately took hold of Su Yang's other arm, looking defiantly at Shin Yuqing. "No matter what you say, I won't believe you. All I know is that Su Yang was invited by me. He is my partner." At that moment, with one goddess on each side, both leaned against him. To be honest, he felt a smidgen of happiness and pride swelling within him. As a perfectly normal man in the prime of his youth, even with deliberate restraint, he found the situation somewhat awkward. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. "This can't go on. Ladies, please continue your conversation. I need to visit the restroom." He reluctantly extricated his arm, presenting a rather clumsy excuse. "Bah." Shin Yuqing saw through him, scoffing softly, her face a shade of embarrassment as she playfully nudged him, urging him to hurry. Without a backward glance, Su Yang walked away, internally frustrated. "Can you blame me? I've been trying my utmost to restrain myself." Observing his slightly flustered demeanor, both women burst into laughter, only to quickly shift back to a stance of animosity, charged with tension. "Liang Zixuan, are you deliberately trying to antagonize me?" "I like Su Yang," Liang Zixuan confessed unabashedly. "Back in high school, you enjoyed competing with me, and you still do. I have nothing to say about your competitive nature, but Su Yang is a person, not an object. Please do not toy with his feelings." "I am serious. Though my time with him has been brief, I have already developed feelings for him. This man must be mine." Liang Zixuan's gaze was resolute. Shin Yuqing's eyes turned frosty. "There are so many good men in the world. Why must it be him? It is truly thanks to you that I have come to know him. Handsome and charming, possessing exceptional skills yet remaining modest. He seems to embody an inexhaustible reservoir of secrets, and my curiosity about him only deepens." Liang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with unreserved admiration and affection for Su Yang. "That night, did you take him away after he got drunk?" questioned Shin Yuqing. "Indeed, you have discovered the truth," came the reply. "What transpired between you two? What do you think?" "I suppose Su Yang has already informed me. You did nothing at all," Shin Yuqing scoffed. Her words were a deliberate provocation aimed at Liang Zixuan, though internally she was anxious. How can you be certain that he spoke the truth? Liang Zixuan replied with a mischievous smile, then feigned a pained expression, saying, "Being with him is delightful, but it can be a bit exhausting." Shen Yuqing was taken aback, her anger flaring. "You truly have no shame to utter such words. You are my dear sister. There is no need for me to hold back," Liang Zixuan retorted, leaning in and whispering, "Did you not say he is your husband? Are you not weary? Liang Zixuan, you may cherish Su Yang and pursue him. That is your prerogative. Regardless of whether he ultimately chooses you or me, I shall respect his decision. However, I must warn you, should you dare to toy with his affections, I will ensure the Liang family faces ruin." Even at the cost of the entire Shen clan, Shen Yuqing's voice was icy, her eyes glinting with resolve. Liang Zixuan's smile vanished, and she coldly replied, "I extend that same warning to you. If you do not cherish him, then let him go and cease to inflict harm upon him." "What do you mean? When have I ever harmed him?" Shen Yuqing frowned. Liang Zixuan merely snorted, offering no further explanation. At that moment, Su Yang returned. Observing the two women glaring at each other in silence, he felt a headache coming on and was about to excuse himself when Zhao Jianan approached. "Zixuan, didn't you mention that calligraphy master would be coming? Where is he?" Liang Zixuan responded with a cold laugh. "He arrived long ago, but unfortunately you have offended him." Zhao Jianan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of excitement, but her smile faltered as she continued, "I offended him? I practically begged him for a piece of writing. And after much persistence, he agreed to come and write for you. Yet you all, with your narrow-mindedness, attempted to chase him away." At this point, Zhao Jianan finally grasped the situation and turned to Su Yang, incredulously asking, "Could it be that the calligraphy master you spoke of is Mr. Su? If not him, then what of your foolish friends?" Liang Zixuan remarked bluntly. Zhao Jianan's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. She then turned back to Su Yang, apologizing once more. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. Had I known you were the esteemed calligraphy master invited by Zixuan, I would have treated you with the utmost respect. Please forgive my previous rudeness." Shen Yuqing shot an irritated glare at Su Yang. "No wonder you claimed to be busy that night. It turns out you were invited by Liang Zixuan to showcase your talents. You truly are a charming figure, Su Yang. Do you particularly enjoy writing for young ladies?" She scoffed. Shen Yuqing turned her face away, ignoring Su Yang. Su Yang, with a frosty expression, remarked, "Miss Zhao, there is no need for you to apologize. A person of my humble means truly does not belong in a place such as this." Zhao Jianan cast a pleading glance towards Liang Zixuan, hoping the latter would intercede on her behalf. Chapter 80. One word, cheat. Liang Zixuan feigned indifference. Zhao Jianan stepped forward, gently grasping Su Yang's arm, pleading softly, "Mr. Su, I beseech you to grant me a piece of your calligraphy. I truly admire your writing." At that moment, Shen Yuqing and Liang Zixuan simultaneously intervened, forcefully pushing Zhao Jianan's hands away and exclaiming in unison, "You may speak, but refrain from touching." Afterward, the two women exchanged a glance before turning away in unison. Zhao Jianan, initially intending to act coy, was taken aback by their vehement reaction. With a pitiful expression, she turned to Shen Yuqing, clasping her hands together. "Yuqing, I implore you, please." Shen Yuqing frowned slightly and turned to Su Yang. "Since you are here, why not write a piece for her? The Zhao family has just ascended to the ranks of the four great families. It would be a good deed." Previously, in a fit of rage, he had decimated the Wei family, allowing the Zhao family to seize opportunities that rightfully belonged to the Weiss, thus elevating themselves to a prestigious status. "Very well," Su Yang replied, eager to complete the task and depart. Zhao Jianan's face lit up with joy as she hastily summoned the necessary writing materials, and soon a crowd gathered to witness the event. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Su Yang approached the table, inhaled deeply, and allowed his emotions to settle before he picked up the brush. Dipping it generously into the ink, he began to express himself on the paper. His strokes were at times delicate, at others profound. His movements were fluid and natural, each line infused with a unique charm and rhythm, reminiscent of a dancer gracing the stage. As his brush glided across the paper, bold characters emerged, seemingly animated, leaping to life. The distinctive elegance exuding from his calligraphy conveyed a profound sense of inner tranquility and resolve. "Stunning and enchanting. What a marvelous piece." The crowd erupted in praise. Initially intimidated by Liang Zixuan, but now genuinely admiring Su Yang's artistry. "Master Su, could you also craft a piece for me? I am willing to pay. Name your price. Please, do one for me as well. I am open to any offer." The crowd eagerly beseeched Su Yang to create a piece for them. They were astute. Such works would undoubtedly command exorbitant prices in time, possessing immense collectible value. I regret to inform you, but I only gift my calligraphy to friends, Su Yang firmly declined. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes, feeling a pang of jealousy as Su Yang had written for Liang Zixuan and now for Zhao Jianan, yet had never done so for her. She scoffed. Some people certainly know how to flirt. Zhao Jianan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "So, does this mean I am also a friend of Mr. Su?" "You are not. For this piece is not meant for you," Su Yang replied as he cradled the artwork and approached Shen Yuqing. "Did you not express a desire for me to write something for you? Here, it is yours." Shen Yuqing's heart soared. The four grand characters proclaiming stunning and enchanting were not mere flattery directed at Zhao Jianan, but a gift intended for her. No woman is indifferent to being praised for her beauty, and Shen Yuqing was no exception, especially when the compliment came from a man she cherished. Liang Zixuan felt a wave of sourness surging from her stomach, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloping her. As for Zhao Jianan, her complexion was exceedingly grim. Su Yang's actions were a direct slap to her face. The onlookers were frozen in place, torn between laughter and embarrassment, their faces flushed. "Mr. Su, did you not promise to assist me in writing just now?" Zhao Jianan forced a smile. Su Yang nodded affirmatively, "Of course." "Oh, it seems Mr. Su was merely jesting with me," Zhao Jianan proclaimed loudly, attempting to salvage her dignity. Returning to the desk without hesitation, Su Yang picked up a brush and swiftly inscribed a character, completing it in the blink of an eye. The paper bore a single character, elegantly written yet bearing a rather unsavory connotation. The spectators, upon witnessing his calligraphy, found their faces growing even redder, with some unable to contain their laughter. Zhao Jianan shot a fierce glare at one such individual, her expression darkening to an extreme. "Mr. Su, what does this mean?" Noticing the crowd's reactions and seeing Zhao Jianan teetering on the brink of fury, Shen Yuqing and Liang Zixuan hurried over, only to be met with expressions of bemusement. How outrageous. Su Yang had inscribed the character for cheap. How could she possibly be pleased? "This character is a perfect match for you. It aptly describes your nature," Su Yang remarked, pointing at Zhao Jianan and then at the attendees. "Since my arrival at this gathering, I have been met with ridicule from everyone here, and you, as the host, have treated me with disdain, devoid of even basic respect. And now, upon noticing my cordial rapport with General Manager Liang and General Manager Shan, you switch to a sycophantic demeanor. Does that not exemplify your character? Happy birthday to you. No thanks necessary." Su Yang nonchalantly discarded the brush and took a sip from his glass of red wine. "Thank you," Zhao Jianan replied. Her face dark with fury as she tucked away the painting, her eyes glinting with a desire to devour Su Yang whole. The crowd awkwardly dispersed. "You are truly wicked," the two women said in unison, suppressing their laughter, exchanging knowing glances, and simultaneously huffing in response. The banquet continued, perhaps out of admiration for Su Yang, or perhaps in hopes of fostering closer ties with the Shen and Liang families through him. The guests displayed a respectful demeanor towards Su Yang, even as he remained composed. The incessant flattery began to bewilder him, compounded by the jealousy emanating from Shen Yuqing and Liang Zixuan. As the banquet concluded, guests began to depart. At the hotel entrance, Liang Zixuan affectionately linked her arm with Su Yang's. "Mr. Su, you've been drinking. It's unsafe for you to drive. Allow me to escort you home." Before Su Yang could respond, Shen Yuqing assertively pulled him away, her tone imperious. "Have you no shame? This is my husband. He will naturally accompany me." With that, she purposefully flashed a sweet smile at Su Yang. "Isn't that right, dear husband?" That smile sent a shiver down Su Yang's spine. He sensed an ill intent behind Shen Yuqing's gaze, as if she was concocting something. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Well, I did drive here. You have been drinking." "You cannot drive," Shen Yuqing insisted firmly. Liang Zixuan possessed a similar gaze. "I can summon a chauffeur." Su Yang shrugged off their hands and waved to the driver waiting outside the hotel. Liang Zixuan curled her lips. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, "Didn't certain individuals claim to be Su Yang's wife? Why then do you all return to your own homes? Or perhaps you are separated and contemplating divorce. What business is it of yours?" Shen Yuqing shot her a glare and quickly departed. Liang Zixuan, her gaze resolute, murmured to Shen Yuqing's retreating figure, "I shall not be defeated by you." Throughout the journey, Shen Yuqing clutched the ink treasure gifted by Su Yang, unable to suppress her silly grin. This fellow is incorrigible. After all, it is the birthday celebrant. Yet he had the audacity to bestow upon her a word so derogatory, one that Zhao Jianan is likely to remember for a lifetime. Chapter 81. An Unexpected Confession. When Su Yang returned home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Last weekend, he had moved into a luxurious apartment in a high-end community near his workplace. a residence arranged by Shin Yuqing. The apartment was spacious and exquisitely decorated. When he inquired about the rent, Shin Yuqing simply replied, "No need to worry. Consider it a dormitory provided by the company. Just focus on your work." Such extravagance was indeed a privilege of wealth. Su Yang was not one to be finicky, so he settled in comfortably. Having just finished his shower, a phone call came in. Su Yang casually picked up his phone from the side and was taken aback to see that the caller was Lu Honggang. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the purpose of this unexpected call. With a hint of curiosity, he pressed the answer button and asked in a calm tone, "Is there something you need?" On the other end of the line, Lu Honggang's voice sounded somewhat subdued and urgent. "Brother, I had always planned to reach out to you after achieving some success, but I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. It's all my incompetence. I have failed to deliver a satisfactory report to you. And perhaps you still harbor doubts about me, but for the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to trust me one more time. I swear I will prove my innocence through my actions." After a moment of silence, Su Yang simply replied, "All right." He then waited for Lu Honggang to elaborate. As expected, Lu Honggang continued, "I am in dire need of your assistance right now." Su Yang, unhurried, countered, "How do you wish for me to assist you?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Honggang spoke resolutely. "The suspect is dead, and even Director Zheng has ordered me to cease the investigation. But I cannot bear to abandon this matter. Thus, I escalated my inquiries to the city leaders. However, no one is willing to support me. Now, my investigation is at a standstill, and I find myself in a passive position." After contemplating Lu Honggang's words, Su Yang directly inquired, "So, you desire greater authority, am I correct?" Without hesitation, Lu Honggang affirmed, "Yes." Su Yang was not particularly surprised by this firm response, for he had anticipated the unfolding events. He remarked, "Though you wish to persist with the investigation, you remain under their control. Even if they dislike you, or even despise you, they will only act against you in dire circumstances. This means that, while you may feel powerless, you are still safe. Understand?" "I understand. Once I attain greater power, I will truly pose a threat to them. They will not allow me to continue unimpeded." Lu Honggang's expression was grave. Having made this decision, he was prepared to face dire consequences. "Since you have made up your mind, I will support you," Su Yang replied, albeit with a sense of personal conflict. He did not wish for Honggang to wade into these murky waters, where one misstep could lead to oblivion. Yet, this was their mission, an unavoidable duty. They were the guardians of the people. From the moment they pledged their allegiance beneath the national flag, their lives ceased to belong solely to themselves, and they stood ever ready to dedicate themselves to their country. "Thank you. Since we are brothers, there is no need for such formalities." Su Yang revealed a comforting smile and finally said, "Gongzi, take care of yourself." "All right," Lu Honggang replied, his voice choked with emotion. The pressure he had endured during this period was immense, and the feeling of isolation was nearly overwhelming. The following morning, Su Yang arose early and commenced jogging around the community square. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, carrying a scent that felt familiar. Su Yang turned, abruptly halting in his tracks, astonished to see Liang Zixuan. "Hello, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Liang Zixuan. I am 24 years old, single, own a car and a house, and harbor feelings for you. May we pursue a relationship?" Liang Zixuan's smile was radiant. Clad in a white tracksuit, her long, lustrous black hair tied back, she exuded youthful exuberance. Her confession was direct and unembellished, lacking the shyness typically associated with young women. She truly embodied the spirit of a formidable businesswoman. Su Yang stood frozen. After last night's events, he had sensed Liang Zixuan's interest in him. Yet he never anticipated such a bold declaration so early in the morning. Caught off guard, he was at a loss for how to respond. To accept? Certainly not. Not only was he still married, but even if he were single, he harbored no romantic feelings toward Liang Zixuan. "Ms. Liang, I believe I mentioned that I am already married." Su Yang refrained from outright rejection, instead articulating the truth. "I am aware, but you do not seem happy, do you? Moreover, you have decided to pursue a divorce. Once you regain your single status, I hope you will consider giving me a chance," Liang Zixuan replied earnestly. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yang, brimming with affection, unabashedly revealing her feelings. "How do you know I intend to divorce?" Su Yang furrowed his brow. Liang Zixuan smiled coyly. "You mentioned it yourself in your inebriated state that night." Reminded of that evening, Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment, chiding himself for his drunken indiscretion. "Since you are aware, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. I believe I will indeed pursue a divorce. But as for whether I will enter into another marriage afterward, I have not yet contemplated. Su-young spoke candidly. Su-young, perhaps my confession today may startle you. But I speak from the heart. I do not believe in hiding my feelings. I like you, and I must express that. Your wife's indifference is her loss. She does not appreciate you, but I do. Allow me to be your girlfriend, will you? Yang Zixuan gazed at Su-young with a hint of nervous anticipation. Throughout her life, it had always been men who approached her. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. In that moment, any ordinary man would have readily accepted such a stunning woman's declaration. Su-yang's eyes were filled with complexity, unsure of how to respond. Yang Zixuan suddenly extended her hand, her delicate fingers pressing against Su-yang's lips, silencing him. Her gaze was resolute. Do not rush to respond. I understand this may come as a surprise to you. I shall take the time to demonstrate my sincerity, and I hope you will contemplate your decision carefully. Time seemed to freeze as they locked eyes for a brief moment, and Su-young, with a sense of resignation, nodded. He held a fondness for Liang Zixuan and could sense her feelings, but that did not equate to romantic affection. A smile of relief blossomed on Liang Zixuan's face as she gently withdrew her hand and spoke softly. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. I will await your answer. Regardless of the outcome, we shall remain good friends, though I yearn to be more than that. Su-young felt a wave of introspection wash over him. Life is fleeting. And encountering someone who genuinely cares for you is indeed a stroke of fortune. Whether one feels affection or aversion, it is imperative to treat those who cherish you with respect, refraining from the cruelty of taking their feelings for granted. Cherish this rare connection and strive to discover the happiness that truly belongs to you. In response to Liang Zixuan's confession, he neither accepted nor rejected her feelings. He chose to give her a chance, as well as himself, leaving the outcome to the passage of time, which would eventually bestow a fulfilling conclusion upon all matters. Meanwhile, a luxury car entered the community. As the vehicle came to a stop, Shen Yuqing alighted with breakfast in hand, witnessing the scene before her. Her expression turned icy, incensed. She discarded the breakfast into the trash and returned to the car. That scoundrel, flaunting affection so early in the morning. Sitting in the car, Shen Yuqing closed her eyes. Haunted by the image of Liang Zixuan's fingers against Su-yang's lips, her mood reaching a peak of agitation. Ding. A message from the company manager was sent to all staff. Everyone, a meeting at 7:30. Please be punctual. In the community square. Su-young was engrossed in conversation with Liang Zixuan when he suddenly noticed the notification, glancing at the clock to find it was already 7 o'clock. Oh no. I must leave for the 7:30 meeting, he exclaimed. Aren't you all supposed to start work at 8:30? Why the early meeting? Who knows what whim has struck her this time? With a chuckle, Su-young quickly departed, having no time for breakfast as he rushed to work. Chapter 82, No Doubt. He's the man I admire in the company's conference room. Shen Yuqing wore an expression of indifference, with Lu Yun standing behind her. One by one, the department managers and deputy general manager Lu entered the room, surprised to find Shen Yuqing already present. She was typically the last to arrive. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone dared not breathe too loudly, for Shen Yuqing's gaze was chillingly cold. At precisely 7:30 and 1 second, Su-young finally stepped into the conference room. Noticing that everyone was already there, he offered a slight smile. My apologies, there was a bit of traffic. The room remained mute, with no one daring to respond, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, although the notification had been sent out on short notice. It had been half an hour in advance, and if others could arrive punctually, why was Minister Su so late? If memory serves, Minister Su's residence is not far from the company. 20 minutes should suffice. Was he particularly busy? Finally, Shen Yuqing spoke. At first glance, it appeared she was reprimanding Su-young for his tardiness, but there was an underlying message in her words. The attendees were taken aback, for they all knew Su-young was favored by Shen Yuqing. At that moment, it was surprising that Shen Yuqing's first rebuke was directed at him. Had Su-young and Shen Yuqing fallen out? This thought resonated in everyone's mind, including Lu Yun's. Su-young, too, wore a bewildered expression. Despite the events of the previous night, he and Shen Yuqing had interacted pleasantly, and her sudden coldness left him disoriented. Su-young began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yuqing. Since everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. Her sudden shift in demeanor was as swift as turning a page in a book, revealing the nature of a ruthless capitalist. Su-young shot her a glance filled with irritation before diverting his gaze, adopting a composed silence as he listened to the department manager's reports. The atmosphere was undeniably stifling. Everyone could sense the president's foul mood. During the reports, they were on edge, fearful of inadvertently provoking her wrath. The proposal from the Public Relations Department needs to be redone. It is extravagant yet impractical. You have 2 days to present a viable plan. Or you may submit your resignation, she stated firmly. Yes, we will complete the task, the manager of the Public Relations Department responded hastily. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shen Yuqing then directed her attention to the manager of the Procurement Department, speaking in a calm tone. The Procurement Department must ensure the project progress for the technology park. Compare prices from multiple suppliers. While cost is one aspect, quality must not be compromised. If anyone resorts to accepting kickbacks and procures substandard materials, resulting in project issues, do not blame me for my unforgiving nature. Rest assured, I will manage this properly. The Procurement Department manager assured quickly. Shen Yuqing turned her gaze to Su Yang. As the project lead for the technology park, will you not present your report? I shall take over. Jiang Ying, who had remained silent until now, stood up and began to speak at length before Shen Yuqing could respond. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ying concluded her remarks. Su Yang cleared his throat, deciding to provide some supplementary information. Today, I inadvertently encountered General Manager Liang of Jinhua Group and engaged in a discussion regarding the Science Park project. Her initial aspiration is to enable the common people, especially those at the lower echelons of society, to personally experience, understand, and cultivate a passion for science, thereby inspiring the next generation of children. In essence, her aim is to nurture children's interests and hobbies, enhance their enthusiasm for learning, and instill a positive outlook on life. Children represent the future of our nation, and their life paths will ultimately shape the country's development. One cannot help but notice a prevailing social phenomenon. Both adults and children have become enamored with the live streaming industry, yearning to become overnight internet sensations. This mindset is alarming. General Manager Liang recognized this troubling trend, which is why she seeks to create a science park that would grant ordinary citizens access to advanced technology. Frankly speaking, I was profoundly moved by her words. This project holds the potential to bring hope to the nation and illuminate the futures of children. We must endeavor to see it through. Su Yang spoke with a serious demeanor, his words resonating with conviction. Shen Yuqing was equally touched. As a fellow entrepreneur, she felt a sense of inadequacy, as she had never considered making contributions for the benefit of the people. In that moment, she resolved that her ambition would no longer be to become the wealthiest person in the world, but rather to be a business leader dedicated to genuinely improving the lives of the common folk. A whirlwind of emotion surged within her, as she felt admiration for this old classmate for the very first time. It was, however, Su Yang who voiced this admiration, leaving her with a bittersweet taste in her mouth. She longed for Su Yang to praise her instead, and wished that he could take pride in her rather than in Liang Zixuan. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuqing felt her inner turmoil dissipate as she reflected on herself, realizing that she had been somewhat emotionally driven in her recent work. Observing the softening of her expression, the others in the room exhaled in relief. I now have an important announcement. Starting today, everyone present is eligible to compete for the position of general manager. As long as you possess the capability, the company will provide you with the opportunity to showcase your talents. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. The opportunity is laid before you, and whether you seize it is entirely up to you. As her words echoed in the room, excitement spread among the attendees. They had anticipated that the company would seek an exceptionally talented business elite through headhunters for the general manager role, but they were taken aback to learn that they too could vie for that position. After the meeting, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the conference room in a tranquil silence. Shen Yuqing organized the documents in her hands, lifted her gaze, and fixed her eyes intently on Su Yang, then gently waved her hand, beckoning him to come over. Although Su Yang felt a twinge of curiosity, he followed her lead. He walked slowly, and by the time he reached the door to Shen Yuqing's office, she had already entered. He lightly knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Su Yang observed Shen Yuqing seated at her desk, arms crossed over her chest, gazing at him with a serious expression. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining an air of indifference, and inquired, "Is there something you would like to discuss, General Manager Shen?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Shen Yuqing cast him a sharp glance, her tone rigid as she inquired, "When did you encounter her?" Su Yang paused momentarily, then quickly realized whom she referred to, replying, "Are you talking about Zixuan?" "Zixuan? You seem quite familiar with her." Shen Yuqing's expression, once calm, darkened instantly, a surge of unnameable anger rising within her. Perplexed by Shen Yuqing's sudden outburst, Su Yang hastily clarified, "We are merely ordinary friends. However, As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted his explanation. Why did he feel compelled to justify himself to her? Unsurprisingly, Shin Yuqing did not believe him. Snorting disdainfully and retorting, "She certainly doesn't consider you a friend." Su Yang opened his mouth, intending to argue further, but ultimately opted for silence. At that moment, Shin Yuqing continued, "Starting tomorrow, I will no longer be here." Su Yang was taken aback and inquired urgently, "Where are you going?" Drawing a deep breath, Shin Yuqing slowly rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the scenery as she softly explained, "The company is now on the right track, and my mission is accomplished. I must return to the Shin Group. If I delay any longer, my uncle will surely stir up trouble." At this point, she turned back to Su Yang, a flicker of melancholy in her eyes. If there was even the slightest feasible alternative, she would absolutely refuse to return. This was the first company she successfully acquired upon her return to the country. Although the time spent was brief, the myriad experiences and countless unforgettable memories during that period adorned the river of her recollection like stars in the night sky. Most importantly, the one who stirred her heart was also here. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang offered, "Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." However, Shin Yuqing merely cast him a sidelong glance, playfully admonishing, "What can you possibly do to help me? As long as you don't create chaos or hinder my progress, I'll be eternally grateful." Despite her words, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed a hint of a smile, and the jealousy that had ignited within her heart began to dissipate. Su Yang, upon hearing her response, shot her an exasperated glare before feigning an intent to leave. At that moment, a clear voice rang out behind him. "Wait." He halted, turning back with a look of skepticism. "What now?" After a brief hesitation, Shin Yuqing slowly articulated, "Currently, there is no suitable candidate for the position of general manager. Our company cannot remain leaderless indefinitely. Therefore, I was contemplating appointing you as the general manager." Su Yang, taken aback, shook his head vigorously like a rattle, hastily rejecting, "No, I cannot take on that role. I believe in you, and aside from Assistant Liu, you are the person I trust the most in this entire company. Assistant Liu must accompany me to the Shin Group, and I will leave everything here in your capable hands. There is no need for you to be involved in every detail. Just keep a vigilant eye on things. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me." At this point, Shin Yuqing paused, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Isn't your little romantic companion there to assist you? You may not understand, but she certainly does." "What romantic companion? Don't speak carelessly." Su Yang began to grasp the underlying implication. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Ying be appointed as the general manager?" Shin Yuqing raised her hand, gently tapping Su Yang's solid chest with her finger. "At last, your little mind has caught up." She silently added, "No wonder he is the man I admire. Since you have already made your choice, why still pretend that everyone has a chance? Jiang Ying possesses considerable talent. Yet she is new to the company. Promoting her to general manager without due process would surely spark discontent among many." With a slight smile, Shin Yuqing responded, "Everyone is aware that Jiang Ying is under your wing. For now, you can serve as the temporary general manager and delegate tasks to her. No one will raise objections. And gradually, she will become the focal point for everyone. When the time comes, her appointment as general manager will be a natural progression." Su Yang's expression grew complex as he sighed inwardly. "Whether it is Jiang Ying or myself, we are merely transient figures. Once our tasks are fulfilled, we will depart from the company, perhaps even from Qiqing." These thoughts, however, were ones he could not voice to Shin Yuqing. "Are you not concerned that Jiang Ying might have ulterior motives?" "I have faith in you," Shin Yuqing replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, a notification was sent out in the company group, announcing Su Yang's temporary appointment as the acting general manager, urging everyone to support his efforts. The news sent a wave of excitement throughout the company. Some individuals rushed to congratulate Su Yang, while others were consumed by envy and resentment. Particularly a few vice presidents and their respective department heads, who, despite Su Yang's interim role, felt a tinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Lu Honggang had just welcomed the spring. The provincial authorities, alerted to the rampant criminal activities in Qiqing, were investigating the suspicious suicide of the local public security bureau chief. The province took this matter seriously, establishing a special task force and appointing Lu Honggang as its leader to conduct a thorough investigation. Following the appointment, the higher-ups mandated that all departments cooperate fully. In the municipal office building, a furious deputy mayor, Tan Xiaowei, slammed his fist on the table, his face a deep shade of anger. "You must explain to me how this situation has unfolded. Did I not instruct you to suppress this matter? How did it escalate to the provincial level?" Do you comprehend the repercussions this could have? Now, look at what has happened. Xinsheng has gained notoriety, and all the bigwigs have taken notice. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 83. I am Lin Yang in the Municipal Security Office. Zhang Jiangwo stood before his desk, his countenance somber. Furrowing his brow tightly, his expression was grave, as though burdened by an immense weight. After a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Undoubtedly, I must bear the primary responsibility for this matter. Regardless of the severity of the punishment imposed by my superiors, I harbor no grievances. Tin Shiwai paced restlessly within the office, clearly agitated. I will certainly penalize you. But not at this moment. The special task force has already been established. We must focus on how to address this situation. You are most familiar with the case. It merely involves a station chief who has engaged in corrupt practices, acting as a shield for criminal forces. The case is closed. What further investigation is necessary? The higher-ups simply do not trust us. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The individuals involved are deceased, and they will uncover nothing. Despite this, the specter of uncertainty loomed large. With the city currently vying for the title of most beautiful city, it was indeed a precarious time for such a scandal to erupt. Could the authorities remain unperturbed? Therefore, it is imperative that we find every possible means to quell this matter swiftly. The predicament lies in the fact that this appointment originates from the provincial level, and rectifying it may prove to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Jiangwo frowned deeply. Tin Shuai retorted dismissively, what of the provincial appointment? When in the field, one is not bound by orders from above. As long as Captain Liu is willing to assist, he possesses the capability to expedite the resolution of this case. Moreover, delving deeper serves no purpose. Liu Honggang was notoriously stubborn, and persuading him to alter his stance would not be an easy task. Tin Shuai's eyes narrowed, and he spoke sharply. What if he is merely a team leader? Ultimately, he remains your subordinate. If you cannot manage such a person, perhaps you would be better off packing your things and retiring at home, regardless of the means employed. This matter must be resolved within a month. No, it must be settled within a week. There is no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiangwo's expression faltered. And after a moment's hesitation, he replied, I will do my utmost to try. However, before he could finish, Tan Shuai interrupted him forcefully. What do you mean by try? It is a necessity. I'm not intentionally making things difficult for you. I am under considerable pressure as well. Communicate effectively with Captain Liu. Take the path of least resistance. Remember, a troublemaker cannot ascend to high office and may well be swept away by a formidable tide. Tan Shuai's gaze was icy, laden with implications. Zhang Jiangwo felt a tightening in his chest and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will diligently engage in ideological work with him. Seeing the situation, Tan Shuai waved his hand dismissively, stating coldly, I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is up to you. Proceed wisely. With a heavy heart, Zhang Jiangwo departed from the municipal building. In the car, he closed his eyes, silent, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. Observing his troubled expression, the driver refrained from speaking. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he opened his eyes wide. How could he have forgotten him? Stop the car. He had thought of Su Yang. I had long heard that Liu Honggang had a very close confidant, and the catalyst for this matter was none other than Su Yang. The driver pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Jiangwo instructed, you are to conduct a discreet investigation on an individual named Su Yang. He shares a strong rapport with Captain Liu, and I require comprehensive details about him. Understood, the driver silently noted. Remember, it must be a secret investigation. Not a soul should be informed, Zhang Jiangwo reiterated. The driver nodded and exited the vehicle. Though referred to as a driver, he was, in fact, Zhang Jiangwo's most trusted aide, handling matters that were too delicate for Zhang himself to address. In the afternoon, Su Yang formally took residence in the general manager's office. This expansive office, once belonging to Chen Weiqing, was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, coffee machine, gym equipment, and even a separate lounge area. Reclining on the sofa, he idly scrolled through short videos on a certain app. Jiang Ying entered the office and observed him watching a dance performance, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Men, she remarked. Is there something you need? I mean, boss, you've entrusted all company matters to me and hardly inquire about our affairs. Are you trying to work me to death? Jiang Ying gently shook her head, feeling a slight ache in her shoulders. Su Yang replied, you know, if you want me to give you a shoulder massage, you could just ask. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Ying's face. She quickly took a seat, grinning foolishly. You're the best, boss. By the way, I have some news. Someone has been secretly investigating you. Can you guess who it is? Su Yang paused momentarily, contemplating. It must be Liu Canning. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, as expected of you, boss. Nothing escapes your notice. Su Yang furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he continued. After all, he is Shun Youqing's lawyer. He is likely eager to track me down. Given the current circumstances, they must have already uncovered Lin Jinglong's true identity. And it's unlikely that this secret can be kept for much longer. Although he was unsure why Shun Youqing had mistaken him for Lin Jinglong, he realized that now that the truth was known, it would not be difficult for them to find him. Do you want them to find out? Jiang Ying's meaning was clear. If Su Yang wished to keep them in the dark, she could devise a way to silence Liu Canning, not by eliminating him, but by ensuring he remained quiet. Su Yang hesitated. The truth will inevitably come to light. It's only a matter of time. I just haven't figured out how to face her yet. Previously, he had harbored fewer concerns. But now, the thought of Shun Youqing filled him with a sense of reluctance and guilt. After all, he had concealed the truth for so long. And if she were to discover it, she would undoubtedly be furious. Boss, I believe you need to cut through the chaos decisively. There are plenty of good women out there, Jiang Ying suggested, turning her head and adorably batting her eyelashes. Little girl, Su Yang flicked her forehead lightly, somewhat distracted as he settled into a chair. It was indeed time to meet Liu Canning. At that moment, at Qiqing No. 1 High School. Liu Canning leaned against his car, his mood somewhat agitated. After conducting an investigation, it was discovered that Lin Yang had once attended this institution. Consequently, a familiar contact at the school was enlisted to inquire about Lin Yang. Today, that individual called, revealing that he had obtained Lin Yang's records and even found some class photographs. Amidst the anxious anticipation, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged from the campus, hastily clutching a briefcase. At this moment, Liu Cangning's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he hurriedly waved at the man. Inside was what he sought. The middle-aged man retrieved an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Liu Cangning. Thank you. There's no need for such formality between us. But do keep this matter to yourself. Otherwise, my job could be at stake. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. I will treat you to a meal another day. Liu Cangning, brimming with impatience, had little time for idle chatter. Upon returning to his car, he immediately opened the envelope and began examining the documents within. Upon seeing the photographs, his expression shifted dramatically. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and quickly flipped through the other images. It was indeed him. Although many years had passed and appearances had altered significantly, he could still recognize the individual in the photograph as Su Yang. In that moment, everything fell into place. No wonder Su Yang's voice always felt so familiar. He was, in fact, Lin Yang. Wait, something's amiss. Why is his name Su Yang? Could it merely be a coincidence of appearances? Such occurrences were not unheard of. Liu Cangning's mind raced as he contemplated sharing this revelation with Shun Youqing but hesitated, ultimately deciding to gather more information before informing her. Just then, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Liu Cangning glanced at his phone and promptly answered, "Hello. Do you have time this evening? Let us meet." Liu Cangning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yang would reach out to him. Once he regained his composure, he quickly replied, "All right." They agreed to meet at a Starbucks CAF. Liu Cangning arrived early, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Chapter 84. The divorce agreement is signed. When Su Yang entered his line of sight, he exhaled in relief. It was indeed him. Although he did not know Su Yang well, his intuition indicated that Su Yang would be far more amenable than Lin Jinglong, perhaps making the divorce proceedings unexpectedly smooth. A subtle smile graced Su Yang's lips as he approached Liu Cangning with a leisurely demeanor and gradually took a seat. "Lawyer Liu, it is a pleasure to see you again," Su Yang spoke with a calm and composed tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Cangning furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed intently on Su Yang, revealing a hint of surprise. "You are indeed Lin Yang," Liu Cangning exclaimed. Su Yang nodded lightly, candidly acknowledging, "Indeed. I am Shun Youqing's nominal husband, Lin Yang." A flicker of confusion crossed Liu Cangning's eyes as he inquired, "But why do you now go by Su Yang?" With a slight smile, Su Yang fabricated a serious explanation. "I felt that my previous name did not align with my state of mind and aspirations. So I chose a new name in hopes of embarking on a new chapter in life." Liu Cangning, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. "Then why did you initially conceal your true identity? Is there some ulterior motive or secret behind it?" Liu Cangning questioned skeptically. "I admit, I held considerable prejudice against Shun Youqing in the past. Even now, some of her actions still frustrate me. However, I no longer harbor hatred towards her and have begun to understand her. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. Since she desires freedom, I am willing to grant it. The beginning was a mistake, and I hope the conclusion will be right, Su Yang confessed honestly. While his words seemed carefree, a heavy weight pressed upon his heart, particularly when he referred to Shin Yuqing's actions, specifically her involvement with male models, a matter that had long troubled him. His decision to let go stemmed from a desire to offer Shin Yuqing a chance for renewal, as well as an opportunity for himself. You actually agree to the divorce? Lu Kongning regarded Su Yang with astonishment. Su Yang maintained an expressionless countenance and nodded. Indeed, I agree. In that case, do you have any specific conditions or requirements? Without hesitation, Su Yang shook his head and replied softly, none. Upon hearing this response, Lu Kongning's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed on. You must understand, Ms. Shin is a genuine billionaire. Do you truly not wish to claim any of her assets? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted. What? Do you wish for me to claim her assets? Faced with Su Yang's sudden counter-question, Lu Kongning felt a tinge of embarrassment, awkwardly chuckling to mask his discomfort. As Shin Yuqing's attorney, he naturally wished for his client to maximize her benefits, which would in turn enhance his own remuneration. However, a flicker of hesitation stirred within Lu Kongning's heart. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kongning spoke in a serious tone. Well, there is something I am uncertain whether I should articulate. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang mercilessly interrupted, saying, since you are uncertain whether to speak, it would be best not to say anything at all. I have no interest in engaging in idle chatter with you. Lu Kongning felt a pang of discomfort at being silenced, and just as he was about to respond, Su Yang raised his hand to cut him off. Where is the divorce agreement? Lu Kongning produced the divorce papers and placed them before Su Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang signed his name. His expression grave as he stated, I have but one request. Do not reveal the truth to Shin Yuqing. If it must be told, let it be by me. Why? Lu Kongning inquired. You do not need to know much. I wish for her to understand only that I am Su Yang, as if the former Lin Yang has perished. Do you not sense that she has some affection for you? Have you considered that if she learns you are Lin Yang, perhaps she would reconsider the divorce and find joy instead? Lu Kongning could not help but voice his thoughts. Su Yang rose to leave. Had he not contemplated it? Yet, what good were such thoughts? His line of work was perilous. Once together, it could place her in danger, making it impossible for him to remain by her side for long. Ding. A message arrived on Su Yang's phone from Lu Kongning. There is a 1-month cooling-off period for the divorce. Please come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce procedures in a month. I will notify you in advance. Soon after, Shin Yuqing received a message from Lu Kongning, stating that he had found Lin Yang and that the latter had signed the papers. They would proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a month. Did he not request financial compensation? Shin Yuqing voiced her lingering doubt. Ding. Not a penny. Holding her phone, Shin Yuqing stared at those 4 words for a long time, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She had considered that since she had resolved to divorce, perhaps they should share a farewell meal, but the memory of her previous experience deterred her from that notion. In just a month, she would regain her freedom. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of Su Yang. Ultimately, she could not resist the urge to compose a message, hesitating for a long while before sending it. Su Yang, too, lay awake, unable to find rest. The thought of ending his marital relationship with Shin Yuqing left him feeling inexplicably dejected, even experiencing a twinge of heartache, as if a cherished possession had been suddenly lost. Ding. Are you asleep? No. I have good news. I am finally regaining my freedom. He is signed. Attached was a jubilant emoji, illustrating her delight. This time, there won't be any mistakes, right? Su Yang teased, his heart a medley of emotions. This time it's real. I'm so happy. Since I can't sleep, would you like to go out for a drink? Not in the mood. Are you troubled? My 3-year marriage is coming to an end. It's a bit melancholic. Shin Yuqing sat up abruptly, her heart racing as she hurriedly asked. You are getting a divorce too? Yes. Receiving confirmation, Shin Yuqing was immediately overcome with joy, exclaiming gleefully as she dashed around her room barefoot, hopping and skipping with unrestrained delight, her demeanor a far cry from that of the icy businesswoman, transformed instead into a love-struck girl. Su Yang waited for quite a while, and seeing that there was no response from her, he felt a twinge of frustration and buried his head under the covers. Shin Yuqing took several deep breaths, finally managing to suppress her excitement, as her fingers danced across the screen, swiftly composing a message. Su Yang, let us be together. Her finger hovered over the send button, hesitating for an extended moment before ultimately dismissing the thought. resolving to confess in person the following morning. Su Yang, I will soon be free. I can finally pursue the happiness that rightfully belongs to me without reservations. Su Yang, I like you. In this lifetime, I shall love only you, without exception. Su Yang, I must share a secret with you. In truth, we have long been together. That night, in the bar, our fateful encounter led us to surrender ourselves to one another. It was my first time, and initially, I deemed it a ridiculous coincidence, yet now I feel immensely fortunate. Fate has brought you before me. How wonderfully blessed I am. We have quarreled more than once, yet my affection for you only grows stronger. In this life, I shall marry no one but you. Will you love me as I love you? Shen Yuqing spoke to herself. This was a heartfelt confession. Yet she feared that nerves might cause her to falter in her words, prompting her to practice repeatedly. The following morning, she rose early, had a few bites of breakfast, took a shower, and then carefully adorned herself before departing the villa. Throughout her journey, she felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. As the car approached the neighborhood, she caught sight of Su Yang and Liang Zixuan together through the car window. They were jogging side by side, laughing and chatting. What was going on with Liang Zixuan? She was here yesterday, and now she was still present. Did she also reside here? Shen Yuqing's brow furrowed, her smile vanishing completely, as she finally realized something was amiss. The confession she had so painstakingly prepared was abruptly thwarted. In light of this scene, her desire to confess evaporated, replaced by a surge of jealousy. Go, Shen Yuqing commanded, her tone icy. The driver felt as though he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss, shivering involuntarily as he focused intently on the road. However, before they could exit the neighborhood, Shen Yuqing instructed him to stop, opened the door, and angrily strode towards the community square. Chapter 85. You must be responsible for me. How absurd. Why should I leave? If I were to go, it would only fulfill her wishes. She hurried away, but inadvertently stepped on a pebble, causing her high heel to twist, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah! Stumbling, she nearly fell, crouching down in mild agony to clutch her ankle, gently massaging it. When she looked up, she noticed the two were still engaged in their jovial conversation. With a clenched jaw and an inexplicable surge of courage, she removed her high heels, forcefully snapped the heel, and put them back on, limping toward the square. She was determined to be a glaring presence, no matter the cost. In the spacious and bustling square, Su Yang and Liang Zixuan were initially running energetically, but perhaps due to exhaustion or a desire for a moment of tranquility, they simultaneously slowed their pace. Opting for a leisurely stroll, Liang Zixuan retrieved a pack of pristine tissues from her pocket, delicately rising on her toes, her movements light and gentle. She cautiously approached Su Yang, tenderly wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, each gesture imbued with care and affection. At that moment, passers-by cast envious glances and began to murmur softly. Look at that young couple, they are truly affectionate. One exclaimed. Another chimed in, indeed. They appear to be a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Yet someone expressed curiosity, but why have I never seen them before? An onlooker promptly responded. I heard they just moved here a couple of days ago. A senior side, I must say. Being young in such a wonderful era is far more fortunate than our times. When we were their age, we hardly had the luxury to indulge in romance. We were either working or working. If a matchmaker introduced someone, a mere hand-holding was the extent of it, unlike today's youth. In the square, a group of elderly men engaged in cheerful banter as they exercised. Shen Yuqing passed by and fortuitously overheard their conversation, initially oblivious. Her jealousy intensified upon hearing their words about the couple being a perfect match. How could they be a match? They bore no resemblance of a couple at all. As she drew closer, she noticed Liang Zixuan affectionately linking her arm with Su Yang's, her laughter radiantly bright. The sound of her tinkling laughter struck a dissonant chord in Shen Yuqing's ears, prompting her to deliberately cough. Su Yang turned to look, his face displaying surprise. Seeing her limping, he couldn't help but chuckle. What happened to you? With the boss injured, shouldn't you be rushing to show some extra care as an employee? Shen Yuqing shot him an annoyed glance. Despite the teasing, Su Yang instinctively moved to assist her. However, Liang Zixuan was quicker, gently supporting Shen Yuqing instead. Old classmate. It's improper for a gentleman to assist a lady. Allow me to help you. No. Shen Yuqing withdrew her arm, and, in a tone almost playful, directed her request at Su Yang. You carry me. How could she be unaware of Liang Zixuan's intentions? There was no way she would allow this rival to succeed. Liang Zixuan feigned gentleness, saying, Yuqing, don't throw a childish tantrum. Su Yang has just finished running and is all sweaty. Let me assist you to the community clinic. You carry me, Shen Yuqing retorted, pouting slightly, embodying the demeanor of a lovesick girl. Su Yang felt a pang of exasperation. How could he not see through Shen Yuqing's deliberate attempt to provoke Liang Zixuan? Approaching her, he turned around and half-squatted, saying, "Boss, please get on." With a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower, Shen Yuqing joyfully leaped onto Su Yang's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her chin resting on his shoulder. Her delicate face almost brushing against his. A faint fragrance wafted into his senses, and as he savored her softness and smoothness, Su Yang's cheeks flushed, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was quite fond of Shen Yuqing's scent. It not only evoked a sense of familiarity, but also brought him immense comfort and nostalgia. His heart, already in turmoil, raced even more fervently. Shen Yuqing's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. The corners of her lips curled into a smile, basking in happiness, as previous grievances vanished in an instant. Yet, amidst her joy, a tinge of worry lingered. Liang Zixuan felt an intense pang of jealousy. In truth, she had noticed Shen Yuqing's arrival at the small square but pretended not to see, deliberately engaging in affectionate gestures with Su Yang to provoke Shen Yuqing. To her astonishment, Shen Yuqing had set aside her aloof demeanor and began to act coyly in front of her. Undoubtedly, this tactic proved effective on Su Yang. She began to reflect. Had she been too serious? Did Su Yang prefer the company of a playful girl? The youth of today were indeed perplexing. Moments ago, that lad was close with one girl, and now he had shifted his affections. Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is the trend. Young people today revel in such chaos. That fellow certainly had no shortage of charm, surrounded by two such strikingly beautiful women. As a group of elderly men out for morning exercise observed Su Yang carrying Shen Yuqing, with Liang Zixuan following closely behind, they began to murmur amongst themselves, still awestruck by the beauty before them, despite their age. Before long, the trio exited the clinic. Are you heading home or to the company? How could I possibly go to the company in this state? I'm all alone at home, and it would be rather dull to return. Why not go to your place instead? After all, it's just around the corner. Your task today is to keep me company. Very well, Su Yang acquiesced, carrying Shen Yuqing back to his home. Liang Zixuan trailed behind, somewhat glum, but a thought struck her. Yuqing, since Su Yang, a grown man, is unable to care for you properly, why not come to my place? I have nothing much to do. We could chat and play games. That sounds like a splendid idea. Su Yang immediately concurred, genuinely wishing to avoid the challenge of attending to this demanding lady. Heaven only knows how Shen Yuqing might torment him. The main concern was that being in the presence of such a stunning beauty was undeniably overwhelming. If she continued to flirt with him, it would become even more unbearable. And with just a month left until the divorce, having resolved to part ways, it is prudent to maintain a certain distance. Su Yang silently made this decision. Shen Yuqing pinched Su Yang's ear with her small hand, clearly expressing her discontent. Do you not wish to take care of me? Let me remind you, I got injured just to seek you out, so you must take responsibility. No, I merely believe that as old classmates, you are well acquainted, and a girl attending to you would surely be more suitable than this big fellow here. Are you doing this on purpose? Shen Yuqing twisted Su Yang's ear, appearing fierce yet exerting little force. Su Yang quickly relented. All right. I will take care of you. Humph, you finally understand. Shen Yuqing released her grip and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Meanwhile, Liang Zixuan's feelings were evident. She was engulfed in envy and resentment, finding this display of affection particularly disheartening, instinctively clenching her fists. Shen Yuqing, you are quite formidable. This round is yours. Chapter 86. The woman as Shen Yuqing stepped into the elevator, she noticed Liang Zixuan trailing closely behind her, which immediately stirred a sense of displeasure within her. Manager Liang, I've heard that your company has been exceedingly busy lately. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Liang Zixuan, visibly irked, turned her head away in feigned ignorance. Disregarding Shen Yuqing's comment, the elevator doors soon slid open. Su Yang, with Shen Yuqing at his side, approached the door, ready to input the password. When Shen Yuqing called out, "Wait a moment. What is it? There are outsiders present. Aren't you going to shield the password entry with your hand?" Shen Yuqing chided him with a playful glare, and promptly raised her hands to obscure Liang Zixuan's view, instructing Su Yang, "You may enter the password now." Humph. As if you're not an outsider yourself, Liang Zixuan scoffed. I am his boss, sharing the same trench. Of course, I am not an outsider. Shen Yuqing declared with a triumphant blink, making a cheeky gesture with her fingers. Boring, Liang Zixuan muttered as she moved to the opposite door, inputting the password to unlock it. Just before stepping inside, she shot Shin Yuqing a hostile glare. Bang! The door slammed shut. Shin Yuqing stood momentarily stunned, pointing at Liang Zixuan's door as she asked Su Yang, "Does she live here?" "Indeed," Su Yang confirmed, also opening the door. Once seated on the living room sofa, Shin Yuqing continued to mull over the situation. "Liang Zixuan, you truly have some audacity, coming here to pilfer. Thankfully, I came to check. Otherwise, the crystal would have vanished. That was a close call. What are you mumbling about?" Su Yang inquired, pouring her a glass of water, noticing her seemingly entranced state. Shin Yuqing remained silent, scrutinizing Su Yang from head to toe. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Su Yang furrowed his brow and asked, "What's with that look? Is there something amiss with me?" With her long, elegant legs resting on the coffee table, Shin Yuqing gently stroked her chin and remarked, "What is it about you that's so appealing? In terms of looks, while you're not unhandsome, there are certainly many more dashing men out there. As for abilities, aside from your calligraphy and a bit of fighting prowess, it seems you lack other talents. You have no wealth and a mediocre family background. I'm perplexed. What could Liang Zixuan possibly see in you that she clings to you so tenaciously? With her status, she could easily attract a line of superior suitors waiting to win her favor. What is it that draws her to you?" Shin Yuqing's curiosity was piqued. Having been classmates, she knew Liang Zixuan well. She was an exceedingly proud woman, generally unimpressed by ordinary men. "Is it that in your eyes I am utterly worthless?" Su Yang retorted, visibly displeased. "See, your temper is quite foul," Shin Yuqing teased. "If I am truly so lacking, then perhaps you should cease your pursuit of me and find somewhere else to cool off." "Oh, have I wounded your pride?" Shin Yuqing said, playfully prodding Su Yang's chin. Su Yang grasped her hand firmly, mischief flickering in his eyes as a smirk crept onto his lips. "What are you doing?" Shin Yuqing felt a foreboding sense, attempting to retract her hand, but Su Yang's grip proved too strong to escape. Shin Yuqing's eyes flickered anxiously, her nerves taut, and even her breath seemed to halt as an overwhelming tension enveloped her. Suddenly, Su Yang came to a standstill, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You are quite terrifying." Shin Yuqing had thought he was about to do something alarming, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fear. "If you dare provoke me again, you shall witness my formidable prowess." Su Yang released her hand and proceeded to the restroom. Moments later, the sound of water flushing echoed through the air. Upon his return to the living room, Shin Yuqing spoke with an undeniable authority, "I am hungry. Prepare me something to eat. Did you skip breakfast?" "I had a little, but I am still famished." She gently caressed her abdomen, which protested in response. Su Yang promptly strode toward the kitchen, declaring, "I shall make you noodles." He prepared a simple bowl of clear broth noodles, accompanied by 2 poached eggs, with a few leafy greens floating in the soup. Shin Yuqing relished every bite. In her eyes, even the finest delicacies paled in comparison to the aromatic bowl of noodles before her. "I am so full. Truly delicious. I've made up my mind. I shall reside here henceforth, with you responsible for my meals 3 times a day." Leaning back against the sofa, her small hands glided over her stomach, feeling unaccustomed to such abundance. "What? You plan to live here?" "Indeed. Doesn't it feel like a stroke of fortune to dwell with a stunning beauty such as myself? You should revel in it. Hold on. If you reside here, I can already imagine how you would enslave me. Am I supposed to find joy in that?" "Mr. Su, you must understand one thing. This apartment is provided by the company. In other words, it is merely an employee dormitory. There are several rooms. Why shouldn't I be able to move in?" "You, it seems you have no retort. As an employee, you must obey your superior's arrangements. So it is settled. Which room shall you occupy?" "Naturally, the master bedroom." "Ah, that room is quite nice. I like it. Henceforth, it shall be mine." "Not only do you plan to move in, but you also intend to claim my room? You are quite bold. Such behavior is unacceptable. Your awareness must be elevated. As your president, I have decided that should you excel, your bonus will be doubled, and there will even be red envelopes." "Humph. A gentleman values wealth and acquires it through rightful means. I shall never suffer indignity for a pittance, nor will I bow to capitalists." Su Yang stood tall, his posture unwavering. Chapter 87. An incident at the construction site. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Yuqing proposed, "Let us arrange it this way. I shall entrust you with the preparation of our daily meals, and I will bear all associated expenses. Additionally, I will increase your monthly salary by 100,000. "Ha! Make it 200,000. "I shall not yield," came the retort. 300,000. "Moreover, you need only to cook. I shall take on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Will that suffice?" Seeing his obstinacy, Shin Yuqing felt a pang of urgency. Throughout her life, she had never washed a dish, yet for the sake of love, she was willing to compromise. No matter what, she had to move in. She could not allow Liang Zixuan to usurp her place. She firmly believed that as long as she remained a glaring presence, Liang Zixuan would not prevail. At least you exhibit a modicum of sincerity. I shall reluctantly accept, she conceded. With a scowl, Su Yang acquiesced. After all, it was an opportunity to earn an additional 300,000 a month, a rare stroke of fortune in his impoverished circumstances. Elated, Shin Yuqing immediately called Lu Yun to arrange for her belongings to be brought over. Su Yang busied himself with packing her things. For the sake of money, he endured. Su Yang, apply the ointment for me. Su Yang, I am hungry. Su Yang, will you join me for a game? Though Shin Yuqing could be somewhat demanding. Since her arrival, the entire house was imbued with a delightful fragrance, one that he cherished. Compared to before, it felt much more like home. 2 days later, in the morning at the general manager's office, Su Yang was perusing documents delivered by his secretary when a sudden, urgent knocking interrupted him. Come in. A girl dressed in a professional skirt suit entered. She was Xiao Wan, a fresh graduate from a prestigious university, serving as Su Yang's secretary. Mr. Su, there has been an incident at the Technology Park project. What has happened? Su Yang inquired, his brow furrowing. The demolition has encountered obstacles, leading to a conflict between both parties. The scene is chaotic, and there are injuries that have already been taken to the hospital. Major media outlets are reporting extensively, and the online backlash is overwhelming, resulting in significant negative repercussions. Xiaowen handed her phone to Su Yang. After viewing the video, he frowned and asked, "Where is General Jiang?" After the incident occurred, General Jiang rushed to the site and has since been taken away by the relevant authorities. We are currently unable to reach him. What is the situation on site? A large crowd has gathered, and banners have been raised. The authorities are currently attempting to mediate with the public, but the outlook is grim. Su Yang pondered for a moment before declaring, "Notify everyone, until this matter is resolved. No one is permitted to leave the office. Violators will be summarily dismissed. Inform the Public Relations Department that a solution must be formulated within an hour. Anyone who falters at this critical juncture will be dismissed immediately. Contact the legal department to thoroughly ascertain the condition of the injured and communicate with the hospital. Regardless of liability, we must ensure the injured receive medical attention. The company will bear all medical expenses, and compensation will be addressed accordingly. Until we have a solution, this situation cannot escalate further." Xiaowen diligently noted down the series of commands before hastening to execute them. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yang decided to inform Shin Yuqing of the situation. When she received his call, she had already seen the videos circulating online. Do not rush. First assess the situation on site. Proceed as you see fit. You have complete authority. Shin Yuqing spoke with an unusual calmness. Understood. This trust brought a sense of comfort to Su Yang. After hanging up the phone, he immediately headed to the site. The Technology Park project was situated in the eastern development zone of the city, presenting a rather dilapidated appearance. Numerous households resided there, predominantly elderly residents, including several who collected scrap materials. Upon his arrival, the project manager responsible for the engineering, Zhang Jianming, a tall and robust man in his 30s, hastened to greet him. "Mr. Su, what brings you here personally? What is the situation on site?" Su Yang inquired. "The residents are quite agitated and are expressing their anger vocally. Perhaps it would be best if you did not attend. If I do not go, can you manage the situation?" Su Yang's expression turned serious. Zhang Jianming's face flushed with embarrassment as he handed a pristine safety helmet to Su Yang, urging, "Please wear this. It's for your safety." Su Yang accepted the helmet and placed it on his secretary, Xiao Wen's head. Before they could step into the site, they were met with a throng of onlookers and several media reporters. The journalists, engaged in casual conversation, quickly approached upon noticing Zhang Jianming's respectful demeanor towards Su Yang. "Excuse me, are you the project leader? How will your company address this incident?" The reporters clamored to interview Su Yang. "I apologize. Please step aside. We will hold a press conference shortly regarding this matter." Xiaowen and Zhang Jianming swiftly positioned themselves on either side to shield him from the crowd. All eyes were fixated on Su Yang, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. A security perimeter had already been established, with dozens of law enforcement personnel standing within, donned in helmets, wielding shields and batons, their expressions stern. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" One law enforcement officer stepped forward to obstruct Su Yang's entry. "Hello, I am Su Yang, the general manager of Tianming Group." The officer retreated, allowing Su Yang to enter the construction site. As he surveyed the area, he noticed 2 excavators parked nearby. Their shovels stained with blood, the glass of the cabin shattered, and the vehicles pockmarked. Nearly 100 citizens had gathered, their faces etched with fury. Some brandished iron rods. Others wielded hammers, and a few held kitchen knives and iron hooks. A large white banner bore a striking message in blood-red letters: "Illegal demolition. Restore our home." Witnessing this, Su Yang's expression darkened as he coldly regarded project manager Zhang Jiaming. Did not all the residents agree to the demolition? How could such an incident occur? I'm not sure what happened. Everything was fine until today when they suddenly protested against the demolition, their emotions running high. What were you doing? Not only did you fail to calm the public, but you also neglected to report this. I was not on site at the time. We will discuss this further later. Su Yang cast a glare at him, retrieved a megaphone, and ascended to a mound of debris, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am the general manager of Tianming Group and the chief overseer of this project." Before he could complete his sentence, a stone was hurled at him, interrupting his words. This was followed by a torrent of curses, expletives that were indeed quite unpleasant, targeting even his ancestors. While the cursing continued, more stones and chunks of bricks were thrown in his direction. Despite Su Yang's agile movements, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Law enforcement personnel hastily intervened to halt the chaos. Observing this, Zhang Jiaming revealed a sly smile, discreetly pulling out his phone to record a segment of the incident before sending it out. This scene did not escape the notice of his secretary, Xiaowen. With her brows furrowed in concern, she pondered how he could still find amusement in such a situation. Once the crowd's agitation subsided slightly, Su Yang resumed his appeal. "I implore you to listen patiently. I am here to resolve the issues at hand. First and foremost, I offer my sincerest apologies and assure you that we shall not evade responsibility. We will thoroughly investigate this matter, and irrespective of who is implicated, we will administer severe punishment without leniency." Chapter 88. The confrontation. Not long ago, I had dispatched personnel to the hospital and communicated with the staff, assuring them that every effort would be made to save the injured and provide their families with a satisfactory response. After Su Yang concluded his remarks, a moment of silence enveloped the scene, which was abruptly shattered by a man's loud outburst. "Do you think we are mere children? We will not be deceived again. Your words are more pleasing than your actions. You are nothing but thieves." The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Zhang Jiaming, the project manager, observed this spectacle with a smirk. Su Yang's penetrating gaze lingered on the man for several seconds, noting the flicker of his eyes, as if he were deliberately inciting discord. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." Su Yang's voice rose sharply. "You may doubt others, but you should trust me. Have any of you seen that video of the young man bravely confronting the forces of evil at the night market?" Upon hearing this, someone gasped. "So it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is indeed the young man from the video. I heard that after his arrest, he was released the very next day." While those law enforcement officers who sheltered the criminals faced punishment, the onlookers buzzed with conversation. The protesters recognized Su Yang and their disdain began to wane. "Even if you were the one from the video, what does that have to do with us?" The same man shouted again, attempting to rally support, but this time, few followed suit. Su Yang took note of the few individuals mingling within the crowd. "It matters greatly. That day, I stood alone against the forces of evil, and today, I can advocate for you. I promise, regardless of who is involved, you will receive an explanation." "Very well, we will trust you this once," an elderly man proclaimed. "Thank you," Su Yang replied, setting down the megaphone. He accepted a bottle of water from Xiaowen and instructed, "Please send some watermelons and fruits, along with more mineral water, to the people." Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked their clothes, and everyone present was drenched in perspiration. Yet, the unresolved matter kept them rooted in place, unwilling to leave. "Mr. Su," Xiaowen called out as she noticed Su Yang preparing to depart. Stealing a glance at the project manager in the distance, she whispered, "I sense something is off with Manager Zhang. What is the matter?" "When you spoke, the crowd turned against you," yet he laughed. His smile seemed almost malicious, as if he were reveling in your predicament. "Understood." Su Yang pondered for a moment, casting a thoughtful glance at Zhang Jiaming before pulling out his phone to send a text. He then strode towards the gathered crowd. A short while later, he returned, his expression grave. "Notify the finance department to prepare 20 million in cash and deliver it here." "Yes," Xiaowen responded promptly, dialing the number. "Mr. Su, the finance manager says the amount is too substantial and requires the president's signature," she reported in a hushed tone. Su Yang snatched her phone with an air of seriousness, stating, "Manager Fan, the president has entrusted the company to me, granting me full authority. You need only follow my directives. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. I beg your pardon. But company regulations explicitly require the president's signature for amounts exceeding 10 million, Manager Fan retorted, leisurely puffing on a cigarette from his desk, a smug smile gracing his lips. Humph. Do you truly perceive yourself as the general manager? I won't be giving you any funds. What will you do about it? With narrowed eyes glinting coldly. Su Yang promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shen Yuqing, relaying the situation. The latter erupted in fury and immediately contacted Manager Fan. During the call, she refrained from reprimanding him, instead delivering a chilling command. Proceed as Su Yang instructed. Now is not the time for settling scores. Project Manager Zhang Jiaming observed Su Yang's phone call and, dismissively chuckling, soon wiped the smile from his face and hurried over. Mr. Su, in my opinion, this matter should be left to the client to handle. We are merely the construction party, responsible only for executing our work. Issues concerning relocation should rightly fall to the client. What nonsense are you spouting? The client has entrusted this project entirely to us. We are not merely tasked with constructing the building, Su Yang admonished sharply, then shifted his tone. There is something that perplexes me. The compensation for each household's relocation was predetermined. Why have they received less than half of what they were owed? Where has the remaining money gone? Mr. Su, I fail to grasp the meaning behind your words. Zhang Jiaming's eyes widened in outrage. The residents, clearly receiving only half of their relocation funds, were coerced into signing documents. Those unwilling to comply faced intimidation or even hospitalization. As project manager, it is best for you to distance yourself from this matter. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. With a frigid gaze, Su Yang was incensed upon uncovering the truth. The audacity of these individuals to brazenly withhold the residents' relocation funds was appalling, revealing connections to both legal and illicit realms. Zhang Jiaming, equally furious, bellowed, Mr. Su, you must understand one thing. We are part of the same company. At this juncture, we must unite and stand together against external threats, yet you disregard the company's interests. Siding with those obstinate residents, had you not embezzled their relocation funds, would they obstruct the process? He continued, his voice dripping with contempt. Who do you think you are? Su, just because you flattered the president for a few days and secured the position of acting general manager, you believe yourself to be significant? I've tolerated you for far too long. Do not slander me. Who is embezzling their relocation funds? Zhang Jiaming pointed a finger at Su Yang, his face a mask of disdain. A mere security guard, fortunate enough to ascend to a position of authority, now presumed to exert control over him, yet he was expected to bow in deference. The frustrations of those in construction, particularly the project managers of large firms, were palpable, with Zhang Jiaming epitomizing this volatile temperament. Although his position is not as elevated as Su Yang's, he has long been accustomed to the lifestyle of a local emperor, basking in the adulation of others, particularly those construction magnates who vie for his favor. His connections span both legitimate and illicit circles, forming a robust web of relationships. This is precisely why he dares to provoke Su Yang. You are quite arrogant, Su Yang remarked calmly. At present, the company finds itself under intense scrutiny, with journalists keenly observing his every move. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have readily delivered a slap to his opponent's face. My apologies. It's merely a habit, Zhang Jiaming retorted, crossing his arms with a disdainful smirk. I hope you enjoy the last laugh. Initially, Zhang Jiaming harbored some trepidation towards Su Yang, fearing he might report him to Shen Yuqing. However, that concern has dissipated. He has come to realize that his apprehensions were unfounded. As Su Yang appears devoid of any capacity for retaliation and has not contacted Shen Yuqing, consequently, his demeanor has grown even more brazen. Rest assured, even if you fall, I shall remain unscathed. It is not a matter of underestimating you. Without a woman, you are nothing. You think you can bring me down? You are mistaken. When I entered this company, you were still playing in the mud. Chapter 89. The fight resumes. You have successfully ignited my fury, and I shall make it unequivocally clear. I will make you pay, and no one can stand in my way. Anyone can utter threats. But I am eager to see how you intend to confront me, you pitiful wretch. Zhang Jiaming scoffed, turning his gaze towards the onlookers across from him. He exchanged glances with a few individuals in the crowd and spoke in a mocking tone. If you wish to challenge me, perhaps you should first consider how to navigate this predicament. If mishandled, not even the CEO can shield you. From a distance, those individuals had been monitoring the situation, specifically observing Zhang Jiaming. Upon noticing his gesture, they immediately began to incite the crowd. Listen to me, everyone. Do not trust that brat. He merely seeks to placate us temporarily. They are all ruthless opportunists. Indeed, we must protest and expose them to the media, ensuring they face the consequences. They must pay dearly. The fragile trust that had just been established evaporated instantly, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony of curses. Su Yong furrowed his brow. His gaze fixated on those individuals, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, a group entered the scene, carrying boxes under the protection of security personnel. The boxes were aligned neatly, and upon opening them, fresh banknotes glimmered alluringly in the sunlight, capturing the attention of all present. The media hastily directed their cameras towards the money, and the curses ceased abruptly. The protesters, taken aback, gawked in astonishment in their lifetimes. They had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. One could not deny the powerful allure of cash. Su, you aren't planning to distribute all that money to those stubborn residents, are you? Manager Fan from the finance department questioned, his tone accusatory. Have you brought the ledger? Yes. Manager Fan handed the ledger to Su Yong, who promptly transferred it to Xiao Wan, instructing her, gather the residents, verify the transfer records, and ensure they receive their compensation for relocation. The finance department must cooperate fully. Nonsense. The relocation payments have already been dispersed. These obstinate individuals are deliberately orchestrating this scene to extract more money. Enough. Su Yong dismissed him without a second thought. Manager Fan seized Xiao Wen's arm. His voice low but firm. Su, I must warn you, even though you are acting as the general manager, you cannot indiscriminately allocate company funds. As finance manager, it is my responsibility to oversee your actions, and I do not agree with this course. Get off me. Su Yang's patience had reached its limit. He raised his foot and kicked. Manager Fan fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen, struggling to rise. Xiao Wen and the finance team departed. Su Yong contemplated for a moment before following suit. Old Fan, are you all right? Zhang Jiaming rushed to help Manager Fan to his feet. With a sullen expression, Manager Fan glared hatefully at the retreating figure of Su Yong, spitting on the ground in frustration, muttering, damn it. Look at how arrogant that kid is. Call now. We must ensure he faces the consequences this time. That little brat has gotten under my skin. I just had a heated argument with him. We must get rid of him, or we shall have no peaceful days ahead. Hurry and call. It will be too late once he distributes the money. Manager Fan urged. Upon learning that Su Yong intended to compensate them for their demolition funds, the residents' faces lit up with joy. They hastily discarded their belongings and rushed to form a queue. When the first individual successfully received the compensation, the excitement among the others reached a fever pitch. The protests had been solely for the sake of money. Once the funds were dispersed, their unrest would dissipate. However, this situation incurred substantial losses for the company, with the additional compensation amounting to nearly 10 million. Zhang Jiaming, filled with envy, could not restrain his curses. Damn it, these people are truly getting off easy. As one resident after another received their funds, a few individuals amidst the crowd began to feel a surge of greed. Hello, this is my transfer record. I'm still short $1 million. The middle-aged man, who had been the most vocal in his complaints, awkwardly presented his bank transfer information to the staff, just as they were about to process his payment. Su Yang's voice suddenly interrupted. Hold on. Mr. Su, what is it? Xiao Wen asked, perplexed. The middle-aged man's smile faltered, and he angrily retorted, what is the matter? You were the loudest just now. I suspect you're intentionally stirring up trouble. Step aside while the others continue. What do you mean by that? Why can they receive their funds while I cannot? The man bellowed in frustration. Everyone saw this. Now they're changing their tune. This time, no one echoed his outburst. Even his two companions dropped their gazes, fearing that Su Yong would notice them and deny them their payment. Some even more expressions of schadenfreude, such as human nature. While individuals may share in hardship, they seldom unite when faced with self-interest. If you can't collect, then step aside. A robust woman brusquely shoved him aside, glaring at him with annoyance. You lot. The middle-aged man, seeing that no one supported him, became increasingly agitated. What had happened to the solidarity just moments ago? He turned to find his companions, but they averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. Unfortunately for them, they had already caught Su Yang's attention and were soon singled out. Su Yang whispered a few words to Xiao Wen, who nodded and departed. As cash boxes were distributed, the residents displayed satisfied smiles, hastening to the bank without a moment's delay, unwilling to risk any delay. Damn it! Who harmed my brother? I want to let this go. Came a sudden outburst. A group of individuals stormed onto the scene, wielding iron rods, their arms adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. their gazes fierce. Stop. The law enforcement personnel on site quickly attempted to block their advance. Unfazed by the officials, the leader of the group shouted, "Listen up, clear the way. My father was hospitalized due to their actions. We demand an explanation today." Witnessing this commotion, those who had not yet collected their funds displayed signs of fear, for they recognized these individuals. It was these very people who had gone door to door gathering signatures. Confronted by law enforcement, they dared to argue with reasoning. Yet they recoiled at the prospect of facing these nefarious individuals. Su Yang, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you recognize them?" One person hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to respond, "How could we not recognize them? It was these very people who coerced us into signing." "Ah, they have come to us willingly," Su Yang remarked, a smile forming on his lips rather than anger. Seeking an explanation is permissible, but physical confrontation is not. A law enforcement officer admonished sternly. He surveyed the opposing group, noting their numbers exceeded 30, while they were merely a dozen. "You lot, step aside. This does not concern your kin. It's easy to speak boldly when you are not in pain. Get lost." With that, he charged forward.